Chapter 1. No chasms before the fierce tiger. In the second month of spring, during the time of Jingzhe, one would expect a world teeming with life, a season where creatures stir from their slumber, and grass and trees unfurl in verdant splendor. Yet, the earth lay shrouded in a lifeless pallor, devoid of vitality. On a desolate street, a manhole cover shifted slightly before being pushed aside by a hand. Luo Yan cautiously emerged from the opening, peering warily around him. What greeted his gaze was a landscape of crumbled walls and shattered remnants, once a bustling city filled with the throngs of humanity and the ceaseless hum of traffic. Now, silence reigned. The clamor of yesteryear had faded, leaving only swirling dust, discarded papers, bloodstains, and the remnants of the deceased. Everywhere was cloaked in grime, permeated by a heavy atmosphere of decay. This marked the third year since the beast catastrophe. Barely half a year had passed since colossal, unidentified beings descended upon this realm, leading to the swift downfall of existence and the dissolution of order. The survivors were condemned to endure a hellish existence from that moment onward. A breeze stirred, lifting Luo Yan's jet-black hair as he swiftly crawled out of the manhole and ajar the cover. Tethered beneath it was a rope with sturdy knots, swaying gently in the wind. Luo Yan was clad in tattered, filthy clothing, a robust waist pouch hanging from his hips. Each exposed part of his body was wrapped in layers of waterproof fabric, leaving only his crimson eyes visible. At that moment, thunder rumbled ominously above. Rain began to fall. Luo Yan relished the rain. The water diluted his scent, offering a fleeting solace. Yet he despised it, for the rain gathered a toxic substance known as crimson venom, heightening the risk of infection and exacerbating his illness. Crimson venom emanated from the life forms known as beasts. When their blood came into contact with the air, it unleashed this toxin, manifesting as irregular red splotches on the skin and turning the eyes of its victims a deep scarlet. Once those eyes became entirely engulfed by that ominous red hue, it signified that death was near. Luo Yan, too, was afflicted. The crimson hue in his eyes was rapidly taking over his pupils. The rain pattered against the earth, igniting a pungent odor of dampness and decay. Luo Yan had long since removed the diving mask that shielded his eyes. Instead, he donned a waterproof helmet, rendering him effectively impervious to poison. With practiced ease, he navigated through the streets, passing a dilapidated hot pot restaurant and a collapsed cinema. Suddenly, he felt a burning sensation in his eyes and came to an abrupt stop. At that moment, a bewildered look crossed his face as he lost focus on his surroundings. Ahead, the street appeared shrouded in darkness. He spotted several murky figures of grayish light moving toward an intersection ahead, drawing closer into view. This curious form of sight had manifested after the beast catastrophe. Before the calamity, Luo Yan had procured an ancient manual titled Zhu Yuan Zhu from the internet. The seller claimed it was an unearthed treasure from a perilous tomb, a lost method of cultivation, a visualization technique. Luo Yan had been captivated by such pursuits and diligently practiced the exercises detailed in the manual, though initially to no discernible effect. However, post-catastrophe, he distinctly felt the so-called visualization technique begin to bear fruit. Each practice session infused him with warmth, which soon surged toward his head. Before long, he discovered he could sometimes perceive extraordinary phenomena, sensing the grayish luminescence emanating from humans, parasitic beasts, and other life forms just as he did now, allowing him to sense impending dangers in advance. Instinctively, Luo Yan softened his footsteps, silently retreating into the rear trunk of a nearby vehicle, leaving only a sliver of a gap. Moments later, several creatures, akin to large dog-sized ticks, passed by. Their bodies resembled ticks, yet their heads bore the features of wolves, with pointed snouts that protruded sharply. 4 or 5 of these creatures prowled the nearby street, pausing periodically to observe their surroundings with keen vigilance. These were wolf ticks, parasitic beings of the beasts. Over the past 2 years, Luo Yan had encountered them frequently, well aware of their acute hearing and scent for blood. They were voracious bloodsuckers, ferocious and cruel, rarely seen alone. Encountering wolf ticks was no surprise. Deep within the heart of the city, near the remnants of the former commercial center, lurked a living beast. A creature with a lamb's face and a human form, tiger-like teeth and human claws, whose cries echoed hauntingly like an infant's wail. If, during the night, one heard the cries of a baby, it was the beast luring its prey, having used those cries to ensnare unsuspecting victims more than once. After a tense moment, once the wolf ticks had passed, Luo Yan cautiously exited the truck. Shortly thereafter, He emerged from a ventilation shaft. The other end led him into a supermarket, which had largely collapsed, save for the food section, miraculously intact, which had become his secret larder. Due to the narrow entrance via the supermarket's exhaust duct, however, Luo Yan could not carry out much food at once, nor did he wish to draw attention to himself, as that could provoke unwanted scrutiny and attract danger. In these times, there were no police to maintain order. To survive, one had to rely solely on oneself. Currently, Luo Yan's waist pouch held 7 or 8 individually wrapped loaves of bread and ham sausages. Though expired, thanks to preservatives, they were still edible. Who cared about the risk of illness when survival was the ultimate priority? Having sustenance was all that mattered. As he returned, the rain ceased. Luo Yan's steps grew lighter, for the provisions he carried would sustain him for a week. At this thought, a wave of contentment washed over him. Yet happiness, alas, is fleeting. Upon reaching the intersection where he had detected the wolf ticks, Luo Yan felt the familiar heat in his eyes return. He soon noticed a somber, grayish silhouette within a collapsed bus. Without hesitation, he turned on his heel and fled. "Damn, this kid's pretty sharp," someone in the bus cursed, and a burly man burst forth. Muscular and scarred, he whistled, summoning 2 men from a nearby internet AF, each armed with knives or clubs. The 3 men formed a blockade, obstructing Luo Yan's path. Narrowing his eyes, Luo Yan drew an automatic pistol from his back, disengaging the safety while chambering around. Bending slightly at the knees, he assumed a shooting stance and began to back away. Wait, no need for hostility. Let's talk this out." The apparent leader raised his hands, forcing a smile. "I've heard young Luo is quite resourceful when it comes to finding food and medicine. Rest assured, my brothers know the rules and won't pry into those locations. We're just starving here, and seeing that bulging waist pouch of yours, we're certain you've struck gold. Why not this? Share a little of your bounty with us, and from now on, we'll follow your lead." Young Luo. As he spoke, the other 2 men subtly positioned themselves behind the leader. One man with a horse-like appearance quietly drawing a gun, intending to ambush Luo Yan under the guise of the burly man's cover. But at that moment, a glint sparked in Luo Yan's eyes. The burly man sensed the impending threat and shouted, "Get down." Bang! The gunshot rang out, echoing through the air. Despite his firm grip around the firearm, Luo Yan felt his arms lurch involuntarily, as though they might fly away. Yet, that shot found its mark. A clean hole erupted on the forehead of the horse-faced man, the back of his head exploding, showering his companion with blood, brain matter, and hair. The man instinctively recoiled in horror. Luo Yan took to his heels, rushing towards the manhole he had previously come from. As the burly man scrambled to pick up the fallen weapon of the horse-faced man, he pushed his remaining comrade, urging, "Hurry, do you want food or not?" As if awakened from a dream, the man wiped the blood from his face and followed suit. The burly man fired his weapon, but his aim was woefully poor, failing to hit Luo Yan. Luo Yan had already reached the mouth of the manhole. He immediately dove in and grasped the rope tied to the cover. With all his weight, he pulled it down. The cover slammed shut. The burly man cursed as he rushed to the side, discarding his gun, preparing to pry the manhole open. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise. Rustling. His expression shifted as he turned to see 4 or 5 wolf ticks darting toward him, their 8 legs propelling them swiftly. The burly man's face paled, and he yelled, "Young Luo, lift the manhole cover. Let us down. We were wrong. We shouldn't have crossed you. Have mercy. Give us a chance to live." Beneath the surface, Luo Yan's gaze remained serene and unwavering. Pretending not to hear the burly man's pleas, he clung to the rope, refusing to let go. He flipped over and pressed his legs against the edges of the cover, exerting all of his strength to secure it, preventing it from opening. Moments later, screams and turmoil erupted from above, drowned in curses and gunfire. Yet soon, all sounds faded away, leaving only the gurgling sound of water being drained. Luo Yan knew the wolf ticks were feasting on the blood of the 2 men. His earlier shot, even if it hadn't killed the horse-faced man, served its purpose to lure the ticks. Those creatures could not be misled by any nearby movement. The scent of blood would drive them into a frenzy, inciting them to lose their sanity, instinctively attacking their prey. As long as he drew the wolf ticks to them, the 2 men would have no hope for survival. After a while, the rainwater trickling through the manhole became tainted with a ruddy hue. Only when silence enveloped the space above did Luo Yan finally release the rope, scrambling up the ladder back to the surface. He pulled out a flashlight from his waist pouch, switched it on, and began to move forward. He traversed through a passage until he emerged above ground through another exit. He still had to make a visit to the pharmacy. He needed to find some painkillers, otherwise, the onset of crimson venom would be unbearably excruciating. While en route to his destination, the ground trembled. A beast was stirring. Luo Yan hastily sought refuge in a shoe store. Moments later, instead of encountering a beast, he beheld a convoy. The caravan comprised 3 heavy-duty trucks, monstrous vehicles so colossal they could be labeled monsters, their trailers as large as a small building, concealing who knew what within. Each wheel towered over him, and climbing into the driver's seat would require ascending nearly 2 meters. The vibrations in the earth were undeniably attributed to these behemoths. Alongside these formidable trucks were armored vehicles adorned with antennas and radars, as well as numerous off-road vehicles armed with heavy machine guns. This was an army. A surge of excitement coursed through Luo Yan. An army implied organization. Where there is organization, perhaps there exists an antidote for crimson venom. Luo Yan refused to succumb to death. He understood that time was slipping away, and he might have at most 6 months left, possibly even less. The convoy thundered onward beside him. An armored vehicle equipped with substantial metallic shielding led the way, driving deeper into the city's heart. Luo Yan quickly fell into step behind them. Fortunately, the city, once renowned as the Flower City, was now strewn with obstacles, significantly hindering the convoy's progress. Otherwise, he doubted his ability to maintain pace. Looking toward the direction the convoy headed, Luo Yan boldly speculated that they aimed for the city center, particularly the vicinity of the Galactic Stadium. But that place housed a lurking beast. What on earth did they intend to do there? Was it to slay the beast? Luo Yan could hardly fathom it. After the beast catastrophe, the survivors of Flower City had all taken refuge underground. The lamb-faced, human-bodied beast nested within the Galactic Stadium, and it was whispered that so long as one avoided that area, they would remain safe. Of course, the threats within the city extended beyond that singular beast. Numerous parasites roamed throughout, spawned by the beasts. Yet, the survivors still hesitated to leave the city, for beyond its boundaries lay far worse circumstances. In the absence of long-range transportation, encountering a beast parasite or colliding head-on with a beast outside the city would render survival nearly impossible. Luo Yan shook his head, endeavoring to sharpen his focus. Utilizing his extraordinary vision, he tracked the grayish orbs of life trailing the convoy. At that moment, he caught sight of an intersection on the left side of the street ahead, teeming with dense clusters of grayish lightened assembly of beast parasites. Suddenly, a dilemma arose in his mind: to pursue or to retreat. Following them might lead to his demise, yet it also presented a potential opportunity for the antidote. Retreating would provide an immediate reprieve, but at the cost of future chances. In an instant, Luo Yan reached his conclusion. Before a fierce tiger, no chasm shall halt my stride. His gaze steeled in determination. He did not waver, but rather quickened his pace. As he closed the distance to the convoy, gunfire erupted suddenly. Bang! 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 The deafening sound of gunfire startled Luo Yan, who immediately dropped to the ground, seeking refuge. Then, he witnessed an unfathomable sight. Countless parasites surged from the streets, emerging from gaps in buildings and window frames, and crawling beneath automobile chassis. They converged into a tidal wave of darkness, rushing toward the convoy. The high-caliber guns mounted on the off-road vehicles unleashed a storm of fire. The acrid scent of gunpowder saturated the air. The mass of parasites struggled against the onslaught of bullets, some being blown into the air, torn apart mid-flight. Just then, a few parasites resembling mites but bearing human faces leapt onto one of the monstrous trucks. These were face mites, a type of parasite linked to beasts. Such creatures were tenacious. Once they latched onto a target, they would anchor themselves with sharp, barbed limbs. Then, they would exude a potent biological acid, capable of dissolving a living human in about 10 seconds. Numerous face mites clustered onto the truck's trailer, hastily releasing their acid to corrode its structure. However, the convoy appeared well prepared. Suddenly, a dense fog erupted around the perimeter of the heavy trucks. As the fog dissipated, the parasites clinging to the trailer froze and plummeted to the ground. Luo Yan inhaled sharply at the sight, feeling grateful for his prudence. Otherwise, he too might have been frozen solid. Suddenly, he noticed a rear truck in the convoy had sustained an irregular breach, the surrounding parasites mostly annihilated. An opportunity had arisen. Luo Yan, suppressing his urge, patiently bided his time until the 2 lead vehicles cleared the remaining parasites before charging forth. He navigated through littered remnants of dead parasites, reaching the slowly trudging truck. With a powerful leap, he grabbed the collision bar, which hung 2 meters above the ground, and climbed up. As he prepared to slip through the opening, a shadow lunged toward him from below. It was a face might. Luo Yan beheld the creature, its soft abdomen reminiscent of a sponge, flailing wildly with multiple limbs. A flash of cold light flickered in Luo Yan's crimson gaze. He hurled his dagger with all his might. The blade sliced through the air, piercing the face might's soft belly, and causing it to screech as it hit the ground. Luo Yan wasted no time, swiftly climbing in and penetrating the truck's interior. Upon entry, he was momentarily disoriented, overwhelmed by a blur of indistinct shapes. His heart raced fiercely, giving rise to queer sensations before he suddenly collapsed. Fortunately, the truck's interior was devoid of anyone. Otherwise, the noise might have drawn undue attention. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, discovering a space larger than he had anticipated. Ahead lay a colossal object concealed under a waterproof tarp, tied down with ropes to prevent it from being dislodged. Luo Yan hurriedly concealed himself. Just as he reveled in his success, an ear-piercing alarm erupted within the trailer. Luo Yan initially feared he had been discovered. However, the broadcast resonated. Attention! Attention! Spatial waves have reached critical thresholds. The Yin floating space will activate in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Yin floating space activated. Beasts will be deployed. Initiate level 1 combat readiness. All mech transport pods unfolding. Mechs ready for activation. Chapter 2. Yinfu Mecha? They have created mechas? When Luo Yan heard the broadcast, he thought he must have misheard. After all, such things had only been seen in movies before. That moment, the truck compartment he was in began to hum. And the ceiling suddenly split apart. Through the opened compartment, Luo Yan caught a glimpse of the sky. Above, at an unfathomable height, a black silhouette darted about, resembling a branched it abruptly expanded, tearing open a rift, peering into the rift. He found an indescribable, abstract world beyond comprehension, in a dimension that transcended reality. Countless shadows flitted about, and soon a flat, ever-changing shadow approached the rift. It seemed to be drawn out by some invisible force. Gradually seeping through the branch-like fissure, Luo Yan was not unfamiliar with this phenomenon. On the day the beast calamity erupted, countless branch-like rifts appeared in the firmament, more numerous and denser. They shrouded the sky, intertwining to form a vast, despair-inducing canopy, one by one. The colossal beasts descended from those shadows akin to canopies, emerging from that unknown realm. Because the shape of that otherworldly space resembled a gigantic tree overshadowing everything, it was officially named the Yinfu space. As the Long Agama Sutra states, in Yinfu, there is a great tree king named Yinfu, surrounding 7 yojanas, standing 100 yojanas tall. How fitting! At this moment, the compartment had fully opened. He hastily crawled into the waterproof tarp. Meanwhile, the broadcast inside the compartment continued to blare. The spatial boundary had been breached. The beast was about to unfold in 3 dimensions. Detected blue energy spectrum, beginning to match with database. Matching complete. Confirmed deployed beast Islilita. Level, lower tier 2. Type, insectoid. Characteristics, great strength, adept at charging. As the broadcast echoed, the ropes securing the waterproof tarp began to snap open one after another. With the front panel of the compartment rising, the tarp, resembling a colossal screen, fell away. Luo Yan quickly scrambled out. Otherwise, he would be trapped beneath it, potentially suffocating. When he finally emerged from the tarp, he suddenly realized a massive shadow loomed over him. Luo Yan whipped around. The rising base of the compartment now served as a stabilizing support. It lifted a giant. Its silver-white coating, scarred and battered, began to hum as its engine activated, emanating a ghostly blue glow. Broad shoulders and thick arms, all forged from some alloy unknown to Luo Yan. Mecha? There truly are mechas. At that moment, Luo Yan's gaze was abruptly lifted. The world spun, and as he crashed back onto the compartment's floor, he realized he had been jolted off balance. He saw in the distance several buildings trembling, raising clouds of dust, and slowly yet resolutely leaning to collapse. The broadcast in the compartment continued. The beast has landed. Repeating, the beast has landed. Li is beginning to move. Based on its trajectory, it will reach the Galactic Stadium in 2 minutes. Outside, a cacophony erupted. Our Yin realized he could no longer remain there. He had to leave. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Civilians! Civilians found in transport compartment 3. Luo Yan immediately lunged toward the compartment's exit. "Stop! Don't move, or we will fire." The voice came from behind. Our Yin had no choice but to halt. These individuals were not mere scavengers but professionally trained soldiers. He was certain they wouldn't miss their shots. They would simply blow his brains out. He quickly raised his hands. "Get down. Put your hands where I can see them." Luo Yan complied. Soon, his arms were twisted behind him, and he was hoisted up. It was then that he noticed 2 fully armed soldiers clad in dark battle armor had appeared beside him. "What are you doing?" A voice expressed dissatisfaction. "How could a civilian get onto the transport vehicle? Quickly take him down." "I need to activate the mecha." Our Yin saw a man, dressed similarly to a diver but adorned with numerous circular sensors, glaring at him with a sullen expression. His brown eyes swept over Luo Yan, filled with disdain, even disgust. "Yes, Yang Rong, the pilot. We will take him away immediately," a soldier responded, roughly shoving Luo Yan off the compartment. Luo Yan fell from the 2-meter-high compartment, landing hard. Just then, the compartment erupted with the roar of machinery. Suddenly, the overhead darkened. A colossal foot loomed over Luo Yan. He could see the intricate framework and complex machinery beneath this foot. Luo Yan quickly rolled to the side, but the foot shifted slightly and crashed down heavily onto the ground, causing the heavy truck to shudder. Then, the giant within the compartment stood up. Due to the backlight, Luo Yan couldn't see the full visage of the mecha. Yet, the roar of the engine and the weighty metallic presence bore an unprecedented pressure upon him. The broadcast continued. "Captain Dijong and pilot Kai Hua have proceeded to the stadium. Yang Rong, please remain on standby." At this moment, Luo Yan was hoisted up by 2 soldiers. They brought him to an off-road vehicle. The soldiers didn't torment him, or rather, the convoy was currently too preoccupied to quibble with Luo Yan. A mere civilian. However, several glaring gun barrels were nearby, leaving Luo Yan no choice but to refrain from fleeing. Suddenly, from the distance of the city, from the direction of the stadium, a deep, resonant howl echoed. Luo Yan looked and beheld the galactic stadium collapsing as if it were a toppled stack of blocks. The earth shook violently. Faintly, the roars of beasts could be heard. Then the convoy's broadcast blared. "Attention! The beastly Li is approaching the convoy." Upon hearing this broadcast, the silver-white mecha piloted by Yang Rong took a few steps forward, drawing a heavy, technologically advanced, silver-coated rifle from its back. Our Yin heard a soldier beside him whisper, "It's merely a lower tier 2 beast. Yang Rong alone can handle it." Simultaneously, Luo Yan noticed a cloud of dust billowing forth. Through the haze, a beast resembling a wild boar, one-eyed, with tough, thick skin, charged toward them. Suddenly, Luo Yan felt a searing heat in his eyes. In his field of vision, aside from the gray light representing Li, there was another grayish glow behind the beast. Luo Yan instantly understood that Li was not approaching the convoy. Rather, something was pursuing it. "There was another one!" Luo Yan shouted. "There's another beast." No one paid him any mind, or perhaps everyone was too captivated by the beast known as Li to heed Luo Yan. Just then, from the smoke behind Li, a similar gigantic shadow leapt forth, long and lean, with a head resembling that of a goat. Its 2 twisted black horns adorned with mysterious patterns. It possessed a human-like body, yet its skin was dark blue. Thick and wrinkled. It spread its arms wide, and on its 2 human-like hands, claws glinted with a metallic sheen under the sun. It seized Li in an instant. The rampaging beast, now burdened by the goat-headed creature, stumbled and fell to the ground as if it had lost all strength. The creature deftly flipped over and swiftly pounced again. Its mouth gaped wide, revealing a maw filled with canine teeth, and it bit down on Li's neck, savagely tearing and gnawing. Li was brutally devoured, the scene gruesome, leaving Luo Yan's mind blanked. It was only when the convoy's broadcast suddenly blared that Luo Yan snapped back to reality. "Orange spectrum. It's an orange spectrum. Immediately match with the database. Matching complete. Attention, this is Tao Tai, level. Intermediate tier 3. Type. Insectoid. Characteristics. Energy absorption, veracity, rapid movement, invisibility. Weakness lies between its legs." Seemingly drawn by the broadcast, the beast known as Tao Tai halted nearby. Turning to face the convoy, The two small eyes on either side of its goat-like head narrowed to slits. Then it charged forward with incredible speed. The convoy's sole silver mecha stepped forward. Its technologically advanced rifle aimed at the beast. Fire, bang, bang, bang. The thunderous gunfire echoed like a tempest. Golden yellow casings, each the size of an oil barrel, continuously clattered to the ground. Though hollow, their impact was still astonishing. One of the casings even rolled beside Luo Yan's off-road vehicle. Accompanying the ejection of the casings, streams of orange-red fire raced forth from the silver rifle, leaving trails of scars in the air as they hurtled toward the beast. Cao Tai abruptly stopped. Its massive mouth opened wide, inhaling forcefully. The fiery trails racing towards it twisted and vanished into the beast's MW. In an instant, the rifle's magazine was emptied, and the firing ceased. Cao Tai closed its mouth, swallowing every bullet whole. This is veracity, bang. A magazine, nearly the size of an off-road vehicle, fell to the ground, and the mecha swiftly replaced it with a new one. But by the time the magazine was ready, there was no trace of Cao Tai in sight. It had gone invisible. Luo Yan's eyes burned with intensity. The world around him dimmed. Just to the left of the humanoid machine, he glimpsed a slender gray shadow stirring. It's to your left, Luo Yan pointed toward the mecha's left side. Unfortunately, the pilot inside the mecha couldn't hear his warning. Boom. Suddenly, the silver mecha was struck hard, stumbling backward. With each step taken, the earth and stones shattered and flew in all directions. A colossal shadow enveloped Luo Yan and the off-road vehicle. He could no longer afford to hesitate. With a resounding shout, he hurled himself to the ground. Behind him, the off-road vehicle was crushed and flattened beneath the weight of the giant mech. As if it were a mere toy, the mech continued to slide backward. When it finally came to a halt, the fearsome beast Cao Tai had silently appeared to its right. Its goat-like head opened its mouth wide. And from that dark abyss, the fiery lines it had just consumed erupted forth once more. They swept across the ground, cutting through the mech's left knee joint and several off-road vehicles in a dense barrage. Boom! The mech's knee exploded, orange flames spewing forth, as enormous shards of armor flew in all directions. This caused the silver giant to kneel on one knee. Seizing the opportunity, Cao Tai lunged forward, nimbly landing on the mech. Spinning around and delivering a powerful kick, bang! With a muffled thud, the outer armor of the mech's chest engine caved in, electricity arcing from its upper body as the giant groaned and fell to the ground. The earth trembled violently, toppling countless buildings. The broadcast crackled to life once more. The pilot was unconscious. The resonance system had lost connection. The ejection hatch was malfunctioning, rendering the escape pod inoperable. Commander Di Zheng was on his way back. Amidst the cacophony of sounds, Luo Yan felt a persistent ringing in his ears. He shook his head and stood up. Suddenly, a chill crept down his spine. Luo Yan slowly turned around. He saw Cao Tai crouched on the ground, gradually rising to its feet. Throughout this entire process, the four small eyes on its goat-like head remained fixated on Luo Yan. An overwhelming sense of fear and despair surged within him. Am I to perish here? Just then, he seemed to hear a powerful heartbeat. Thump. His vision was suddenly replaced by a haze of light and shadow. Within that light, Luo Yan faintly glimpsed the burning earth. He saw countless beasts and figures wielding weapons, unleashing lightning and thunder as they battled those creatures. Then, he heard voices, words in a language he did not recognize, yet he understood some of them. Rise, fight. He seemed to see a blood-soaked figure rising once more. Roaring as it charged at a beast, it was a scene of tragic grandeur, desolation, and indomitable spirit. A surge of fervor welled up in his heart. In that instant, Luo Yan could no longer distinguish whether it was himself or another he was witnessing. His vision returned to clarity. He saw Cao Tai, now towering above him, raising its foot as if to crush him like an ant. I am not an insect. I shall not die here. Absolutely not, Luo Yan roared, extending his hand towards the descending foot, as if to brace against Cao Tai's attack, evoking a sense of overreaching in all who beheld the scene. Just as Cao Tai's foot was about to flatten Luo Yan, suddenly, with a resounding crash, Cao Tai was thrust aside. A massive silver figure surged into view. The mech, the once fallen silver giant, now emanated a blue light from its eyes and charged forward, colliding with the beast. The broadcast crackled back to life. The resonance system was online. This signal is not from pilot Yang Rong. What is this external signal? How did it connect to the system? For Luo Yan at that moment, the voices from the broadcast, Tao Ye's roars, and the gasps of the onlookers faded into the background. He gazed at Tao Tai from below, yet in his mind, he possessed another perspective. One that was level. Tao Tai flipped over, concealing itself, and lunged at the mech. Luo Yan's eyes burned with intensity. In his extraordinary vision, he saw the gray light representing the giant beast. He shouted, turning to extend his arm. The mech beside him mirrored the action. The mech reached out, grasping tightly, seizing something. In the next moment, Tao Ye's form materialized in midair, its neck caught in the mech's grip. Luo Yan raised his right hand, feeling as if he held a rifle. He sensed an unbreakable bond with the mech. He was the mech. Nearby soldiers witnessed the silver mech aiming the rifle between Tao Ye's legs, targeting its weak point. Fire! Bang, 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 bang. Enormous cartridges clattered to the ground. This time, as the orange-red lines erupted from the barrel, they struck Tao Tai, battering its form. The humanoid giant beast, ensnared by the mech, leaped and thrashed. Bulging sacs formed on its hindquarters. Moments later, a fiery line erupted from Tao Ye's rear, followed by an onslaught of fire. Line after line of flames tore Tao Ye's body in half. The lower half, still attached to its legs, tumbled to the ground, while the upper half hung limply, revealing a deep gray spine. The mech raised its rifle again, pressing it against Tao Ye's chest to shoot. Unfortunately, after only a few shots, the magazine ran dry. Luo Yan's left hand slammed down against the ground. The mech mirrored the motion, forcefully slamming the half-remaining Tao Tai onto the earth. Then, reversing the rifle, he gripped the searing barrel with both hands, using the stock to smash repeatedly against Tao Ye's goat-like face. Again and again. The soldiers watched in horror as the frenzied mech brutally distorted Tao Ye's head. Blood splattered continuously, and its fangs fell one after another. In the end, one of Tao Ye's 4 tiny eyes was crushed out, dangling from the already deformed side of its face. At that moment, the broadcast crackled back to life. It has vanished. Tao Ye's energy spectrum has dissipated. It is dead. Ordinarily, the soldiers would have erupted into cheers. Yet now, they stepped back, little by little. The silver giant continued its onslaught. Only when Tao Ye's head had been pulverized into fragments did the mech finally cease its assault. At that point, the blue light in the mech's eyes dimmed and faded away. Simultaneously, Luo Yan felt as if all strength had drained from him. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. The now deformed rifle remained lodged at an angle within Tao Ye's head, resembling an unyielding battle flag. This scene was witnessed by a newly arrived mech, agile in design, adorned in a theme of red and blue armor. Note: Luo, also meaning bear, refers to one of the 5 insects in ancient times, collectively known as animals devoid of feathered, scaly armor. Chapter 3. The born resonator. Luo Yan appeared dazed. Still not fully recovered, he had lost track of time when he vaguely heard someone speaking. "Hey, kid. What's your name? I'm asking you a question." Luo Yan looked up in confusion to see several individuals standing beside him, warriors clad in dark armor, and one man dressed in attire reminiscent of a diving suit, equipped with sensors. This was a middle-aged man, his features sharp and his demeanor stern. He spoke. "This child has yet to recover from the resonance. Take him to the medical vehicle and have a doctor examine him." "Yes, Commander D." Several soldiers approached, 2 of whom lifted Luo Yan and carried him away. Compared to before, their movements were noticeably gentler. The man referred to as Commander D turned to glance at the nearby silver mech before swiftly entering an armored vehicle. The soldiers inside the armored vehicle all stood and saluted. "Good day, Commander D." Commander D gestured and said, "Replay the footage of the White Dragon battle for me." Soon, he observed on the screen a scene wherein Luo Yan performed various actions on the ground, and the silver mech, designated White Dragon, mirrored those actions flawlessly. "Commander Dijong, he appears to be a born resonator, just like you," a nearby soldier quietly remarked. Commander Dijong nodded. To interface with the resonance system without training is indeed indicative of a born resonator. It seems he is more suited for White Dragon than Yangrong. Once he recovers, I will inquire about his intentions. If he agrees, we will take him back to the underground city. No. A voice rang out forcefully. Dijong turned to see a figure emerging from the armored vehicle. It was the black-haired, brown-eyed pilot Yangrong. He had just exited the mech and arrived at the command vehicle when he overheard Dijong's words. Without a moment's hesitation, he interjected. Di Zhang regarded him with indifference. Yang Rong, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "Commander, we cannot allow an unknown boy to go to the underground city. Moreover, he bears the crimson poison. His eyes are red, and he is on the brink of death. In short, he holds no value." Di Zhang replied coolly, "Are you finished? If so, kindly leave. This is not a place for you." Yang Rong's eyes brimmed with intense resentment as he contemplated retorting, but Di Zhang's calm voice cut through. "Do I need to repeat myself?" Yang Rong dared not defy him further. He lowered his head and exited the armored vehicle. As he made his way to his own resting vehicle, he felt the weight of judgmental gazes upon him. Yet what troubled him most was Di Zhang's remark, "He is more suited than Yang Rong." "No, absolutely not. I refuse to accept this." A murderous glint flickered in Yang Rong's eyes. In the medical vehicle. After a series of examinations, Luo Yan finally regained consciousness, though he remained quite weak. However, upon seeing the nurse preparing to administer an injection, he instinctively leaped up in resistance. That moment, a voice interjected. "Sit down, you have the crimson poison. Your constitution is weak. You just resonated with White Dragon, and your vitality is depleted. This injection will bolster your energy and alleviate the crimson poison. Rest assured, it will not cost you your life." Luo Yan then noticed the man referred to as Commander D entering the vehicle. "I am Di Zhang, Commander of the Ground Exploration Corps. What is your name?" Luo Yan hesitated briefly before hoarsely responding, "My name is Luo Yan." At that moment, the nurse administered the injection, and under the doctor's guidance, temporarily exited the vehicle, leaving Luo Yan alone with Commander D. Di Zhang drew a chair and seated himself, saying, "We hail from an underground city. Constructed prior to the Great Beast catastrophe. It boasts comprehensive living facilities, housing 50,000 inhabitants who work and reside there. You are a natural resonator, capable of sharing sensory experiences with mechas without the aid of instruments. As a born mecha pilot, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join us in the underground city. However, it is important to note that you lack training and common knowledge. Upon your arrival, you will be required to undergo 3 years of study. As a mecha pilot, you will enjoy numerous benefits, one of which includes the treatment of your crimson toxin. So, what say you? Are you willing?" Luo Yan's heart raced, confirming his earlier suspicions. These individuals indeed possessed the means to cure the crimson toxin. This alone made it impossible for him to refuse, especially as he yearned to seek his family. Yet, burdened by the crimson toxin and devoid of weapons, he had been forced to merely survive in this city, unable to move freely now. At last, he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. But before he could respond, Di Zhang continued. "However, I must caution you. Although my recommendation will grant you entry into the underground city and the Mecha Training Academy, this will place you and me on the same side. Regardless of your willingness, others will perceive you as such. For various reasons, I have many enemies in the underground city. If you agree, you will gain opportunities while simultaneously acquiring some adversaries." Upon hearing Di Zhang's words, Luo Yan hesitated no longer. "I am willing that I wish to live. Moreover, I do not fear making enemies." He had faced and slain numerous foes on the surface over the past 3 years. Furthermore, he understood the adage that there is no such thing as a free lunch. To seize the chance to survive, one must inevitably pay a price. The leader of this exploration team was forthright, which instilled a sense of trust in him. Di Zhang's expression remained icy as he nodded. "Very well, you should rest. We will return tomorrow." That afternoon, the third mecha finally arrived, accompanied by a truck. The truck's cargo held an unknown load. Securely wrapped in waterproof cloth, it appeared to have been retrieved from the lair of the voracious beast at the Galaxy Sports Arena. Piquing Luo Yan's curiosity as he sat on a low stone by the vehicle, night fell swiftly. A strikingly beautiful woman in uniform approached Luo Yan with a smile, placing several cans of food before him. "Child, these are for you," she said. Luo Yan glanced at her, remaining silent. Over the years, he had learned one lesson. Never accept food from strangers. Additionally, the prettier the woman, the more dangerous she could be. Seeing Luo Yan unmoved, the woman huffed and sat down beside him, her alluring fragrance wafting toward him. "What is the matter, child? Are you afraid I might harm you? Had I known, I wouldn't have come personally to be the way. Tell me, how did you operate Bai Long?" Luo Yan looked up, revealing a questioning gaze. "Bai Long? The mecha piloted by Yang Rong," she replied. "Oh." Luo Yan fell silent again, unsure of how he managed to operate it. He speculated it might be related to being a natural resonator, as Di Zheng had mentioned. Noticing Luo Yan's cold demeanor, the woman huffed again and departed. After she left, Luo Yan opened a can. The rich aroma of meat stirred his appetite, but he restrained himself, carelessly spilling the contents on the ground nearby. At that moment, several wild dogs cautiously approached. Luo Yan feigned ignorance. The bold dogs rushed forward, eager to devour the meat on the ground. Luo Yan took out the bread he had brought and ate quietly. Suddenly, he heard the wild dogs howling in distress. Turning, he saw them collapsing, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. He squinted, thinking, "You foolish creatures." Utterly unaware of the danger of women. "You deserve to die," he chuckled darkly, considering the outcome of his actions. With Yang Rong's promise of foundational visualization techniques, if he could awaken his potential, he might gain entry to the Mecha Academy. No longer needing to mind others' opinions, the beautiful woman, lost in her own thoughts, felt a sense of self-satisfaction as she retreated into her personal tent. Late into the night, as the woman dozed, she suddenly felt a tightness in her throat. Nearly choking, she jolted awake to see a shadow looming beside her. "If you dare to scream, I will kill you immediately," the shadow warned. A chill swept over her as she felt a sharp pain on her skin. Realizing her flesh was being sliced open, she nodded hastily, too fearful to retort. The shadow then asked, "Why did you give me poisonous canned meat?" In an instant, she recognized her assailant. Luo Yan, that seemingly insignificant child, had dared to intrude into her tent. He was alive. He had not eaten the canned meat. How could this be? Wasn't it true that these surface survivors would stuff anything edible into their mouths without a second thought? After a moment of panic, the woman's eyes darted. She dared not betray Yang Rong, so she whispered, "What poison? You must be mistaken." Luo Yan grabbed one of the cans, opened it, and forced it toward her mouth, ready to pour its contents down her throat. The woman, taken aback by his ruthlessness, hurriedly exclaimed, "I'll tell you. It was Yang Rong. Yang Ji sure made me do it." At the mention of Yang Rong, an image of the brooding pilot flashed through Luo Yan's mind. Good that he released his grip. The woman, having narrowly escaped death, relaxed a bit. However, her mind began to swirl with malevolent thoughts and various schemes to eliminate Luo Yan. Just then, a rich, savory artificial meat slid into her mouth, along with a torrent of meat juice. Luo Yan poured the contents of the can into her mouth, then pressed down firmly on her lips. The woman struggled desperately, her eyes bulging in terror. But ultimately, she succumbed, frothing at the mouth. She was dead. Luo Yan retrieved a sharp piece of metal and sliced open her arterial vein, collecting her blood in the emptied can before quietly departing. He left the convoy, leaving a trail of her blood behind. Before long, a pack of wolves, drawn by the scent, charged into the convoy and into the woman's tent. This commotion alerted the soldiers, leading to a brief skirmish. The wolves were swiftly dispatched, but the woman had unfortunately been torn apart by them. Witnessing this scene, Luo Yan inhaled the cool night air deeply before returning to his assigned tent. The following day, the convoy set off, quickly leaving Flower City behind as they journeyed northward. By evening, they paused beneath a large bridge to rest. 3 trucks laden with mechas opened their cargo holds, and maintenance personnel began routine upkeep. Each pilot cherished their mecha like a precious jewel, keeping a watchful eye during the maintenance. Yang Rong was no exception, and his mood was foul as he glared at the repair crew. "Be careful. If you damage it, you'll be the one to suffer the consequences." "Are you an idiot? Who told you to use lubricant like that?" Luo Yan sat nearby, watching as the truck's floor elevated, hoisting the mecha's upper half. Yang Rong stood beneath the mecha, gesturing and directing. Occasionally, he cast glances at Luo Yan, his expression dark. Ignoring him, Luo Yan shut his eyes, seeking the sensations of the previous day. Soon, he once again heard the powerful heartbeat, as if the mecha were a living entity rather than a mere metallic construct. In that moment, Luo Yan forged a connection with the mecha, achieving resonance. Below his eye corner, Yang Rong's figure materialized. Luo Yan abruptly shook himself on the heavy truck, by long suddenly tilted, snapping several securing cables and tumbling to the ground. Just as Yang Rong turned to depart, he failed to notice the unfolding scene, but the startled shouts of the repair workers alerted him. A massive shadow loomed over him. Bang! The mecha crashed heavily to the ground, blood oozing from beneath its silvery armor. The camp fell silent for a moment before chaos erupted. Another pilot, commanding a pitch-black mecha, rushed over to assist. Yet, when Bai Long was righted, all that remained was a pool of Yang Rong's blood. Luo Yan took out the last piece of bread he had salvaged from the dog den and took a bite. Delicious. Chapter 4. Entrance examination. In the wake of Yang Rong's death, the camp was thrown into disarray. Throughout the entire episode, Luo Yan remained silent, quietly eating and observing, as if he were an outsider. Ultimately, this incident was labeled an accident. Luo Yan prepared himself for the possibility of being suspected by Dijong. That night, he set up a few alarms within his tent, ready to flee at a moment's notice. However, the night passed without incident. The following day, the convoy resumed its journey. They encountered beasts and parasitic swarms, but were repelled by Captain Dijong and another mecha pilot. Luo Yan witnessed the entire battle. Captain Dijong's mecha, primarily colored in red and blue and dubbed Blue Edge, moved with remarkable agility, executing astonishing high-speed maneuvers. Luo Yan overheard nearby soldiers marveling that this was a manifestation of Captain Dijong's divine concealment. Windwalker. What was divine concealment? Luo Yan did not know, nor did he inquire. If he successfully entered the underground city, he would learn all that he needed in due time. There was no need to rush. Once the battle concluded, some convoy members donned protective gear and busied themselves dissecting the beast carcasses, collecting blood, retrieving organs, and stripping scales or claws. They meticulously sorted and stored these materials. Luo Yan recalled that just days prior in Flower City, they had similarly dissected the corpses of the voracious beast and raccoon power. He wondered whether the recovery of these giant beasts' organs and blood served a research purpose or had other applications. In the ensuing days, the convoy encountered colossal beasts almost daily. This corroborated the accounts of the survivors from years past. The wilderness beyond the city had become increasingly inhospitable, transforming into a veritable paradise for these titanic creatures. After several days, Luo Yan observed a peculiar phenomenon. The beasts that attacked the convoy seemed singularly focused on a particular truck. This truck was laden with mysterious artifacts procured from the lair of Tao Tiao. Was it possible that Tao Tiao remained in the city center? Drawn by these enigmatic items? This notion was confirmed one fateful day. As the convoy traversed a fractured highway, they were suddenly beset by a monstrous assault. A gigantic bird known as Chu Ru descended from the heavens. This creature, with its white crest, 3 legs, and human-like visage, stirred a tempest that overturned the truck, causing the waterproof tarpaulin to spill its contents. Luo Yan's eyes widened as he beheld a deep black crystal, approximately 7 to 8 meters long, resembling an artificial mountain. Within it, there appeared to be a pulsating essence, occasionally coalescing into grotesque, snarling faces of wild beasts. The Chu Ru flapped its enormous wings, attempting to seize the peculiar stone with its 3 crimson claws, but was thwarted by Lan Feng and another entirely black machine. During the skirmish, the strange stone was caught in the crossfire and shattered in half. Luo Yan observed distinctly as the ebony crystal fragmented, sending shards flying, among which a white rainbow arced above him, imbued with a sense of sanctity, descending into the distant fields. Luo Yan felt a strange curiosity. How could such a seemingly sinister object be paired with an aura of purity? Noting that the battle raged on, he seized the opportunity to rush toward the site where the white rainbow had fallen, eager to uncover the truth. As he moved away from the highway and approached the vicinity, he witnessed a patch of grass rapidly flourishing, wildflowers bursting forth in vibrant bloom, as if infused with boundless vitality. This floral spectacle stood in stark contrast to the desiccated vegetation nearby. Luo Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he plunged into the freshly sprouted thicket. Searching fervently, eventually, he unearthed a white, diamond-shaped object. Upon picking it up, he felt its smoothness akin to that of fine white jade, exuding a gentle coolness, as he toyed with it, intending to stow it away for further examination. It suddenly emitted a soft, radiant light from within it. Then, a pattern resembling the Taiji Bagua emerged, causing the diamond-shaped white jade to become ethereal, losing its tangible form and leaving only a luminous aura enveloping the peculiar symbol. In an instant, it darted into the space between Luo Yan's brows. He was momentarily stunned, and then a jolt of alarm surged through him. This object had flown forth from the black stone. Who could fathom its nature? As it entered his body, he wondered what repercussions it might entail. Yet, After a brief interval, Luo Yan discerned no abnormalities, which afforded him a modicum of relief. By this time, the battle on the highway had concluded. The Churu, having sustained injuries, fled the scene, while Captain Dijong was directing the soldiers to recover the peculiar stone and its fragments. From a passing soldier, Luo Yan overheard the term Yu'in, seemingly referring to the strange stone. It appeared that the convoy had prior knowledge of its significance and was likely drawn there specifically for this Yu'in. As Luo Yan watched Lan Feng approach the transport vehicle, he pondered whether he should inquire with Dijong about the white jade stone. However, he hesitated, concerned that having absorbed the jade might render him a subject of experimentation for the underground city. Ultimately, he dismissed the thought. The convoy continued its northward journey. A week after departing Flower City, they arrived at a vast lake region. Upon reaching the lake shore, they were astonished to witness a tunnel emerging from the water, connecting to the bank. Who would have imagined that the entrance to the underground city lay submerged in the lake? The convoy ventured into the tunnel, delving deeper. Approximately half an hour later, Luo Yan peered out the window to behold a colossal subterranean expanse, nearly capable of accommodating an entire city. Within this immense space, he observed trains weaving between skyscrapers, stopping alongside their towering facades. Enormous objects resembling pipes connected the ground to the ceiling, potentially extending up to the surface. Their purpose unknown, as the convoy descended along the elevated roadway, Luo Yan gradually perceived that this city bore little distinction from those above prior to the beast calamity. The only notable difference was that atop the high-rise buildings were strategically positioned gun emplacements. On the roadways, tanks and armored vehicles occasionally passed by. This was Guangling City, one of the 18 northern cities still under construction. However, due to the beast calamity, the timeline for its completion would far exceed that of the cities that had been preemptively established. At an indeterminate moment, Dijong arrived, standing beside Luo Yan, and offered a brief introduction. He then remarked, "You are fortunate. Today happens to be the recruitment day for the Mecha Training Academy. I have already enrolled you. However, enrollment does not guarantee admission. The Academy's recruitment process is exceedingly stringent, featuring an entrance examination, known as the E. Whether you can pass this examination and gain entry into the Academy depends solely on your own capabilities. Should you fail to be admitted, you will be sent back to the surface." Luo Yan nodded in acknowledgement. Dijong regarded him and added, "In a moment, I will have Shaoli escort you to the Academy. If fortune smiles upon you and you gain admission, I advise you not to immediately exchange your credits for the Chidu antidote. Instead, you may wish to periodically redeem some alleviating agents. These can mitigate your condition, allowing you to participate in various training sessions without exacerbating your ailment. The credits you save should be used to acquire cultivation resources, enabling you to enhance your strength swiftly and thereby secure greater privileges and resources." Credits? Cultivation resources? Luo Yan felt quite bewildered but made a mental note of Dijong's words. Dijong cast another glance at him and continued. "Additionally, the Academy, or rather the underground city, operates differently from the surface. Here, there is still order, so you must temper your wildness. In simple terms, you cannot kill indiscriminately as you might on the surface." Luo Yan hoarsely queried, "But what if someone wishes to kill me?" "Typically, such situations do not occur." Dijong replied with unwavering certainty. "However, if they do, you may act preemptively. I will provide you with certain protection, but if you abuse my protection, I will be the first to eliminate you." With a meaningful glance at Luo Yan, the stoic captain departed. Shortly thereafter, the convoy reached the surface, where one of Dijong's guards drove Luo Yan to the academy. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the 100 Battles Mecha Training Academy, where a throng of new students was gathered. Queuing to register for entry, however, Luo Yan's vehicle was granted direct access. Upon entering the campus, he beheld a stone tablet, inscribed with 4 powerful characters, Jian Ji Tiannan. A palpable aura of martial aggression emanated from the inscription. Finally, the vehicle halted outside a conference hall. The soldier Shaoli remarked, "You go inside first. I will retrieve Captain D's recommendation letter from the Academic Affairs Office and return shortly." "All right," Luo Yan nodded. Disembarking alone and entering the hall, inside, he found a considerable number of individuals, predominantly young people aged 17 or 18, with males outnumbering females. Luo Yan glanced around and instinctively sought a corner to wait. "Move aside, don't block the way." Suddenly, a gust of wind brushed past him from behind. He instinctively sidestepped. narrowly avoiding a large hand aimed at his head. Acting on reflex, Luo Yan seized the hand, intending to twist it. But recalling Di Zheng's earlier admonition, he altered his intent to a shove, sending a stout figure sprawling to the ground with a resounding thud. The sound drew immediate attention, and many eyes turned towards the scene. First, they landed on the fallen individual, then shifted to Luo Yan, eliciting murmurs of surprise. The new students in the hall were all well-dressed, clean, and orderly, in stark contrast to Luo Yan, who remained clad in his tattered attire. At that moment, the individual on the floor bellowed as he rose, towering over Luo Yan by a head. His shoulders broad yet seemingly soft. Blood trickled from a gash on his forehead. Enraged, he shouted, "Who is this wildling? How did you get in here? You dare to push me? You're seeking death." Recalling Di Zheng's words, Luo Yan sought to avoid trouble and replied succinctly, "I am a new student. You struck first, so I merely retaliated." His brief and to-the-point response only served to deepen the sense of disdain felt by the hefty youth. Initially furious, he then caught sight of Luo Yan's crimson eyes, causing him to stagger back 3 paces, his voice turning shrill as he exclaimed, "Chidu! You've contracted the Chidu. Stay away from me." The hall erupted in chaos as the new students recoiled, treating Luo Yan as if he were a fearsome beast. The stout individual continued to shout, "Guangling City has been vaccinating against the Chidu for 3 years. It has already been eradicated. How can you claim to be a new student? You're clearly an intruder. Where are the security personnel? Where are the guards? Why haven't they expelled this scoundrel?" At that moment, an authoritative voice rang out, commanding silence. Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man, resembling a teacher, accompanied by a black-armored warrior. The teacher regarded Luo Yan and calmly stated, "This is a new student recommended by Captain Di Zheng. Who dares to expel him?" The stout youth immediately lowered his head. The teacher continued, "Furthermore, the Chidu is not contagious. What are you all so fearful of? If you're afraid of the Chidu, how do you expect to combat the beasts on the surface? What a farce." This declaration elicited a wave of embarrassment among the gathered students. The teacher then produced a magnetic card, handing it to Luo Yan. "This is your registration card. If you successfully pass the examination, it will become your student card." He surveyed the room once more and declared, "Prepare yourselves. The examination begins in 10 minutes. The task is to eliminate a wolf tick. The specific rules will be announced by the principal shortly." With that, the teacher exited, and the hall erupted in a cacophony of voices expressing concerns. While Luo Yan remained intrigued by the unfolding events, "It is merely a wolf tick. Is it not difficult? Those creatures are not formidable when encountered alone, as long as they do not swarm." The warrior Shaoli approached with a smile, saying, "I must return first. Here, take this. It contains my number. Should you need anything, reach out to me." He handed a mobile phone to Luo Yan, who appeared astonished. Shaoli chuckled. "This device is only functional within the city. It loses its efficacy beyond its borders." He then lowered his voice. "I just glanced at the list of this year's new students, and there's one called Luo Beichen. You ought to keep an eye on him. His father is a sworn enemy of our Commander D. This lad, boasting of his family's influence, is quite arrogant and capable of anything. If he passes the entrance examination, be wary." After patting Luo Yan's shoulder in encouragement, he departed. Luo Yan tucked the phone away, only to overhear a flurry of gossip. "Who is this guy that Commander D would recommend him? I envy him so much. The written exam this year was exceedingly difficult, and nearly 80% of the new students were eliminated. Yet, this fellow advances directly to the practical exam. Could he be the illegitimate son of Commander D? Sure, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Luo Yan remained unfazed. He surveyed his surroundings and spotted the rotund figure. He approached the portly individual, who was about to wipe away the blood. Startled by Luo Yan's approach, the fat man exclaimed, "What do you want?" Ignoring him, Luo Yan swiftly tore off a section of his sleeve and pulled the fat man closer, using the fabric to clean the blood from his face. The fat man was momentarily taken aback, unable to understand this gesture. Once the blood was wiped away, Luo Yan turned to leave. After a moment, the fat man chuckled to those nearby, "Though this lad is uncouth, he at least recognizes his misdeeds and took the initiative to help me clean up." Soon, an aging voice resonated throughout the hall. "Greetings, new students. I am Principal Pan Renfeng. The entrance examination is about to commence, and I will now announce the rules. Participants may take the exam individually or in teams, with no more than 3 members per team. Additionally, weapons will be available for selection at the examination site. During the test, there will be evaluators present to score your performance. An average score exceeding 80 will be deemed a pass. Those who pass will have their scores converted into credits at a 1-to-1 ratio, serving as startup funds for your time in the academy. Now, please follow the on-site instructors to the examination venue. Before long, they arrived at the examination site, where students were given 10 minutes to decide on their weapons and the format of their examination. As Luo Yan gazed at a row of weapon racks, a voice interrupted, "Hello, would you like to team up with me?" Turning around, he found a young man of about 17 or 18, with black hair and a slender build. Wearing frameless glasses, exuding an air of cleanliness and scholarly charm, he extended his hand with a smile. "I am Li Bohang." Luo Yan regarded him briefly, shook his head, and approached the weapon rack. He was accustomed to acting alone, believing that an impromptu partnership would only hinder him. After all, it was merely a wolf tick he selected as spear, ordinary yet advantageous for its length and sharpness. Many opted for firearms, but Luo Yan, having only had a cursory experience with a handgun, felt unprepared to follow the trend. Besides, he already had a plan in mind. After registering and obtaining his number, the examination commenced. Students called upon would enter a sealed area, invisible to those outside, with only evaluators or those who had completed their tests able to view the proceedings on a large screen in another hall. One by one, students entered and exited, some emerging to cheers, others to lamentations, while some were carried out, drenched in blood, requiring urgent medical attention. Soon, it was Luo Yan's turn. In the hall behind the examination site. The fat man who had previously caused Luo Yan to stumble was resting. Noticing Luo Yan's appearance on the big screen, he couldn't help but look closer. Suddenly, he spotted Luo Yan retrieving a blood-stained piece of cloth from his pocket. It dawned on him that it was the very sleeve Luo Yan had used to clean his blood. The fat man was bewildered, unable to comprehend Luo Yan's actions. In the arena, Luo Yan tied the bloodied sleeve to the tip of his spear and nodded at the supervising instructor. Moments later, a wolf tick was released into the arena. The monstrous beast, roughly the size of a wolf, charged at Luo Yan like a wild creature. As it lunged, it soared 3 feet into the air. Crashing into the spear's tip, Luo Yan staggered back but managed to brace himself against the impact. However, the wolf tick impaled itself, thrashing desperately before its movements gradually ceased. On screen, Luo Yan set down the spear and turned to leave. The hall fell silent. The entire encounter lasted no more than 10 seconds. Rather than Luo Yan slaying the wolf tick, it seemed the creature had delivered itself to its own demise. So that is how it is. The wolf tick goes mad when it encounters blood, losing all rationality. He used the bloody cloth as bait, luring the creature into its own trap. Impressive, astute. The fat man turned to a tall, lean youth beside him, who wore frameless glasses and articulated the secret of Luo Yan's victory, dispelling the fat man's doubts. However, the fat man's expression twisted in realization. Wait, that lad did not simply clean my blood. He used my blood to lure the wolf tick? 2 hours later, the entrance examination concluded, and an announcement echoed through the hall. The results of the examination were in. Among the new students, 68 had achieved an average score above 80. The names of those who had passed would now be revealed. When your name is called, please return to the hall for assembly. Those whose names are not called should continue to strive. The list was announced, with rankings not in any particular order. Elijah, 81 points, pass. Xiao Yuan, 85 points, pass. Xing Shan, 87 points, pass. Luo Yan perked up his ears, attentively listening to the broadcast. Beside him, those whose names were mentioned erupted in joy. For instance, a tall boy named Xing Shan was so elated that his eyes turned red, raising his arms in celebration, drawing attention. Others maintained a more composed demeanor, such as the bespectacled and clean-cut Li Bohang, and another extraordinary yet somber young man surrounded by several followers. Luo Bachin, 91 points. Pass. As this name was called, many nearby erupted in cheers for the gloomy youth, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Luo Gu, 91 points. That score is incredibly high." Indeed, I reckon Luo Gu firmly secures the top position among this year's new students. It turned out he was Luo Bachin, the son of Luo Tianyi. When Luo Yan glanced over, he caught the gloomy youth's gaze. Their eyes met briefly, and Luo Bachin offered a slight smile and a gesture of goodwill. Yet, As Luo Yan shifted his gaze, a glint of something more sinister flickered in Luo Baichen's eyes. The announcement continued. Li Bohang, 92 points, pass. Luo Baichen's smile froze immediately, and his companions were left dumbfounded. This was quite the swift slap in the face, however. The surprises did not end there. Lin Wei, 95 points, pass. A score of 95. The students erupted in astonishment. Such a high score was remarkable, and it was evident from the name that it belonged to a female. As the students began searching for the identity of Lin Wei, the broadcast chimed in again. Luo Yan, 98 points, pass. At this moment, Luo Baichen's face was devoid of expression, and the hall fell into a profound silence. 98 points. Out of a perfect score of 100, someone had achieved 98 points. Surely, the evaluators had not made an error. The expressions of bewilderment, shock, and skepticism among the students were noted by an elderly figure. In the Academy's principal's office, Principal Pan Renfeng chuckled. Indeed, the wolf cub introduced by Di Zheng is no ordinary candidate. His survival experience on the surface far surpasses that of the youngsters from our underground city. At that moment, the screen displayed Luo Yan's image. The elderly principal in his 60s, of short stature, with white hair tied into a small braid, was observed by a teacher who had previously announced Luo Yan's identity. In a somber tone, he remarked, "Principal, are you truly considering accepting this student?" Di Zheng mentioned that on the way, a technician threatened him, and he set a trap to eliminate him. This could very well be a ticking time bomb. Principal Pan Renfeng chuckled. "What of it? I was far more ruthless in my youth. Or are you suggesting that we, Teacher Wei Fenghua, are afraid of trouble?" The middle-aged teacher cleared his throat before responding. "Principal, you need not resort to provocation. If you dare to accept him, I shall take it upon myself to teach this student. With the invasion of colossal beasts, we indeed require some fierce and tenacious individuals if we wish to reclaim the surface and restore our homeland." Principal Pan Renfeng nodded slightly. "I share the same sentiment. Moreover, Di Zheng has indicated that this wolf cub possesses a sense of principle. The two that perished were the ones who intended him harm first. Otherwise, had it been mere wanton slaughter, even a born resonator like Di Zheng would not have allowed him to survive to this point, let alone bring him back to Guangling. Ensure to educate him well." Teacher Wei Fenghua adjusted his glasses, which bore a fine crack. "I shall do so." As the list of 68 students was gradually revealed, the successful candidates proceeded to the assembly hall, while those who did not qualify departed in disappointment. Luo Yan walked among the crowd, maintaining his position on the periphery, as usual, ready to extricate himself at a moment's notice. 3 years on the surface. Even though this seemingly secure campus cannot alter the habits that Luo Yan has already formed. The assembly hall is bustling with activity. Luo Yan spots Wei Fenghua, who stands with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the crowd. "I am Wei Fenghua, the director of the guidance office. First and foremost, congratulations on successfully passing the assessment. From this moment forth, you shall be recognized as candidate pilots of Guangling City, enjoying 4th-level privileges." The wave of cheers erupts, with many individuals visibly moved to the point of tears. Luo Yan is unaware of what these 4th-level privileges entail, yet the excitement radiating from his peers suggests that they are indeed significant. Wei Fenghua continues, "Next, accommodations will be assigned based on your scores. You have all exerted yourselves today. Return to your dormitories for a well-deserved rest, as formal classes commence tomorrow." After a brief pause, he adds, "Your examination results have been converted into credits, which can be exchanged for various supplies at the logistics department. Furthermore, exceptional achievements in your studies will also be rewarded in the form of credits. That is all I wish to convey." Upon concluding his speech, Wei Fenghua casts a glance at Luo Yan before departing the hall. Once Wei Fenghua has left, a female teacher approaches. "Before you head to your dormitories, the academy needs to collect each student's physical data for fitness assessments. This will not take too much of your time. Please proceed to the designated area when your name is called." The teacher gestures towards a device resembling an airport security gate. Zhang Rui, Lu Bing, Chen Yongsong. 1 by 1, students queue to pass through the checkpoint, where staff members equipped with tablets record their information. When it is Luo Yan's turn, he steps through the gate, only for the light above to illuminate unexpectedly. "Student, please walk through again," a voice instructs. Luo Yan complies, yet the light continues to glow. The female teacher approaches, questioning, "What seems to be the issue?" A staff member, appearing uncertain, replies, "This student appears to have practiced visualization techniques. The data indicates that his Yuanli has reached an average of 97, a level achievable only through foundational training. Additionally, his Tianling is in an activated state. He has opened his orifices and awakened his Shenzong. His Shenzong is the Wangqi Tong. In an instant, dozens of gazes within the hall fixate on Luo Yan, brimming with surprise, envy, and jealousy. Luo Yan remains oblivious to their discourse. However, the term Wangqi Tong resonates with the extraordinary vision he possesses. At that moment, a voice interjects, completing foundational training is not particularly remarkable. Basic visualization techniques are widely accessible. Anyone in our city who can afford them has likely begun their training before enrollment. Another voice counters, moreover, Wangqi Tong is not an extraordinary Shenzong. It belongs to the supersensory category. If I recall correctly, Wangqi Tong is among the most common and least distinguished manifestations within that realm. The students' chatter begins to quell, and the earlier envious glances dissipate significantly. Upon hearing that Wangqi Tong is quite ordinary, Luo Yan cannot help but feel a twinge of disappointment, a sentiment further exacerbated by the teacher's gaze, which carries an air of what a pity. He reassures himself, however, remembering Di Zheng's assertion that he is a born resonator. One cannot monopolize all advantages. Where there is gain, there is inevitably loss. With this thought, he finds clarity and relinquishes his discontent. After the physical examination concludes, the dormitory supervisor leads the new students to their accommodations. Those ranked in the top 3 of the assessment will receive independent dormitories, though this privilege is not permanent. Each quarter, the academy will conduct evaluations, and a decline in scores will result in losing independent housing. Therefore, the top students must remain vigilant, while those with lower scores should not despair. With diligence and effort, they too might earn the chance for independent dormitory living. The supervisor's words ignite a competitive spirit among the students. Soon, Luo Yan enters his own room, a single-occupancy independent dormitory. The bedroom and living area are integrated, complete with a private bathroom. The environment is exquisite, 1,000 times better than the makeshift shelter he previously inhabited in the sewers. However, Luo Yan frowns, contemplating the proximity of the bed to the window. The window lacks a guardrail and is a floor-to-ceiling design, making it vulnerable to potential attacks. There are no escape measures in place. Should an incident occur, the likelihood of survival is nearly non-existent. Based on his 3 years of surface experience, he concludes that aside from the pleasant environment and spaciousness, this dormitory is even less secure than his former shelter. With this in mind, he resolves to visit the logistics department to see if he can exchange credits for materials to fortify his dormitory. At that moment, a brilliant expanse of light suddenly envelopes him. The light silently dances, tracing a pattern reminiscent of Tai Chi Chapter 6. Data vision. After a brief interval, the Tai Chi diagram that had appeared in Luo Yan's pupils begins to fade. Yet it does not vanish entirely. The luminous essence sinks into the depths of Luo Yan's crimson irises, transforming into minuscule, dust-like silver symbols that continuously shift around his pupils. After a second or two, the circle of symbols stabilizes, ceasing its motion. Then, the white light retracts, leaving no anomalies behind. Luo Yan is momentarily taken aback, vaguely sensing a connection to the diamond-shaped white jade he absorbed earlier, as it too had manifested the same pattern. He harbors doubts but sets them aside for the moment, stepping out of his dormitory. Luo Yan observes many classmates exploring their rooms, some exclaiming in astonishment while others wear expressions of resignation. As he walks along the corridor's wall, intending to head to the logistics department, he suddenly halts upon spotting a stout figure ahead, the very classmate he had inadvertently injured prior to the assessment. Chen Yongsong, Chen, having narrowly scored 83 points, is among the qualified candidates. Upon seeing Luo Yan, memories of his blood being used to lure a wolf tick flood back, igniting a surge of anger within him. He manages to restrain himself, glaring furiously at Luo Yan before retreating into his dormitory. The dormitory is shared by 4 individuals, featuring 2 sets of bunk beds. Chen Yongsong hastily tosses his luggage onto the upper bunk, claiming both levels for himself. Just then, his roommates, Li Jia and Xiao Yun, enter, the former scoring 81 and the latter 85. With their scores being relatively close, they share the same room. After closing the door, the 3 engage in introductions, and the slender Li Jia eagerly proposes, Chen Yongsong, would you like to meet a significant figure? Chen Yongsong, already in a foul mood, replies curtly, what significant figure? Lo Beichun, the son of the owner of Qiming Heavy Industries. Chen Yongsong's head snaps up. In Guangling City, there is hardly anyone unaware of Qiming Heavy Industries, the construction firm responsible for the majority of urban infrastructure and public facilities. Furthermore, the owner, Luo Yan, is investing heavily this year in a bid for the position of City Lord, with his fiercest competitor being Commander Di Zhang of the Surface Exploration Corps. The realization that the son of such a prominent figure is a contemporary instantly elevates Chen Yongsong's demeanor as he beams. What are we waiting for? Moments later, within a double-occupancy dormitory, Chen Yongsong meets Luo Yan, who promptly produces fine liquor for their enjoyment. After 3 cups, Luo Yan smiles and states, "Yongsong, there's a favor I would like to ask of you." Chen Yongsong, taken aback, asks, "What is it, Brother Luo?" "I want to teach that Luo Yan a lesson." Luo Yan's expression remains calm. Chen Yongsong immediately deduces that this must relate to Luo Yan's campaign for City Lord. Considering that Luo Yan was introduced by Commander Di Zhang, who is, in fact, Luo Yan's chief rival. "Brother Luo, how do you intend to proceed?" Chen Yongsong is aware that this presents an invaluable opportunity. Though he managed to enroll by chance, standing out at the academy will not be an easy feat. If he can assist Luo Yan in this endeavor, he will undoubtedly secure his favor. Ensuring his needs will be met in the future. Luo Yan raises his cup, his gaze chilling. "Eliminate him. Even if it results in an accidental death, that is acceptable." Chen Yongsong gasps in shock, taken aback by the extremity of Luo Yan's intentions. "What's the matter? Are you afraid?" Luo Yan glances coolly at the stout student. Chen Yongsong forces a laugh. "Brother Luo, is this appropriate? Rest assured, as long as you don't expose me afterward, even if you end up in prison, I will ensure your release. Surely, you do not believe I am incapable of such a feat?" Luo Yan chuckles softly, taking a delicate sip of his exquisite wine. Nearby, Li Jia and Xiao Yun chime in. "Yongsong, don't forget that Luo Yan used you during the assessment. He exploited your blood to lure the wolf tick, breezing through while you struggled. Do you know what others are saying about you? They claim you are utterly foolish, manipulated by a wild man, yet still dare to enroll." Chen Yongsong, feeling the sting of their words, erupts in fury, downing his drink in one gulp. "Brother Luo, I will take care of this." Thus, the plan is set in motion. After Chen Yongsong and his companions depart, Luo Yan's roommate, a delicate-featured youth, cautiously inquires, "Brother Luo, should we inform your father about this?" Luo Yan gently swirls his wine glass and replies that Luo Yan was recommended by Di Zhang. He even achieved the highest score in the assessment. Why do you think Di Zhang would act in such a manner? He sought to proclaim to all that he possessed discernment, enabling him to lead Guangling towards a resplendent future. Thus, I must confront the savage known as Luo Yan, rallying support for my father. Moreover, eliminating a mere wildling from the surface bears no distinction from squashing an ant beneath one's foot. Would one inform their parents of having crushed an ant? With these thoughts, he cast a glance at his roommate. The fair-faced youth offered incessant flattery, refraining from mentioning the need to notify Luo Yan about the matter. Upon returning to the dormitory, Luo Yan had acquired an additional backpack. He had exchanged credits in the logistics department for a vial of Chidu antidote, along with steel wire, a handheld grinder, and various other items. The antidote cost him 2 credits, while the collection of tools was but another 2 credits. This antidote could suppress the Chidu, preventing it from worsening or manifesting, though its efficacy would last only a month. Spending 1 credit each month to keep the Chidu at bay seemed a worthwhile investment to Luo Yan. Upon entering the dormitory and closing the door, Luo Yan began his work. He utilized the handheld grinder to sharpen the edges of the steel wire. This process was monotonous, yet during his 3 years on the surface, Luo Yan had endured tedium far greater than this. As long as it ensured his survival, he was willing to undertake any task. Time slipped away amidst the repetitive labor. Uncertain if it was merely a trick of the eyes, Luo Yan suddenly discerned a series of numbers floating above the steel wire he was sharpening. 86. As the wire's edges turned red and became thinner, the numbers continued to ascend. 90.94.100. Luo Yan hastily halted his work. He glanced elsewhere, and upon his gaze landing on the floor-to-ceiling window, he immediately registered the dimensions, 5 meters in width and 2 meters in height. Observing the other furniture, an increasing array of numbers leapt before his eyes. In addition to length and width, there were now height, angle, and thickness measurements. The influx of data overwhelmed his senses. Quickly, Luo Yan shut his eyes. After a moment, he reopened them. Surveying his surroundings, he found no numbers present. This Luo Yan attempted to activate Wang Tong. Almost immediately, his eyes felt a slight heat. Everything within his field of vision became transparent, reduced to mere lines. And around these lines, outlining the contours of objects, various data re-emerged. Luo Yan was both astonished and elated. He was certain his Wang Tong had undergone some transformation, though he was perplexed as to the origin of this change. Suddenly, he recalled the previous Taiji pattern. He quickly sought a mirror. Upon glancing at his reflection, he noticed a ring of silver encircling his crimson irises, an abnormality previously unseen. Additionally, in the mirror, he observed the gray aura of his life force. Yet this time, it was interspersed with other colors, a fiery red and a brilliant yellow. When Luo Yan focused on the circle of fiery red, a new number materialized. 108. Conversely, gazing at the circle of brilliant yellow yielded another number, 97. What did these two sets of numbers signify? Or rather, what implications did the fiery red and brilliant yellow possess? Luo Yan closed his eyes, deactivating Wang Tong. Now he was certain that his ocular technique had mutated. While retaining its previous functions, it had also acquired the ability to see through obstacles and a digitized vision, particularly the latter, which granted him access to detailed and precise numerical data. Furthermore, the gray aura of life now shimmered with two additional colors, which must represent some significant symbolism. He pondered that he could consult his teacher about this after class tomorrow. However, the diamond-shaped white jade, the Taiji pattern, and the ocular mutation must be interconnected. It appeared that the mutation of his ocular technique was tied to that diamond-shaped white jade. But what exactly was it? Luo Yan shook his head, instinctively setting aside the perplexing question. He secured the sharpened steel wire near the floor-to-ceiling window and proceeded to establish additional safety measures. Thus, he busied himself until nightfall. As the hour grew late, Chen Yongsong, Li Jia, and Xiao Yuan stealthily exited their dormitory. They circled around, arriving near Luo Yan's quarters. Observing the distant floor-to-ceiling window, Chen Yongsong produced a bottle of liquor, gulping it down voraciously before dousing himself with the remainder. Enveloping himself in a cloud of alcohol, I say, do you truly believe this plan will succeed? Chen Yongsong questioned uncertainly as he glanced at his roommates. Elijah grinned confidently, replying, rest assured, there will be no issue. Once you incapacitate that fellow, we will make our timely appearance. Xiao Yuan nodded in agreement, adding, we shall merely claim you were inebriated, that your intentions were not to harm. Having heard their plan, Chen Yongsong acquiesced, retrieving a dagger sent by Luo Beichen, a remarkably sharp instrument. With a swift slice across his neck, it would all be over. After ensuring everything was in order, Chen Yongsong, reeking of alcohol, approached the floor-to-ceiling window, steeling himself before charging forward. The sound of shattering glass echoed as he crashed through the window. Chen Yongsong had already entered the room, yet as he did, he felt a sudden chill at his neck, as if something had swept past him. Without further thought, he lunged toward the bed positioned near the window. Chen Yongsong raised the dagger, poised to strike the bed, but in that instant, his vision plummeted. The next second, he beheld the floor, the space beneath the bed, and a pair of eyes, crimson eyes. Luo Yan was not atop the bed but rather beneath it. A wave of dread washed over Chen Yongsong, his scalp prickling, and he attempted to scream. Yet no sound escaped his lips. His vision froze, gradually dissipating until it finally faded away in the student dormitory. Lights flickered on one by one, and footsteps echoed in the corridor. Outside, Li Jia and Xiao Yuan swiftly made their way through the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, calling out, Chen Yongsong, are you all right? We warned you against drinking so much. Yet you wouldn't listen. Now look at you, thoroughly inebriated. They tread carefully across the glass-strewn floor, illuminated by the dim glow of the streetlights outside, and spotted Chen Yongsong's back turned towards them. Moments later, his corpulent form collapsed with a thud, a fountain of blood erupting and painting a crimson arc upon the floor. As Li Jia and Xiao Yuan looked on, they noticed Chen Yongsong's head had rolled to the side, his eyes wide open and staring beneath the bed, where a thin steel wire glimmered, still dripping with blood. Moments later, two piercing screams resounded from Luo Yan's room. Chapter 7. The Deadly Arena Knock. Knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed, and the dormitory supervisor's voice called from outside. Luo, are you all right? What has transpired? Li Jia and Xiao Yuan exchanged bewildered glances, fixating on the bed. However, emerging from beneath the bed was none other than Luo Yan. Li Jia and Xiao Yuan were left dumbfounded. How could he be sleeping under the bed? Was he aware of Qin Yongsong's intentions for the night? Luo Yan, of course, did not possess such extraordinary foresight. It was merely a matter of caution. Moreover, during his time surviving on the surface, he had always found solace in small, confined spaces for rest. Now, on a large bed, he felt rather uncomfortable. Luo Yan glanced at Li Jia and Xiao Yuan, uttering not a word, before turning to open the door. As the door swung open, the dormitory supervisor entered, followed by a throng of other students who had been awakened by the commotion. Upon entering, the supervisor was immediately met with the gruesome sight of Qin Yongsong's dismembered body sprawled upon the floor. He quickly shut the door, though several students caught a glimpse of the bloodied floor. The supervisor scanned the room, taking in the scene, his gaze fixating on the bloodied steel wire suspended in the air and the dagger clutched in Qin Yongsong's hand. What is the meaning of this? He inquired. Elijah regained his composure, springing to his feet and pointing at Luo Yan. Teacher, Luo Yan is the murderer. Xiao Yuan also snapped back to reality, joining in. Yes, Luo Yan killed Qin Yongsong. We witnessed it with our own eyes. Luo Yan scoffed. Witnessed it, you say? Pray tell, with which hand did I dispatch Qin Yongsong? Li Jia and Xiao Yuan were rendered speechless. Yet, they quickly retorted, the steel wire. You used a piece of steel wire to sever Qin Yongsong's throat. The supervisor turned to Luo Yan, who remained composed. And where is this steel wire? Li Jia pointed to the floor. Is it not right there? Indeed, the steel wire lies by the window, not at the door. What reason did Qin Yongsong have to crash through the window instead of simply entering? Luo Yan shifted his gaze to the dagger in the corpse's hand. He was still holding a weapon. Clearly with ill intent, he met his deserved fate. Elijah and Xiao Yuan fell silent once more. The supervisor addressed them. What do you suppose Qin Yongsong intended to do? The two stammered in reply. During the exam, he had Luo Yan humiliated and felt disgruntled. After drinking too much tonight, he thought to teach Luo Yan a lesson. We tried to dissuade him, but he would not listen not a now. The supervisor's tone turned. I see why. Is that so? Should I find that you are lying, the academy will not hesitate to impose severe penalties. Li Jia's face drained of color, yet he insisted, we speak only the truth. The supervisor then stated, you may leave for now. The academy will handle this matter. Tend to your own words. Elijah and Xiao Yuan nodded, lowering their heads as they departed through the shattered window. The supervisor ordered Luo Yan to relocate to another dormitory and, as he did, he draped a bedsheet over the corpse. After moving to his new quarters, Luo Yan did not immediately retire for the night. A faint smile graced his lips. He had finally discerned the meaning of that fiery red glow. That night, when Qin Yongsong had burst through the window, Luo Yan had instinctively activated Wanshi Tong, already perceiving Qin Yongsong beneath the bed. Noting the fiery red aura encircling his life force, accompanied by the number 127. Yet it was at that moment, as the sharpened steel wire severed Qin Yongsong's head. His circle of fiery crimson brilliance swiftly dimmed, and the cluster of numbers instantly reverted to zero. Vitality, or perhaps life itself. That circle of fiery crimson brilliance represented the essence of a being's vitality. Understanding what that circle of brilliance signified brought great joy to Luo Yan. It indicated that he had gained a deeper comprehension of his ocular techniques following his transformation. Subsequently, he thought of Qin Yongsong. Did he come to trouble me because of what happened during the day? Luo Yan reflected on the reactions of Li Jia and Xiao Yuan, then silently extinguished the lights in his room. After returning to their dormitory, both Li Jia and Xiao Yuan wore grim expressions. That person surnamed Luo was truly terrifying. No, he was simply a madman. Who would set such traps in a dormitory? Li Jia shook his head and said, Old Xiao, I think we should refrain from getting involved in Luo Ji's affairs any further. I share the same sentiment. After reaching a consensus, the two extinguished the lights and went to sleep. Time passed, and Li Jia felt someone tapping his face. Drowsily, he opened his eyes and asked, Who is it? Suddenly, he jolted awake. Sitting at the head of his bed was a figure. A light glimmered from the person's pocket, seemingly emanating from a phone with a bright screen. Additionally, he sensed a chill around his neck. Turning his gaze, he saw a steel wire wrapped tightly around his throat, nearly causing him to lose control. Then, he heard the person at the head of the bed say, Who instructed you to do this? Li Jia immediately recognized it was Luo Yan's voice. With a hint of panic in his tone, he replied, Luo classmate, Please don't be reckless. No one instructed us. It was just Qin Yongsong acting foolishly. After saying this, he no longer heard Luo Yan respond but felt the steel wire tightening around his neck. Elijah suddenly recalled the headless corpse of Qin Yongsong. Luo classmate, what do you intend to do? Please stop, stop. The wire continued to constrict. Elijah felt its coldness, as if he could see death beckoning him to a madman. This person surnamed Luo was truly insane. He broke down. I'll tell you. It was Luo Beichun who made us do this. He instructed Qin Yongsong to kill you. It has nothing to do with us. He is the son of Luo Tianyi, who intends to run for the next city lord. His biggest competitor is Commander Dijong, who recommended you to the academy. Upon grasping the truth of the situation, Luo Yan ceased his words and silently tightened the steel wire around Li Zhe's neck. Li Zhe immediately began to struggle, but before long, his eyes bulged and he died on the spot. Luo Yan then approached Xiao Yuan's bed and repeated the process. After tidying up the scene, he finally departed. Moments later, back in his own room, he called soldier Xiao Li. When the call connected, Xiao Li sounded surprised. What's going on at this late hour? Luo Yan simply stated, Luo Beichun set a trap to kill me, and his men stumbled into my ambush and died. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Then Xiao Li replied, please hold on, before hanging up. Not long after, Luo Yan's phone rang again. Upon answering, he heard Dijang's voice. Do you have evidence? Luo Yan played a recording. He had remembered to record the interrogation of Li and Xiao earlier. After listening, Dijang spoke in a low voice. I will warn the Luo family. You can rest easy. A warning? Luo Yan was not entirely satisfied. Dijang sensed the discontent in his tone. What are you thinking? Luo Yan replied calmly. You mentioned that if someone wants to kill me, they can strike first and report later. I've already dealt with those two. I want to know, what should be done about Luo Beichun? There was a brief silence, and then Dijang asked, you want to kill him? I do not appreciate being targeted, Luo Yan answered candidly. Dijang decisively replied, very well, you can kill him, and I will handle the aftermath. However, you cannot simply go directly to his door. This is not the surface world. The academy has its own rules. Luo Yan inquired. What rules? Dijang elaborated. Within the academy, to resolve personal grievances, one can challenge to a duel. The dueling platform is divided into martial duels or death duels. In a martial duel, weapons and potions are prohibited, and participants must undergo inspection before stepping onto the platform, ensuring a fair confrontation. However, martial duels only determine victory or defeat, not life or death. After the match, grievances are settled. In death duels, there are no restrictions. It continues until one participant dies. Yet, even in victory, there will be repercussions, leading to a deduction of credits. Without hesitation, Luo Yan stated, very well, I choose the death duel. Do not underestimate Luo Beichun, Dijang cautioned. His father, Luo Tianyi, is the owner of Qiming Heavy Industries and a significant figure in Guangling City. If you choose the death duel, he will undoubtedly mobilize substantial resources to support his son. Luo Yan replied calmly, that is of no concern. You will ensure my victory. Dijang chuckled softly on the other end of the line. I have already sent you the information regarding Luo Beichun via text. It should contain some helpful insights. After saying this, Dijang ended the call. Shortly after, a series of messages arrived. As Luo Yan perused the information, he narrowed his eyes, formulating a plan. The next day, after breakfast, the new students gathered at the meeting hall. Subsequently, the 65 freshmen were taken to a lecture hall. Director Wei Fenghua entered with a male teacher and introduced, this is Teacher Xiao Shi, who will be responsible for your general knowledge class. Please prepare yourselves, as Teacher Xiao will begin the lesson shortly. Furthermore, there was an incident last night, and several students are unable to attend class. The fair-faced youth beside Luo Beichun remarked, Teacher, was it truly an accident? He glanced at Luo Yan. Could it be that someone intentionally committed murder? Or is it because they were recommended by Commander Dijang? So even if someone is killed, it can be brushed aside as if nothing happened? That would be quite terrifying. Luo Yan remained motionless, yet upon hearing the fair-faced youth's words, many students began to murmur among themselves. If that were the case, the academy would be too biased. No, this is not merely bias. It is complicit. Luo Beichun chuckled coldly within. Last night, when Li Zhe and Xiao Yuan came to report the situation and learned that Qin Yongsong had been killed, he was quite shocked. However, he also realized that Qin Yongsong's death could be advantageous, as it would incite the students and use Luo Yan to tarnish Dijang's reputation. This strategy proved effective. Last night, quite a number of students witnessed bloodstains in Luo Yan's room, and some even saw the academy's security personnel carrying a corpse out of Luo Yan's dormitory. Now, everyone looked at Luo Yan with fear, instinctively distancing themselves from him. Only two individuals remained unmoved: a clean-cut young man named Li Bo Hang, who had sought to team up with Luo Yan, and a girl wearing headphones, engrossed in her book, seemingly indifferent to the happenings in the classroom. Wei Fenghua frowned. He was aware of the events that transpired last night, including the fact that Xiao Yuan and Li Jie, who were involved, had both committed suicide. Dijing had communicated with the academy overnight, presenting the recording. The academy had already made a decision but had yet to announce it. Now, Luo Beichun was using this situation to his advantage, which displeased Wei Fenghua. Just as he was about to speak, a voice rang out. "Luo Beichun, is this all you are capable of?" Luo Yan remained seated, not turning his head, and replied, "You only dare to hide in the shadows, engaging in despicable acts. With such a limited vision, it is no wonder that Luo Tianyi favors your brother Luo Nanxing. If I were Luo Tianyi, I too would not take a worthless person seriously." Originally secretly pleased and self-satisfied, Luo Beichen's expression twisted upon hearing these words. The fair-faced youth was startled. He knew that Luo Nanxing was a taboo for Luo Beichen. If anyone uttered a single positive word about Luo Nanxing in his presence, they would be met with scorn or even violence. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Luo Beichen could no longer contain his rage. He stood up and shouted, "What did you say?" Luo Yan replied nonchalantly, "Do not tell me you are unaware, I in Guangling City. Who does not know that Luo Tianyi treasures Luo Nanxing like a jewel? As for you, Luo Beichen, merely a joke. It was rare for Luo Yan to speak so much. But today, to provoke Luo Beichen, he made an exception. You seek death." Luo Beichen lost all reason and lunged forward. The fair-faced youth desperately tried to restrain him, saying, "Do not fall for it. Luo Go. He is deliberately provoking you." Only then did Luo Beichen regain some composure. He pointed at Luo Yan, declaring, "You slander me, and I will not let this go. I challenge you to a duel." A death duel. Upon hearing the term death duel, many students looked on in confusion, while Wei Fenghua frowned slightly. He glanced at Luo Yan, who lifted his head, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Very well. Let us proceed now." Luo Beichen chuckled coldly. "There is no need to rush. We can fight a month from now. Why then? I will ensure you die without a doubt." He needed time to prepare. Moreover, although he had issued a challenge to Luo Yan, he could not guarantee that he would not take action during the interim, if something unfortunate were to befall Luo Yan, preventing him from taking to the stage. He would not mind. Luo Yan pondered for a moment, looking at him, agreed. Thus, the matter was settled. Chapter 8. The Divine Concealment System in the Classroom. The students resumed their seats. From the dialogue between Luo Beichen and Luo Yan, they had begun to suspect that Chen Yongsong's incident was likely connected to Luo Beichen. Luo Beichen was also using this event to incite and manipulate them. This realization sparked a flicker of anger in their gazes directed at Luo Beichen. However, he remained indifferent, more concerned with how to eliminate Luo Yan. At the podium, Wei Fenghua cast a deep glance at Luo Yan. With a slight cough, he addressed Xiao Shi, saying, "Teacher Xiao, I leave this to you." Xiao Shi had an ordinary appearance but exuded an air of scholarly elegance. Upon hearing this, he smiled and nodded. After Wei Fenghua exited the classroom, this relatively young teacher cleared his throat and smiled at the class. "Greetings, everyone. My name is Xiao Shi, and I will be teaching you a course on general knowledge. The primary purpose of this course is to deepen your understanding of behemoth catastrophes, Yanfaspace, and visualization techniques, among others." After saying this, he operated the computer on the podium. A screen descended from the blackboard, and one by one, the classroom windows were closed. As the light dimmed, images began to appear on the projection screen. They were photographs, prominently featuring the frozen corpse of a gigantic beast. This marked the first discovery of a behemoth's remains half a century ago, which we refer to as No. 0. Discovered in the polar regions, its emergence sent shockwaves through the archaeological community. Utilizing modern instruments, we analyzed its existence and reached a conclusion. No. 0 predates the dinosaurs. However, if that were all, it would merely be a feast for archaeologists. Xiao Shi switched to several more photographs. From the images, a massive void was visible. At the site of No. 0's discovery, a national archaeological team continued to dig, hoping to unearth more behemoth remains. To their astonishment, they opened a gateway to another world. Within that world, we uncovered numerous artifacts, including visualization techniques. Due to time constraints, I will gradually share knowledge about that world, as well as behemoth catastrophes, Yamfa space, and more in future classes. For now, I will focus on visualization techniques. Sure pressed a key on the keyboard, and new photographs appeared on the projection screen. They depicted stone slabs, tablets, and dusty ancient texts. These were among the treasures unearthed from that world and represent the prototype of visualization techniques that you have either already studied or will study. Visualization techniques can awaken human potential, transform our physical constitution, and grant us a form of energy known as yuanli. We measure this energy's strength using the unit June. Furthermore, we can harness this energy to unleash certain special abilities. We will discuss this later. Sure turned off the projector and opened the windows. He looked at the students with a smile and continued. Returning to visualization techniques, most of you should understand that learning it requires a gradual approach. Those encountering visualization techniques for the first time need to practice foundational techniques, known as Zhu Yuan Zhu. This can activate the body's potential and awaken the latent yuanli within us, allowing it to circulate through our limbs and bones. Upon mastering this, the yuanli will break through the Tianling. From then on, it will connect us to the celestial yuanli, enabling us to enter the next stage, the opening awareness phase of cultivation. As Sure spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Luo Yan. Upon achieving the perfection of Zhu Yuan and unlocking the Tianling, you will also awaken your own Shinsong. Shun represents both spirit and soul, while Tsong signifies treasure. Those with a Shun Tsong possess a treasure within their soul. You may interpret this as innate talent. Each person has an inherent talent, but if one does not discover or develop it, it may remain dormant until the end of their days. By unlocking the crucial Tianling, one simultaneously unveils the treasure hidden deep within their soul. After a brief pause, Sure turned and wrote several terms on the blackboard. Super sense, super body, simulation, nature, mystery. He then turned to the class and smiled. These are the classifications we have derived from our collection, analysis, and categorization of Shinsong. At that moment, a student raised their hand and asked, "Teacher, I have a question. Why must mecha pilots cultivate visualization techniques? Shouldn't we focus more on operating the mechs?" Sure nodded, acknowledging the question. "That's a good query. I had intended to address this later, but since you've brought it up, I'll explain it now. The reason pilots must learn visualization techniques is due to the sympathetic system of the mechs. This system allows for a neural connection between the mech and the pilot, enabling the mech to act according to the pilot's intentions. The mech functions like your own body, as long as your brain sends a command. The sympathetic system allows for synchronized movement. Additionally, the sympathetic system has an even more crucial function. It can replicate and even amplify the pilot's own strength and skills. In other words, the stronger your abilities and the more diverse your skills, the greater the potential that these can be expressed through the mech, reaching heights you could scarcely imagine. Sure smiled and added, "You may simply think of the mech as a weapon in the hands of a more capable individual. That weapon can unleash tremendous power. Furthermore, lower and mid-tier behemoths can be dealt with using firearms and missiles, but for those of higher tiers, only yuanli can breach their defenses and achieve a kill. This is why pilots need to cultivate visualization techniques." Upon hearing this, Luo Yan experienced a moment of clarity, finally understanding why the mech controlled by Dezhang had exhibited astonishing speed on their way back, and why the soldiers had remarked that it was Dezhang showcasing the capabilities of his Shinsong through the mech via the sympathetic system. After addressing the students' inquiries, Sure continued to explain the distinctions among the 5 types of Shinsong. Before long, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Sure had just concluded his explanation of the last type of Shinsong. With a smile, he remarked, "That concludes today's lesson. This afternoon, you will begin your practice of visualization techniques. Shortly, Teacher Wei Fenghua will announce your assigned mentors. So, students, I look forward to seeing you in the next class. At that moment, a student called out, "Stand up, salute." "Thank you, teacher." After a brief 10-minute break, Director Wei Fenghua returned, announcing the mentors assigned to everyone. To Luo Yan's astonishment, his mentor was none other than Wei Fenghua himself, and he was the sole student under his tutelage, one-on-one instruction. Seizing this opportunity, Wei Fenghua also announced the outcome of the incident involving Qin Yongsong from the previous night. This matter was ultimately treated as an accident. The academy mandated that Luo Yan dismantle all traps in his dormitory to prevent a similar tragedy from occurring in the future. They also enhanced security in the dormitory area to ensure the students' safety. In the end, Luo Yan received a deduction of 20 credits as punishment. After class, as Luo Yan exited the classroom, he was intercepted by Wei Fenghua. "Follow me," Wei Fenghua instructed, walking ahead. Luo Yan had no choice but to follow, arriving at a tranquil pondside. Wei Fenghua directly inquired, "Did Dijong inform you of the existence of Dead Arena? Did you intentionally provoke Luo Bachin earlier, urging him to challenge you to a Dead Arena match?" Luo Yan did not hide his intentions and nodded. He had considered that if he proposed the challenge himself, Luo Bachin might not take the bait. Thus, he exploited Luo Bachin's character flaws and brought up his taboos in a public setting, causing him to become agitated and suggest a match. However, at that moment, Luo Yan had hoped that Luo Bachin would attack him, allowing him to accidentally eliminate him. One troublesome individual after another. Wei Fenghua shook his head and looked at Luo Yan, asking, "Did Dijong inform you that even if you win in a Dead Arena, you would still lose credits?" "Yes," Luo Yan replied honestly. Wei Fenghua continued, "Even knowing that, you still wish to proceed?" "Yes," Luo Yan responded succinctly. Wei Fenghua smiled, "All right, now I know how to teach you to go have your meal, and don't be late this afternoon." After saying this, he coughed a couple of times and departed. Luo Yan was somewhat surprised. He had expected Wei Fenghua to reprimand him or try to dissuade him. Instead, he was merely trying to gauge his intentions to determine how best to instruct him. "Interesting," Luo Yan muttered to himself. He then followed the directional signs to the school cafeteria. There, he encountered more students, mostly second and third-year students from the academy. It seemed that the news of Luo Yan and Luo Bachin's impending Dead Arena match had already spread. As he entered, many gazes were drawn toward him, each carrying various implications. Luo Yan feigned ignorance and proceeded directly to the food counter. As he passed by a table, someone called out, "He Yao, look at this first-year newcomer. Quite arrogant, isn't he?" The young man referred to as He Yao was busy eating when he glanced up and retorted, "Whether he acknowledges anyone is none of my concern." He was tall and sturdy, with chiseled facial features and very short hair, presenting a rugged demeanor. However, he sported a fair amount of rice on his face, which made for a humorous sight. A classmate beside him chuckled and said, "Isn't your He family being squashed under Commander D's thumb? I recall you always claiming you would outshine Commander D after graduation. What, have you changed your mind?" He Yao forcefully slammed his bowl onto the table, declaring, "I haven't changed. However, I have principles. I don't bully first-year students. If he truly eliminates someone with the surname Luo, then I shall indulge him for a while," remarked a female classmate across the way. "If he indeed slays Luo Bachin, I advise you to abandon such thoughts. Be cautious. In the midst of play, you might end up losing yourself," He Yao huffed dismissively, refraining from further comment as he continued to eat. In the afternoon, Luo Yan arrived at the designated training hall, where Wei Fenghua was already present. The instructor appeared to be in poor health, coughing several times before stating, "Now that you have opened your mind, there is no need to continue learning Zhu Yuan Zhu. You may directly proceed to the cultivation of the introductory visualization technique." The introductory visualization technique encompasses various methods, and the one I intend to teach you is called Guan Shan Hai Da. Chapter 9. Guan Shan Hai. Luo Yan turned his gaze towards his mentor. "Guan Shan Hai?" Wei Fenghua coughed again, saying, "Although each technique may appear similar at first glance, their focal points differ. Some emphasize rapid advancement, allowing one to break through in a single day, while others focus on the quantity of elemental energy, where more energy leads to greater endurance. However, Guan Shan Hai emphasizes the foundation. As the saying goes, a towering building rises from the ground. When practicing this method, you may initially progress more slowly than others. Yet, the strength of a solid foundation will make subsequent cultivation increasingly easier." Suddenly, Wei Fenghua was seized by a fit of intense coughing. He quickly retrieved an inhaler, took a puff, and then continued, "Next, I will formally explain how to cultivate Guan Shan Hai. Please refrain from interrupting. Should you have any questions, I will provide a moment for inquiries afterward." Without waiting for Luo Yan's response, Wei Fenghua produced a remote control and pressed a button, illuminating the large screen on the wall of the training hall. A vivid image appeared, resembling an enlarged mural. In the depiction, mountains towered high, undulating majestically. The boundless sea shimmered in shades of azure, stretching far and wide. The mountains stood in the foreground, while the sea loomed behind, creating a breathtaking interplay. Wei Fenghua instructed, memorize this image. During your cultivation, you must visualize this scene in your mind. At this stage, focus primarily on the mountains. Concentrate on envisioning those magnificent peaks and their imposing grandeur. Visualize the stability and majesty of the mountains, allowing this imagery to ground your elemental energy, integrating it into your skin, flesh, sinews, bones, and even your internal organs. When you cultivate the aura of mountains high as 1,000 peaks, you will have attained the elementary level of the visualization technique. At that point, you may break through into the Guan Hai phase, which corresponds to the intermediate level of the technique. Subsequently, Wei Fenghua guided Luo Yan on how to synchronize his breathing with visualization, how to sense the elemental energy of the universe, and how to draw it into his body through the method of inhalation and exhalation. This lecture lasted nearly 2 hours, during which Luo Yan diligently adhered to his mentor's instructions without interruption, suppressing any questions that arose within him. In essence, the Guanshan Hai technique would facilitate his progression through the introductory and intermediate levels of cultivation. That concludes my explanation. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Wei Fenghua said, before succumbing to another fit of coughs. Luo Yan did not immediately pose a question. He quietly moved to the side of the training hall, retrieved a folding chair, and set it down beside Wei Fenghua. The instructor glanced at the chair without hesitation and took a seat. Only then did Luo Yan voice his inquiries. How many levels does the visualization technique have? How many tiers are there within each level? Do different levels necessitate different cultivation methods? Laying out several questions in quick succession, Wei Fenghua smiled and replied, according to our findings in that world, the visualization technique is categorized into realms such as Zhu Yuan, Kai Qiao, and Zhu Hai. However, we deemed it too cumbersome, thus simplifying it into basic, introductory, intermediate, and advanced levels. Beyond the advanced level, there exists the realm of Tongxian, but you are still far from accessing those concepts. So I will not elaborate further. Regarding levels, each category is divided into 5 tiers, plus a completion state. Nevertheless, even if you do not reach completion, breaking through is still possible, contingent upon the circumstances. Different levels indeed require distinct cultivation techniques. However, the Academy can only provide advanced techniques, subject to certain conditions. As for the others, you will need to seek them through alternative channels or even explore that world for a chance to acquire them. Wei Fenghua addressed all of Luo Yan's questions thoroughly. After taking notes, Luo Yan nodded and declared, I have no further questions. Let us commence cultivation. Under Wei Fenghua's watchful gaze, Luo Yan applied the methods just imparted to him, consciously controlling his breathing while visualizing the magnificent tapestry of mountains and sea in his mind. Initially, he struggled to manage both tasks simultaneously. Either his breathing rhythm faltered, or he failed to maintain the imagery in his mind. Wei Fenghua patiently corrected him each time. Gradually, Luo Yan discovered the key. His breathing began to shift, and he sensed a gentle warmth in the surrounding air, slowly permeating his body and coursing through him. Following his mentor's guidance, Luo Yan consciously directed this energy towards his skin, allowing it to seep into every inch of his being. As he immersed himself in the practice, he remained oblivious to the faint glow emanating from his skin, which bore subtle rock-like patterns. Time slipped by unmeasured until he heard Wei Fenghua's prompt. That will suffice. Thus, he concluded his first session of cultivation since enrolling. He noticed his body was drenched in sweat, the perspiration carrying a sour odor tinged with a hint of iron. Wei Fenghua rose and said, Go take a shower. From here on, you will cultivate on your own. Inform me when you reach the introductory level 2. Luo Yan raised his hand to inquire, How will I know when I have reached introductory level 2? Wei Fenghua coughed lightly and replied nonchalantly, You will know when you arrive. Remember, during the first tier of cultivation, you must allow the elemental energy to permeate every inch of your skin. First the limbs, then the torso, and ultimately every part of your body, including your eyelids. Luo Yan nodded in acknowledgement. After exiting the training hall, he returned to his dormitory alone. Along the way, he encountered several classmates returning, most wearing smiles, clearly having gleaned something from the afternoon's lessons. Upon reaching the dormitory area, he spotted Luo Baichen, who greeted him with a smile and a nod. Seemingly having forgotten the unpleasantness of the morning, Luo Yan chose to disregard him, walking along the wall and swiftly moving away. Luo Baichen retracted his gaze with a smile and entered the dormitory. At that moment, his phone rang. Just then, the fair-faced youth walked in. Luo Yan glanced at him, and the latter smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh no, I think I left something behind." He turned to leave, not forgetting to close the door behind him. Luo Yan took a deep breath and answered the call. It was Luo Tianyi on the other end. "Dad," Luo Yan called out, but there was no response. After a few seconds, Luo Tianyi's voice finally came through, laced with irritation. "Foolish." Luo Yan's expression shifted slightly, but he remained silent. Luo Tianyi continued, "Who asked you to meddle? Do I need your assistance? Excelling in your studies is already a great help to me. Yet, on your very first day of school, you contemplate murder. Do you truly believe that killing a mere surface-dwelling brat will topple Dijong? If it were that simple, he would have fallen long ago." After a lengthy tirade, Luo Tianyi fell silent again before adding, "You are not your elder brother. You lack his vision and capability. Therefore, my expectations of you have never been high. Why is it that you cannot even meet this minimal expectation?" Luo Yan's face flushed crimson, his breathing quickened, and he ground his teeth in frustration, yet he remained mute. Luo Tianyi continued, "Forget it. Since you are determined to kill, I shall refrain from further admonitions. I will do my utmost to provide resources for you. But remember, if you lose in the arena or are even killed, that is your choice. I will not, and cannot, avenge you afterward. Or should I arrange for you to withdraw from school?" At this, Luo Yan darkly stated, "I will not withdraw, and I know you have always looked down upon me. I will change your perception here." He forcefully pointed to the ground. "Very well," Luo Tianyi replied tersely before hanging up. Luo Yan tucked away his phone and adjusted his expression. When a knock sounded at the door, he greeted it with a smile, saying, "Come in." The following day brought more academic classes, this time led by a female instructor in her 30s, her long hair tied in a high ponytail. With a bandage on her face and wearing a tank top, she had a shirt tied around her waist and work gloves on her hands, giving the impression that she had just stepped away from a workbench. "I am Zhao, responsible for your Mecha Basics course." The instructor swiftly wrote several terms on the blackboard: skeleton, joints, exoskeleton, engine, power source. After finishing, she turned around and casually tossed the chalk aside, continuing, "The skeleton of a mecha resembles the bones of an animal or the keel of a ship. It serves as the supporting structure for the mecha's form, driving its internal mechanics. It largely dictates the mecha's mobility. In combat, a skilled pilot must consciously protect the mecha's skeleton, prioritizing its integrity over the exoskeleton, even if it means allowing the latter to sustain damage or destruction. After all, repairing or replacing a damaged exoskeleton is a straightforward task that can restore the mecha to its original condition. However, should the framework sustain damage, not only would the maintenance costs soar, but it would also often be exceedingly difficult to repair. Therefore, you rascals must pay heed. Dare to damage the framework, and be wary of my wrath." Zhao Dan's eyes widened, radiating an intimidating aura. Chapter 10. Forbidden Grounds and the Ecology of Behemoths. The mech knowledge class concluded by noon. Luo Yan arrived at the cafeteria, collected his meal, and sought out an unoccupied table to enjoy his lunch. He ate at a leisurely pace, a habit cultivated during his time on the surface. In the 3 years of extreme scarcity, it was commonplace to have a meal every few days. The pangs of hunger necessitated a slower pace of eating. Over time, even though the academy's cafeteria now served delectable dishes, he continued to eat slowly. "May I sit here?" a voice inquired. Luo Yan looked up to see a classmate named Li Bohang. The tall, clean-cut youth did not wait for Luo Yan's consent and took a seat opposite him. The youth extended his hand. "May I befriend you?" Luo Yan glanced at him but continued to eat. Li Bohang was unperturbed, smiling as he said, "I admire your courage, whether facing a wolf tick or engaging in combat. But I am even more impressed by your 3 years of life on the surface. That must have been incredibly challenging, right? If it were me, I doubt I could last a year. You are truly remarkable." Luo Yan paused his chopsticks momentarily before resuming his meal. Li Bohang continued speaking. "I sense that you prefer solitude from the moment I first saw you. You trust yourself more than others. However, if you aspire to be a pilot or a mech engineer, you'll need friends. Each time a mission arises, mech engineers typically operate in teams. With 3 to 4 mechs executing a mission simultaneously, collaboration is essential for success, necessitating a degree of trust." Luo Yan listened intently but remained indifferent. He would not decide to befriend someone based on a few words from Li Bohang. Friendship was a luxury he could not afford. He bore a wound on his chest, a memento from a so-called friend. Li Boheng chuckled and resumed eating, adding, "Here's a suggestion. When exchanging for training resources, avoid cloud water elixir. Firstly, it is designed for use with mid to high-level techniques. Secondly, each vial costs 5 credits. Lastly, its effects are merely about 20% superior to calming elixir. The calming elixir can still be utilized when practicing mid-level techniques. And you can always exchange for cloud water elixir later when you reach advanced training. Importantly, the calming elixir requires only 1 credit for exchange. Excellent value for money." After finishing his meal in silence, Li Boheng packed his belongings and stood up. "I must take my leave. I have a combat class this afternoon and need to prepare." He turned to leave, but suddenly heard Luo Yan softly say, "Thank you." Li Boheng turned back with a smile. No need for formality. Luo Yan's gratitude was not a gesture of goodwill but rather a recognition of the kind advice given. Regardless of whether he would heed it, expressing thanks was a matter of principle. Once Li Boheng departed, Luo Yan finished the last bite of his meal and was about to leave when someone approached, glancing at him with a light chuckle. "Are you the new student recommended by Dijong?" Luo Yan looked up and coldly replied, "In 2 months, I will face the arena, if I survive." With that, he turned to walk away. The person was taken aback for a moment before calling out, "Wait a minute, is it really necessary to be like this? I was merely asking a question. I had no intention of causing you trouble. Please don't issue challenges so casually. I won't fight. I absolutely refuse to engage." Luo Yan continued, his footsteps unwavering as he exited the cafeteria. The person shook their head in disbelief, muttering, "What a lunatic." Time passed swiftly, and Luo Yan had been at the academy for 2 weeks. During these days, he had, for the first time, practiced visualization techniques under his mentor's guidance, encountered combat skills and arcane arts, and participated in empathic training. So many firsts had made these 2 weeks more exhilarating than his previous 18 years of life. He had also gained a deeper understanding of his unique ocular abilities. For instance, he now recognized the significance of the bright yellow aura and numbers surrounding himself or others. They represented elemental energy and corresponding values. Additionally, Luo Yan could observe the distribution and density of elemental energy in the world around him through his transformed vision. Moreover, he felt that he was on the brink of a breakthrough in his visualization training. After 2 weeks of practice, he had allowed elemental energy to permeate his limbs and torso. Only his head region remained. At this moment, in the training hall, Luo Yan picked up a vial of light green elixir, calming elixir. For the past few days, he had consistently used calming elixir during his training. This elixir could stabilize the mind, enhance communication and resonance with elemental energy, and improve the efficiency of his training. Each vial of calming elixir required just 1 credit. Over the past days, he had spent a considerable amount, accumulating over a dozen credits. Coupled with the 3 credits he spent on the first day of enrollment and the 20 credits deducted due to the earlier incident with Chen Yongsong, his initial 98 credits had dwindled to 48. Among his peers, few could afford to use calming elixir with each training session as he did. Most students could not indulge in such extravagance, and some even criticized Luo Yan for wasting credits. However, Luo Yan did not share this sentiment. In 2 weeks, he would face the arena. Given that he would be up against Luo Beichen, who had considerably more resources, it would be utterly ridiculous to conserve credits now. Centering himself, Luo Yan slowly exhaled and opened the vial. Bringing it to his lips, he inhaled deeply and consumed the elixir in one go. Instantly, he was enveloped in a profound sense of tranquility. He keenly sensed the omnipresent elemental energy in the air around him. Adopting a specific breathing technique, he drew in the elemental energy along with the air, circulating it within his body while expelling the air. As time slipped by, beads of sweat began to form atop Luo Yan's forehead, dampening his hair and tracing the contours of his face before pooling at his chin and dripping down. He felt his skin becoming increasingly resilient under the nurturing influence of elemental energy, and a latent strength within him began to surge forth. This power soon encountered an obstruction, as if an invisible barrier impeded its release. Consequently, it simmered and erupted. With a deep inhalation, Luo Yan drew in an abundance of elemental energy from the surroundings, channeling it into this burgeoning force, breaking through the barrier with a single thrust. Suddenly, Luo Yan's entire being quivered. His muscles tensed before gradually relaxing, imparting an indescribable sensation of comfort. He opened his eyes and raised his hands, observing the intricate patterns on his skin becoming increasingly refined. Reminiscent of the steadfast texture of rock, He finally comprehended why Wei Fenghua had claimed that when the moment of breakthrough arrived, one would instinctively know. Thus, on this day, Luo Yan achieved his breakthrough to the initial level. Second tier, on his way back to the dormitory, Luo Yan overheard several classmates conversing. What kind of divine treasure did you awaken? Imitation. Violent bear? And you? Me? Haha. I'm an ultra body. Iron garb. Quite practical. Conversations of this nature filled the air. Unlike Luo Yan, many new students began practicing basic visualization techniques only after enrollment, with most awakening their divine treasures within the past couple of days. However, individuals like Luo Bachin likely had prior training before enrollment. Luo Yan wondered what kind of divine treasure he would awaken. Suddenly, Luo Yan halted in his tracks. Luo Bachin was approaching with several students. The fair-faced youth beside him called out loudly, "I see this Luo classmate? You seem to have just returned from the training hall. Luo classmate is quite diligent. So, how many tiers have you reached in visualization? Have you practiced combat skills and arcane arts yet? In just 2 weeks, we'll meet in the arena. Don't let our Luo Gu be frightened into submission." Luo Bachin's entourage laughed in support. Luo Yan regarded them as one would a jester. Abruptly, his expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Luo Yan activated his divine treasure, the ocular insight. Upon examination, he noted that Luo Bachin's vitality measured at 173, while his elemental energy was at 124. Comparing this with his own, which boasted 207 in vitality and an impressive 149 in elemental energy, it was evident that Luo Bachin had also attained the initial level. Second tier. Nevertheless, as Luo Yan practiced gazing at mountains and seas, which emphasized foundational skills, both his vitality and elemental energy surpassed Luo Bachin's. Turning his gaze to the fair-faced youth, Luo Yan observed that the red light representing vitality within the pale aura appeared dim, while the yellow glow indicative of elemental energy was almost non-existent. The sight of the fair-faced youth evoked discomfort in Luo Yan, as though all his secrets were laid bare before him. Just as the youth prepared to react, he noticed Luo Bachin moving away and hastily pursued him, colliding with Luo Yan's shoulder in an attempt to jostle him aside. Luo Yan remained motionless. With a thud, the fair-faced youth was sent sprawling to the ground. Luo Yan, undeterred, strode away without a glance back. The next day was Friday. The morning class, originally scheduled to be taught by Xiao Shi, was instead conducted by Wei Fenghua. Clearing his throat, Wei Fenghua announced, "Next Monday, the Surface Exploration Regiment will embark on a mission to the third Forbidden Zone, Misty Canyon. This is a rare opportunity, and the Academy has secured a chance for you to accompany them. This will be your first direct engagement with the Forbidden Area and a valuable insight into the daily workings of mech engineers. Thus, there will be no common knowledge class today, and I shall impart to you the relevant knowledge regarding the Forbidden Zones." Luo Yan immediately perked up, unwilling to miss a single word. After Wei Fenghua inscribed the 2 characters for Forbidden Zone on the blackboard, he remarked, "The Forbidden Zone is a special area formed after the catastrophe of giant beasts. The boundaries of Forbidden Zones vary, and the species of giant beasts and parasitic creatures within are exceedingly diverse. However, there is one commonality among all Forbidden Zones. Each contains a giant beast ecosystem that is dramatically different from the external environment." Li Bohang raised his hand and inquired, "Teacher, what is a giant beast ecosystem?" Wei Fenghua pressed his palm down, signaling Li Bohang to lower his hand, and continued, "The so-called giant beast ecosystem is a unique ecological system derived from the giant beasts inhabiting the Forbidden Zone. The nature of the giant beast ecosystem is determined by the dominant giant beast present in the zone. This serves merely as a reference, not an absolute rule. Nonetheless, a Forbidden Zone can only exist if there is a dominant giant beast within its confines." Luo Yan's breath hitched. From the previous class on giant beast knowledge, he had already learned that the humans in the underground city classify giant beasts into lower, middle, and upper tiers. Above the upper tier lies the dominant tier. And beyond that, there exists the nightmare tier. Furthermore, from the nuances in the teacher's words, it was apparent that there seemed to be even higher levels beyond the nightmare tier. During his 3 years in the city he had previously resided in, he had encountered lower-tier Li Lian, mid-tier Tao Tai. While Li was somewhat manageable, Tao Tai was quite fearsome. He could scarcely fathom how terrifying the dominant and even nightmare-tier giant beasts must be. Although the others lacked Luo Yan's extensive experience, they were not ignorant of the information regarding the terrifying nature of dominant giant beasts. Upon learning that there would be dominant giant beasts in the Forbidden Zone, many students began to have second thoughts. Wei Fenghua cast a glance at the students and reassured them. Rest assured, dominant giant beasts typically reside in the deepest parts of the forbidden zones, and this expedition will only explore several relatively safe areas within the forbidden zone. You will not encounter, nor will you have the opportunity to encounter, dominant giant beasts. However, he emphasized, you still need to familiarize yourselves with some critical information about the Mist Canyon, particularly that concerning the dominant giant beast. Turning around, Wei Fenghua swiftly wrote down some information on the blackboard. Codename, Huan, pronounced as Huan. Level, dominant level 3. Type, caterpillar. Characteristics, mist generation, wind manipulation, hallucinations, sonic boom, beast mastery, weakness. Unknown. Wei Fenghua cleared his throat and continued. This dominant beast resembles a cat with 3 tails. Due to its abilities of wind manipulation and mist generation, Zone 3 is perpetually shrouded in mist, resulting in a unique ecosystem. He then elaborated on the currently discovered giant beasts and parasitic swarms within the Mist Canyon, as well as the plants and animals present in the Forbidden Zone, and the areas that required caution. Thus, the morning passed by. Chapter 11. Fragments of the Primordial Stone in the afternoon. At the training hall, Luo Yan reported, Teacher, I have broken through. I am now at the primary level 2. Wei Fenghua nodded. You have reached half a month at level 2, and your progress is quite rapid, especially with Guanshan High. You have used quite a few calming agents, haven't you? Luo Yan nodded in affirmation. It's commendable that you are willing to invest resources. Thus, you may now cultivate at the second level. The aim of primary level 2 is to allow the elemental force to permeate every inch of your body and each muscle, making them as resilient as a mountain. The key points of cultivation A are E.as before, Wei Fenghua meticulously explained. Luo Yan listened attentively. Following this, he engaged in self-cultivation, with Wei Fenghua providing guidance. After the training concluded, Wei Fenghua advised, for the next 2 days, do not rush your training. Ensure you have ample rest. Once you enter the Forbidden Zone, there will be many places requiring mental acuity. Furthermore, cultivation necessitates diligence as well as appropriate rest. Haste makes waste. Luo Yan took note. On Saturday and Sunday, there were no classes at the academy. Unwilling to squander time, Luo Yan remembered Wei Fenghua's instructions and refrained from overexerting himself during training. After 2 fulfilling days, Monday arrived. Early that morning, the freshmen gathered on the playground, awaiting the arrival of their instructors. Suddenly, they felt the ground tremble, followed by the entrance of several mechs onto the field. Among them were 3 humanoid mechs, but one resembled a giant wolf. This wolf-like mech was predominantly deep black, adorned with fiery red patterns. Many students gasped in awe. It's a demon mech. Luo Yan recalled the content from Zhao Yidan's mech class. The instructor had mentioned that there are 3 types of mechs. The most common are humanoid mechs, referred to as Xianji. Additionally, there are aberrant mechs, known as emoji. The operation of emoji is relatively challenging, as they are not humanoid. Even with a synesthesia system, they are difficult to control. Besides these 2 types, a 3rd category exists, but Zhao did not elaborate, merely designating it as classified. At that moment, a humanoid mech, iron black with bright yellow patterns and components, took 2 steps forward. This mech was exceptionally sturdy, particularly its arms, which were notably robust and extended beyond the knee. It was evident that the outer armor exceeded standard specifications and housed a specialized weapon system. After it halted, the hatch at the back of the cockpit opened, and a pilot emerged, a mech operator. This individual surveyed the surroundings from a height, pausing for 2 seconds on Luo Yan's face. Then, Wei Fenghua's voice rang out, "These are the mechs of our academy, piloted by 3rd-year students. They are responsible for safeguarding the academy personnel, and this also serves as a significant test for them." He pointed to the pilot of the black heavy mech and introduced, He Hao, a 3rd-year student, visualization technique level, intermediate level 3. He is the captain of this squad. Continuing his introductions, Wei Fenghua indicated the pilot emerging from the wolf-like mech, who was a girl. Sitting boldly in the mech with her legs crossed, she playfully blew a kiss to the freshman Sugo, a 3rd-year student, visualization technique level, intermediate level 2. She is the vice captain. The mech she pilots is a demon mech named Tan Lang. Tan Lang weighs 1685 tons, with the same operating system, a primary engine called Wolfpack, and 9 auxiliary engines. After Wei Fenghua introduced the remaining 2 mech operators, he commanded, "Let us commence." Moments later, a convoy departed from Baijian Academy. Inside the vehicles, most of the freshmen felt a surge of excitement, reminiscent of previous school outings. Once aboard, each student received a suitcase. Wei Finghua stated, "What you have received is the equipment distributed by the Academy.IT includes a set of field combat attire, a lightweight armor suit, firearms, ammunition, a combat knife, and emergency medical supplies. While these items may not suffice against giant beasts, they could prove useful should you inadvertently encounter one or two giant beast parasites. So, equip yourselves now." The girls in the vehicle gasped, "Here? Isn't that a disadvantage for the boys?" Wei Finghua responded with an impassive expression. "Once you enter the forbidden zone and step onto the battlefield, there are far harsher realities awaiting you. If you wish to survive, refrain from unnecessary chatter." In the back row, a girl opened her suitcase and, without hesitation, removed her outer clothing. With an indifferent expression, she donned the camouflage combat attire. Lin Wei is quite impressive. She shows no fear of losing out. Some girls whispered amongst themselves. Of course, she ranked second in the Academy's entrance exam. She must be exceptional. Luo Yan glanced at Lin Wei, the girl who had ranked just below him in the entrance exam. Tall and slender, she had her raven hair tied in a high ponytail, a red gemstone earring adorning her left earlobe. Her expression was apathetic, as if nothing piqued her interest. Perhaps sensing Luo Yan's gaze, Lin Wei turned to meet his eyes, which sparkled like a starry night. Her gaze profound. Luo Yan could discern no meaning from her eyes, so he turned back to his suitcase, removing his outer clothing. As he did so, gasps filled the vehicle. His body bore numerous scars, scattered like patches, and dark red splotches from a crimson toxin infection marred his skin, rendering him somewhat unattractive. He paid no mind to the stares of others, swiftly donning his combat attire, securing his armor, and inspecting his rifle. Once everyone had changed into their gear, Wei Finghua announced, "Upon entering the Mist Canyon, you must pay special attention to a plant known as Phoenix Tail Palm. This is a component of the giant beast ecosystem within Zone 3. The Phoenix Tail Palm belongs to the evergreen shrub family and is named for its resemblance to a phoenix's tail. It is also the preferred food of the dominant giant beast Huan. Its scent will attract Huan to your vicinity. When you encounter it, keep your distance and do not attempt to collect it." "Understood." The students responded affirmatively. At that moment, Li Boheng raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, what is the objective of the surface troops' mission to the Forbidden Zone?" Wei Finghua stated, "The routine task involves searching for Yuan and gathering extraordinary flora from the Forbidden Zones to serve as materials for various potions. If permitted, we shall also eliminate some nearby colossal beasts to prevent the expansion of the Forbidden Area." Yuan. A dark and profound crystal flashed through Luo Yan's mind. At that time, Di Zheng had brought back a piece of Yuan from the Galaxy Stadium, attracting the colossal beast crew along the way. It was mentioned in Xiao Shi's class that Yuan is a product of the info space. During the colossal beast catastrophe, it descended to the Earth alongside the beasts unleashed from the heavens. Yuan affects the terrestrial ecosystem, causing ordinary flora and fauna to mutate. Additionally, colossal beasts can evolve by absorbing the energy within Yuan, thereby enhancing their tier levels. This explains why the Taoye and the Galaxy Stadium remained fixated on Yuan. Nowadays, every time the info space opens, Yuan occasionally drops, but statistics show that its quantity has diminished since the colossal beast catastrophe. At that moment, a male student furrowed his brow and said, "Teacher, I do not understand. You mentioned that colossal beasts can evolve through Yuan, hence their demand for it. But why do we humans need to collect it? Wouldn't destroying it suffice?" Wei Finghua coughed twice and smiled. "It seems Xiao Shi has not mentioned this to you. But let me enlighten you that we collect Yuan for the potential existence of Taichu stone fragments within it." "Taichu stone fragments?" A chorus of puzzled voices arose in the compartment. Wei Finghua gently nodded. "Indeed, although Yuan is favored by colossal beasts, it occasionally accompanies a peculiar stone resembling white jade. This stone can trigger mutations in the divine repository, and even the seemingly ineffective divine repository could become exceptionally powerful under its influence. Some inscriptions discovered in that world document this peculiar stone. Referred to as Taichu stone fragments, Luo Yan felt a jolt of realization. He hastily lowered his head, finally understanding the reason behind his Wangqi Tong mutation, as well as the origin of that rhombus-shaped white jade. It turned out that what he had obtained that day was indeed the Taichu stone fragment. At this moment, the convoy had already left the underground city and emerged to the surface. The blazing sun streamed through the windows, momentarily captivating the students outside. They all leaned against the windows. Even the usually aloof Lin Wei slightly turned her head to gaze outside. Unlike Luo Yan, these students had not seen the light of day for years. Now, they were finally granted the opportunity to ascend to the surface, naturally filled with excitement. By the shores of the Great Lake, the Academy convoy met with the Surface Exploration Legion, heading in a grand procession towards the northwest. 3 days later, the convoy arrived at Forbidden Zone Number 3, Misty Canyon. As they entered the canyon, it was midday. One moment, the sun was blazing outside the vehicle, and the next, the light suddenly dimmed, as if they had entered another realm. Luo Yan peered out the window. Though the edges of the Forbidden Zone appeared clear of fog, the distant vista was engulfed in a gray mist. Within that dense fog, flashes of lightning occasionally flickered. Each time a bolt of lightning struck, it illuminated the bizarre silhouettes concealed within the mist, evoking an inexplicable sense of mystery and danger. Upon entering the canyon, whether it was the Surface Legion or the Academy convoy, the guard mechas emerged from the transport bay, walking alongside the convoy. Observing these gigantic mechas, akin to divine spirits, one would typically feel a sense of safety. However, once inside the canyon, even the most composed students felt their nerves tighten. Remaining silent, just when Luo Yan thought this silence would persist until they set up camp, the radio suddenly crackled to life. Attention! A colossal beast has been detected ahead. Matching with the database. Matching complete. The colossal beast ahead has been confirmed as Z. Level, lower tier 3. Type, caterpillar. Features, great strength, piercing, shockwave. Chapter 12. Breaking the barrier. The Southern Classic states. The Z was buried east during Shun's funeral, south of the Xiang River. It resembles a black bull with a single-horned in Shan Hai Jing. Z is depicted as a black beast akin to a water buffalo, possessing a single horn. However, in reality, Z is a ferocious colossal beast. The naming of known colossal beasts primarily references descriptions from the ancient tome Shan Hai Jing, assigning names based on their similarities to the ancient descriptions. Luo Yan had seen information about Z in the colossal beast knowledge class. This bull-like beast could effortlessly demolish a building. They typically sport a layer of dark fur, and when they charge at full speed, they resemble a moving black cloud. After the Exploration Legion detected the presence of the beast, the sounds of gunfire echoed from the front of the convoy. Before long, the radio crackled again. To the northwest, at the 10 o'clock position, a second colossal beast has appeared. It is also a Z. Calculating its trajectory, it will charge towards the Academy convoy. Hearing this announcement, the students' faces turned pale. Luo Yan tightened his grip on his rifle, remaining calm. Wei Fenghua nonchalantly stated, "He Hao and his team will protect us." Luo Yan glanced out the window. The heavy mecha named Hailai had already begun striding forward. Within the cockpit, the rugged He Hao spoke into the team channel. "Same old rules. Use the 211 formation." Received. Understood. As the team responded. Two mechas positioned themselves directly in the path of the colossal beast, raising their thick-barreled, pitch-black rifles. Information flashed in Luo Yan's mind. The specialized rifle for colossal beasts, Shinwei Type 3, length, 48.21 meters. Barrel length, 22.35 meters, caliber, 37 centimeters. Capacity, 30 rounds, effective range, 15,000 meters, bullet velocity, 950 meters per second. At that moment, He Hao's Hailai and Su Jia's Tanlong split to the left and right, forming a slight crescent formation. All weapon systems on Hailai's arms and chest activated, while Tanlong's back armor unfolded, revealing an extending cannon. This was the 211 formation. Wei Fenghua casually remarked. "Who knows what the 211 formation is?" Li Bohong pushed up his glasses and explained. The 211 formation involves two mechas responsible for primary firepower output, while the other two provide support. During the fire output, the two supporting mechas can maneuver freely based on the situation. This is the essence of the 211 formation. Excellent, 10 academic credits as a reward. Wei Fenghua nodded. A wave of astonished gasps filled the compartment. Getting 10 credits for answering a question? You should have mentioned this earlier, Teacher Wei. At this moment, the students could feel the tremors of the ground. Subsequently, a massive black cloud burst forth from a distant thicket. It was the colossal beast resembling a water buffalo, its thick, long fur billowing as it charged. A thick, sharp horn protruded from its forehead, adorned with spiral patterns emitting a dark bluish glow, akin to a burning inferno, fire. The captain, He Hao, commanded from the cockpit. In the next instant, all 4 mechas opened fire simultaneously. The 2 mechas responsible for primary firepower, the Xuanji, blared with the sound of their Shenwei Type 3 rifles. Bang bang bang. Bright flames erupted from their muzzles, with bullets trailing fiery lines as they hurtled towards the target. Enormous shell casings continuously fell to the ground beside the mechas, sending mud and debris flying. Observing the engraved casings, Luo Yan understood they were specialized armor-piercing rounds for colossal beasts, particularly effective against the thick-skinned creatures. Under the barrage of bullets, the distant black cloud erupted in spouts of blood. As Hailai and Tanlong joined the assault, it felt as if an earthquake was unfolding within the canyon. Under the relentless bombardment, trees in the forest were uprooted in droves, and the colossal beasts stumbled and fell to this moment. The Mecha Tanlong deployed its abdominal armor, revealing guided missiles on both sides, which emerged with the assistance of mechanical arms. As flames erupted from their tails, the missiles shot forth, piercing through the air with a sharp wail. Striking the beast's front limbs, the explosion shattered its limbs, and propelled by inertia, the Z cried out in agony, crashing to the ground and sliding forward. Witnessing this, He Hao let out a roar, maneuvering the heavy mecha towards the beast. In the instant of proximity, Hailai raised its arm and fist, launching a fierce attack. The steel fist sliced through the air with a deep howl, its fist glimmering with a dark radiance, striking the Z squarely on the head. Instantly, a resonant sound reverberated through the canyon, akin to a grand bell tolling. The shockwave of the impact spread out, causing nearby trees to bend and bow. The vehicle in which Luo Yan was situated vibrated with a low hum as the shockwave passed. Just as one wave subsided, another arose. The fist of the Mecha Hailai remained pressed against the Z's head. The dark glow of its fist, which had dimmed, suddenly brightened again, and then erupted. Bang! The Z trembled all over, leaping into the air and performing a somersault above Hailai, crashing heavily onto the ground. The earth instantly erupted in a wave of dust, spreading wildly. Inside the compartment, the students were all thrown to the ground, cries of alarm filling the AI art. As Luo Yan rose, his crimson pupils glimmered with silver light. He activated the Wangqi Tong. Peering outside, he saw the grayish-white glow surrounding the Z, its fiery red aura rapidly fading. The previously high vitality points, exceeding 4 digits, swiftly dwindled to 0. In truth, even without the Wangqi Tong, this was apparent. The head of the colossal beast erupted violently, its singular horn piercing deep into the earth, lifeless beyond any hope of revival. At that moment, Hailai turned around and approached the horn, extracting it from the ground and raising it triumphantly overhead. A chorus of cheers erupted from within the carriage. In the eyes of the newcomers, Hailai resembled a deity of war, tall and invincible. The Exploration Legion had vanquished the beast, prompting the convoy to pause temporarily. The collection team busily gathered organs, horns, claws, and other materials from the fallen creature. Among these, the most vital was undoubtedly the beastker, the essence of its being. As you just witnessed, during the respite, Wei Fenghua seized the opportunity to instruct his students. In combat, prioritizing ranged attacks is the standard protocol. Ammunition can be replenished, but mechas and their pilots are irreplaceable. Any damage incurred would represent a significant loss. A student raised a hand and asked, "Teacher, did Hailai use a combat technique at the end?" Wei Fenghua nodded affirmatively. Indeed. That was He Hao's combat technique, the Jiaolei second strike. This fist technique is capable of delivering 2 shocks, with the second strike being even more powerful and ferocious. Through the empathy system, enhanced by the mecha, one could strike down the colossal beast with a single blow. In future battles, you must adopt this strategy. First, use firearms to deplete the beast's stamina, and only when an opportunity arises should you employ combat techniques or mystical arts to secure victory. The students nodded in agreement. Wei Fenghua suddenly inquired, "What criteria are used to classify the tiers of colossal beasts?" Luo Yan immediately answered, "It is based on their abilities and the threats they pose." Wei Fenghua acknowledged him with a nod and then asked, "What is the basis for the classification of beast levels?" This time, Lin Wei seized the chance to respond. It is determined by their size and weight. Thus, one cannot blindly judge the strength of beasts within the same tier merely by their level. Wei Fenghua expressed his satisfaction. "Correct. Both of you performed admirably. I award you each 10 points." Instantly, a chorus of envious groans filled the air. The collection efforts continued into the evening, and the convoy decided to halt their advance for the night. Students and soldiers set up camp nearby. After a simple dinner, Wei Fenghua summoned the students to draw lots for group assignments. Tomorrow, you will work in teams to assist the Exploration Legion in collecting herbs. Completing the task will earn you academic credits. Upon hearing of the credit reward, Luo Yan felt a surge of joy, but the prospect of being assigned to a group dampened his spirits. He had always been accustomed to solitude. Then he recalled what Li Bohong had said: to pursue a career as a mecha master, one must adapt to working within a collective. Luo Yan resolved to begin this adaptation with the upcoming collection task. Moments later, the group assignments were announced. Luo Yan's teammates were Wu Renfan and Zheng Shan. Wu Renfan was slender and frail, sporting thick glasses that rendered him almost invisible in presence. Luo Yan had little impression of him. Zheng Shan, on the other hand, was tall and robust, with pronounced eyebrows and eyes. During the entrance examination, he had celebrated his qualification with tears of joy and raised arms. Luo Yan had a faint memory of him. Though they had little interaction outside that moment, observing the two, Luo Yan succinctly stated, "For tomorrow's task, I will be the team leader." He preferred not to be directed by others, thus he took the initiative. Should either of them disagree, he would rather go solo. "Fine, I have no objections," Wu Renfan replied with a smile. Zheng Shan nodded. "You scored the highest in the entrance exam. I admire that. I have no issues with you leading." Thus, the matter was settled. Luo Yan turned to seek out Wei Fenghua. Upon encountering him, the teacher was in the midst of swallowing a capsule with water. Wei Fenghua smiled, still troubled by old ailments. "Do you need something?" Luo Yan sat beside him and inquired, "Teacher, if I acquire a fragment of the Taichu stone, will my Wangqi Tong undergo a transformation?" Wei Fenghua glanced at him. "It certainly will. However, fragments of the Taichu stone are not easily obtained. They are the highest grade resources, awarded only to those who have rendered significant contributions. Of course, you may have the opportunity in the future." Sensing the conversation had built to the appropriate moment, Luo Yan continued, "If the opportunity arises, what transformation could my Wangqi Tong undergo?" Wei Fenghua casually replied, "It could become the barrier-breaking eye. Its capabilities would include barrier breaking, illusion detection, long-range vision, strong memory, and chi observation. Upon further development, it would evolve into the true suchness eye." The barrier-breaking eye. "The true suchness eye?" Luo Yan exclaimed in astonishment. "Can divine treasures really undergo breakthroughs?" Wei Fenghua smiled. "Why not? The levels of visualization techniques can certainly be transcended. Divine treasures are no exception. It's just that the curriculum hasn't covered that yet. So you remain unaware. If you're interested in divine treasures, I will give you a book to study upon your return." Luo Yan eagerly acquiesced, and thereafter refrained from further interruption, returning to his tent as he walked. His heart brimmed with joy. He had finally learned the name of his transformed divine treasure and recognized its potential for breakthrough, illuminating his path ahead. At that moment, he noticed Wu Renfan emerging from his own tent. Luo Yan squinted his eyes slightly. Chapter 13. The worst of omens. "Are you looking for me?" Luo Yan intercepted Wu Renfan. Startled, Wu Renfan quickly regained his composure. "Yes, Captain. I wanted to ask if we have any specific plans for tomorrow?" He continued, "I personally think tomorrow's collection task might be another form of assessment from the Academy, so I wanted to discuss it with you." However, when he found that Luo Yan was absent, he had waited for a while, and upon deciding to leave, he unexpectedly encountered Luo Yan returning. "Then shall we discuss it, Captain?" Seeing Wu Renfan's incessant chatter, Luo Yan felt a twinge of impatience and shook his head. "No need to discuss. Just follow my lead tomorrow." Wu Renfan opened his mouth to say something more, but was silenced by Luo Yan's glare. He could only force a smile. "All right then, we will follow your lead, Captain." After Wu Renfan departed, Luo Yan entered the tent to check for anything unusual. Finding nothing out of the ordinary, he settled into his sleeping bag. The next day, Wei Fenghua announced, "These are the herbs you are to collect: Yunluo grass, moonlight flower, and Shuiwan leaf. They are the primary ingredients for Ningxin potion and Yunshui potion. The main distribution areas have already been marked on your group computers. Now, the collection task begins, with a single command from Wei Fenghua." The new students, including Luo Yan, surged toward their designated locations. Luo Yan activated the group computer and, following its prompts, ventured deeper into the jungle, with Wu Renfan and Zhang Shan closely trailing him. At first, the sounds of voices accompanied them, but as time passed, They were left with only the rustling shadows of trees and the occasional sighting of small creatures flitting through the bushes or branches. Occasionally, distant roars of colossal beasts echoed through the air. Fortunately, they were located on the outskirts of a forbidden area, where surface troops were active, so the danger was minimal. As they walked, Luo Yan intermittently paused to scrutinize the ground around him, paying close attention to any signs of trampled leaves. Occasionally, he would disturb some suspicious mounds of dirt, often uncovering traces of animal droppings. As Luo Yan seemed to be discerning the scent of these droppings. Wu Renfan displayed a look of disdain. Zhang Shan, however, remained calm. During the colossal beast knowledge class, the instructor had taught them how to distinguish between the droppings of colossal beasts and other animals. The blood of colossal beasts contains chidu, resulting in droppings that emit a pungent, sulfur-like odor, making them easily identifiable. By recognizing these droppings, one could ascertain whether they were in a colossal beast's territory, thereby avoiding potential risks. At that moment, Luo Yan was engaged in this very task. He's quite unnecessary, Wu Renfan whispered to Zhang Shan. This area is relatively safe. We eliminated 2 colossal beasts yesterday. Where's the danger? Zhang Shan, gripping the academy-issued rifle and surveying their surroundings, lowered his voice. I think it's best not to be overly cautious. Ahead, Luo Yan suddenly halted and glanced back at them. Wu Renfan quickly closed his mouth. As the day wore on and evening approached, the trio had collected a sufficient quantity of herbs and prepared to return. As they walked, Luo Yan signaled them to stop. Wu Renfan complained, Captain, we've been out all day. The other teams have probably returned to camp by now. We're the last ones. Let's hurry back. My legs are killing me. Luo Yan turned around, pointing his gun at him, and coldly uttered, Be quiet. Then he scanned their surroundings. Look, the fog is rolling in. Prompted by Luo Yan's words, Wu Renfan and Zhang Shan noticed that indeed. A thin mist was silently creeping in, enveloping the nearby flora and creating an ethereal haze. Even the distant scenery became obscured. Wu Renfan murmured, This is called the Mist Valley. It's just fog. No need to make a fuss. Zhang Shan shook his head. That's not right. We're on the outskirts. There shouldn't be any fog here. Quiet. Move quickly. Luo Yan sensed an ominous premonition. Having lived on the surface for 3 years, he had honed a beast-like intuition. The sudden onset of thick fog in the outskirts was highly unusual. When abnormalities arise, there are often hidden dangers. Luo Yan could only hope fervently that they would not draw the worst lot. Which lot? You ask? Naturally, it would be Zhuan, the dominant colossal beast, characterized by descriptions of stirring winds and bringing fog. The mist thickened gradually, and even Wu Renfan, who had been previously unconcerned, was now gripped by tension. Their visibility had now shrunk to around 3 to 5 meters. Beyond that, all was obscured. The surroundings were engulfed in a haze, and Luo Yan was seized by an unsettling sensation, akin to wandering aimlessly within a thicket. Consequently, he began marking the trees. Mere minutes later, his apprehensions materialized. Alas, we are ensnared by the fog. Wu Renfan was as agitated as an ant on a hot pan. Luo Yan, maintaining his composure, instructed, Contact the camp, rest in place, and await rescue. Zhang Shan promptly retrieved the walkie-talkie and called out, Camp, please respond. After 3 attempts, silence reigned. Luo Yan felt his heart plummet. It was at this moment they heard a voice calling from ahead. Classmates, which group are you from? We have come to rescue you. Upon hearing this voice, Luo Yan finally exhaled in relief, while Li Xiao and the others were overjoyed. Moments later, they discerned lights emerging through the dense fog, accompanied by several indistinct silhouettes. Classmates, where are you? As the voice beckoned, Wu Renfan was about to respond when Luo Yan suddenly recalled. If it were a rescue team, how could they not know their identities? Why did they not inquire about their group? Thus, he swiftly covered Wu Renfan's mouth and shook his head. His crimson eyes flickered with a glimmering silver light as he activated the barrier-breaking eye. Instantly, the fog dissipated from his sight. Trees and flora lost their texture, and everything was reduced to mere lines, accompanied by a series of numbers. Ignoring these figures, Luo Yan gazed towards the direction where the light had appeared. In the distance, there indeed was a mass of gray light, resembling a large cat crouching on the ground, complete with 3 tails that swayed intermittently. Undoubtedly, they had drawn the short straw. That mass of gray light was none other than the apex predator of this canyon, a behemoth. the very source of the beast ecology within the forbidden zone. Luo Yan quickly recalled the characteristics of this creature. Besides its ability to stir up winds and create fog, it was also known for inducing illusions. In other words, the lights and shadows they had just witnessed were mere phantoms, a ruse employed by the colossal beast. Luo Yan scanned his surroundings and noticed a giant tree that had withered, its trunk hollow. Grasping Xingshan and Wu Renfan by the shoulders, he whispered, "Quiet. Follow me." Moments later, they squeezed into the hollow of the tree. It was only then that Wu Renfan inquired, "Where are we?" "Hush, we have arrived." Luo Yan replied succinctly, "The lights and sounds we encountered were illusions. To the giant beast, we are but insignificant specks, akin to ants hidden among flowers. It has not detected us, hence it lured us with illusions. However, there must be something about us that attracted its attention. Otherwise, it would not have ventured from the depths of the forbidden zone." With that, Luo Yan turned to Xingshan and Wu Renfan, commanding, "Open your backpacks." Chapter 14. Golden Winged Lice. Wu Renfan frowned. "What do you want to open the backpacks for?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a rustling noise erupted from outside. A beam of light pierced through the fog, and they could faintly hear someone shouting, "Classmates, classmates, where are you?" Just as Wu Renfan opened his mouth to respond, Luo Yan pressed the barrel of his gun against his temple and slowly shook his head. The trio held their breath, only hearing the rustling sounds around the tree hollow, as if a genuine rescue team had circled them several times. After a while, the light and voice faded into the mist. Wu Renfan finally said, "What if it really is a rescue team out there?" Luo Yan replied, expressionless, "When the fog clears, we can return and still be saved." The implication was clear. He did not wish to take any risks. Pointing his gun at Wu Renfan, he ordered, "Open the backpack." Having no desire for further argument, Wu Renfan shrugged, removed his backpack, and opened it. Luo Yan then instructed Xingshan, "Empty everything out." Xingshan complied without hesitation, spilling the contents of his backpack onto the ground. Inside were magazines, potions, and freshly gathered herbs, nothing suspicious. Luo Yan looked at Xingshan, who understood and similarly emptied his own backpack, revealing items akin to Wu Renfan's. "See, Captain, perhaps you are overly anxious," Wu Renfan remarked. "Surely you don't suspect we brought that giant beast here, do you? We would never harm ourselves." Luo Yan cast him a sidelong glance, suddenly recalling that Wu Renfan had entered his tent the previous night. However, after inspecting the tent and the backpack, he found nothing amiss. Wait a moment. Luo Yan abruptly realized he had overlooked certain areas. He immediately tossed his backpack onto the ground, crouched down, and without a word, drew his military knife to tear it open. Wu Renfan was startled, his eyes darting as he quietly moved toward the exit. At that moment, Luo Yan noticed that when the knife sliced through the backpack, a hidden compartment was revealed, and something fell out, a plant, a green shrub resembling a fern. Wu Renfan and Xingshan gasped in unison. "Fern palm?" Luo Yan turned to Wu Renfan, whose complexion changed dramatically as he attempted to flee the tree hollow. In a flash, the blade glinted, and Luo Yan's knife pierced his thigh. Wu Renfan stumbled and was about to scream, but Luo Yan covered his mouth. Xingshan looked on in bewilderment, unsure of what transpired between the two. Luo Yan coldly stated, "You entered my tent last night to place the fern palm in my backpack, did you not?" "No, no, no," Wu Renfan hastily replied. "Captain, listen to me. I had no knowledge that the fern palm was in there. It was Ranzhong who gave me this backpack, instructing me to swap it with yours. But I truly had no idea he had placed the fern palm inside. He offered me some benefits, but I had no need to risk my life for a mere advantage. Had I known the backpack contained the fern palm, I would have never agreed to his request." Ranzhong was the fair-skinned youth beside Luo Bichen. It was evident that this scheme was orchestrated by Luo Bichen himself. This scoundrel was indeed sinister, intending to eliminate him before the death arena even began. Luo Yan remained silent, yet Xingshan, filled with fury, stormed over. "Wu Renfan, you are both foolish and malicious." Luo Yan, unfazed, said to Xingshan, "Come with me." He withdrew his knife, and immediately blood gushed from Wu Renfan's thigh, causing him to writhe in agony. Luo Yan dashed out of the tree hollow, followed closely by Xingshan, who cast one last glance at Wu Renfan before departing. The fog, the illusions, Luo Yan's barrier breaking eye rendered them ineffective. He could safely lead Xingshan back to camp, But Wu Renfan was another matter. In the fog, he was as blind as a bat, and now with his leg injured. He was in a state of panic. Witnessing Luo Yan and Zhang Shan's departure, he was filled with dread, fearing that the giant beast resembling a cat might approach. Wu Renfan hastily called out to the tree hollow, "Captain, this truly has nothing to do with me. I am also a victim, Captain. As long as you don't abandon me, I will follow you unconditionally. Luo Bachan clearly wants to eliminate me as well. He is unjust, and I am not righteous. There is nothing left to discuss. If you intend to deal with Luo Bachan, I will assist you." However, Luo Yan and Zingshan's footsteps did not falter. They only grew fainter. "Do not leave me behind. Do not leave me behind." Wu Renfan, in a state of despair, clutched his thigh and staggered out of the tree hollow into the fog. Within the mist, Zhang Shan could barely make out Luo Yan's silhouette, relying solely on the sound of his footsteps to follow. Suddenly, Luo Yan's footsteps ceased. Zhang Shan was about to inquire when he heard Luo Yan's voice ahead. "We are in trouble." As soon as he spoke, a strange sound reverberated through the tranquil woods, permeating the thick fog. Hissing sounds echoed incessantly around them. Zhang Shan whispered, "What is that?" "Golden-winged lice, the parasites on Huan's body. They were active in this vicinity earlier. And although they have departed, many parasites have fallen off." Luo Yan described calmly to At that moment. He beheld numerous gray forms resembling insects scattered throughout the woods. Recollecting the details regarding the golden-winged lice, he remembered that they were parasites unique to Huan, belonging to the order of winged lice. Their wings were as hard as gold and iron, exceedingly sharp. They adeptly rubbed their hind legs rhythmically against their golden wings to transmit information. Despite having wings, they could only fly low and at a moderate speed. In addition to feeding on blood, they spread various diseases, including scarlet toxin. As Luo Yan reviewed his acquired knowledge, he sought an opportunity for escape. Regrettably, golden-winged lice infested the area, leaving no openings to exploit. Just then, a mass of gray light suddenly surged from the grass on his left. Golden-winged lice. Luo Yan immediately rolled to the side, raised his rifle, and took aim. The gunfire erupted, bullets tearing the palm-sized parasite to pieces. However, the noise attracted the attention of other golden-winged lice. They began hissing in response, relaying information amongst themselves, and soon, they all converged toward Luo Yan and Zhang Shan's direction. Luo Yan scanned his surroundings and suddenly spotted a location. A pile of rubble, the largest stone standing 7 to 8 meters tall, with a crevice in the middle. It seemed to provide enough space for a person to walk through. Measuring 214 centimeters in height, 107 centimeters in width, and over 5 meters in depth. "Follow me," Luo Yan commanded, moving toward that direction. He intended to utilize the limited space of the elevated rock to restrict the number of golden-winged lice. Zhang Shan promptly followed, while in the distance, Wu Renfan continued to fumble through the fog. The mist was thick, rendering him unable to see any figures. In a fit of desperation, he shouted, "Luo Yan, Zhang Shan, where are you?" At that moment, a buzzing sound resonated above him, followed by something landing on his head. A sharp pain surged through him, and Wu Renfan heard a loud gurgle, reminiscent of the sound he made when sipping a drink through a straw. However, this time, it was a golden-winged louse sucking his blood, his brain matter. In the midst of the fog, Zhang Shan heard Wu Renfan's agonizing and despairing wail from behind him. Chapter 15. Meeting me is like encountering Azura in an instant. Luo Yan dashed into the crevice of a towering rock, propelling himself 2 to 3 meters inside before halting. He quickly retrieved a magazine and placed it beside him. Zhang Shan followed suit. Crouching down and preparing for battle, Luo Yan swiftly checked his firearm, then raised it towards the entrance of the crevice. The confined space limited the golden-winged lice from swarming in, and they had yet to return to the camp. Wei Fenghua should have noticed their absence. Perhaps if they could hold out a little longer, reinforcements would arrive. Outside the rock crevice, the sound of flapping wings grew louder as the golden-winged lice pursued them. However, due to the mist, many flew over the rocky terrain like headless flies, searching for Luo Yan and Zhang Shan. Utilizing the barrier-breaking eye, Luo Yan observed this scene and felt a slight sense of relief. Yet, there were still plenty of golden-winged lice hovering outside the rocks, at least 100. If they were in a more open area, 100 golden-winged lice could devour Luo Yan and Zhang Shan to the bone. Fortunately, many were scrambling over the debris, with only 1 or 2 making their way toward the high rock's crevice. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Yan set down his rifle and drew his military knife. He pressed his hand on Zhang Shan's shoulder, flipping over to position himself at the entrance. As a swarm of biological gray light crept in, the golden wing louse had no chance to discern the situation inside. Luo Yan struck with his knife, severing the louse's head with a swift, horizontal swipe. Witnessing this, Zhang Shan's breath quickened, and he felt a newfound respect for Luo Yan. Utilizing the barrier-breaking eye, Luo Yan had silently dispatched several golden wing lice before they became aware of him. Unfortunately, the scent of their kin's blood drew the attention of the others, and the 100 or so golden wing lice began to converge toward the high rock's crevice. Luo Yan understood that the situation was dire. Returning to his previous position, he quietly warned Zhang Shan, "They're coming." Lacking the eye technique, and with nightfall approaching, Zhang Shan found himself in darkness, where visibility was non-existent. Although he could hear the hissing and buzzing of the golden wing lice relaying messages at the entrance, he tightened his grip on his rifle nervously. The academy had issued light machine guns, convenient for carrying and suitable for confined spaces. The small grip merged with the trigger guard, employing a rotating locking mechanism. The firing mode could be adjusted between single and automatic, with a standard magazine capacity of 30 rounds. Due to the nature of their mission, each of them only had 2 magazines to conserve ammunition. Luo Yan should have used single fire, however, he resorted to automatic fire instead. Over the past 2 weeks, he had undergone systematic shooting training, improving his marksmanship since their time on the surface, yet he still fell short of being a sharpshooter. At such a moment, using single fire could lead to dire consequences if a mistake occurred. Time trickled by, and at last, a golden wing louse poked its head out from the high rock's crevice. Surrounding the opening, a mass of golden wing lice crawled, their numbers dense and wings buzzing incessantly. With the aid of the barrier-breaking eye, Luo Yan adjusted his angle and gently squeezed the trigger. Suddenly, Zhang Shan heard a loud bang overhead. Followed by a flare of light, a shell clattered onto his shoulder before dropping to the ground. Utilizing the illumination from the gunfire, Zhang Shan saw the head of a golden wing louse explode at the entrance of the crevice. Yet, more golden wing lice eagerly surged forward, their dark exoskeletons gleaming with golden patterns, heads resembling locusts adorned with 4 small green eyes. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed above Zhang Shan. The parasites that had entered the crevice erupted in clouds of blood mist. Then he heard Luo Yan's roar, "Open fire! You cover below!" Zhang Shan snapped back to reality, shouting as he fired his weapon. Remaining relatively calm, he recalled Luo Yan's instructions, lowering his rifle to sweep through the golden wing lice crawling from the ground. Bullets tore through the parasites, causing their wings to detach and limbs to separate. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of gunfire resonated within the rock crevice, flashes of light flickering as golden-winged lice fell one after another. Soon, the entrance of the crevice was piled high with the corpses of these creatures. Despite the numerous casualties among their kind, the remaining golden-winged lice continued to thrash forward, determined to invade. Fortunately, the narrowness of the crevice limited the number of lice that could enter simultaneously, usually allowing only 4 or 5 at a time, while the rest were left outside. Before long, Luo Yan had emptied one magazine and swiftly replaced it with another, his last. Remarkably, less than a minute had passed since the battle had commenced. In the blink of an eye, the second magazine was also expended. Luo Yan shouted, "I'm out of bullets." Zhang Shan's rifle also fell silent the next moment, so am I. Without hesitation, Luo Yan drew his military knife. Leaping over Zhang Shan and charging towards the golden-winged lice that were burrowing in from outside. 1 minute. "Then it's your turn," as he spoke. His knife flashed downwards, decapitating a golden-winged louse. Looking up, he spotted 2 more parasites lunging toward him. Using the armor on his arm as a shield, he deflected one on his left, while his right hand thrust the knife into the abdomen of another. With a sharp twist of his wrist, he flung the creature away, leaving a gash in its belly from which intestines and organs spilled forth. Luo Yan's movements were relentless. He turned and delivered another strike to the louse pinned against the rock. Severing its head in a single motion in an instant, he had slain 2 of them. He then deactivated the barrier-breaking eye. Moments ago, while firing his rifle, the ground had ignited patches of grass, providing illumination with the light. He spotted 3 golden-winged lice simultaneously charging at him. Due to the confined space, they formed a straight line, one above the other. A cold glint flashed in Luo Yan's eyes as his knife gleamed in his hand. He unleashed a technique that left a silvery arc between the three golden wing lice, akin to a bolt of lightning. Sword technique. Thunderclap. This technique had been imparted to him personally by Di Zhang after Luo Beichen issued a challenge, consisting of two forms, the sword technique Thunderclap and the fist technique Bone Crusher. In an instant, the bodies of the three golden wing lice split open simultaneously, their ichor raining down upon Luo Yan, drenching him in blood. Behind him, Xing Shan gazed at Luo Yan, drenched in blood under the flickering flames, as if witnessing an azura. Inundated by insect corpses, fresh blood, and the stench of decay, Luo Yan felt as though he had returned to the surface. Back to those harrowing days of survival. With an impassive expression, his gaze icy, he acted decisively. Holding the line, he began to sustain injuries and bleed. Yet he did not retreat a single step. Whenever he could evade an attack, he did so. If not, he blocked with non-vital areas of his body, exchanging wounds for lives. In the span of just 1 minute, Luo Yan had transformed into a figure drenched in blood, his hair matted together with the viscous fluid. Gradually, the ground around his feet became littered with the corpses of the parasites, and his knife had become battered, bearing deep nicks. After barely dispatching another louse, he flung it away, sending it crashing as a cold flash. Impaling a newly entered parasite, at that moment, debris fell upon Luo Yan. He looked up to see a rock teetering above the crevice. Nearby, there were bullet holes and bloodstains, likely remnants from a previous firefight that had compromised the structural integrity of the rock. Buzzing sounds filled the air as more golden-winged lice flew in. Luo Yan swiftly formed a seal and pointed towards the swaying rock. A surge of energy coalesced between his fingers, transforming into a black rope. Technique number 1. Black rope. Like the martial techniques and visualization arts, this mystical art had been discovered, organized, and modified in that world, ultimately becoming a skill accessible to humanity. There were nearly 100 varieties of mystical arts, each assigned a number. Furthermore, each mystical art required corresponding hand seals, also known as forming seals. Luo Yan had spent a full 2 days practicing the hand seals for black rope. Now was the time to display his hard-earned results. The energy-formed rope swiftly ensnared the swaying rock. With a powerful tug, the already unstable stone plummeted, crushing the golden-winged lice beneath it into a gruesome paste. At that moment, precisely 1 minute had elapsed. Chapter 16. An eye for an eye. Now it's my turn. You rest. The voice of Xing Shan emerged behind Luo Yan. Clutching a military knife, his legs trembled slightly, revealing his fear, yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Luo Yan nodded, retreating to the back. Xing Shan let out a battle cry, swinging his knife with a whoosh, striking a golden-winged louse's head. However, his strength fell short, failing to cleave it in two. The creature shrieked, its forelegs scraping against Xing Shan's protective arm, sending sparks flying. Xing Shan shouted again, gripping the knife and slamming the louse against the rock. With a forceful push of the blade, he finally severed one head. Gasping for breath, he realized that what seemed effortless for Luo Yan was anything but once he took the stage himself. The exoskeletons of these creatures were exceedingly tough. If one didn't apply sufficient force, they would remain unscathed. Within the crevice, Luo Yan retrieved a first aid kit, extracting an antitoxin injection to administer a shot to his thigh. He feared that exposure to the louse's blood would exacerbate the toxicity of the red poison. Glancing at Xing Shan, Luo Yan's gaze deepened. Had Xing Shan not stepped up, he would have resorted to using him as bait for the golden-winged lice in exchange for a chance to escape. Xing Shan had proven trustworthy, saving his life, albeit temporarily. Luo Yan was uncertain how long he could hold out. At that moment, after slaying one golden-winged louse, another latched onto Xing Shan's thigh, sinking its teeth deeply into him. Xing Shan let out a pained cry, and with a swift turn, plunged his blade into the creature's head. He scarcely had time to remove the carcass, allowing it to dangle from his leg. He charged forward once more, cleaving through another golden-winged bug. In less than 30 seconds, Xing Shan was beginning to feel the strain on his stamina. Luo Yan narrowed his eyes, ready to step in at a moment's notice. At this juncture, the advantages of Guan Shan Hai became apparent. Although Luo Yan had only cultivated to the second level, his physical capabilities surpassed those of Xing Shan, and his energy regeneration was notably quicker. After a brief rest of half a minute, he felt revitalized enough to continue fighting. Just then, An inaudible sound resonated from outside, causing the golden-winged bugs to plummet to the ground, scurrying about like ants on a hot pan. This phenomenon invigorated both Luo Yan and Zheng Shan. It was evident that reinforcements had arrived. Indeed, a moment later, a brilliant light shone through the gap, followed by a rhythmic barrage of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. With each shot, another bug's head exploded. After a series of gunshots, the remaining golden wing bugs were all dispatched. Moments later, Wei Fenghua's voice rang out. Luo Yan, are you both inside? Zheng Shan's eyes immediately reddened. Hearing Wei Fenghua's voice confirmed his escape from the jaws of death. Yes, both Luo Yan and I are here. Zheng Shan rushed to exit but suddenly turned back, reaching for Luo Yan's hand and placing it on his shoulder, intending to support him out. Luo Yan hesitated for a second but did not decline, and together they stepped through the crevice. Outside the pile of rubble, the fog had dissipated, and a breeze rustled through the night sky, where stars twinkled above. Luo Yan felt as though he had been reborn. He soon spotted a mysterious machine standing not far away, with the strong light emanating from its body. Wei Fenghua arrived with a combat squad. The squad leader's expression shifted slightly upon seeing the ground littered with bug corpses. Did you two do this? Zheng Shan nodded vigorously and then turned to Luo Yan. He did most of the killing. I only took down a few. Upon hearing this, Zheng Shan noticed the squad leader and the team members regarding Luo Yan with a hint of respect. Wei Fenghua scrutinized them both and nodded. Let's head back. We can discuss matters further tomorrow. The squad leader gestured for a vehicle to approach. As they boarded, Luo Yan noticed a stretcher passing by, upon which lay the lifeless body of Wu Renfan, now desiccated and horrifyingly emaciated. Back at the camp, both Luo Yan and Zheng Shan underwent examinations and treatment, with Luo Yan sustaining the more severe injuries and being retained on the medical vehicle for observation. A night of silence passed. The following day, Wei Fenghua summoned Luo Yan into the tent to inquire about the events of the previous day. Luo Yan recounted everything in detail, upon learning that Wu Renfan had been acting under Ranzhong's orders. Exchanging the backpack containing the phoenix tail palm with Luo Yan, Wei Fenghua scoffed. At such a young age, how can one possess such malicious intent? He then shook his head with a sigh. It is a pity Wu Renfan has died. There are no witnesses now. Relying solely on this phoenix tail palm, it will be difficult to pin the blame on Luo Beichen. Moreover, he could easily shift the blame to Ranzhong. What are your plans? After a moment of silence, Luo Yan replied, an eye for an eye. Wei Fenghua regarded him silently, withholding any further commentary. Chapter 17. Do you have any evidence? In a certain area of the collection zone, Ranzhong trailed closely behind Luo Beichen. The two arrived in an uninhabited expanse. Luo Beichen remarked with a smile, you did exceptionally well. You managed to obtain such a rare item as the phoenix tail palm. Truly worthy of being my brother. When we return, I will put in a good word for you with the group at the beginning of next month. I will have your brother come work for the group. Ranzhong quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, brother Luo. He then added with a hint of disdain, what a shame for that fellow Luo. I never expected Wu Renfan to switch his backpack. Yet Luo managed to survive, truly fortunate. Luo Beichen remained unfazed. It matters not. Although he survived, he is injured. The battle will inevitably take its toll on him, why chances of winning are ever greater. Ranzhong chuckled. Even if Luo knows what happened now, he cannot do anything against us. I wonder if the academy will report this to the old man when we return. Luo Beichen's expression darkened. Report? Does he have any evidence? Let us not forget. Wu Renfan is dead. Moreover, my father does not wish for me to lose this match. My death is inconsequential, but he cannot afford to lose face. Furthermore, since this is a life and death contest, it is clear that no holds will be barred. Who would naively believe that this deadly struggle must wait until the day of the match to commence? The moment Luo agreed to the duel, this deadly battle had already begun. Seizing the opportunity, Ranzhong raised his thumb and praised, Brother Luo, you are truly wise. The two continued their journey, gradually moving away. Moments later, a figure appeared at the spot they had just occupied. As dusk fell, Luo Beichen and Ranzhong made their way back. Ranzhong carried a military pack on his back, bulging with various herbs. There would likely be no collection tasks tomorrow. As they walked, Luo Beichen remarked, I appreciate your hard work these past few days. Carrying all this, Ranzhong, who was originally burdened by the weight of the pack, quickly replied, it is no trouble at all. This is nothing. Just then, a glass bottle flew overhead with a whoosh. a stone shot from an unknown direction struck the bottle. Shattering it, a cloud of green powder cascaded down, scattered by the wind towards the two. Luo Bachin reacted swiftly, rolling to the side as the bottle shattered, managing to avoid most of the powder. While only a small amount clung to him, however, Renzhong, too preoccupied with flattery, was caught off guard and found himself covered in the substance. His head, face, and body were all dusted with the powder, even a bit in his mouth. He spat it out repeatedly and shouted, "Who is so despicable? Show yourself." But there was no response. Luo Bachin, like a leopard, dashed towards the location from which the bottle had come, but apart from a scattering of rocks. There was no trace of anyone. He frowned, feeling perplexed. Returning to Renzhong, he inquired, "Are you all right?" "I am fine." Renzhong brushed off the powder and sniffed the air, then said with confusion, "Strange, this scent feels oddly familiar." Unexpectedly, upon hearing those words, Luo Bachin's expression changed dramatically. "What is it, Brother Luo?" Seeing his change of demeanor, Renzhong moved closer. "Stay where you are," Luo Bachin shouted, raising his rifle. Renzhong was startled. "Brother Luo, what are you doing?" Luo Bachin quickly brushed off the remnants of the powder on his body. This could be the powder ground from the phoenix tail palm. He looked at Renzhong and instructed, "You stay here and do not move. I will head back to the camp and fetch reinforcements." Just as he was speaking, Luo Bachin felt a strange sensation. The foliage in the distance seemed to blur, as if fog was rolling in. Upon hearing phoenix tail palm, Renzhong was alarmed. How could there be phoenix tail palm here? He then called out, "Luo Yan?" Renzhong hurriedly added, "Brother Luo, let us return together. It's not far to the camp. If we hurry, we should make it before dark." However, Luo Bachin did not share this sentiment. They were not close to the camp, and he feared they would not make it back before nightfall. If he allowed Renzhong to accompany him, he would be exposing him to danger, especially since Renzhong was now covered in phoenix tail palm powder, making him a beacon in the night, potentially attracting the attention of a dominant beast. Suddenly, Luo Bachin lowered his gun and fired at Renzhong's leg. Bang! With a dull thud, a blood arrow erupted from Renzhong's left thigh. His expression was one of bewilderment. He could hardly fathom why Luo Bachin would shoot him. Then he let out a pained scream and collapsed to the ground. Renzhong looked up, his eyes instantly bloodshot. "Why? Just this morning you called me your brother. Is this how you treat a brother?" Luo Bachin coldly replied, "It is precisely because I consider you a brother that I shot your leg. Otherwise, I would have shot you in the head long ago. Remember my words. Wait for me." With that, he turned and ran, not sparing Renzhong a glance. Renzhong roared in anger, "Luo Bachin, you treacherous bastard. You will not have a good end. I curse you to be killed by Luo Yan." Gasping for breath, Renzhong suddenly noticed fog creeping in at the corners of his vision. Unbeknownst to him, the surroundings had transformed into a white haze. A shiver ran down his spine as he turned around, catching sight of the setting sun, still partially above the horizon, casting an orange-red hue upon the thick fog. Within that dim crimson light, a massive shadow crouched quietly, resembling a feline figure. Suddenly, three tails flicked behind the shadow. Just as Renzhong let out a horrified scream, a shadow surged forth from the fog. A tongue lined with countless barbs slithering over him. In an instant, half of Renzhong's body was stripped to the bone. At the camp, Luo Bachin burst in, collapsing to the ground, drenched in sweat. He had finally made it back before nightfall. Those passing by pointed and whispered, but Luo Bachin paid them no mind as he rushed into Luo Yan's tent. Inside, Luo Yan and Zheng Shan were engaged in conversation. The moment Luo Bachin entered, he lunged at Luo Yan, but Zheng Shan immediately intercepted him. "What are you doing?" In Luo Bachin's eyes, flames of fury seemed ready to burst forth as he pointed accusatorily at Luo Yan. Bellowing, "It was you! You threw the bottle! You scattered the powder!" His loud outcry drew Wei Fenghua and a throng of students over. Pushing past Zheng Shan, Luo Bachin seized Wei Fenghua's hand and implored, "Teacher, apprehend him, capture him. He ambushed us, he doused me and Renzhong with the powder from phoenix tail palm, intending to kill me." A faint smirk curled at the corner of Luo Yan's mouth. "You claim I sought to kill you. Do you possess any evidence?" Chapter 18. Observational Combat. First update. Do you possess any evidence? Upon hearing Luo Yan's words, Luo Bachin's complexion shifted from green to red in an instant. He, of course, had no evidence. At this moment, Wei Fenghua coughed twice, instructing a student to notify the Exploration Corps to dispatch personnel for Renzhong's rescue. Then he inquired, Luo Yan, did you ambush both Luo Beichen and Renzhong? Luo Yan immediately shook his head. Luo Beichen, unwilling to relent, shouted, You lie! Wei Fenghua turned his gaze towards him. Luo, do you have proof that it was Luo Yan who acted against you? Luo Beichen replied. I lack evidence, but who else would desire my demise apart from him? Wei Fenghua calmly stated, without evidence, one cannot casually accuse another. Luo Beichen was so incensed he felt as if he might vomit blood. Yet he found no words to counter. Disperse, disperse. Wei Fenghua waved his hand. There are other matters to attend to tomorrow, so everyone should retire early. With a resentful glare cast at Luo Yan, Luo Beichen finally pushed through the crowd and departed. Once everyone had left, Luo Yan let out a quiet sigh of what a pity. Earlier that morning, he had trailed Luo Beichen and Renzhong after leaving the camp, mastering their route. Subsequently, he ground the phoenix tail palm into powder and successfully scattered it on the two. Once the deed was done, Luo Yan had withdrawn, originally believing the two would be doomed. To his surprise, Luo Beichen returned alive, though for Renzhong, he feared the worst, at least his efforts had not been in vain. The following day, Luo Yan received news that Renzhong had perished, and in a rather gruesome manner. Upon hearing this, Zheng Shan scoffed. He had it coming. Luo Yan said nothing, feeling neither sorrow nor joy. Death was something he had witnessed too often during his 3 years of survival on the surface. After breakfast, the students gathered. Wei Fenghua, hands clasped behind him, coughed twice before announcing, There are no collection tasks today. Your primary task is to observe the Exploration Corps in action. Pay close attention, as this will greatly benefit your future careers as mecha engineers. As he spoke, a multifunctional vehicle approached. On either side of the vehicle's cabin, screens were installed. The freshmen divided into 2 groups, allowing them to witness the entire operational process of the Exploration Corps. Soon, images began to appear on the screens, revealing a convoy traversing a forest. One student inquired, Teacher, what is the mission of the Exploration Corps today? To recover Union, Wei Fenghua replied at a measured pace. This was discovered during the last exploration, and today they aim to retrieve that block of Union in its entirety. However, this task is far from simple. There are undoubtedly giant beasts lurking near Union. Furthermore, today's recovery site is home to 3 such beasts, 2 lower-tier Lianzi, alongside a mid-tier one, the Xiangui. Who can tell me the characteristics of the Xiangui? No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Wei raised her hand. The Xiangui, mid-tier level 1, is a type of arthropod. Characteristics include a thick shell, burrowing ability, water manipulation, and toxic mists. Wei Fenghua nodded slightly. Correct, well done. You earned 10 credits, he continued. The other 2 giant beasts are relatively manageable, but the Xiangui poses a significant challenge. Mid-tier giant beasts possess a certain level of intelligence and should not be regarded as mere wild animals. The Xiangui exemplifies this. Now, observe the specifics of the operational process for yourselves. With that, Wei Fenghua stepped aside. Retrieving a tin box from his pocket, he opened it and took out 2 pills, swallowing them with water. Before joining the students in watching the large screen surrounding the camp, he and other third-year students piloted their mechas, maintaining vigilance. Simultaneously, through the communication devices in their cockpits, they too could observe the operational process of the Exploration Corps. At that moment, the convoy of the Exploration Corps navigated through a forest, coming to a halt when no path remained. One by one, the mecha transport vehicles opened their cabins, allowing the mecha engineers to enter their cockpits. Moments later, the giants awakened, rising to their full height, towering over the trees. In the dense forest, beneath the feet of these steel giants, the landscape appeared as mere tangled underbrush. 7 Xianji, led by a deep crimson mecha known as Luo Yan, advanced towards their target. Luo Yan recognized that the crimson mecha was piloted by one of Di Zhang's most capable subordinates. Soon, the squad of mechas exited the forest. Beyond the trees lay a vast plain, not yet the heart of the canyon, but shrouded in a thin mist that blurred the outlines of the stones and scattered trees. However, in the distance, a large lake could be seen, with a small island at its center, upon which stood a massive, ebony crystal resembling a mountain. Union. At that moment, a roar from a giant beast echoed across the plain, causing the observing students in the camp to tense up. On the screen, Li Yin signaled, prompting 2 Xianji to open fire into the depths of the plain. Bang bang. With 2 resounding gunshots, something was launched, tracing a parabolic arc before landing on the ground, shortly thereafter releasing a plume of pale yellow smoke. Wei Fenghua explained that is a smoke bomb laced with Union powder, designed to attract the attention of giant beasts. However, it only affects lower-tier beasts. Just as he finished speaking, 2 dark shapes appeared in the distance of the plain. In an instant, 2 giant beasts charged forward, one resembling a wild boar, Billy Li, and the other, a black-haired Zi. As these 2 lower-tier beasts emerged, Li Yin maneuvered alongside them, while the remaining 4 Xianji formed pairs, raising their specialized divine might rifles to target the forelegs of Billy Lianzi. Bang 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 bang. The thunderous gunfire erupted from the screen, reverberating like thunderclaps. Flashes of fire streaked through the air, striking the forelegs of the 2 beasts, tearing their flesh and sending blood spraying. Enraged, the 2 beasts retaliated, with Li charging towards one mecha while Zi raised its foreleg and stomped down, creating shockwaves. They fought back against the 4 mechas in their own ways. At this point, the camera shifted, revealing the 3 mechas led by Li Yin now nearing the large lake. Where they refrained from crossing through the water, the shoulder armor of Li Yin opened, revealing a compartment for small missile launchers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, small missiles were fired, soaring over the lake and heading towards the small island in the center. Where the Union loomed like a hill, note. Arthropods refer to shelled creatures, such as turtles and insects. Chapter 19. Emergency withdrawal, second update. Just as those small missiles were about to reach the island in the lake, suddenly, a whirlpool formed in the lake's waters, revealing a massive shadow within Dian the next instant. Several spiraling columns of water erupted from the lake, resembling dragons conjured from the lake itself. As these water columns swayed, they intercepted the small missiles, triggering explosions one after another. Following this, the lake surged with towering waves, crashing over 10 meters high against the shore, creating a tumultuous flow that surged past the feet of Li Yin and the other 3 mechas. Before receding back into the lake, from within the depths of the lake, a gigantic shadow broke the surface, appearing on the screen. This creature boasted a shell akin to that of a sea turtle. Its thick shell adorned with clusters of seaweed. Water cascaded from its body in torrents, resembling dozens of waterfalls. It possessed a bird-like head and a serpent-like tail, roaring at the uninvited guests on the shore. Its cry resembled the sound of wood being cleaved. This was the Xian Gui, a mid-tier level 1 beast, as recorded in the Shan Haijing. In the mountains of Jiuyang, strange waters emerge, home to many mysterious turtles. Resembling turtles with bird heads and snake tails, known as Xian Gui. Its sound resembles that of wood being cleaved, and those who bear it will not be deafened, serving as a foundation. Beasts above mid-tier possess intelligence, and paradoxically, this enables them to be utilized. Wei Fenghua's voice resonated, capturing the attention of the students. These intelligent beasts understand the significance of union, aware that this rare stone could facilitate their evolution or even surpass their current ranks. Therefore, when union is under threat, they often appear to protect it. We can exploit this to lure the giant beasts away and draw them from their territory, achieving a more advantageous combat environment. As Wei Fenghua elaborated. On the screen, the 3 mechas led by Li Yin swiftly formed hand seals, directing their focus towards the Xian Gui and the Lake. 3 black ropes shot forth simultaneously, ensnaring the Xian Gui. The mechas exerted their strength, dragging the lake's giant beast towards the shore. Is it truly possible? Luo Yan marveled, realizing that Xian Shu could be utilized in such a manner. Furthermore, after the amplification provided by Xian Ji, the same black ropes appeared infinitely thicker than those he had used in an instant. The Xian Gui was pulled to the lake's edge. The 3 Xian Ji released their hand seals, raising their rifles to commence shooting. However, the giant beast swiftly withdrew its head, limbs, and tail. All retreated into their shells. The fiery traces, etched by bullets, struck the thick carapace like a torrential rain, igniting countless sparks. Yet, apart from scattering the seaweed atop the turtle's shell, the resilient creature showed no signs of cracking. Soon, 3 mechs had expended their magazines. Seizing the opportunity, the turtle extended its head and limbs, its 4 claws moving with astonishing speed. The ground appeared unchanged, as if it were but an illusion. The ancient turtle sank into the earth, showcasing its ability to submerge. Inferno immediately signaled. The 3 mechs converged, back to back, their barrels aimed at the ground. Bang, 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 bang. The rifles, now reloaded, fired again, sending streaks of fire into the earth, which erupted in a shower of soil and stone. Suddenly, the turtle emerged from the nearby ground, unleashing a column of dark green smoke from its mouth. This was toxic miasma. The three mechs wisely dispersed, unleashing their full firepower. Rifles, missiles, and from the back armor of Inferno, a cannon barrel rose. Mounted on the right shoulder, a large caliber cannon designed for colossal beasts. The screen no longer displayed the turtle's silhouette. Under the concentrated fire of the three mechs, flames soared and debris flew. The camera shook relentlessly, obscuring the clarity of the scene. Outside the student camp, in the black mech with elongated arms, Hihao observed the battle on the screen, his eyes flickering, fists slightly clenched, seemingly eager to showcase his skills on the battlefield. At that moment, the sensor emitted a beep. Initially, Hihao paid it no mind. Soon, the sensor beeped again, prompting Hihao to look over. His expression shifted dramatically. The sensor detected a blue spectrum signal, an indication of a lower-tier colossal beast. Hihao immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie, stating, "Attention, at 7 o'clock from the camp, a blue spectrum signal has been detected. It has been matched with the database. It is a raccoon beast." No sooner had he finished speaking than his assistant, Sujio, chimed in, "At 12 o'clock, a rhino beast has appeared. Wait, there's also one at 2 o'clock. Reports of colossal beasts continued to flood in on the radar. Hihao noticed 6 lower-tier colossal beasts approaching the camp from all directions. Instantly, alarms blared throughout the camp. "Everyone, be alert. 6 lower-tier colossal beasts are approaching the camp." Hihao's voice resonated overhead. "We will attempt to intercept them. Teacher Wei, please evacuate immediately." This sudden alarm sent the students into a frenzy. Zhang Shan exclaimed, "How can there be 6 colossal beasts? Wasn't it said that this is a safe zone on the outskirts?" Luo Yan was speechless. At that moment, Wei Fenghua shouted, "Divide and conquer. If we gather together, we become an obvious target for the colossal beasts. Everyone, follow the previous groups and drive one off-road vehicle each to the entrance of the canyon. Move quickly." Upon hearing this, Luo Yan rushed out immediately, with Zhang Shan hastily following suit. The two sprinted toward the nearest off-road vehicle. However, others had the same intention. Luo Beichen, having noticed Luo Yan and Zhang Shan, glared at them, refusing to slow down and instead accelerating. Luo Yan did the same. The two soon encountered each other. With a shout, Luo Beichen leaped, aiming a kick at Luo Yan's head. Luo Yan raised his arm to deflect it while simultaneously launching a powerful punch, channeling his energy into a heavy blow. Luo Beichen blocked with his hand but was still forced back several steps by Luo Yan's strike. Seizing the moment, Zhang Shan jumped into the driver's seat, started the vehicle and swerved toward Luo Beichen. Luo Beichen quickly rolled away to avoid the collision. Luo Yan didn't linger and climbed onto the off-road vehicle. Zhang Shan turned the vehicle around and headed for the camp's exit. With a grunt, Luo Beichen jumped onto another off-road vehicle passing by, disregarding whether its occupants were willing or not, and sat down with a thud. Just as they exited the camp, Luo Yan heard a roar. Looking up, he saw a raccoon beast barreling straight towards them, its trajectory smashing through trees in the forest ahead. At that moment, Luo Yan noticed a shadow overhead. He looked up to see a mech leaping over their off-road vehicle. From below, he could see the mech's battered exterior, flashing signal lights, and gas escaping from its body. Boom. Black thunder landed heavily on the nearby ground, creating a crater while causing Luo Yan's off-road vehicle to bounce. Then, black thunder charged at the colossal beast, wrapping its massive arms around the raccoon beast's boar-like head and violently overturning it. Bang! The colossal beast toppled to the ground, allowing Luo Yan's off-road vehicle to speed past the thrashing limbs of the raccoon beast. Chapter 20. The brutal battlefield. After Luo Yan's vehicle passed, another off-road vehicle followed closely behind, but its luck was not as favorable. Suddenly, the raccoon beast kicked out, sending the entire vehicle flying with a chorus of screams, crashing into the distant woods. Moments later, an explosion echoed, indicating dire consequences. Luo Yan looked back to see the raccoon beast rising, charging toward Hihao's black heavy mech. Black Thunder's feet and palms erupted with blue flames. Despite its seemingly cumbersome form, it quickly distanced itself from the colossal beast. Then, Black Thunder formed a seal, executing the arcane technique Black Rope, ensnaring the beast's front legs. With a powerful tug, the creature fell once more. allowing the vehicles behind to pass through. Just then, a loud crash resonated. Luo Yan turned to see a third-year student piloting a mech, toppling a raccoon beast, which was quickly followed by a rhino beast that sent shockwaves. Propelling the mech into disarray, the mech struggled to regain balance. The two colossal beasts collided from either side, obliterating the machine into fragments, with parts scattering and explosions erupting. Ultimately, the pilot was ejected from the mech's head. But before he could land, he was caught in the jaws of the raccoon beast and swallowed whole. This gruesome scene left Luo Yan speechless for a long time. He returned to the vehicle, and Zheng Shan, who had witnessed the harrowing event in the rearview mirror, shook his head in disbelief. How terrible, however, it's quite strange. Why have so many colossal beasts appeared so suddenly? Luo Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. Uttering a single word, Huan. Zheng Shan paused before asking, Lao Luo, do you think it was that dominant colossal beast's doing? Lao Luo? Luo Yan frowned but did not refute the idea, as he did not dismiss the possibility. Due to the phoenix tail palm, Huan had been known to wander near safe zones. It was conceivable that it had indeed taken notice of the camp. Moreover, Huan was described as having the ability to control beasts. With so many colossal beasts converging, it was hard to believe it was mere coincidence. It felt more like they were being driven by something. Just then, a roar echoed. Reacting instinctively, Luo Yan activated the barrier eye. The world transformed before his eyes into a simplistic drawing, where simple lines depicted the outlines of objects. He immediately noticed a massive creature's gray silhouette approaching from a forest to their left. There, a colossal beast? Luo Yan pointed to the left. At that moment, trees in the forest were uprooted, soaring through the air like giant spears. Luo Yan was cast into shadow as a large tree fell from above. Zheng Shan slammed the steering wheel, and the off-road vehicle swiftly turned, narrowly avoiding the tree's descent. However, numerous branches ensnared the vehicle. Zheng Shan floored the accelerator, but the tires smoked, unable to escape. At that moment, a rhino beast, covered in dark fur and resembling a water buffalo, charged toward them. Run! Luo Yan decisively unbuckled his seatbelt and leapt from the vehicle. Just as he and Zheng Shan jumped out, a massive hoof descended. In a life-or-death moment, Luo Yan unleashed his full power, his energy surging through his veins, propelling him forward just in time to evade the crushing blow. Glancing back, he saw the off-road vehicle crushed beneath the beast's weight. Unsure of Zheng Shan's fate, with no time to ponder, he turned and fled. Behind him, the black bull-like beast continued to charge, seemingly just passing through. Yet, Luo Yan's peril was far from over. A cacophony of screeches erupted behind him. Turning, he was horrified to see a swarm of parasitic creatures trailing him. These were parasites resembling green-headed flies, each about the size of a small dog, their bodies swollen with blisters. They had wings but could not fly, moving rapidly across the ground. These were the parasites of the rhino beast, decay flies. The blisters on their bodies would burst upon stimulation, spraying a highly corrosive liquid. Furthermore, these creatures favored laying eggs within living hosts, birthing hundreds of larvae that would then parasitize the host, feeding on its flesh and blood. A swarm of decay flies pursued Luo Yan, and unlike the golden-winged lice, they could not be dealt with through close combat. With no weapon in hand, Luo Yan felt the urgency as the decay flies drew nearer. He activated the barrier eye, scanning for any environment that could offer him refuge. He hoped to find a cave, where he could seal the entrance and significantly increase his chances of survival. Just then, he heard the sound of rushing water. After a brief search, he quickly spotted a small river. Without hesitation, Luo Yan dashed toward the riverbank. The water surged violently, flowing swiftly. He glanced back at the approaching swarm of flies, gritted his teeth, and leaped into the river. Instantly, he was swept downstream, struggling to keep himself afloat. He looked back one last time. Initially, the decaying flies pursued along the riverbank, yet ultimately, they could not match the swiftness of the flowing water. Moments later, they vanished without a trace. At this juncture, Luo Yan exerted himself to draw nearer to the riverbank. However, despite several attempts, he failed due to the ferocity of the current. Along the way, he encountered river pebbles, colliding with them multiple times. With each impact, Luo Yan had to summon his innate energy in advance, allowing his skin to adopt a rocky texture to prevent himself from losing consciousness. Yet soon after, a more despairing event transpired. The small river, meandering through the woods, ultimately flowed into an underground cavern. Luo Yan struggled to reach the shore before entering the cave, but human effort could not withstand the overwhelming force of nature. He was ultimately swept into the cave by the river's current. Bobbing and sinking in the water, choking on several mouthfuls of river water, at last, after navigating a sharp bend, the river widened and the current slowed. Luo Yan hastily activated the barrier-breaking eye, locating a shallow area. Moments later, he lay upon the stony beach, drenched, gasping for air, oblivious to everything else. After a while, he managed to sit up, then proceeded to remove his clothes to avoid the chill of damp garments. Once he had wrung out his clothing, Luo Yan resumed using the barrier-breaking eye to search for an exit. Before long, he discovered an opening. Through the barrier-breaking eye, he discerned that this cavern led to a more spacious area. Should he choose not to traverse this route, his only remaining option would be to swim upstream, retracing his entry point into the river. However, that was beyond his current capabilities. Reluctantly, Luo Yan resolved to enter the cavern. The journey was silent, and after expending nearly half an hour, he caught sight of light. He did not rush out immediately, but first utilized the barrier-breaking eye to survey the exit. To his relief, he did not detect any signs of biological gray light, but instead, he noticed an astonishing density of innate energy in the external space. Chapter 21. Striking it rich since there were no signs of biological gray light. Luo Yan felt reassured and stepped out of the cave into an open area. Here, a spring bubbled forth, surrounded by an abundance of flowers and grasses, with sunlight streaming down from above. As he looked up, he observed an irregular opening above, leading to the outside world, yet it was ensnared by thick vines resembling massive serpents. These green tendrils dangled down in varying lengths, swaying gently in the breeze within the cavern. Luo Yan approached the spring but suddenly halted a few steps in. He brushed aside the nearby flora and discovered a plant radiating a faint, luminous yellow glow. It was the gathering essence flower. Prior to his departure, Wei Fenghua had mentioned details regarding the Misty Gorge, including valuable medicinal herbs. Among these, the most precious was undoubtedly the gathering essence flower before him. It serves as the primary ingredient for the high-level potion condensing essence elixir, which requires 20 credits for exchange. One gathering essence flower could be traded for 15 credits. Luo Yan quickly scanned his surroundings and realized that the gathering essence flowers were thriving in abundance, transforming this unassuming cavern into a veritable treasure trove. Suddenly, Luo Yan's body stiffened as he walked towards the northwestern corner of the cave. In that corner, a jagged black crystal was surrounded by flowers and grasses, pulsating with a breath that coalesced into menacing silhouettes of wild beasts. Ingyin? It was indeed Ingyin. A single thought thundered through Luo Yan's mind. He had struck gold. This piece of Ingyin stood about a meter tall, far smaller than the one he had discovered at the Galactic Sports Arena. But the cavern also housed numerous gathering essence flowers. If he could manage to extract them, it would amount to a fortune. An astonishing wealth. Regaining his composure, Luo Yan understood all too well that without formidable strength, wealth would only invite peril. He surveyed his surroundings. Logically, where there was Ingyin, there should be massive beasts. Yet perhaps due to the diminutive size of this particular Ingyin and its remote location, as well as the narrow confines of the space, it appeared that such creatures could not enter. Thus, this Ingyin remained preserved, fortuitously benefiting him, Luo Yan. He decided that once he exited, he would refrain from disclosing the cavern's information and location until he had amassed sufficient strength. Subsequently, he stretched his body and settled among the flowers and grasses to begin his cultivation. Having forgotten to bring calming elixir with him, Luo Yan could only allow his thoughts to wander freely, seeking to quiet his mind and settle his spirit. Perhaps due to the high density of innate energy in this area, Luo Yan soon felt the energy swirling in the space around him. Through controlled breathing, he drew the energy into his body, consciously directing it to refine every inch of his muscles as instructed by Wei Fenghua. After a brief period, Luo Yan discovered that each breath he took infused his body with a greater volume of innate energy than he had experienced at the academy. The energy surged like a tide, continuously washing over each muscle, making them firmer and more resilient. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Yan became immersed in the realm of cultivation, oblivious to the passage of time. It was not until the last muscle completed its refinement that he felt a jolt throughout his body, as if breaking free from an invisible prison, stepping into a brand new world. He abruptly opened his eyes, gazing at his hands. With a simple fist-clenching motion, he felt every muscle tighten like steel cables, harboring a strength he had previously dared not imagine. Had he broken through? Was he now at the initial third level? Luo Yan still found it hard to believe. Standing up, he casually threw a punch, whoosh. His fist sliced through the air, producing a low, thunderous sound, generating a gust of wind that caused nearby wildflowers to sway and their petals to scatter. Luo Yan could sense that after completing the refinement of his entire musculature, his strength had ascended by more than just a notch. Activating the barrier-breaking eye, he observed himself, noting that the fiery red light representing vitality and the bright yellow light symbolizing innate energy had both intensified in richness. The two sets of numbers were now even more conspicuous. Luo Yan's vitality stood at 395, and his innate energy at 155. His vitality had nearly doubled compared to when he was at the initial second level. Now, Luo Yan understood that vitality not only represented life force but was also a comprehensive reflection of physical capability and strength. This increase in value simultaneously indicated an enhancement in his physical robustness. In a perilous environment teeming with danger, every increment in strength equated to an additional chance for survival. Contemplating this, Luo Yan raised his gaze towards the opening at the top of the cave. Yearning to escape this place, to his surprise, upon lifting his head, he realized that it had already turned dark outside the cave. Luo Yan was momentarily taken aback, recalling that when he had entered, it had not yet reached noon. Had he truly spent the entire afternoon in cultivation? Just then, he suddenly caught a faint sound in his ears, a hissing reminiscent of a serpent's tongue flicking. Luo Yan glanced around and soon spotted a flicker of biological gray light at the entrance he had used to enter. The entity appeared elongated, likely a serpent-like creature. From the contours of the gray light, it was evident that this serpent was of considerable size, and the circle of fiery red light representing its vitality shone brightly. Beside that red glow, a number emerged, 318. It was only a few dozen points lower than Luo Yan, yet significantly higher than his vitality at the initial second level, indicating that this serpent posed a considerable threat. Before long, the serpent slithered into the cavern, seemingly the master of this domain. Upon entry, it immediately turned its gaze towards Luo Yan, then towards the Yingyin, its serpentine eyes glimmering with a ghostly fire. Luo Yan quickly realized that this Yingyin was not an unclaimed treasure. The serpent before him bore a slight protrusion on its forehead, as if it were on the verge of growing horns, an evident mutation, likely a result of its frequent proximity to Yingyin. Now, standing near the Yingyin, Luo Yan felt a shiver run down his spine as the serpent flicked its tongue, suddenly striking the ground with its tail and propelling itself forward with lightning speed. The serpent's speed was astonishing, swiftly closing the distance to Luo Yan. With narrowed eyes, Luo Yan calmly observed the serpent's movements. As the serpent opened its gaping maw, revealing its sharp fangs and lunged toward Luo Yan's neck, he instinctively took a step back. The serpent's jaws snapped shut, missing Luo Yan entirely, but exposing its head to his line of sight. Luo Yan crouched low, his right hand forming a fist, and suddenly unleashed a wave of innate energy. His iron fist struck forth. Bang! The blow landed squarely on the serpent's head, impacting the slightly protruding area. The serpent recoiled as if struck by lightning, tumbling into the flowers and grasses, thrashing wildly. After a considerable time, it gradually came to a halt. Luo Yan coldly regarded it. Through the vision granted by the barrier-breaking eye, he observed the fiery red glow surrounding the serpent rapidly dimming, while the number beside it plummeted, ultimately reaching zero. Glancing at the serpent amidst the underbrush, he noted that it had become utterly motionless, its head no longer retaining its original shape due to the shattering of its skull by Luo Yan's strike. The technique he employed was none other than the bone-shattering fist. Chapter 22. The warrior. The bone-shattering fist possesses instantaneous explosive power, utilizing a shockwave technique to bypass armor and muscle defenses, directly shattering the skeletal structure within. Now, Luo Yan had employed it against this evidently mutated serpent, achieving a single strike that obliterated its entire skeleton, showcasing its formidable might. Moments later, Luo Yan cleared a space, ignited a fire, and proceeded to skin the serpent. Preparing its flesh, after washing it in the spring water, he skewered it on a branch and roasted it over the flames. Shortly thereafter, a substantial portion of the serpent found its way into Luo Yan's stomach. Having filled his belly, he disposed of the serpent carcass and extinguished the fire, retreating to the flowers and grasses near the inn to rest for the night. Whether it was due to his breakthrough or the nourishing qualities of the serpent meat. When Luo Yan awoke the next day, he felt significantly improved in his physical condition. A while later, he utilized the thick vines dangling to the ground to ascend from the opening above the cavern. Next, he needed to gather at the entrance of the gorge. Luo Yan surveyed his surroundings. All he could see were trees and peculiar rocks, leaving him uncertain of his exact location. After some contemplation, he spotted a gigantic tree and climbed up. It was a towering fir tree, reaching astonishing heights. With the rudimentary physical fitness of a novice, Luo Yan expended considerable time before he finally ascended to the treetops. From this vantage point, he observed that most of the forested terrain lay beneath his line of sight, allowing him to discern his current location with clarity. To the northeast, a solitary peak jutted into the sky like a blade. And Luo Yan silently noted this for future reference when he would seek the gathering yuan flower in ethereal abyss. After a brief survey of the surroundings, he spotted the entrance to a gorge. Just as Luo Yan was confirming his bearings, a sudden roar erupted from his left, accompanied by the sound of an explosion. He turned to see trees collapsing and flames raging, as a colossal beast fell with a thunderous crash, alongside a black mech that crumpled to the ground. Black Thunder. It was the mech piloted by a third-year student. Luo Yan swiftly locked onto the direction and slid down the fir tree, sprinting towards the chaos. Moments later, gunfire erupted. Luo Yan halted, concealing himself behind a thicket, and activated his barrier-breaking eye to observe. Not far from Black Thunder, he discerned a haze of biological ash, within which several humanoid silhouettes moved amidst a swarm of parasites. Those few individuals were utilizing the terrain of a small slope to organize a defensive line against the onslaught of the parasitic horde. Luo Yan circumnavigated to the rear of the battlefield, ascending to the crest of the slope. He climbed into the branches of a large tree, finding refuge among the canopy. From this angle, he could see without the aid of his barrier-breaking eye that below the slope, 5 freshmen from the academy were efficiently coordinating their defense against a swarm of rotting flies. Among them, he recognized 2 familiar faces, Li Bohang and Zheng Shan. At that moment, Li Bohang appeared to be assuming the role of commander, directing several students to take turns fighting, swiftly downing nearly 100 rotting flies. As they paused to rest, Luo Yan approached the slope. To avoid any misunderstanding, he initiated a greeting. Zheng Shan. Upon hearing Luo Yan's voice, Zheng Shan looked up, his face lighting up with joy. Old Luo, you're alive. That's wonderful. His expression was genuine, devoid of pretense. Luo Yan felt a slight warmth in his heart, yet he merely nodded in acknowledgement before sliding down the slope. Li Bohang gestured towards him. When did you arrive? Just now. I didn't want to interrupt as you all were busy. Luo Yan replied succinctly. Nearby, a student scoffed. You arrive and don't even help? Just waiting to reap the rewards. Luo Yan offered no defense. He bore no weapon. How could he assist? Engage in hand-to-hand combat against not just 1 or 2, but a swarm of rotting flies. He had no desire to court death. Li Bohang interjected. We're all classmates. Let's not be like that. Besides, Luo Yan has no weapon. Upon finishing his statement, admiration flickered in Li Bohang's eyes. Surviving in the forbidden zone without a gun. And alone at that. Now that was true bravery. Unfortunately, not everyone shared Li Bohang's insight. Several freshmen, though silent, still bore expressions of discontent. Luo Yan dismissed their trivial grievances and turned his gaze towards Black Thunder. What is going on? Li Bohang explained. We ran into Zheng Shan nearby yesterday. We were supposed to gather here this morning, but then we encountered a giant beast and thought we were doomed. Thankfully, Senior Hihao arrived just in time. However, Li Bohang's brow furrowed, and he exclaimed, Oh no, Senior Hihao hasn't come out yet. He must be injured. He dashed towards the mech, with Luo Yan silently following. Black Thunder lay on the ground, with ample footholds for climbing. Soon, the two reached the head of the mech. The cockpit was located at the back of its head. Li Bohang knocked on the hatch. Senior He, are you okay? Can you hear me? He called several times but received no response. Luo Yan spoke in a deep tone. He may have lost consciousness. He began searching near the hatch. During mech knowledge class, Teacher Zhaoidan had mentioned that there was a manual release mechanism next to the cockpit to forcibly open the hatch in emergencies. Moments later, Luo Yan located the mechanism and pressed it firmly. With a hiss, gas expelled from the hatch, equalizing the internal and external pressure. The hatch then opened, revealing the cockpit of the mech to Luo Yan and Li Bohang. They had taken the simulated piloting class, so the cockpit was not unfamiliar to them. Upon entering, they found He Hao slumped unconscious in his seat, his helmet and combat suit still connected to neuroconnectors. This was the link for the sympathetic system, which connected the mech pilot to the machine. The two quickly disconnected the neuroconnectors from the interface driver and lifted He Hao from the mech. Once He Hao lay on the ground, Li Bohang removed his helmet and activated the life detection system on the combat suit. Finally, the system indicated that He Hao had merely lost consciousness and was in no immediate danger. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Suddenly, roar reverberated in the distance, near the giant beast that had been felled by Black Thunder. Another Li charged forth, its hooves pounding the ground and shaking the forest. The students were thrown into a panic. While they could manage the parasites, confronting a giant beast was an entirely different challenge. "Run, we must flee," one shouted. "What about Senior He Hao?" another asked. "Shall we hide him and wait for the teachers to send a rescue team? By then, Senior He Hao will be long gone. Then what do you propose we do?" As the giant beast drew closer, Li Bohang stood abruptly. "Quick, help me remove Senior He Hao's combat suit. I'll see if I can pilot Black Thunder." Zhang Shan gasped. "Can you do that?" "Have you ever piloted a mech?" "I haven't," Li Bohang replied solemnly, "but right now, we have no better options." Zhang Shan and a few other students nodded in understanding, casting admiring glances at Li Bohang before they scrambled to remove He Hao's combat suit. At that moment, they all heard the sound of the hatch closing. Li Bohang froze, looking back at Black Thunder. Indeed, the hatch at the mech's head had sealed shut. "Who went inside?" Li Bohang exclaimed in disbelief. Zhang Shan glanced around and then cried out, "Old Luo, where did Luo Yan go?" He then looked at Black Thunder as if he had seen a ghost. Could it be that Luo Yan entered the cockpit? Is he going to pilot the mech? Chapter 23. For your revenge, what? Luo Yan entered the cockpit? Li Bohang exclaimed in shock. This is unacceptable. Without a combat suit or helmet, he cannot connect to the sympathetic system, and thus cannot activate the mech. Several students nearby began to voice their complaints. His simulation class was for naught. If he wants to show off, this is not the way to do it. It's just a hindrance. The wildlings from the surface simply do not understand. At that moment, Luo Yan could not hear the students' grievances. Upon witnessing the appearance of the giant beastly Li, he sprang into action without hesitation, dashing into the cockpit. His choice to evade was not for the sake of seeking glory. Rather, upon spotting Li, he activated his barrier-breaking eye and soon detected another giant beast. See, the water buffalo-like beast was lurking behind a range of mountains to the northwest, stealthily approaching with sinister intent. Luo Yan believed that amidst the assault of two giant beasts, the odds of survival while piloting the mech would be considerably higher. Otherwise, even if he managed to escape the collision zone of the two beasts, the swarm of parasites trailing behind would pose a grave threat. Luo Yan knew he was a natural resonator. Back in Flower City, not only had he not donned a combat suit, but he had also never even entered the cockpit. He had merely connected to the White Dragon Mecha's sympathetic system. Therefore, he wasted no time and got straight to the point. He settled into the pilot's seat, placing his hands on the floating point sensors, relaxing his body as he recalled the state he had been in when connecting with White Dragon. Luo Yan cleared his mind, striving to perceive the existence of the mech with unclouded thoughts. Moments later, in a haze, he felt as if someone was laughing. A myriad of images flashed before his eyes, some of which left a profound impression on him. He saw himself dining with his wife and children in a tent, the evening sky adorned with two suns overhead. He also witnessed himself engaged in a fierce struggle with a wild boar, which bore a striking resemblance to Li. Lastly, he encountered two graves before him, one small and adorned with a floral wreath. Ultimately, he saw himself leaping into an endless sea of beasts below. Through these visions, Luo Yan experienced a tapestry of emotions: joy, anger, and sorrow. The final image of plunging into the sea of beasts stirred an inexplicable sense of tragic valor within him. "Allow me to avenge you." Luo Yan opened his eyes. The electronic voice within the cockpit resonated. The sympathetic system was now online, the neural connections stable, and all restrictions lifted. Mech, activate. Suddenly, light illuminated his surroundings as the panoramic display activated. Though seated within the cockpit, He could perceive the world around him. The earth lay beneath his feet, and the forest appeared as a verdant carpet. The once mighty mountains now resembled a slope that he could easily ascend. It felt as though he had transformed into a giant. On the ground, Zheng Shan exclaimed, "Look, it's moving! The mech is moving!" Luo Yan, without needing any prompting, had already seen that the engines of Black Thunder had reignited, and the signal lights were aglow. The roar of energy coursing through the machine reverberated, accompanied by the sound of its mechanical operations. With a rumble, Black Thunder rose to its feet. Those sparks flew from its left arm. The damage appears to be severe. Yet, remarkably, Luo Yan has initiated the restart of Lei, which is astonishing enough to leave one dumbfounded. Am I seeing things? Has that wild man activated the mecha? How on earth did he manage that? This defies all scientific reasoning. Just moments ago, I was lamenting the incompetence of Luo Yan's students. And now they stand there, utterly astonished, as if witnessing a miracle. Inside the cockpit, Luo Yan gazes through the holographic display, observing the left arm of the mecha, incapacitated due to damage. His fingers dance upon the floating point sensors, probing the ammunition reserves and weapon status of Lei. The results manifest swiftly. The Divine Might rifle of Lei has but one magazine left, containing 23 rounds. Within the missile launch bay at its chest, only 3 missiles remain. Additionally, Lei is devoid of melee weapons such as swords and knives. Its armaments consist of its significantly larger than usual arms and fists. The arms are equipped with a super torque system, endowing the mecha with enhanced explosive power and destructive capability. Furthermore, concealed jet systems at the elbows can amplify striking force when necessary. Ultimately, the pilot should be more proficient in various forms of fist fighting, thus the absence of bladed weaponry. Having completed his inspection, Luo Yan activates the barrier-breaking eye, witnessing the Z, a creature akin to a water buffalo, recoil 2 steps back, evidently gathering strength for a charge. Simultaneously, Li has already sprinted forth. The system calculates that a collision is imminent in 2 seconds. At that moment, Lei, under Luo Yan's command, leaps into the air, executing a roll that allows Li to pass beneath, missing its target. Almost concurrently, a thunderous roar erupts from the northwest as Luo Yan and the others turn to see the Z burst through the mountainside like a mass of black clouds. Colliding head-on with Li, the 2 colossal beasts collide with a resounding crash, causing the ground to tremble violently, toppling Luo Yan and his companions. On the other side, Lei lands and glides forward, swiftly turning around. The chest armor opens, and 3 missiles are launched in rapid succession, illuminating the air with flames as they streak towards the heads of Li Yan, the side of Z. In the midst of the fierce explosions, fireballs expand rapidly, ultimately transforming into waves of flame that engulf the surroundings. Lei does not relent in its assault. It raises the Divine Might rifle with one hand, unleashing a barrage of specialized rounds at the monstrous beasts. The bullets, trailing brilliant flames, carve distinct trajectories through the air, vanishing into the smoke and fire. One student shakes his head, questioning why Luo Yan cannot simply wait for the beasts to emerge before attacking. Such reckless firing seems to squander precious ammunition. Inside the cockpit, Luo Yan's crimson eyes glimmer with silver light as he maintains the barrier-breaking eye, allowing him to see through the smoke and flames. With the aid of the computer, he locks onto Li's head in his view. The fiery aura surrounding Li is dimming, and the numbers beside it decrease steadily. It is evident that upon the missile strike to its head, Li's vitality has plummeted. Now, each bullet he fires inflicts between 200 to 300 points of damage, and Li currently possesses less than 4,000 health points. In the blink of an eye, the Divine Might rifle has discharged 10 rounds. Li's head is left mangled and bloodied. Another bullet finds its mark, penetrating the shattered skull and obliterating its brain. In an instant, Luo Yan observes Li's remaining health plummet from over 1,000 to 0. 1 down. He glances at the ammunition count, 12 rounds left. Just as Luo Yan continues his assault on Li, the water buffalo beast rises once more. Its left side bears 2 large wounds from the missile, blood gushing forth, yet this only serves to provoke its ferocity. Seizing the opportunity while Luo Yan is focused on Li, it charges towards him. Luo Yan, witnessing this through the panoramic display, notes that Z still retains over 5,000 health points. Although its vitality is gradually declining due to the bleeding, it is far from being depleted. Luo Yan has no intention of confronting the beast head-on. He recalls Wei Fing's advice to first deplete the beast's stamina and life through ranged attacks, then strike at the opportune moment. Thus, as the beast charges, He Lei rolls aside, evading the attack. However, Z pivots and stomps the ground with its forelegs, sending shockwaves rippling through the earth, fracturing the ground beneath. Luo Yan is jolted uncomfortably in the cockpit. Had he not been strapped in, he would have been thrown out. The mecha sways as if intoxicated. Seizing this opportunity, Z charges forth, its horn aiming fiercely at the mecha's abdomen. The outer armor of He Lei is punctured. And due to the sympathetic system, Luo Yan feels as though a sharp spike has pierced his own belly, pain washing over him, causing his face to blanch and a drop of blood to trickle from his nose. To better control the mecha, pilots must connect through the sympathetic system, which transforms them into giants while sharing the burden of damage with the mecha. However, the pain experienced by the pilot primarily manifests as sensory and neurological shock. Yet if it becomes too severe, it can also be fatal. Therefore, pilots typically don combat suits equipped with the sympathetic system interface, which cushion nerve shocks and reduce pain, alongside a life monitoring system that can trigger an automatic defibrillator in case of shock. Yet Luo Yan lacks such a suit, making his suffering evident. Enduring the abdominal agony, Luo Yan grits his teeth, guiding He Lei to thrust the rifle into the gaping wound on the beast's left side. Fire! Bang, 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 bang. The thunderous gunfire erupts, each bullet shattering Z's internal organs, bursting forth from the opposite side and creating a multitude of bloody holes. The beast's health rapidly declines. At this moment, the creature's eyes blaze red, and it thrusts upward with all its might. The heavy He Lei is unexpectedly lifted and hurled away. Boom! The ebony mecha crashes heavily to the ground and inevitably rolls. Inside the cockpit, the omnidirectional gyroscope ensures that it remains balanced within the mecha. Yet the sympathetic system leaves Luo Yan feeling dizzy and disoriented. Furthermore, the violent impact causes sparks to fly from numerous circuits within the cockpit, illuminating the space with errant bursts of light on the ground. Li Bohang and his companions pale in fear, as they find themselves directly in the path of He Lei's roll. Run! Quickly! Stop it! The students scream in panic. Li Bohang snaps back to reality, rushing to help He Hao, who has fallen. Yet, unexpectedly, Zhang Shan does not flee. Instead, he lifts He Hao's legs, and together they hastily carry the third-year student toward the outer edge of the trajectory. But they are too late. In the cockpit, Luo Yan regains his composure, noticing Li Bohang and the others behind him. He hastily commands He Lei to discard the rifle, freeing his hands to grasp the ground, carving 5 deep furrows. At last, he halts just before crushing Li Bohang and his companions. Zhang Shan looks up, seeing the massive heel of the mecha looming above him. He clearly observes the intricate structures beneath the mecha's foot, along with the mud, stones, and grass clinging to it. Had Luo Yan not acted in time, Zhang Shan is certain he would have been crushed into the mecha's foot armor. Afterward, the mecha exerts itself, causing the ground to tremble. Zhang Shan finally breathes a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. Utterly exhausted, through the panoramic display, Luo Yan observes Z charging towards him, the beast drenched in blood. With each step, copious amounts of blood and flesh fall away. At this moment, the creature's health has dwindled to just over 2,000. Yet, Luo Yan is without a firearm. He must now resort to close combat. He Lei darts forward, swiftly meeting the beast. The markings on Z's horn glow with a dark, eerie light, resembling a blaze of demonic flames from a distance. Clearly, the beast is exerting all its strength. Luo Yan, too, is resolute. He shouts within the cockpit, activating all super torque systems in He Lei's arms. As the collision looms, He Lei leaps, bending its arms and clenching its fists mid-air, with the elbow jet system igniting. Boom! The concealed jet system at the elbow flares to life, unleashing a robust blue flame that propels He Lei's iron fist toward its target. Simultaneously, through the sympathetic system, Luo Yan channels the fist technique bone shatter. His energy surges forth, amplified through the mecha, igniting a radiant glow at the tip of He Lei's fist. The next moment, He Lei's fist collides with Z's horn. Luo Yan feels a sharp pain in his right hand. The outer armor of He Lei's fist is shattered and sent flying by the beast's horn. Yet, simultaneously, Z's horn is crushed, as the armor breaks apart. The metallic skeleton and damaged synthetic muscle fibers of the fist are thrust heavily against Z's head. The colossal beast shudders violently, ripples emanating from the impact, sweeping across its entire body. Z's lengthy fur waves backward, and parasites hidden within the fur burst forth one by one. The beast emits a mournful cry, staggering backward, sliding a distance before wobbling on its feet. Blood fountains from its eyes, mouth, and various wounds. Suddenly, Z collapses as if devoid of all bones, its body crumpling to the ground in a grotesque manner. Should one dissect the beast's body at that moment, they would find its bones completely shattered. Not a single piece intact. In the cockpit, Luo Yan breathes heavily, watching as Z's health ultimately reaches zero. As he watched the vibrant red light, which symbolized vitality, fade away, he finally exhaled in relief. It was then that he noticed a warmth radiating from his nose. Upon touching it, he found his palm covered in blood. Chapter 25. The value of Luo Yan. He groaned a few times before gradually opening his eyes. At first, the world around him was a blur. But after a moment, his vision began to sharpen. He then beheld a colossal figure, exuding a metallic and heavy presence. It felt oddly familiar, and suddenly it dawned on him. Wasn't that his own mech, Black Thunder? After slaying the giant beasts, Black Thunder had risen. Its outer armor was still shedding fragments, and bright sparks leapt from the damaged parts, bearing witness to the ferocity of the battle. The sun blazed fiercely, casting a golden glow around Black Thunder, which stood like a dark war god amidst the heavens and the earth. At that moment, the cockpit of Black Thunder opened, and someone emerged. The individual, resting a hand on the sleek black exterior of the mech, raised their head and closed their eyes, basking in the abundance of sunlight. On the ground, the onlookers gazed at the figure, now gilded by the sun, in awe, utterly shaken. After a few seconds, he suddenly exclaimed, "Which bastard piloted my Black Thunder?" Li Bohong and a few other students realized that this third-year student had awakened. Li Bohong hurriedly explained, "It was Luo Yan. Senior please don't blame him. If it weren't for him slaying 2 giant beasts, we would all be in peril. He killed 2 giant beasts." He scanned his surroundings and finally saw the corpses of Li Lianxi. He then touched his chest. "Wait a minute. My combat suit is still on. How could he have activated the mech?" Li Bohong adjusted his glasses and said, "I suspect that Luo is a natural resonator." "A natural resonator?" Zheng Shan and the other students looked bewildered. Completely unaware of what that entailed, however, Hao's body trembled, and he murmured to himself, So that's it. Luo Yan is a natural resonator. No wonder Dijong would go to such lengths to support a surface-dwelling wild child in the death arena. If he is a natural resonator, then it all makes sense. At that moment, Zhang Shan and the others began to bombard him with questions. "Li, what exactly is a natural resonator?" Li Bohong smiled slightly, not keeping them in suspense any longer. Theo explained, "Even after graduating from the academy, we reserve mech operators, and it is not guaranteed that we can pilot a mech. Teacher Zhaoidan has already mentioned this in our mech basics class. Indeed, we cannot simply resonate with any mech at will. Even for the lower-tier mechs, there is a possibility of resonance failure. Some individuals may go their entire lives without ever obtaining their own mech." Hao stood up and solemnly declared, "But natural resonators are different. These individuals are as if born to this vocation. They can resonate with any type or level of mech. Even without putting on a combat suit or connecting neural wires, they can pilot mechs. In the entire Guangling city, there was only one natural resonator before. Now there is a second." Zheng Shan, still confused, remarked, "If that's the case, then natural resonators simply have more options. They need not worry about not having a mech to pilot." "But Li and Senior Hao, you both seem to hold natural resonators in high esteem?" Hao retorted with a cold smile. "Just that? You have no idea what natural resonators truly represent." Li Bohong, appearing quite knowledgeable in this regard, smiled and explained, "Teacher Zhao has also mentioned that visualization techniques are classified into levels, and mechs are the same. Based on their performance, they can be categorized as primary, intermediate, and advanced. Beyond advanced mechs, there are divine guardians, divine generals, and even higher-tier mechs. Primary, intermediate, and advanced, even divine guardians, can be upgraded through modifications, enhancing their performance and elevating their level assessments. However, divine general grade and higher mechs cannot be improved through human means. The moment these mechs leave the factory, their levels are fixed. The higher the tier of the mech, the more challenging it becomes to resonate with them. Especially for mechs above the divine general grade, Most possess unique capabilities, thus the mech operators who can pilot them are considered invaluable assets. Zhang Shan finally understood. So, natural resonators can resonate with all mechs. In other words, they can easily achieve resonance with advanced mechs and can effortlessly pilot divine general-level mechs. Is that their value? He Hao scoffed. Finally, you're not entirely foolish. Indeed, divine general-level mechs possess the capability to single-handedly annihilate a city. Yet not just any mech operator can resonate with them. For natural resonators, this is hardly a concern. Currently, Guangling has only one divine general-level mech. If we can cultivate a natural resonator into a competent mech operator, then Guangling could request another divine general-level mech from above. With 2 divine general-level mechs, Guangling City would secure a ticket to the desolate battlefield. The implications of this are beyond your comprehension. While they were conversing, Luo Yan had already dismounted from the mech. He Hao approached him, shot him a glare, and walked past him in silence, then examined Black Thunder. Finally, he remarked, amateurs should refrain from piloting someone else's mech. Look at what you've done to Black Thunder. Luo Yan remained unresponsive, but at that moment, He Hao added, however, considering you're an amateur, you did quite well. Just remember to wear a combat suit next time. Although natural resonators possess certain advantages, a moment's carelessness could still lead to death. Luo Yan turned to look, but He Hao had already boarded the mech. Moments later, Black Thunder roared back to life, and He Hao's voice echoed through the external speakers. Let's go. I'll escort you all to the rendezvous point. He piloted Black Thunder to retrieve a rifle before heading toward the canyon entrance. By evening, Luo Yan and the others arrived at the rendezvous point. Upon reaching the temporary camp, He Hao went to file a report. Later that night, Luo Yan was summoned to a tent by Wei Fenghua. Inside the tent, Wei Fenghua picked up a cup of water and swallowed 2 capsules before stating, He Hao has already informed me of your piloting of Black Thunder to slay the giant beasts and protect your classmates. Well done. Upon your return, the Academy will reward you. However, as a natural resonator, your potential is immense. In future battles, I hope you prioritize your own safety. If you have the energy, then assist your comrades. Luo Yan looked at him and inquired, I heard Zhang Shan say that natural resonators are precious assets? Wei Fenghua nodded. Indeed. Luo Yan, slightly puzzled, asked, if that's the case, why didn't the Academy and Commander D stop me from participating in the death arena? If I had died, wouldn't that be a loss of a valuable asset? Wei Fenghua smiled and replied, the sharpness of a sword comes from being honed. The fragrance of the plum blossom comes from enduring the bitter cold. Do you understand? Luo Yan's confusion dissipated, and he nodded vigorously. I understand. Chapter 26. 3 rewards on Sunday afternoon. Luo Yan and his companions finally returned to school. They had set out with 65 individuals, but only 60 returned, with 5 freshmen having perished. Upon returning to school, Luo Yan immediately went to exchange for 7 vials of calm essence and a red venom antidote, spending 9 academic credits in the process, yet he felt no regret. With only a week remaining until the death arena, he needed to intensify his training. As for the other participant in the death arena, Luo Beichen did not go to school upon arriving in Guangling City, but instead returned home. Just as he entered the house, he was notified that his father, Luo Tianyi, was waiting for him in the study. Luo Beichen arrived at the study and knocked on the door. Come in, came his father's cold voice from within. Luo Beichen pushed the door open and saw not only his father, but also another person seated on the floor. Eyes closed in meditation. The presence of this individual before Luo Tianyi was evidently extraordinary. Luo Tianyi succinctly introduced, this is Mr. Gao Lin. Mr. Gao is a master of 3 layers of penetration, a true expert. You will not be attending the academy for the next week. Mr. Gao will instruct you. Additionally, I have prepared weapons, armor, training resources, and potions for use in the arena. You need only focus on one thing, training. In 1 week, eliminate your opponent. That is all. You may leave now. From beginning to end? Luo Tianyi did not grant Luo Beichen a chance to speak, indifferent to whether he accepted or not. Such was his father, Luo Tianyi. On Monday morning, it was Xiaoshi's general knowledge class. The teacher, who resembled a typical instructor, entered the classroom and squinted through his thick glasses at the students before exclaiming, Oh, has Luo gone down? Laughter erupted in the classroom, and Zhang Shan scoffed. It would be better if he were dead. At that moment, a student stood up and reported, Teacher, Luo Beichen has taken a week off. I heard he is undergoing special training. After speaking, He cast a glance at Luo Yan. It was evident that this special training was intended to prepare for the death arena taking place in a week. I see. Xiao Shi then said, very well, let us commence our lesson. Today, I shall discuss the Doomsday Prophecy. Doomsday Prophecy? Luo Yan, who had been somewhat distracted, instinctively lifted his gaze upon hearing the term. He observed Xiao Shi utilizing a projector to display a series of photographs on the blackboard. Each image depicted a stone tablet. This is the Doomsday Tablet, Xiao Shi explained. We discovered it in that world, that it foretells that once people uncover that world, the end will be nigh. Over the following year or two, the signs of doom will gradually manifest. Consequently, nations around the globe began to secretly construct underground cities, leading to the establishment of our current 18 cities in the north and 9 capitals in the south. In the pause that followed Xiao Shi's words, a student raised their hand and inquired, Teacher, since there is a prophecy and underground cities were built in advance, why was this not made public? Was it to prevent panic? Luo Yan silently nodded, grappling with the same question. Upon witnessing Guangling City, he felt a sense of indignation. The construction of underground cities was a measure to evade natural disasters, indicating that certain individuals had been aware of impending calamities long before. Yet, until the outbreak of the colossal beast disaster, the general populace had received no information. Had there been prior announcements, even if disaster could not have been averted, the casualties would not have been as severe. Xiao Shi sighed and replied, the fear of inciting panic is one reason. Another is that the calamity foretold by the Doomsday Tablet was prophesied to occur a century later. Yet no one anticipated that disaster would strike merely half a century later. Perhaps this is what they refer to as the unpredictability of fate. Disaster striking prematurely. Luo Yan closed his eyes, as if familiar figures flitted before him. If not for the miscalculation of the prophecy, those figures need not have vanished. Subsequently, Xiao Shi continued to discuss other subjects until class concluded. As he exited the classroom, the academy's announcement echoed, requesting Luo Yan to visit the principal's office. Luo Yan paused momentarily. What could possibly warrant his visit to the principal's office? Had the academy's rewards finally been distributed? Excitement surged within him. Upon entering the principal's office, Luo Yan noticed Wei Fenghua and a diminutive elder. The elder, dressed casually and sporting a small braid of white hair, was none other than the academy's principal, Pan Renfeng. Luo Yan nodded slightly. Principal Pan. Pan Renfeng chuckled. Luo Yan, your performance during the expedition to the Forbidden Zone was commendable. Especially in a moment of crisis, your adept piloting of the Black Thunder to vanquish 2 beasts was truly courageous. After thorough consideration, we have decided to reward you as encouragement. Wei Fenghua stepped forward with a smile. There are 3 rewards. First, 300 academic credits, which have already been credited to your student card. Second, 1 heavy weapon. I will provide you with a list of options shortly. You may select one and inform me. Third, an advanced visualization technique. Upon the completion and breakthrough of your gazing at mountains and seas, you will be granted access to a higher tier of visualization technique without any prerequisites. Luo Yan felt somewhat dazed by the cascade of rewards. The 300 academic credits were expected. The heavy weapon was somewhat surprising. But the advanced visualization technique was an unexpected boon. This meant that he would face no obstacles in his cultivation up to the transcendent level. Regaining his composure, Luo Yan nodded. Wei Fenghua then handed him a tablet containing a list of the Academy's collection of heavy weapons for his careful selection before submission. Upon returning to his dormitory, Luo Yan eagerly began his selection process. Weapons, including various armaments for mecha usage, were categorized by levels. The lowest tier was artisan grade, encompassing the rifles and sabers issued during their missions, such as the Shinwei rifle used in mecha operations. The second tier was heavy grade, where the weapons possessed significantly greater power than artisan grade. The third tier was divine weapons, whose materials were said to originate from that world. However, divine weapons were not even the highest tier, and given Luo Yan's current status, he had yet to encounter them. He didn't even know what a divine weapon looked like. At this moment, Luo Yan focused on selecting a heavy-grade weapon. Ultimately, he chose a standard longsword named Star Splitter. Not only did it possess the sharpness characteristic of heavy-grade weapons, but it could also split its blade, launching shards to inflict harm upon enemies. Furthermore, the existence of a magnetic absorption system allowed for the reassembly of the split blade fragments. Chapter 27. The Dragon Step, opening the Spirit Wheel in Guangling City. On Jiangnan Avenue, at the Luo residence, in the training room, Luo Beichen, clad in a martial arts uniform, arrived early. After waiting for about half a stick of incense, he heard footsteps approaching. He turned to see the elder who had appeared in his father's study that morning. Luo Beichen bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Mr. Gao." "Just call me sir," Gao Lin replied, his hands clasped behind his back as he circled around Luo Beichen. "What is your current level of visualization technique?" Luo Beichen answered honestly. "Initial stage, level 3. Gao Lin responded with an "You are practicing wind and thunder rapid, a technique focused on rapid advancement. It seems your instructor who selected this method possesses keen insight." Luo Beichen respectfully replied, "Yes, my instructor Huang Yong mentioned that if I do not participate in the death arena, I should cultivate techniques that emphasize foundational skills, such as gazing at mountains and seas. However, to compete in the death arena, having a higher level gives me an advantage over that surname Luo." Gao Lin remarked, "That is reasonable. Even if the foundation is not solid due to rapid advancement, you can still cultivate other techniques in the future and reinforce your foundation later." He paused before continuing, "But do you know what technique your opponent is practicing? What is their level?" Luo Beichen responded without hesitation, "That surname Luo is practicing gazing at mountains and seas, currently at initial stage. Level 2, as far as I know. He acquired numerous academic credits upon enrollment and exchanged them for a substantial amount of calmness elixir after challenging me." Gao Lin chuckled. "With the death arena imminent, he is still practicing gazing at mountains and seas. It seems his instructor has great confidence in him. Coupled with the calmness elixir, achieving initial stage, level 2 is not surprising. Although time is short, you must prepare for the worst. It is possible he may break through to initial stage, level 3 before stepping onto the arena." Luo Beichen squinted. Given that he was recommended by Dijong, it was likely that he had received direct instruction in combat techniques from Dijong. Gao Lin sat cross-legged. Dijong's combat techniques stemmed from two foundational styles, one being Thunderstrike, a sword technique, and the other Bone Shatter, a fist technique. Both styles give rise to numerous combat techniques, such as Thunderstrike, Confusion and Thunderstrike, Flash, as well as Bone Shatter, 7 Kills and Bone Shatter, Heart Shatter. The elder seemed well acquainted with Dijong, and Luo Beichen listened intently, not daring to miss a word. "Considering the time and your classmate's level of visualization technique," Gao Lin smiled, "Dijong is unlikely to impart derivative combat techniques to him. He will probably only teach him the two foundational styles. I will not teach you combat techniques any longer. There is insufficient time left for that. However, I will teach you a set of footwork, also known as body techniques." Luo Beichen appeared puzzled. "Footwork? What purpose does footwork serve?" Gao Lin smiled faintly. "While footwork may not directly defeat an enemy, it is a crucial auxiliary method. Additionally, some advanced footwork techniques possess other remarkable applications. For instance, Misty Step can confuse an opponent's judgment, while Void Step allows one to tread upon emptiness, moving without a trace." Luo Beichen felt a surge of astonishment, realizing he had underestimated the significance of footwork. Gao Lin stood and declared, "The footwork I will teach you is called Dragon's Glide, enabling you to maneuver freely under your opponent's assault while seeking opportunities to counterattack and secure victory with a single strike." He raised his hand and struck down with force. In the afternoon, at the training hall, upon entering, Luo Yan immediately noticed Wei Fenghua engaged in conversation with another individual. The person had a stern and chiseled face. Unmistakably the commander of the Surface Exploration Corps, Dijong. "Luo Yan has arrived." Wei Fenghua coughed lightly while raising his fist. "Have you selected your weapon?" Luo Yan nodded and returned the tablet to Wei Fenghua, which contained his selected options. "Star Splitter?" Wei Fenghua nodded, putting away the tablet. "Very well, I shall procure it for you." In the afternoon class, Dijong would be instructing him. After saying this, the mentor departed. Dijong scrutinized Luo Yan from head to toe, then firmly placed a hand on his shoulder. Luo Yan involuntarily straightened his back. From the force of Dijong's hand, he sensed a wave of encouragement. Dijong must have heard of the events that transpired in the Forbidden Zone. Yet he chose not to mention them, instead asking, "What is your progress in visualization techniques?" Luo Yan did not conceal the truth. "Initial stage, level 3. I just recently broke through." A flicker of surprise passed through Dijong's eyes before he remarked, "Today, what I will teach you is not combat techniques, nor is it mystical arts. Instead, it is a method to stimulate oneself and unleash potential in a short period, known as opening the spirit wheel." Luo Yan remained silent. Yet his focus was unwavering. In the Taoist text Yunji Qiqian, it is stated that humans possess 7 souls, namely Shurgo, Fushur, Cain, Tunzi, Fidu, Chuhui, and Choluan. These 7 souls correspond sequentially to the 7 energy centers within the human body: Yuan, Yu, Ling, Li, Qi, Hui, and Chong. The term opening the soul wheel refers to the act of invigorating and unlocking these 7 energy centers, thereby temporarily unleashing greater potential. Luo Yan nodded, finding it remarkably easy to remember this knowledge. Dijong continued. With only a week remaining until the death match, I can only teach you how to open one of the energy centers for now. In the future, I will instruct you on the others. After a brief pause, Dijong spoke in a solemn tone. What I am about to teach you is the most accessible method and serves as the foundation of this secret technique. Open the Yuan wheel. Allow me to demonstrate. Dijong extended his hands, tapping his shoulders on both sides before gently pressing his finger to his brow. To open the Yuan wheel, we must stimulate the Jingjing acupoints on both sides of the shoulders, followed by activating the Yintang acupoint. Initially, beginners require external stimulation to assist them. Once familiarized, one can simply utilize their Yuan power to activate the acupoints. This is the state achieved upon opening the Yuan wheel. With a sudden surge, Dijong's body erupted with a wave of Yuan power, visibly radiating from him. A brilliant golden light surged upwards, causing his hair to billow wildly. Simultaneously, he emanated an astonishing pressure that nearly forced Luo Yan to the ground. As Dijong took a deep breath, the overwhelming pressure and the rising Yuan power quickly dissipated. Upon opening the Yuan wheel, various bodily functions, including the strength of Yuan power and the potency of combat techniques, can be enhanced nearly twofold. Dijong explained. Thus, the more solid your foundation, the greater the potential for enhancement. However, it is important to note that opening the soul wheel requires a cost. Different soul wheels entail different sacrifices. The cost of the Yuan wheel is that during its active state, your physical stamina and Yuan power will deplete rapidly. Therefore, if you choose not to open it, then do not. However, should you choose to open the Yuan wheel, you must determine the outcome within a short time frame, life or death. In the 28th chapter, the day of the final battle, Dijong elaborated further, guiding Luo Yan on the specific acupoints to stimulate. The afternoon passed swiftly, and as the lesson neared its conclusion, Dijong said, "Now, demonstrate for me." Luo Yan nodded, channeling his internal Yuan power while pressing on the acupoints to direct the flow. Upon pressing the Yintang acupoint with his finger, Luo Yan felt a tremor throughout his body as his Yuan power unleashed a powerful wave. Surging forth and causing his hair to dance in the air, his crimson eyes seemingly ablaze, he sensed an immense power within, endless and inexhaustible. Dijong nodded in approval, gesturing to a wooden training dummy nearby. "Show me a bone-crushing technique." Without hesitation, Luo Yan approached the dummy, raised his arm, and delivered a fierce strike. Bang! His fist collided with the wooden dummy, sending it flying 3 meters before crashing to the ground. Dijong approached, tapping the chest of the dummy, which shattered, revealing the pulverized wood within. Luo Yan glanced at his fist, contemplating the devastating impact it would have inflicted on a human target. "This is the power of the Yuan wheel. All right, conclude your practice," Dijong instructed. Following his teachings, Luo Yan retracted his energy, immediately feeling fatigued. Indeed, as Dijong had indicated, opening the Yuan wheel accelerates the consumption of physical stamina and Yuan power, Dijong added. This is essentially how it works. Moving forward, you must practice diligently, striving to reach a level where you can activate the wheels using just your Yuan power without any external assistance. Only then will it hold practical significance. Luo Yan nodded in agreement. Dijong then patted his shoulder. "On the day of the death match, I have obligations and will not be able to observe. As compensation, upon my return, I will teach you how to open the Yu wheel." Luo Yan nodded vigorously. Understanding this as Dijong's encouragement. At that moment, Wei Fenghua returned, carrying a wooden box. Dijong greeted him before departing. Wei Fenghua coughed a couple of times and asked, "So, what did Dijong teach you? Any new combat techniques?" Luo Yan shook his head. "No, he taught me the secret technique for opening the soul wheels." Wei Fenghua was momentarily taken aback before responding. "Well, that's quite generous of him. You must practice diligently." As this secret technique was earned through his life and death experiences and military achievements, do not squander his hard work. Luo Yan then realized the true value of this secret technique. Wei Fenghua handed the wooden box to Luo Yan, who opened it to find a long sword nestled within. The sword was entirely black, adorned with irregular azure patterns, resembling fragments pieced together. "Is this the Star Shatterer?" Luo Yan inquired, looking toward his mentor. Wei Fenghua nodded slightly. Try its balance. Luo Yan picked up the sword. Finding it perfectly weighted, he turned and swung it at the wooden dummy, severing one of its arms with a clean cut. Wei Fenghua reminded him, be sure to read the instructions inside the wooden box. Also, your 300 credits have been allocated. I recommend visiting the logistics department to exchange for some first aid supplies and stimulants. You will find these items useful during the death match. Luo Yan nodded. Understood. A week swiftly passed, and the day of the death match between Luo Yan and Luo Bachin arrived. The match was scheduled for 10 a.m. The Academy's training hall number 3. The preparations for the arena and the maintenance of order within the training hall fell to the student council. Early in the morning, He Hao, a reluctant member of the student council, accompanied his partner Su Jiao to the student council office. The council president, Bai Zishi, stood by the window, sunlight casting a warm glow on the refined young man, enhancing his handsome appearance. He Hao scoffed. Bai is showing off again. Su Jiao smiled and replied, the president is indeed very handsome. You needn't feel discouraged. You simply possess a different style, so it doesn't matter. He Hao shot her an annoyed glare. Su Jiao? Are you still my partner? Su Jiao, displaying 2 charming dimples, retorted. What does being a partner have to do with liking President Bai? He Hao huffed, gazing at the ceiling. You little woman, Su Jiao giggled. And you? Big man. That moment, Bai Zishi cleared his throat. Ah, he and Su have arrived. Now that everyone is here, I trust you all know that today's death match features 2 significant figures, the third prince of Qiming Heavy Industries and the natural resonator recommended by Commander D. I have received word that many prominent individuals from the city will be attending to witness the match. The room erupted into chatter. President, should we refrain from getting involved? Someone suggested. Yes, if it were just school personnel. It would be manageable, but how can we handle the city's bigwigs? He Hao slammed his hand on the table, surveying the room. Fools. So what if they are big shots? This is the 100 Battles Academy. Even if the mayor comes, he must keep his mouth shut and watch. Anyone who dares to criticize will be thrown out. Meanwhile, Su Jiao held her head in her hands, visibly pained. Other members of the student council pointed their fingers at He Hao. Who are you calling a fool? You uncouth lout, if you cannot speak properly, at least spare us the shame. Bai Zishi smiled. All right, we are all on the same side. Please be more civil in your speech from now on. Everyone, he is blunt, but speaks the truth. Regardless of who arrives at 100 Battles Academy, they must abide by our rules. Furthermore, the principal spoke to me yesterday, expressing full support for our endeavors, so today. Feel free to act as you see fit. However, remember, if a conflict can be avoided, it is best not to escalate matters. Guests are guests. We should show them respect. Bai Zishi's words were light, yet the implication was clear. If anyone disregarded the rules, even the high and mighty, action would be taken if necessary. He Hao abruptly stood up, striding toward the door without a backward glance. Su Jiao chased after him. Where are you going? To training hall no. 3. Bai Zishi smiled at the others. Please, proceed ahead. I will join you shortly. At training hall number 3. Students were already busy setting up the arena. Suddenly, one student rushed in. Teacher Huang has arrived. A member of the student council responsible for overseeing the event inquired. Is it Teacher Huang Yong? How many Huang teachers do we have at this academy? The student retorted. The council member frowned. The academy stipulates that for the death match, neither mentor of either participant is allowed to observe. This is to prevent mentors from intervening and compromising fairness in case of student danger. Teacher Huang is Luo Bachin's mentor. How could he blatantly disregard this rule? Chapter 29. The factional struggle. The student council member furrowed his brow and exited the training hall, only to encounter several teachers approaching. Among them was Huang Yong, Luo Bachin's mentor, distinguished by his small mustache. The student council member cleared his throat and forced a smile. Greeting, good morning, teachers. The teachers nodded in return, their faces beaming with smiles. One of them inquired, has the arena opened yet? If it has, we shall enter and secure our positions. The student council member stepped aside, saying, yes, the arena is open. Please proceed, teachers, as the mentors entered the hall one after another. Huang Yong advanced, but the student council member raised his arm to halt him. Huang Yong's expression darkened instantly. What is the meaning of this? He retorted. Mr. Huang, as the referee, neither the challengers nor their mentors are permitted to observe the duel. It would be inconvenient for you to enter, the student council member replied politely. Huang Yong scoffed. What inconvenience? With so many mentors present, Do you fear I might disrupt the rules? Besides, you are merely a student, and I am a teacher. How can a student dictate to a teacher? With a dismissive shove, he attempted to push past the council member. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed towards him, startling Huang Yong, who had not anticipated that someone would dare to confront a teacher within the academy. Though taken aback, he remained composed and swiftly deflected a fist aimed at his face. Turning, he glared at a student even taller than himself. How? Huang Yong exclaimed in anger. How dare you, as a student, throw a punch at a teacher? What kind of decorum is this? How spat rudely to the side. For those who disregard the rules, it doesn't matter if it's a mentor or even the king himself. I would not hesitate to strike. Huang Yong pointed a finger at Hao, indignantly demanding, You insolent brat, which class are you from? And who is your mentor? Just wait until I teach you a lesson today. A lesson? Hao laughed heartily. Fine. If you dare to classify your strength as intermediate, I shall accompany you to the end. You. Huang Yong's chest heaved with suppressed rage, momentarily speechless. At his level, it would be trivial to discipline an intermediate student. However, if his strength were to be deemed intermediate, it could prove problematic. Furthermore, as a mentor, regardless of victory or defeat, he would lose face. At that moment, a female voice interjected. Hao, I advise you to show some respect to Teacher Huang. Recently, he seems to have received sponsorship from a certain family, and his strength has surged into the transcendental realm. If you missed this opportunity, even if he were to use just one arm, defeating you would still be a breeze. This was Su Jiao, Hao's partner, who approached with a smile. By the way, Teacher Huang, the sponsor you received is from the Luo family, right? No wonder you dare to disregard the rules of the duel. You're merely trying to curry favor with your benefactor. If I had such a patron, I would also seek to ingratiate myself. Isn't that right, Hao? Huang Yong's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between shades of blue and purple, especially as the other mentors cast glances in his direction. Feeling humiliated, he huffed dismissively and said, I shan't waste my breath on you. With that, he swept away. Jia winked at Hao with a smile, and just as they were about to enter the hall, they heard someone chuckling. I have long heard that the students of the 100 Battles Academy possess remarkable courage. Today, witnessing it firsthand, it is indeed as the rumors suggest. They even dare to drive away their own teachers. Truly, the audacity of youth knows no bounds. Hao looked up, spotting a group approaching, led by a refined middle-aged man. The individuals accompanying him appeared to be affluent and influential. He furrowed his brow, preparing to retort, but Su Jiao quickly restrained him, whispering, That is Minister of Education, El Chung. The people beside him are city entrepreneurs and officials. We cannot afford to offend them, so mind your words. At that moment, someone beside El Chung chimed in, Minister El, it seems your educational policies need to be revised. At the very least, we must instill in future generations the importance of respecting teachers. Without waiting for El Chung to respond, another voice echoed, Respecting teachers is indeed essential, but it also depends on the individual. If a person lacks virtue, is it not foolish to insist on respect? All eyes turned to a new group approaching from a distance. Clad in military uniforms, the speaker among them was notably young, with thick brows and bright eyes, exuding a commanding presence. El Chung smiled and remarked, it is Colonel Yang Jin, a trusted aide of Commander D. Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, muttering, I didn't expect Colonel Yang to be here. He is the mech engineer for Flame and is my idol. Su Jiao stared at him in astonishment. You have someone you admire? She then observed the people around them, whispering, El Chang has connections with the Luo family. It is said that his ascendance to the position of Minister of Education was thanks to Luo Tiany's backing. His presence here suggests he is representing the Luo family. Both he and Luo Tiany belong to the conservative faction. The Surface Exploration Corps is widely known as the radical faction. It seems that today's duel, ostensibly between two new students, is, in fact, a confrontation between the conservative and radical factions. Hao nodded lightly. After the Great Beast catastrophe, the conservatives have consistently opposed surface exploration, believing that frequent explorations would attract the attention of the beasts, bringing disaster to the underground cities. These fools are solely focused on their comfort and refuse to step out of their safe zones. They fail to realize that without surface exploration and regular extermination of nearby beasts, even if they adhere to their beliefs and refrain from surface activities, the beasts will inevitably come for them. Su Jiao spoke softly, They were already above others before the disaster struck. Life is but a fleeting century. If they can enjoy it now, they will naturally avoid taking risks. Do you expect them to follow Commander D's example and willingly venture to the surface? That would be too much to ask. He how shot her a glance. Sujio, you have become complacent. You're talking nonsense, Sujio retorted. Just then, the colonel from the Surface Exploration Corps raised his hand, beaming, and said, Minister L, everyone, please. Elching chuckled. To think that such a minor competition could attract Colonel Young's attention. It truly is unexpected. Colonel Young spoke candidly. Student Luo Yan is a promising talent favored by our commander. Unfortunately, our commander has pressing duties and could not attend today. I have just returned from a mission and am on leave. So I brought a few comrades to lend our support to Student Luo and to help maintain order at the academy. We must ensure that today's competition is conducted fairly and justly, lest someone meddle or intervene covertly. After saying this, the colonel cast a meaningful glance at the group accompanying El Chung. Taken aback by Liang Jian's forthrightness, frowned slightly and replied, Colonel Yang, are you implying that we would interfere? Liang Jian laughed heartily. Minister L, I am but a simple man. I speak plainly. Please do not take offense. Now, let us find a good spot to sit and enjoy the proceedings. With a gesture, the members of the Surface Exploration Corps marched in unison into the hall. Chapter 30. Confidence in the dormitory. Luo Yan was deep in meditation. He envisioned the undulating mountains and towering peaks, imagining himself becoming as steadfast as the mountains, unyielding. In this visualization, his vital energy flowed with his breath, cleansing the meridians within his body according to his will. The initial third layer of the gazing at mountains and seas cultivation technique, the focus was on refining the body's meridians. The meridians are the connective tissues associated with muscles, tendons, ligaments, and other soft tissues. Their primary function is to connect bones and facilitate the protection of internal organs while enabling limbs to perform various functional activities through joints. The stronger the meridians, the quicker the body's movements and the greater the explosive power. Through his study materials, Luo Yan learned that the human body comprises 485 meridians in total. 62 in the upper front, 126 in the middle front, 72 in the lower front, 127 in the back, plus an additional 98 meridians. At this moment, with the continuous flow of vital energy, one of the meridians had finally completed its refinement. Luo Yan employed his internal vision technique and beheld the meridian, radiating a faint glow, imbued with resilience, difficult to injure, and capable of exerting greater power. He took a deep breath and gradually concluded his practice. Over the past week, although Luo Yan had utilized the calming agent during each session, he had only managed to refine 42 meridians in the upper front of the body. By this point, it was evident that as he progressed to the third layer, the speed of cultivation had slowed considerably. At the rate of refining 6 to 7 meridians per day, completing the third layer would require at least 70 days. In a wonder Wei Fenghua remarked that the cultivation speed of gazing at mountains and seas is relatively slow. Now, in the fourth layer, he would need to refine 206 bones, which would likely take even longer. Rising to his feet, Luo Yan stretched his limbs and glanced at the clock. It was already 9:30. There remained half an hour until the duel commenced. Unhurriedly, he drank a cup of warm water, then donned the protective gear he had exchanged for from the logistics department. This set of gear was more complex than the one he wore in the forbidden area, offering greater coverage while not hindering the movement of his joints. Next, Luo Yan opened a box and retrieved a vial of red toxin relief agent, administering it to himself. Calculating the time, it seems that the last injection of the relief agent is about to lose its effect. Luo Yan is not keen on experiencing a sudden outbreak of the red poison while engaging in a duel. He then carefully stores away the rejuvenation agent, which can invigorate his energy and alleviate pain, the detoxification agent, which can neutralize most toxins, and the golden boiling agent, which can stimulate the nerves and maintain a heightened state for a brief period. Finally, he picks up his long sword, Star Splitter, and steps out of his dormitory, closing the door gently behind him. Upon arriving at Training Hall Number 3, Luo Yan encounters Luo Baichen approaching from the opposite side. Dressed in dark protective armor and wielding a long spear, the spear's flat blade resembles a boat paddle. Judging by its design, it not only possesses the thrusting and hooking characteristics of a spear, but also the cutting and chopping abilities of a blade. The two come to a halt before the entrance of the training hall. Locking eyes, Luo Yan initially expects some harsh words from his opponent, But to his surprise, today Luo Beichen appears remarkably composed, merely casting a fleeting glance at Luo Yan before entering the hall. Luo Yan notes this with heightened awareness. Luo Beichen is evidently well prepared, exuding an aura of confidence from within. Of course, confidence is something Luo Yan possesses as well, stemming from his primary level 3 realm, from the open source wheel imparted by Dijang, and from his experiences battling 2 colossal beasts in the Forbidden Land, as well as his 3 years of survival on the surface. Turning, he enters the hall. The moment he does, a wave of applause erupts. Luo Yan realizes that the training hall is filled to capacity with students from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd years, some familiar and others unknown, including several instructors and clearly identifiable outsiders. Among them, Luo Yan spots members of the Surface Exploration Corps. Although he does not recognize any of them, their uniforms resemble Dijang's, evoking a sense of familiarity. Just then, he notices a young man with a square face and a robust build from the Corps nodding in his direction. Following this, someone on the arena calls out, "Students Luo Yan and Luo Beichen, please come to the stage." Luo Yan ascends the platform, standing side by side with Luo Beichen. I am by Zishi, the president of the student council and today's referee, he announces with a smile. According to convention, a checkup would typically be required for both of you, but since this is a life and death duel, we shall forego that step. I must emphasize once more. This is a life and death duel, with no holds barred and no rules. Do you both understand? Luo Yan glances at the long sword in his hand and replies calmly. Once on the platform, I have no regrets about life or death. Luo Beichen sneers and makes a throat-cutting gesture. Bai Zishi studies the two and states, "Very well. The duel will officially commence in 5 minutes. You may step off the platform to rest." Luo Yan turns and descends from the stage. Just as he sits down, Xing Shan rushes over, whispering in his ear, "Luo Yan, be careful. I've heard that the one surnamed Luo has already reached primary level 3. Also, the Luo family is wealthy. The spear in Luo Beichen's hand is at least of heavy weapon caliber. Using a sword against him might put you at a disadvantage." Luo Yan nods slightly, "I am aware." Zhang Shan presses his shoulder reassuringly, "In any case, I support you and believe you will not lose." Luo Yan nods again. I in the audience. Minister of Education LV Chung scrutinizes Luo Yan. Someone beside him comments, "Minister LV, what do you think that Dijang sees in this surface dweller? I hear he personally visited the city lord's office to facilitate this duel." LV Chung shakes his head, admitting he does not know. However, he is aware that if Luo Beichen were to lose today, not only would the Luo family be humiliated, but the entire conservative faction would also suffer disgrace, significantly diminishing their influence in future critical matters. Perhaps Dijang brought this young man from the surface to undermine his own faction. I do not understand Commander D's intentions, LV Chung muses, glancing at the visibly anxious members of the conservative faction. But I am certain that the young master of the Luo family will not lose. After all, Luo Tianyi has engaged Gao Lin as a tutor for his son for a week now. "Do you know who Gao Lin is?" Someone gasps. "Gao Lin? Wasn't he the last commander of the Exploration Corps? He retired 2 years ago, under the pretense of leaving the Corps, but some say he was forced out by Dijang." LV Ching smiles. "I'm unsure if he was indeed forced out by Dijang, but I am certain he is the person who understands Dijang the most in this world. Therefore, his students will not lose." Chapter 31. Life and death in an instant. 5 minutes swiftly pass. Bai Zishi, elegant and poised, rises with a smile announcing, "Time's up. Please take the stage." Luo Yan immediately stands, gripping Star Splitter. He appears particularly tense, his hand gripping the sword sheath so tightly that his knuckles turn white. Luo Beichen notices this detail and narrows his eyes. The two ascend the platform simultaneously. Bai Zishi observes them before nodding. Beginned on the stage, neither makes the first move. They maintain their distance, observing one another. Luo Yan activates the breaking barrier eye, silver-white lights flickering around his crimson pupils, revealing Luo Beichen's status. His vitality stands at 268, while his energy measures 154. Clearly, Luo Beichen has experienced another breakthrough, now at primary level 3, just like himself. Through a week of training, Luo Yan's vitality has increased to 426, with energy at 178, compared to his initial breakthrough. He has made further advancements. At this level, the advantages of observing mountains and seas gradually become evident. In terms of vitality alone, he surpasses practitioners of other techniques, and his energy is also more profound. These are his advantages. Luo Yan blinks, halting the use of his divine concealment. Activating the breaking barrier consumes energy, and the longer it is maintained, the greater the drain. Thus, after obtaining the essential information about his opponent, Luo Yan ceases its use. He then draws his long sword, discarding the sheath to the ground below. His gaze sharpens, signaling the onset of battle. On the opposite side, Luo Baichen focuses intently, recalling Gao Lin's words from earlier that morning. Based on the information you provided, that Luo Yan is a formidable character, and he has experience with killing on the surface. Do not underestimate this experience. There is a significant difference between having and not having blood on one's hands. That wolf cub has seen blood, and when he strikes, he will not hesitate. Choosing a spear as your weapon is wise. In weaponry, length equals strength. In the absence of firearms, opting for a long weapon will provide an advantage. If my judgment is correct, at the start of the duel, he will attack with full force while in peak condition. He may even resort to a trade of injury for injury tactic, if you have never killed. You may hesitate when facing certain situations. Your objective is to maintain distance and exhaust that boy's stamina and energy. Utilize the dragon's dance technique I taught you to bait him, and once he reveals all his combat skills and mysterious techniques, it will be your victory. These words flash through Luo Baichen's mind in an instant. He decisively pulls back the spear but does not retreat blindly. The spear springs forward, swift as lightning, aimed at Luo Yan's face. Instead of retreating, Luo Yan accelerates, merely tilting his head to the side as the flat, sharp blade passes just beneath his eyelid. He blinks not once, allowing the spear's edge to carve a shallow wound along his cheek. Seizing the opportunity, he lunges forward, resembling a wraith, suddenly appearing beside Luo Baichen. Luo Baichen swiftly retracts his spear, holding it upright just in time. That moment, Star Splitter transforms into a bolt of black lightning. Crossing Luo Baichen's neck in the blink of an eye, sword technique, thunderclap, the long sword collides with the spear shaft, sending sparks flying. Luo Baichen feels a numbing pain in his hands, nearly losing his grip on the spear, and is thrown off balance, stumbling 3 steps to the left before regaining his footing, drenched in cold sweat. Gao Lin's words echo in his mind. Remember, true masters learn to anticipate, rather than merely respond to attacks. They analyze their opponent's psychology and grasp their patterns of movement. If today you see your opponent wielding a sword, he is most likely using Dijing's thunderclap. Given Luo Yan's nature, if he has the chance to employ a combat skill, he will not waste effort attacking your joints but will aim straight for your neck or face. When he approaches, do not think about anything. Immediately raise your spear to block. Luo Baichen's heart races furiously. Had it not been for Gao Lin's guidance, that last strike might very well have determined the outcome of the match. The hall is silent. From Luo Yan's proactive assault to Luo Baichen being forced back several steps, the entire sequence transpires in mere moments, yet the danger is palpable even to the untrained eye. Had Luo Baichen's spear been raised even a fraction of a second slower, the Luo family's young master's head would likely have already rolled onto the arena floor. Well done! Someone cheers, capturing the attention of the entire audience. It is Colonel Yang Jian from the Surface Corps, flashing a bright smile as he exclaims, "This is the essence of a life and death struggle. Life and death hinge upon an instant. What a thrill!" On the opposite side of the audience, the conservative faction, led by L.V. Chung, appears increasingly somber. Particularly the Minister of Education, L. Chung, had just remarked to the person beside him that the students taught by Gao Lin would undoubtedly prevail. Yet, within less than a minute on stage, Luo Baichen nearly had his head severed, L. Cheng's face flushed with heat, a sensation of disgrace settling over him. In the arena, Luo Yan was oblivious to the cheers from the colonel and indifferent to others' opinions. His focus was solely on Luo Baichen. After his combat skills were thwarted, he remained undeterred. With a few swift steps, he unleashed a fierce assault with Lieshing, seizing the initiative to strike. The clang of metal echoed as they clashed, leaving Luo Baichen momentarily relegated to defense. Luo Baichen's expression darkened, yet he maintained his composure, concentrating fully on defense. He recalled Gao Lin's guidance. That ruthless little wolf cub would inevitably launch an offensive after Jinglei bore no fruit. In such moments, one should do nothing but focus on defense. A prolonged siege would lead to failure. When he showed a flaw, that would be the moment to counterattack. The sounds of clashing continued as Lieshing and Luo Baichen's spear collided countless times. Sparks flying in the arena. Luo Baichen observed that Luo Yan's grip on the sword was becoming increasingly pale. Finally, After another collision between sword and spear, Luo Yan seemed to lose his grip, nearly letting the sword slip from his hands. An opportunity presented itself. Luo Baichen suddenly unleashed a surge of elemental energy, lunging forward, aiming his spear at Luo Yan's right foot. Luo Yan quickly retreated, the spear's tip embedding itself into the arena's wooden platform. Luo Baichen spun around, using his shoulder to press against the spear, exerting force as if he were lifting a great mountain. The spear's tip surged upward, shattering one wooden plank after another, crashing down upon Luo Yan. This was a combat skill, a spear technique known as Tiao Shan. Luo Yan hastily raised his sword to block, but Luo Baichen charged forward. Thrusting his spear, Luo Yan narrowly dodged, and Luo Baichen transitioned from thrusting to sweeping, the spear slicing through the air toward his opponent. Luo Yan raised his long sword, preparing to defend. A smirk curled at the corners of Luo Baichen's mouth as he twisted the spear in the opposite direction. The spear made a cracking sound, astonishingly separating segment by segment. Beneath the alloy spear handle, a true spear shaft, crafted from soft metal, emerged. Thus, when the spear was blocked by Lieshing, it did not cease its motion. The front half of the spear, now rendered flexible by inertia, swung in a great arc, its tip aimed at Luo Yan's throat. This was another combat skill, a spear technique known as Shi-Tu-Xian. As the spear tip neared its target, Luo Yan's empty hand instinctively grasped the spearhead. However, at that moment, Luo Baichen let out a sinister laugh. Upon seeing his smile, Luo Yan immediately released his grip and lunged to the side. That instant, the flat tip of the spear emitted a dark gleam, swiftly grazing Luo Yan's neck and leaving a trail of blood. Hidden within the spear's tip were steel needles. This was the true essence of Shi-Xian. Cheers erupted from the audience, but this time, the one applauding was the Minister of Education, El Chung. His face beamed with joy. Just moments ago, when Luo Baichen had been cleaved by Luo Yan's sword, El Chung had nearly wished to disappear into the ground. Now, with Luo Baichen turning the tide, he could not help but feel elated. Members of the conservative faction beside him also cheered, attempting to exert psychological pressure on Luo Yan. In the arena, Luo Yan distanced himself, suddenly feeling a blur in his vision. The steel needles were poisoned. He quickly retrieved the antidote. But before he could ingest it, Luo Baichen was upon him, pressing his advantage. Luo Yan hurled the antidote at Luo Baichen's head. Instinctively, Luo Baichen turned his head, causing his movements to slow momentarily. Luo Yan slid beneath Luo Baichen's spear, relaxing his knee, while Lieshing swept across the unprotected area of his opponent's knee. Luo Baichen groaned, staggering as he had never endured such pain, his expression contorted in agony, unable to continue his pursuit of Luo Yan. Seizing the moment, Luo Yan inhaled deeply, taking in the contents of the antidote. He then produced a nerve-stimulating golden boiling agent and consumed it as well. Under the influence of both substances, the toxin smeared on the steel needles was temporarily suppressed. Meanwhile, Luo Baichen also absorbed the antidote, alleviating the pain in his leg for the time being. Seeing Luo Yan rise again, he felt a twinge of regret. Had he only procured some lethal poison, Luo Yan would have met his end just moments ago. In this death match, devoid of rules, both sides could employ any means necessary. Luo Baichen was familiar with poison, and Luo Yan found it curious. Had it not been for the logistics department's lack of poisonous substances, he too would have poisoned his blade. Though the toxicity was temporarily subdued, its duration remained uncertain. Thus, Luo Yan resolved to end the fight swiftly. Meanwhile, the trap was already set. Given his understanding of Luo Baichen, the probability of his opponent falling for the ploy was exceedingly high. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yan charged forward. Luo Baichen had already devised a plan. He intended to proceed cautiously, waiting for the toxin to take effect on Luo Yan before reaping the rewards. Therefore, as his opponent approached, he readied his spear for defense, restoring its original position to blocked in an instant. Luo Yan was upon him, his body radiating elemental energy, his skin displaying faint rocky patterns. As Lieshing was raised, Luo Baichen immediately positioned his spear upright. Aware that Luo Yan was about to unleash Jinglei, he had already formulated a strategy. After blocking Luo Yan's strike, he would utilize his Shen Tsung and Xian Shu to buy time. This battle was destined for victory. In the arena, as Luo Yan lifted his long sword, a resounding explosion of bright yellow elemental energy erupted, akin to flames. The boiling aura caused his hair to rise and dance, illuminated by the radiant elemental light. His crimson eyes glowed like raging fire. Kai Yuan Luan. In that moment, Luo Yan finally employed the secret technique imparted by Dizhong, gaining a comprehensive enhancement, a flash of sword light, a sweeping strike. Luo Baichen's expression turned peculiar, a half-smile on his lips. He had anticipated Jinglei, but had not foreseen Luo Yan's additional secret technique, Kai Pa Luan, something even Gao Lin had never mentioned. Luo Baichen's mind went blank. His experience and reflexes could not provide the correct judgment in that fleeting instant. Just then, he observed the sword light splintering and scattering, breaking into hundreds of fine beams of light, densely interwoven and filling his vision. Gasps erupted in the training hall, and Minister of Education El Chung leapt to his feet. From his vantage point, he saw Luo Yan's sword sweep, only for the blade to shatter into countless fragments, each trailing a radiant glow, akin to a meteor shower cascading from Luo Yan's strike. Those meteors circled around Luo Baichen's spear, with only a few colliding with the spear's body, while the rest swept past Luo Baichen's head, reforming behind him into a long sword. Luo Baichen stood frozen, as if petrified. Luo Yan turned and walked toward the edge of the arena. What had transpired? Did I block it? Why is that Luo fellow leaving? Could it be that I lost? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I still have Shin Sung and Xian Shu left to use. I will not lose. I refuse to. Luo Baichen opened his mouth, as if to speak, but suddenly, blood began to gush from various points on his face. As Luo Yan leapt from the arena, Luo Baichen's head shattered like a broken watermelon, splattering everywhere. Screams filled the training hall, with several girls fainting on the spot, their faces pale. El Chung slumped back into his seat. Utterly drained at that moment, a singular thought consumed him. Lost? The young master of the Luo family has lost? Why? Just moments ago, he had the upper hand. How could it turn so swiftly, with that Luo fellow besting him? I must be dreaming. Yes, I am dreaming. At that moment, he heard laughter from the opposite audience. Liang Jin, the colonel, stood up and exclaimed, "Splendid!" seizing the opportunity and striking decisively, leaving no chance for a comeback. Mind, experience, judgment, all top-notch. And he is decisive, not dragging his feet. This student, upon graduation, we at the Exploration Legion will recruit. Luo Yan lifted his head to look at Liang Jin in the audience, who gave him a thumbs up. Just as a smile graced Luo Yan's face, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. The poison from the steel needles had taken effect. Liang Jin immediately leaped from the audience, scooping up Luo Yan and shouting, "Doctor! Where's the doctor?" The school physician rushed to the scene, and Liang Jin, along with soldiers from the Exploration Legion, escorted Luo Yan to the infirmary. In the training hall, El Chung sighed deeply, rising to his feet. "Let us depart, everyone. There is nothing more to see." Among them, a middle-aged man with a balding head and thick lips glanced at Luo Baichen's lifeless form before shifting his gaze toward the direction Luo Yan had departed. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, "Today's youth truly impresses. What are you babbling about? If you're not leaving, then step aside." A man grumbled in dissatisfaction. The balding man's eyes flickered with a hint of malice. But as he turned, he wore a broad smile, nodding and bowing. "Apologies, Suzong. I did not mean to block your way. Please, you go first." The Suzong chuckled. "I was wondering how a mere district director like you could come to watch the match. Now I understand." The balding man pretended not to comprehend, continuously offering ingratiating smiles. P.S. Another day, another 1,000 votes. Brothers and sisters, can you give a little encouragement to this newcomer, perhaps by casting a few votes? I'm eagerly awaiting your support. Chapter 33. The Perils of Overpraise on Jiang'an Avenue. At the Luo residence, a black sedan halted before the entrance. The car door swung open, and Minister of Education El Chung alighted. Gazing up at the grand sign above the door where the words Luo Fu were inscribed in a flamboyant script, exuding an air of supremacy, El Chung tugged at his collar, slowly exhaling a breath. As he stepped through the gradually opening door and entered the study, his gaze immediately fell upon Luo Tianyi. The master of Qiming Heavy Industries had his eyes closed, exuding a calm demeanor. Beside him stood a tall young man, the eldest son of the Luo family. Luo Nanqing. El Chung removed his shoes and entered the room, nodding slightly at Luo Nanqing before bowing to Luo Tianyi. "Mr. Luo, I have returned." Luo Tianyi did not open his eyes. What was the outcome? El Chung swallowed hard before responding. Young Master Luo, it was a narrow defeat. The study was enveloped in silence, with even the sound of a pin drop audible. In this suffocating atmosphere, beads of sweat began to emerge from El Cheng's forehead, one by one, cascading down. After a moment, Luo Tianyi finally spoke. Understood. El Cheng promptly took out a phone and placed it on the table. The entire process of the competition has been recorded. It's all in here. The Luo father and son exchanged no words. El Cheng dared not linger and retreated from the study. Once the door closed, Luo Tianyi opened his eyes and spoke in a low voice. Send for Mr. Gao. Yes. Luo Nanqing left briefly and returned with Gao Lin, who was guiding Luo Beichun. Nanqing, you may carry on with your tasks. Luo Tianyi dismissed his eldest son, then began to play the recorded content on a screen within the study. Mr. Gao, please take a look. This is the entire process of the competition. Gao Lin nodded and watched quietly. Moments later, as the recording concluded, Luo Tianyi turned to the elder. What do you think? Gao Lin slowly exhaled. Young Master Luo, the defeat was not unjust. Oh? Luo Tianyi gazed at the screen. Gao Lin closed his eyes and continued. This young man named Luo set a trap from the very beginning. When he used Thunderclap for the first time, young Master Luo managed to block it. I believe he anticipated this result early on and proceeded to do so to set the stage for a final blow. When he employed Thunderclap a second time, young Master Luo thought he could block it again. However, this student Luo suddenly unleashed his power and exploited the characteristics of his long sword, delivering a lethal strike that obliterated young Master Luo. When Gao Lin opened his eyes again, his gaze was sharp. That student Luo's sudden surge of elemental energy is not from the Guanshan High Technique.it. Seems that after I left the Exploration Corps, Dijang exchanged for some sort of secret method from the Beast Strategy Bureau and subsequently imparted it to that student Luo, resulting in such achievements. Dijang has certainly invested heavily. Luo Tianyi regarded the screen and remarked, I am but an amateur in matters of combat. Yet if that student Luo possesses such means, why did he not use them from the outset? It is a matter of mental state. Gao Lin smiled. At the beginning, young Master Luo was clearly mindful of my reminders and was on high alert. Had he acted at that moment, he might not have succeeded. That student Luo appears to be one who does not act without certainty. He will not strike unless he is fully assured of victory. Ultimately, young Master Luo lost due to a lack of experience. At this point, Gao Lin looked at the man behind the desk. Regarding this matter with young Master Luo, should I pay a visit to the 100 Battle Academy? Luo Tianyi shook his head decisively. It's merely the death of a son. It is not a matter of great consequence. I am still young. At worst, I can have more. Furthermore, Beichun's aptitude is limited. I had no high hopes for him to begin with. Moreover, the matter of the death match was mentioned by the city lord. I stated at the time that Beichun's life and death are his own responsibility. The Luo family will not pursue any grievances. This is the situation Dijang desires. Why should I grant him that? He thinks that by losing one son, he can strike at me. How naive. Luo Tianyi scoffed. If I were to send Mr. Gao to the academy, the Exploration Corps would surely pay a visit to my Luo residence the following day. Such a good fortune, how could I let Dijang benefit? Gao Lin nodded. Then shall we consider this matter concluded? For the time being, yes. Luo Tianyi spoke solemnly. With the city lord's election imminent, I cannot allow such trivial matters to disrupt the larger scheme. Dijang chose this moment to make a move, intending to throw me off balance. I shall not acquiesce to his wishes. Of course, while I may not hold much affection for that boy Beichun, he is still my son. I can endure for the sake of the election, but I will not tolerate forever. This matter will be settled with Dijang after the election. He chuckled. Furthermore, in seeking revenge against Dijang, is there a need for Mr. Gao to personally visit the academy? Dijang wishes to elevate that student Luo. Does he? Very well. I, Luo Tianyi, shall elevate him as well. I will raise him to the heavens. Let him become the most resplendent star in Guangling City. Simultaneously, let him become the target of everyone's envy. At that point, I need not lift a finger. There will be plenty who wish to drag this new star down and trample him into the ground. People, after all, cannot stand to see others thrive. The taller the tree, the more it attracts the wind. The more prominent the person, the greater the envy. This has always been the case. Gao Lin nodded slightly. First elevate, then eliminate. Use others as a blade. Mr. Luo, a splendid scheme. Luo Tianyi smiled but did not respond, instead producing a bottle of perfume and lightly spraying it on the cut end of a cigar. In the next moment, he was enveloped in a cloud of smoke, seemingly unfazed by the loss of a son. In the infirmary of the 100 Battle Academy, Luo Yan suddenly sat up. For a fleeting moment, he believed he was still on the surface, that entering the academy, the forbidden observation, and the death match were merely a dream. "You reawake," came the voice of Wei Fenghua. Upon seeing his mentor, Luo Yan realized that everything that had transpired was not a dream. He nodded. "I am awake." Wei Fenghua placed a hand on his shoulder. "Lie back down. You still need rest, but rest assured, the poison within you has been resolved. For the next 2 days, do not practice. Allow your body to recuperate. By the way, you've been in Guangling City for a month now. Apart from the academy, you haven't visited any other places, have you? Spend the weekend exploring, firstly, to relax, and secondly, to familiarize yourself with this city." Just as Luo Yan was about to mention his unfamiliarity with the roads, he heard Zhang Shan's voice. "Luo Yan, come over to my house tomorrow." Wei Fenghua stepped aside to reveal Zhang Shan and Li Bohang entering the room. After greeting Wei Fenghua, Zhang Shan eagerly proposed, "I happen to be heading home. If you don't mind, why not come over for a couple of days?" Luo Yan glanced at Wei Fenghua, and upon seeing his mentor nod slightly, he replied, "All right." Zhang Shan beamed. "Then it's settled." He then added in a hushed tone, "Old Luo, that strike where you eliminated the young man named Luo was simply magnificent." Chapter 34. Level and treatment. Wei Fenghua patted a suitcase resting on the table. "Your Starbreaker armor, along with other items, are all in here. You all chat. I shall take my leave." Zhang Shan immediately waved. "Goodbye, teacher." After Wei Fenghua departed, Li Bohang remarked, "The body of Luo Beichen has already been claimed by the Luo family. Strangely, they left a message for you." Luo Yan looked up. "What message?" Zhang Shan snorted. "They advised you to take care of your injuries and not dwell on this matter. They also claimed that the Luo family would not seek revenge against you. In my view, they are certainly putting on a facade while scheming behind the scenes," Li Bohang added. "I believe it is due to the approaching city lord election. Luo Tianyi does not wish for any complications. Hence he is feigning generosity. During this period leading up to the election, they will likely not trouble you, Luo Yan. However, beyond that, it is hard to say. At the very least, for the time being, you need not worry about the Luo family." Furthermore, Li Bohang smiled. Today, Colonel Yang Jian from the Exploration Corps came to observe the match. After the death match concluded, he mentioned that once you graduate, the Exploration Corps intends to recruit you. I believe that was also meant for Luo Tianyi's ears. In other words, Commander D intends to secure your future. As long as Commander D remains in Guangling City, you need not overly concern yourself. Luo Yan looked at Li Bohang in surprise, realizing that this classmate was not only astute, but also well-informed about the situation in Guangling City. Zhang Shan seemed to catch on to Luo Yan's confusion. He chuckled. "Old Luo, you may not know this, but our Li classmate has quite the impressive background. His uncle is none other than the current city lord, Lu Haoding, the top official of Guangling City. Li classmate has kept this under wraps. We only learned of it in recent days." Li Bohang shook his head with a smile. "My uncle forbids me from using his identity to show off, and it was not my intention to keep it from everyone. Furthermore, I hope that what everyone recognizes is me as an individual, rather than my background." Zhang Shan laughed heartily, then glanced at the time. "No more talking. Old Luo has just awakened. Let him rest a bit longer. Shall we leave?" Li Bohang nodded. "I was just about to suggest the same." Zhang Shan patted Luo Yan on the shoulder. "Old Luo, it's settled then. We'll meet at the school gate early tomorrow." Luo Yan nodded, watching the two leave. He lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. "Friends." Luo Yan softly savored this word. The next day, Luo Yan donned his school uniform and, clutching his Starbreaker sword, made his way to the school gate. It was Saturday, and the majority of students opted to return home for a brief respite over the weekend, intending to return either Sunday evening or Monday. In the distance, He Hao, carrying a backpack, also planned to head home. From afar, he spotted Luo Yan with his long sword. As he passed by, he scoffed, "Fool, weapons are prohibited in the city. Are you planning to visit the District Security Bureau for tea with that sword?" By the time Luo Yan turned to look at him, He Hao had already moved on. "Yet," he added, "always carry your student ID. When trouble arises, showing it will resolve any issues." As He Hao walked away, he muttered under his breath, "What a country bumpkin, utterly clueless." At tea that moment, laughter erupted nearby. And his companion Sujio remarked, "Did someone not say that after Luo classmate took down Luo Bachin, he would seek them out for some fun? Yet here I see this someone not only refraining from causing trouble, but also kindly advising Luo classmate." She continued, "Oh right, this person was saved in the forbidden area, so I suppose it's only natural to show gratitude." He how glared at the girl through gritted teeth. "Shut up. Men handle their affairs. Women should stay out of it." Sujio made a face at him, big man, and left behind a series of chuckles that made he how's teeth itch. At the academy gate, students passing by Luo Yan cast admiring glances, while others hurried past as if encountering a plague. A few girls turned pale, too fearful to walk near him, as if he were a ferocious beast. This was inevitable. The brutal defeat of Luo Bachin the previous day had left a profound impact, leading to Luo Yan being labeled as a ruthless individual. Moments later, Zhang Shan finally arrived, his bulging backpack suggesting it was stuffed to the brim. Had he not seen Zhang Shan emerge from the academy, Luo Yan might have thought he was fleeing from danger. Zhang Shan chuckled awkwardly. "I exchanged some credits for food. There are many people at home, and it's rare for me to return, so I brought a bit more." Luo Yan knew that in the logistics department, 1 credit could procure 2 weeks' worth of rations, yet no one would waste credits in such a manner. Moreover, the academy provided 3 meals a day for free. Thus, he couldn't comprehend why the logistics department would have a food exchange option. Now seeing Zhang Shan, he began to understand a little. Zhang Shan waved his hand. "Let us go. We'll take the light rail that as they walked," he elaborated. "Both my parents are workers. Our family could enter Guangling City thanks to their participation in urban construction. However, as workers, they didn't have any special contributions and could only receive 6th-level benefits." Luo Yan recalled the announcement made by Wei Fenghua after passing the entrance exam, declaring that all qualified freshmen were granted 4th-level benefits, yet he had always been unaware of what that entailed. Hearing Zhang Shan mention it, he inquired, "What are the benefit levels?" "It's a system for distributing work credits based on your contributions to the city," Zhang Shan explained. "You can think of work credits as equivalent to academic credits. Or, to put it plainly, as money. Different benefit levels correlate with the amount of work credits allocated. 6th level is the lowest tier. Even if one maximizes attendance, the credits allocated would only suffice for basic sustenance. My family consists only of my parents who can earn work credits, but I have many siblings. However, now that I'm here, even though I haven't graduated yet, I possess credits, and we reserve candidates for pilots receive 4th-level benefits. This level grants 3,000 work credits a month. Since we're still in school, we only receive 1,000 credits as support, which is already equivalent to what my father earns in a month. Once I become a certified pilot, I will enjoy 3rd-level benefits. That means not only will I receive 8,000 work credits a month, but also housing and transportation provisions." Observing Zhang Shan's animated demeanor, Luo Yan finally grasped the essence of those benefit levels. Soon, they boarded a light rail train heading toward the city center. That moment, an announcement echoed through the train. "We interrupt this broadcast for an urgent notification. Yesterday, our city launched a targeted crackdown on smuggling organizations dealing with giant beast parasites. During the operation, several smuggling organizations were dismantled, and 175 live frozen parasites were seized. However, one smuggling organization managed to escape, and local security agencies are currently in hot pursuit. Citizens are urged to report any suspicious activities to the local district security bureau or call the police." Listening to the announcement, Luo Yan was astonished. Could there truly be individuals smuggling giant beast parasites? In the train, it seemed someone shared Luo Yan's bewilderment. A girl in a pink dress quietly remarked, "How can there still be people smuggling giant beast parasites? It's utterly disgusting." Her male companion chuckled in response. "Haven't there been instances of smuggling various wild animals in the past? Smuggling parasites is rather similar. Some people have peculiar tastes. They don't fancy raising cats or dogs, but instead prefer to keep giant beast parasites. Others are superstitious, believing that the bones and organs of giant beasts can be used in medicine to cure ailments. Those individuals are willing to pay, and thus, there will always be those who dare to smuggle." Luo Yan listened, dumbfounded. During his 3 years on the surface, he had witnessed far too many lives lost directly or indirectly due to parasites. He had never fathomed that some would consider raising giant beast parasites or using them for medicinal purposes. It was mentioned in the common knowledge course that giant beast parasites could not be artificially bred or domesticated. They were inherently violent and could not be privately kept. As for using them for medicine, that was even more absurd. parasites and giant beasts originated from the space, not from Earth's natural ecosystem. They harbored a plethora of unknown viruses and bacteria. Using them for medicine would be tantamount to courting death. How ludicrous! Zhang Shan quietly remarked, "This is the first time I've heard of someone smuggling giant beast parasites in their bones or organs. Like you, I'm astonished. One has to wonder if those people have lost their minds. It's been proven that for the sake of money, people can forsake all morals on the black market. For instance, a wolf tick can be exchanged for 6 months' worth of rations for an adult. The profit is immense, hence many are willing to take risks." Luo Yan furrowed his brows, as he could easily imagine the lives lost behind every parasite that made its way to the black market. These were not mere cats or dogs. They were ferocious beasts. Just then, Zhang Shan nudged Luo Yan's arm and pointed out the window. "Look, that's the rapid deployment shaft." Luo Yan turned to see massive conduits leading into the sky above the city. He had seen these conduits when he first entered Guangling City, but had not understood their purpose. Noticing Luo Yan's confusion, Zhang Shan laughed. "You came from the surface, and the curriculum hasn't covered this yet. No wonder you're unaware that the rapid deployment shaft is a passage that allows mechas to swiftly reach the surface, or in simpler terms, it's a device. The portion of the energy our city relies on comes from the light-collecting apparatuses on the mountains behind the Great Lake area. Sometimes, these devices may be damaged due to giant beasts or other reasons and require replacement. At that point, mecha protection is necessary, and to facilitate the rapid arrival of mechas to the surface. These deployment shafts were constructed, by the way, since the Surface Exploration Corps frequently undertakes missions, the ground protection tasks often fall to our academy. However, only third-year students are eligible for missions. We still have time." Luo Yan nodded. And under Zhang Shan's explanation, he gained a deeper understanding of Guangling City. After a moment, he proactively inquired, "Have you awakened your divine vault yet?" Zhang Shan chuckled awkwardly, somewhat embarrassed. "I awakened it after returning from the forbidden area. I am not like you all who practiced visualization techniques before enrollment, so it took me a bit longer. However, my awakened divine vault is quite decent." Luo Yan casually asked, "What is it?" Zhang Shan rubbed his nose with a finger and lowered his voice. "Electric discharge, nature element. Right now, I can only infuse high-voltage currents into combat techniques and mystical arts, but my mentor says that if I can break through 2 or 3 more times, it will become incredibly powerful. This divine vault has great potential." Upon hearing this, he remembered that Luo Yan's divine vault was the rather unimpressive gaze of fate, which had little potential. He quickly reassured him, "Don't be disheartened, Luo. When we visited the forbidden area, didn't Teacher Wei mention that if one has primordial stone fragments, it could trigger a transformation in the divine vault? Even a divine vault with average potential could become remarkably prominent after such a transformation. Once you graduate, you can directly join the Exploration Corps, and perhaps you'll have the chance to acquire primordial stone fragments to induce a transformation in your gaze of fate." Luo Yan simply responded with an not disclosing to Zhang Shan that his gaze of fate had already undergone a transformation. Speaking of which, Wei Fenghua had promised to provide him with a book on divine vaults upon returning to the academy. Yet, since returning from the forbidden area, he had been busy training and had completely forgotten about it. He resolved to seek out Wei Fenghua for the book on Sunday after returning to the academy, hoping to find relevant materials on breaking the barrier. Over an hour later, the train came to a halt, nearing its destination. The carriage was sparsely populated as the two disembarked and exited the station. Upon arriving at a narrow lane, characterized by its low-rise buildings and vibrant atmosphere, one encounters a plethora of vendors selling various goods, some even setting up their stalls directly on their tricycles in the street. To facilitate evening operations, they have clandestinely connected electrical wires, resulting in a tangled web of cables overhead, stretching across the thoroughfare. Passers-by traverse the constricted pathway, either on foot, pedaling bicycles, or riding electric scooters. The cacophony of shouts, invectives, and laughter amalgamates, evoking in Luo Yan a nostalgic sentiment reminiscent of bustling urban streets from the past. Zhang Shan, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, "It's a bit chaotic here, but the rent is affordable, and the environment pales in comparison to the dormitory at the academy." He was about to express that Luo Yan might find it uncomfortable, yet Luo Yan had already inquired, "How do I get to your home?" Noticing Luo Yan's lack of disdain, Zhang Shan perked up. Taking a step forward, "Come, I'll take you there. My mother makes the most delicious jianbing guozi. I'll have her whip up a few for you to try." Luo Yan smiled and nodded. "All right." Navigating through the streets, They soon arrived at Zhang Shan's doorstep, where they spotted a girl of about 17 or 18 squatting beside the entrance, looking glum. Nearby, two boys, around 13 or 14, were making earnest attempts to cheer her up. But despite their efforts, not a flicker of a smile graced her face to bow. "Xiao Shuang, Xiao Shi, what are you up to?" Zhang Shan exclaimed exuberantly, not forgetting to introduce Luo Yan. "A Bao is my younger sister. The second in our family. Xiao Shuang and Xiao Shi are the third and fourth. They are twins." Upon hearing Zhang Shan's voice, the trio at the door simultaneously looked up. The twin boys rushed over and clutched Zhang Shan's arm. "Big brother, you're finally back. You must hurry and tell Mom. The second sister doesn't want to get married." Zhang Shan, bewildered, responded, "Get married?" The twins nodded fervently. "Indeed, today. Our parents are arranging for the second sister's engagement. They say that once she is married off, we will receive a significant quota. But this isn't marriage. It's clearly selling off our second sister." Chapter 36. Luo, what are you doing here? Zhang Shan's expression shifted dramatically. With the speed of the wind, he dashed into the house. Luo Yan soon followed, entering to see a middle-aged couple. The man was squatting in a corner, chain-smoking, while the woman sighed. "Shan, your father has been ill lately. He is unable to work, and with the costs of medicine, we are truly at a loss." Coincidentally, Aunt Wang from next door introduced a young man. "His conditions are quite good. His uncle is the head of the Land Protection Bureau in our area. According to Aunt Wang, he has close ties with the Minister of Education. Perhaps he can arrange for Xiao Shuang and Xiao Shi to attend school." Zhang Shan shook his head. "So you're willing to sacrifice a Bao's happiness?" "Mom, I'll figure out the money situation. I'm currently a substitute pilot, earning a monthly subsidy of 1,000 points. That should suffice for Dad's medical expenses. As for Xiao Shuang and Xiao Shi's education, I will find a way." Just then, a woman's voice called from outside, "Congratulations, Zhang Dad, Zhang Mom." Zhang's mother quickly pulled her son aside. "Aunt Wang is here." Luo Yan furrowed his brow. He was not fond of such gatherings. However, since it was his first visit to Zhang Shan's home, leaving now would be quite disrespectful. Thus, he quietly retreated to a corner, observing silently a woman in her 40s, flamboyantly dressed, entered, followed by several young men. The foremost among them, dressed elegantly and sporting a golden watch, appeared starkly out of place among the Zhang family. The others carried large bags and laid them on the table. The middle-aged woman seized Zhang's mother's hands, saying, "Zhang Mama, look, this is a token of appreciation from Xiao Chun. You must accept it." Zhang Shan rushed forward. "My sister will not marry. Take your things back, we don't need them." Zhang's mother quickly intervened, apologizing to the middle-aged woman. "Aunt Wang, I'm sorry. This is my eldest son. Just back from the academy, and he is having a hard time accepting this situation. He is being impulsive." Aunt Wang chuckled. "So this is the son you mentioned, the one who got into Battle Academy and became a substitute pilot. Quite impressive, but young man, don't assume that being a substitute pilot means you've made it. Have you considered how many students graduate from the academy each year? Do all of them become pilots?" Aunt Wang turned to Xiao Chun. "Xiao Chun is different. He has an uncle who is a department head, who secured him a position in the Land Protection Bureau early on. He is already enjoying a 5th-level treatment and will inevitably rise to the position of bureau chief in due time. If I were you, I'd marry off my sister quickly. Who knows, Xiao Chun might even arrange a position for you in the bureau later on." The young man, whose full name was Chen Xinho, shook his head. "Aunt Wang, don't flatter me. I don't know when I'll sit in that bureau chief's chair. It's too early to discuss that now." Though he spoke modestly, an air of arrogance permeated his demeanor, as if the position were within his grasp. He then scrutinized Zhang Shan. "Moreover, getting into the Land Protection Bureau isn't merely about connections. Even if you're family, if you lack the right qualifications, you won't make the cut." Zhang Shan scoffed. "Who wants to be your relative? Don't flatter yourself." Aunt Wang pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Shan. "How can you speak like that? Xiao Chun is interested in your sister. That is a stroke of luck for your family. If it weren't for the fact that my family has no daughters, this opportunity wouldn't have come your way. Now that Xiao Chun's betrothal gifts have arrived, the girl must come with us. Tomorrow Xiao Chun will transfer the agreed-upon points." With that, Aunt Wang made to take Zhang Shan's sister by the hand. In an instant, Zhang Shan seized Aunt Wang's wrist. "I'll see who dares to take a bow today." Chen Xinho laughed derisively. "A bunch of paupers. Do you really think you're important? I was considering spending some money on a pretty flower, And now you're putting on airs is the money insufficient. I can add another 1,000 points. How about 2,000? Name your price. It's just a woman. Can I afford it? This completely infuriated Zingshan. He shouted and lunged at Qin Shinho, landing a punch that sent him sprawling out the door. Ouch, they're fighting. What is going on? Aunt Wang rushed out, shouting, they're fighting at the Zhang household. Quick, call the Land Protection Bureau. Qin Shinho, dazed from the blow, finally regained his senses and felt his mouth. One of his front teeth was gone. Pointing at Zingshan, he threatened, you'll pay for this. Just then, he heard the wail of sirens outside, and his spirits lifted. Stop the car. It's the Land Protection Bureau. Sure enough, a group of security personnel soon approached, led by a bald man with thick lips. Upon seeing him, Chen Shinho's face lit up with joy. Uncle. It's me, Shinho. He hadn't expected to run into his uncle, Chun Kingan, the head of the bureau, here. Chun Kingan had received intelligence about a smuggling group that had escaped the previous day and was patrolling his jurisdiction. He had just been stopped by someone and learned that it was a student from Battle Academy who had been involved in a fight, so he decided to investigate, only to come across his nephew. Upon seeing Chen Shinho with half of his face swollen and missing a tooth, he was immediately filled with rage. Who did this? Chen Kingan bellowed. One person does the crime. One person bears the blame. I did it. Zingshan stepped forward, boldly admitting to the act. Chen Kingan nodded, commanding, take him to the bureau. Several security personnel moved in. Zhang's parents were instantly thrown into a panic. They were ordinary workers who had never encountered such a scene and were utterly at a loss. Luo Yan, holding his starbreaker, also stepped outside, furrowing his brow, contemplating whether to call Shaoli from the Exploration Corps for assistance in resolving this matter. Unexpectedly, upon spotting Luo Yan, Chen Kingan's eyes brightened. He had attended the Battle Academy exhibition yesterday, where Luo Yan had shown brilliantly. Moreover, he had heard that the Luo family did not trouble Luo Yan afterward, and even allowed him to recuperate properly. With the notable General Yang Jian of the Exploration Corps expressing interest in Luo Yan, Chen Kingan sensed something unusual about this student, a hint of nobility. In an instant, Chen Kingan pushed past several security personnel and, to the astonishment of his nephew and Aunt Wang, approached Luo Yan. Luo Yan, what brings you here? Chapter 37. After the rain, the sky clears. Luo Yan was equally perplexed. Ever since the Wang Qi Tong transformed into the Zhang Fa Yin, he had become exceptionally observant, yet he could not recall having met this head of the Land Protection Bureau before. Now, faced with the inquiry, he succinctly replied out of politeness, visiting. Visiting? Chen Kingan's eyes darted to Zingshan, and he quickly understood the situation. He waved his hand, signaling the security personnel to step back, then smiled at Zingshan. Zhang, could you explain why you resorted to violence? Zingshan emitted a disdainful sound, promptly recounting in detail how Qin Shinho had shown utter disregard and uttered insults. In response, Qin Shinho, growing impatient, said, Uncle, why waste your breath on him? Hurry up and handcuff this brat. And no sooner had he finished speaking than darkness suddenly enveloped his vision. A sharp slap echoed, and Qin Shinho was left dazed. Assuming it was Zhang Shan who had struck him, upon regaining focus, he was astonished to discover that it was, in fact, his uncle, Chen Kingan, who had delivered the blow. Uncle, what are you? Silence. Chen Kingan interrupted his nephew. He then turned to Zingshan with a smile, saying, Zhang, you handled that well. Afterward, he faced his nephew once more. Qin Shinho, you are nothing but a hopeless case. I brought you into the bureau hoping to guide you as your father would. Yet here you are, flaunting your uncle's name to intimidate others. If Zhang hadn't dealt with you today, I would have taken it upon myself to teach you a lesson. With that, another resounding slap landed on Chen Shinho's face, leaving it swollen and bruised. Chen Kingan pointed a finger at him, declaring, you, go back to the factory. There's no place for you in the bureau. I won't have you embarrassing me out there. Chen Shinho opened his mouth to protest but was silenced by a fierce glare from Chen Kingan, leaving him no choice but to slink away, tail between his legs. As he departed, he cast a glance at Luo Yan, a nagging intuition telling him that his uncle's sudden change in demeanor was somehow connected to this student. Frankly speaking, had it not been for Uncle Chen Kingan, he would have been entirely oblivious to the existence of an outsider in the Zhang family. Alas, Luo Yan was far too low profile. He had never paid him any heed. Chen Shinho was left bewildered, pondering who this individual truly was to warrant such a reaction from his uncle. The Zhang family, too, was taken aback, especially Zhang Shan's parents. Just moments ago, the bureau chief had been brimming with authority, ready to take their son away, and now, in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a reasonable man, even engaging in a show of familial duty. At that moment, Chen Qinggan turned to Zhang Shan's father with a smile, saying, "I sincerely apologize for the trouble my thoughtless nephew has caused you." Zhang's father quickly replied, "Chief, you flatter us." Chen Qinggan's eyes gleamed as he continued, "I heard from Zhang that you're not in the best of health. In that case, don't go to the factory. We are currently in need of a gatekeeper at our bureau. If you don't mind, why not come work for us?" Though it was merely a gatekeeper position, it came with official standing. Medical expenses could be reimbursed, and the work points amounted to 500, which was certainly better than at the factory. "What do you think?" Zhang's father was overjoyed that a gatekeeper's job was easy, medical expenses were covered, and the work points exceeded those from the factory by 500. Such a stroke of luck was hard to come by. He was immediately filled with gratitude. Chen Qinggan glanced at Luo Yan once more, then smiled, saying, "We have other matters to attend to, so we won't disturb you any longer. Farewell." Zhang Shan's parents hurriedly escorted Chen Qinggan out of the alley. Once they reached the car, the aide asked, "Chief, who was that Luo student?" Chen Qinggan smiled and replied, "A benefactor. Everything he did was in consideration of Luo Yan's reputation, aiming to leave a favorable impression." Yet throughout the encounter, Chen Qinggan had never directly acknowledged Luo Yan, demonstrating his astuteness. He did not wish for Luo Yan to feel as though he owed him a favor. Even if Luo Yan were to see through his intentions, it would matter little. Some things are better left unspoken, allowing for room to maneuver and potential for development. Besides, the favor he was doing was trivial in comparison. The Luo family had lost a son. There was no reason to hold a grudge. The modest assistance he provided was hardly worth noting. Today's events could only be seen as a stepping stone. When Luo Yan eventually ascends, that would be his moment to truly lend support. Chen Qinggan assessed his own capabilities as average, but he prided himself on his discerning eye for people. The Zhang family's calamity had taken a surprising turn for the better, with clouds dissipating and sunshine emerging. Moreover, Zhang's father had unexpectedly received a favorable position. This was something they never could have anticipated. Zhang's mother patted her chest, still in disbelief. Just then, Aunt Wang approached, grabbing Luo Yan's hand. "Oh dear, young man, the moment I saw you, I knew you were not an ordinary person. Dio, you have a partner? Would you like Aunt Wang to set you up?" Luo Yan squinted, feeling a touch of irritation. His gaze drifted to the woman's neck, his hand instinctively moving towards his sword, gently pushing the hilt, causing the blade to slide in and out of its sheath, mirroring his current mood. Sensing this, Zhang Shan quickly ushered Aunt Wang away, hoping to prevent Luo Yan from becoming displeased. He then said, "Dad, Mom, today we turned a crisis into an opportunity. All thanks to Luo Yan. Mom, hurry and make some jianbingguozi for him. On the way." "I promised Luo Yan that your jianbingguozi is simply the best." Zhang Shan was no fool. He understood why Chen Qinggan's attitude had shifted so dramatically. Although he was unaware of why his uncle was being so cordial to Luo Yan, he recognized that he wouldn't be visiting the bureau today, and his father had even secured a favorable position, all thanks to Luo Yan. When Zhang's father heard this, he exclaimed, "We can't invite a classmate over for jianbingguozi. Today is a celebration. Let us go out to eat." Zhang Shan was aware of Luo Yan's aversion to crowded places and promptly shook his head. "Old Luo prefers it quieter. It's best to stay at home. Mom, you go ahead and cook." Luo Yan nodded in agreement. Zhang's mother replied, "Very well. You entertain your classmate. I'll go prepare the jianbingguozi." Zhang Bao quickly chimed in, "Mom, I'll help you." In the living room, Luo Yan settled down, and Zhang Shan sincerely expressed, "Old Luo, thank you for today. Including today, you've helped me 3 times. I want to say much. If you ever need anything, just ask. If I frown, then I'm not a man." Luo Yan gave him a glance and simply responded with a noncommittal Soon, the jianbingguozi was served. Luo Yan, unbothered by the heat, picked one up and took a bite, savoring the rich yet non-greasy meat filling wrapped within the crepe, complemented by the tangy sweetness of diced apples. The fruity aroma enhanced the complexity of this snack. As he relished the jianbingguozi, Luo Yan closed his eyes, momentarily transported back to the days before the giant beast catastrophe. It had been 3 years since he had tasted such flavors. "How is it?" Zhang Shan inquired. Luo Yan opened his eyes and looked at Zhang's mother, exclaiming, "Auntie, this is delicious." Zheng's mother beamed with delight, piling several more onto his plate. "If you like it, eat as much as you want. Come back more often during the holidays, and Auntie will make you delicious food." Lost in thought, Luo Yan momentarily envisioned a vague silhouette, reminiscent of home, where his mother would prepare delightful meals for him upon his return. Suddenly, his vision blurred. He lowered his head, quietly consuming the jianbing. As he continued to eat, he found the crepe to be slightly salty. Chapter 38. Murder and Silencing. That night, Zheng Shan said, "Luo Yan, you take the bed, I'll sleep on the couch." Zheng Shan's bedroom was small. Once a bed was placed, there was hardly any room to move. Luo Yan shook his head, replying, "I prefer the couch, I'm not used to sleeping in a bed." Even now, the bed in his dormitory remained untouched, as he slept beneath it every night. The confined space provided him with a sense of security. Zheng Shan, upon hearing this, agreed. "All right, we'll both sleep in the living room. It's a good chance to chat." However, just a minute after lying down, Zheng Shan's loud snores filled the room. Clutching his sword, Starbreaker, Luo Yan quickly fell asleep as well. The hardships of life on the surface had honed his ability to sleep under any circumstances. He could sleep through Zheng Shan's snoring or even the sounds of battle outside. If he wanted to sleep, nothing could disturb him. Time passed, and suddenly, a piercing cry for help shattered the night. Luo Yan jolted awake, crouching down to conceal himself behind the sofa, scanning his surroundings as the remnants of sleep faded away. "What is happening?" Zheng Shan rubbed his eyes and sat up, noticing Luo Yan pointing towards the window. Just then, a scream pierced the night air from outside. The Zhang family was instantly awakened, footsteps echoing through the house. The lights flickered on, and wrapped in a patched blanket, Zheng's mother nervously remarked, "It seems to be coming from Aunt Wang's house." Luo Yan approached the window, peering outside to see a darkened single-story home, shrouded in shadows. As he activated his barrier-breaking eye, his crimson pupils glimmered with silver light, revealing the interior of the house. He beheld several gray shadows in the living room. One shadow lay sprawled on the floor, appearing to be a woman, while atop her lay a larger gray mass, resembling a wolfhound, seemingly gnawing at something. Two other gray shadows roamed about the room, occasionally crawling up the walls. Their movements were reminiscent of insects. In a moment of realization, Luo Yan recalled the broadcast he had heard earlier on the train regarding smuggled giant beast parasites. This was trouble. Luo Yan turned to the others, saying it could be a giant beast parasite. "What? Giant beast parasite?" Zheng Shan's parents turned pale with fear, quickly clutching their twin sons and daughter tightly. Zheng Shan declared, "I am going to check it out." Luo Yan remained silent but was already heading toward the door. The two emerged into the alley, where nearby neighbors had gathered, drawn by Aunt Wang's cries. Zheng Shan shouted, "Stay back. There may be giant beast parasites in Aunt Wang's house. Quickly contact the bureau." Luo Yan unsheathed Starbreaker and approached the front door, utilizing his barrier-breaking eye to assess the situation inside, which appeared much the same as before. The suspected parasites lingered within the home. Luo Yan effortlessly dismantled the door lock. Zheng Shan arrived with a flashlight in hand. As Luo Yan pushed open the door with his sword, Zheng Shan raised his flashlight high. Instantly, a beam of light pierced through the dimly lit living room. The sight that greeted them was one of chaos, with furniture strewn about. Aunt Wang lay in a pool of blood. Perhaps sensing the light, she struggled to lift her head and reached out towards the doorway. "Save me." Suddenly, a shadow fell from the light, wrapping around Aunt Wang's head. It was a creature with a wolf-like head and a body resembling a tick. Gnawing at her scalp, Zheng Shan inhaled sharply. "Wolf tick," Luo Yan added. "3 of them." Zheng Shan shot a glance at Luo Yan, then carefully set down the flashlight, trying not to disturb the wolf ticks. His eyes began to glow with a faint blue light, and electric serpents danced between his hands. Divine storage. Discharge. After activating his divine storage, Zheng Shan quickly formed seals with his hands. Finally, he unleashed a black rope made of primordial energy from his fingertips. Mystical technique. Black rope. Unlike Luo Yan's version, Zheng Shan's black rope crackled with electric serpents. As he had claimed, he could infuse the abilities of his divine storage into his mystical techniques or martial skills. The black rope swiftly ensnared the wolf tick. Before the parasite could react, Zheng Shan shouted, sending a surge of electricity coursing along the rope. It spread rapidly to the wolf tick. The room erupted with electric light. The wolf tick let out a few pained cries before being charred by Zheng Shan's attack. However, at that moment, the other two wolf ticks, their limbs moving swiftly across the floor, lunged towards Zheng Shan. "Get down!" Zheng Shan heard Luo Yan's voice and immediately dropped to the ground. Above him, a flash of sword light zipped past. That lightning-like sword light shattered into countless fragments, resembling miniature shooting stars. Whizzing through the air and slicing through the two monstrous parasites, the two creatures were still suspended in midair. Their bodies disintegrated into limbs, wings, exoskeletons, and internal organs, which fell to the ground in a cacophony. The shooting stars then returned, reassembling into the sword known as Cracked Star. Only then did Luo Yan extend his hand to help Zheng Shan up. Looking at the remains of the parasites in the room, Zheng Shan let out a sigh of relief. He turned to address his neighbor. "It's all right now, it's all right." But at that moment, a scream erupted from his house. Zheng Shan's expression changed dramatically as he rushed back inside. With Luo Yan following closely behind, the doorway, they found Zheng's father collapsed on the floor, clutching his arm, while Zheng's mother was being held hostage by a man with large tattoos and a menacing appearance. Pressing an automatic pistol against her temple, Zheng Shan exclaimed, "What are you doing? Let my mother go." The man glanced at both Zheng Shan and Luo Yan, then spat, "Shut it. I've had enough bad luck being cornered by the Bureau of Land Security in this godforsaken place. I was planning to unleash the parasites to create chaos and make my escape. But you two, in just a few moves, have wiped them out. If I don't get some hostages soon, how am I supposed to get out of here?" He looked out the window and muttered to himself, "I absolutely cannot be caught. Otherwise, they'll surely kill me." It turned out he was a smuggler of giant beast parasites. Zheng Shan shouted, "You want hostages? Then take me. Let my mother go." Luo Yan surveyed the surroundings and realized the man was positioned near the window, likely having entered through it to see Zheng's mother. Luo Yan stealthily began to retreat, planning to circle around to the back of the house for an opportune moment to strike. At that moment, the smuggler aimed his gun at Zheng Shan, barking, "Get lost. If you don't want your mother to die, step aside." Before he could finish, the outer wall of the Zhang residence and the smuggler's head simultaneously exploded. Luo Yan experienced a brief moment of shock, then a thought crossed his mind. Silencing witnesses? Bang! Almost simultaneously, Luo Yan heard gunfire from outside the house. Instinctively, he turned towards the sound, spotting a figure flashing on the rooftop of a two-story building 300 meters away, crimson eyes glinting with silver. Luo Yan activated his barrier-breaking eye, locking onto the shadowy figure. He dashed towards the street outside the alley, witnessing the sniper rapidly moving onto the thoroughfare. As Luo Yan burst onto the street, he saw the crowd gasping in alarm, followed by a black motorcycle bursting from the alley. The motorcycle's exterior was painted red, adorned with a 9-headed bird emblem. The rider, clad in a helmet and carrying a sniper rifle, made a reckless turn, tires screeching against the pavement, followed by a roar of the engine as the motorcycle sped away. Chapter 39. The monster approaches. Remembering the 9-headed bird insignia, Luo Yan returned to the Zhang residence. That moment, the Zhang family had gathered in the alley, too fearful to remain inside the house. Upon seeing Luo Yan return, Zheng Shan hurriedly asked, "Lao Luo, are you all right?" Luo Yan simply shook his head slightly. Zheng Shan continued, "I've already contacted the Bureau of Land Security in this area. They should be here soon." Indeed, within 5 minutes, personnel from the Bureau arrived, led by Cheng Kingan, who had visited earlier that day. Upon receiving reports from his subordinates about the appearance of giant beast parasites at the Zhang residence, he rushed over without delay. Upon arrival, he immediately seized Luo Yan's arm, inquiring, "Luo, are you injured anywhere?" His concern was palpable. Luo Yan felt somewhat overwhelmed by his enthusiasm, but thankfully maintained his usual stoic demeanor, merely shaking his head in response. Cheng Kingan then turned to Zheng Shan to gather more details. Upon learning that the target he had been pursuing was hiding here, and had released giant beast parasites to create chaos for an escape, only to be thwarted by Luo Yan and Zheng Shan, he broke out in a cold sweat. Had the disaster escalated, he would surely have lost his position as the head of the bureau in this district. When informed that the criminal had taken Zheng's mother hostage, only to be silenced, Cheng Kangan's expression grew grave. "Did you see what the criminal looked like?" he asked. Both Luo Yan and Zheng Shan shook their heads. "That's good. If you didn't see his face, you won't be in danger." Based on his experience, if the criminal realized he had been seen by Luo Yan and Zhang Shan, he would likely resort to silencing them. Luo Yan chose not to mention the nine-headed bird insignia, preferring to avoid unnecessary complications. Meanwhile, the bodies from the Zhang residence had been removed. Chen Qinggang glanced at Luo Yan, then produced a set of keys, saying to Zhang Shan, "This is the crime scene. We need to conduct some investigations here. I have a vacant house that no one lives in. Would you like to stay there for a few days? If you find it comfortable, you could reside there permanently to avoid the hassle of moving." Zhang Shan was deeply touched. With a death having occurred in their home, it would be psychologically distressing for the family to continue living there. Having an alternative residence was undoubtedly the best option. He immediately expressed his gratitude to Chen Qinggang. Chen Qinggang summoned a security officer to escort the Zhang family and Luo Yan away in the blink of an eye. It was Sunday afternoon. This day marked their return to school. After bidding farewell to their families, Zhang Shan and Luo Yan arrived at the train station. During ticket purchase, station security attempted to confiscate Luo Yan's sword. But after he presented his student ID, they allowed him to pass on the train. Zhang Shan remarked, "Lao Luo, if it weren't for you this time, our family would have been in chaos." He scratched the back of his head. Though his grades were mediocre and his talent average, he was not foolish and recognized that their current accommodation in Chen Kanggen's house was thanks to Luo Yan. Luo Yan remained silent. Noticing this, Zhang Shan decided not to press further. After a brief period, the train suddenly came to an abrupt stop. The passengers cried out in alarm, and a girl tumbled towards Luo Yan. He deftly sidestepped, causing the girl to fall to the ground, staring up at him in disbelief. She couldn't comprehend why he had avoided her. Little did she know, Luo Yan's reaction was instinctive, in his years on the surface. He had encountered similar situations before. He had once helped a girl who had fallen towards him, only to be met with a dagger plunged into his abdomen and his food stolen. Since then, he had developed a habit of keeping strangers at bay. After the train's emergency stop, the power was shut down, plunging the carriage into darkness. Not only the train, but the entire underground city. All lights extinguished. When the lights atop the city finally vanished, the world was engulfed in darkness. Then, red lights illuminated the carriage, inciting panic among the passengers. The announcement blared. "Alarm! Alarmed that a spatial shockwave capable of reaching the surface is imminent. All power is temporarily shut down. We apologize for the inconvenience caused." The announcement continued, and unease spread through the carriage. The girl who had fallen earlier clutched her head, exclaiming, "The Yinfu space is about to open above us. Is a giant beast coming?" A man attempted to maintain his composure, stating, "Don't worry, it's happened before. There are usually 2 or 3 incidents each year. We always manage to escape. The giant beast won't find us." We're 300 meters underground. At that moment, the screen in the carriage flickered to life, displaying images of the lake area above the city. Dark mists roamed and coalesced in the sky, as if attempting to tear open the heavens. The spatial shockwave was reaching a critical point. The Yinfu space will open in 3 seconds. The giant beast is about to be released. As the countdown echoed from the screen, Luo Yan suddenly noticed a series of lights illuminating the dark underground city. Ascending upwards. It was the rapid strike aperture. Zhang Shan spoke with palpable excitement, announcing that the Surface Exploration Legion was about to launch an offensive. He proceeded to elucidate to Luo Yan. The high-velocity launch pods employed for the assault required immense power to swiftly deliver approximately 2,000 tons of mechas to the ground. Consequently, during such operations, it was imperative to shut down the majority of the city's buildings to redirect energy to the critical strike. Luo Yan nodded in understanding. A soft gasp escaped from within the compartment. The Yin floating space had manifested, taking form. Gazing at the screen, Luo Yan observed the dark tendrils coalescing above the city, ultimately resembling branches. This branch abruptly expanded, tearing through space to create a rift. Peering into the rift revealed a profound, pitch-black abstract realm beyond comprehension. In that dimension, countless shadows roamed, and soon a flat, ever-shifting silhouette approached the rift, beginning to seep into the real world. Luo Yan's expression grew serious. Thus far, the appearance of the Yin floating space had been unpredictable in both time and location, leaving humanity to adopt a defensive stance. Should the day arrive when the timing and location of the Yin floating space could be accurately predicted, it would signify a profound understanding of its nature. Perhaps on that day, there would be hope to close this space. The screen crackled with sound once more. The spatial barrier had been breached. The colossal beast was about to unfold in 3 dimensions. An orange spectrum had been detected, initiating a match with the archive. Match complete. The imminent colossal beast was identified as Tao Tai. Classification: Intermediate Level 3. Type: Worm. Characteristics: Energy absorption, gluttony, rapid movement, invisibility, weakness located between its legs. Tao Tai. Once again, it was this type of intermediate beast. The memory of the goat-headed, human-bodied creature from Flower City flashed through Luo Yan's mind, looking down upon him. Chapter 40. Unmatched on the screen, a grove along the shores of the Great Lake trembled, retreating to reveal several launch pits. Moments later, 3 elevator pods, magnified countless times, ascended from the launch pits, secured firmly by locking mechanisms to prevent detachment. Upon reaching the surface, the pods expelled streams of air from their exhausts. The pressure locks turned, and the doors opened. Through the screen, Luo Yan glimpsed sparks of light emerging from the darkness within the pod. The mecha engines roared with a thunderous rumble, akin to the powerful heartbeat of a giant. The sparks coalesced into intricate patterns, illuminating the darkness. Ultimately, 3 mechas emerged from their respective launch pods. Their heavy footsteps stirred clouds of dust with each landing. Nearby, the trees swayed violently from the tremors. Leading the trio was a crimson-hued mecha, Flame, piloted by Liang Jian. Flame resembled an ancient warrior, its armor adorned with energy slots that radiated an orange glow, appearing as though enveloped in flames from afar. The 3 mechas arranged themselves in a triangular formation, facing the colossal beast that was unfolding in the distant yen floating space, readying for battle. Meanwhile, along the lakeshore, tanks and armored vehicles appeared from seemingly nowhere. Distributed along the shoreline, their cannons, missiles, and anti-aircraft guns aimed at the direction of the beast. Finally, the fully formed beast descended like a meteor, crashing into the forest not far from the Great Lake. Upon impact, the earth trembled violently. The shockwaves sent nearby trees toppling as if they were mere weeds in a tempest. A fierce wind swept through, howling past Flame and the other mechas, stirring waves upon the lake's surface, sending clouds of dust skyward. Amidst the rising smoke, a slender figure emerged, letting out a wailing cry reminiscent of an infant. That unsettling sound sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it. Just then, the slender figure burst forth from the smoke. The screen in the train compartment displayed the visage of a goat-headed creature. This creature had 4 small eyes, each radiating a palpable malice. Like a human, it possessed limbs and a torso, its skin a dark greenish hue, thick and wrinkled. At that moment, it resembled a human as it ran, eliciting gasps from the passengers in the compartment. Boom! The screen erupted with the deafening roar of cannon fire. The first to launch an attack were not the mechas, but the numerous tanks lining the lakeshore. They had long since locked onto Tao Tai. Instantly, countless shells, missiles, and bullets were unleashed, igniting a barrage of explosions around Tao Tai's form. After the initial wave of saturation bombardment, the forest was engulfed in dust, with trees toppled and the ground stripped bare. The status of Tao Tai remained uncertain. Suddenly, several armored vehicles along the lakeshore were inexplicably tossed into the air, erupting in sparks before disintegrating in midair. Boom! The vehicles exploded, sending burning debris and fragments raining down upon the lakeshore. Witnessing this scene, the passengers in the compartment gasped in alarm. Luo Yan squinted slightly. It was evident that Tao Tai had employed its invisibility ability. If it remained undetected, the ground forces would be in grave peril. At that moment, the 3 mechas sprang into action, charging toward the direction of the exploding vehicles. The convoy along the lakeshore hastily dispersed. In their sprint, the 3 mechas relentlessly fired missiles. These missiles soared into the sky, detonating and releasing plumes of greenish smoke. Rather than ascending, the smoke descended rapidly, soon enveloping the lakeshore area. Inside the compartment, Zheng Shan softly remarked, "It's a revelation shell, capable of releasing a revelation agent, which manifests as that greenish-black mist. Invisibility does not equate to non-existence. Once covered by the revelation agent, the beast will be stained with that hue, rendering it visible. This illustrates the advantage of possessing intelligence on the adversary. By understanding the beast's capabilities, one can develop weaponry to counter it. At this moment, on the screen, amidst the swirling greenish-black smoke, a slender figure began to materialize. Although Tao Tai had obscured its form, it could not conceal the pigment that clung to its body. Once exposed, Flame and the other two mechas raised their rifles. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous gunfire pierced the air, with streams of fire relentlessly pursuing Tao Tai. The beast was struck repeatedly, its body swaying under the onslaught. Releasing jets of crimson blood, Luo Yan murmured that the armor-piercing rounds designed for colossal beasts could penetrate even heavily armored foes, let alone a creature like Tao Tai, which merely possessed thick skin with some resilience against impact. However, Tao Tai quickly retaliated, opening its maw wide. With a powerful inhale, the streams of fire directed at it twisted and were consumed entirely. Gluttony. This was another of Tao Tai's abilities, be wise swallowing its enemies' attacks. It could temporarily store them and, when the opportunity arose, return them in kind. This posed a considerable challenge. Flame decisively raised its arm, preventing the other mechas from inadvertently supplying Tao Tai with ammunition. They were preparing for a second wave of assault. Suddenly, the intercom crackled to life once more. Attention! Attention! A second colossal beast is about to be deployed. A wave of astonishment swept through the compartment. There, within the dark rift high above, another shadow began to seep into reality. Shifting from a flat form into 3 dimensions, akin to a ripe fruit poised to fall from a branch, a red spectrum had been detected, initiating a match with the archive. No match found. No match found. The archive contained no corresponding data. This was a colossal beast that had never appeared in the archive. Upon hearing that the identity of the second beast was unknown, Zheng Shan inhaled sharply. It was astonishing that even the archive shared by the Colossal Beast Strategic Bureau could not identify it. Seemed that this second beast had never been encountered before. However, one thing was certain. The red spectrum indicated it was of a higher tier. This was an upper-tier colossal beast. During the Colossal Beast Knowledge course, the instructor had mentioned that different tiers of beasts exhibited distinct energy spectral differences. Lower-tier beasts were blue, intermediate tier were orange, and upper-tier were red. Yet, Luo Yan cast a glance at him. What is the Colossal Beast Strategic Bureau? Zheng Shan lifted his gaze, explaining, it is a global organization dedicated to gathering data on colossal beasts, with the aim of expelling them, reclaiming the surface, and closing the yin floating space. They have amassed extensive information on the beasts and established an archive shared with all underground cities. If the archive fails to match corresponding data, it indicates that this second beast has never been encountered. This could lead to significant trouble. It is challenging to eliminate a beast that has never been seen before in a short time. Simultaneously, within the dark depths of the city, the lights of the launch shafts flickered back to life. Chapter 41. Explosive crossfire. Observing the lights of the launch shafts illuminate once more, Zheng Shan murmured. Reinforcements from the surface are on their way. However, even utilizing the backup shaft tracks, the journey from the city to the surface would take 35 seconds. It remained uncertain whether the mechas above could endure until the reinforcements arrived. Luo Yan slightly closed his eyes, focusing on the screen. At this moment, the compartment's display revealed the 3 mechas, led by Flame, actively engaging Tao Tai, intending to eliminate it before the second colossal beast fully manifested in the real world. Yet, Tao Tai proved to be exceedingly cunning. The monstrous creature, resembling a goat with a human body, widened the distance, utilizing both hands and feet to lower its posture, darting chaotically through the forest while taking advantage of the trees for cover. Its speed was astonishing. Essentially, the bullets from 3 mechs could only graze its rear, obliterating the trees along the way, yet failing to hit the elusive beast, Tao Tai. Flame immediately signaled a tactical change. The 3 mechs dispersed. 2 of them flanked Tao Tai from the sides, launching nets as they approached. These nets were crafted from cables imbued with high-voltage electricity, and upon ensnaring the giant creature, the electric current would deliver a severe shock to its nervous system, causing temporary paralysis. As the nets descended upon Tao Tai, it consistently evaded capture. However, the angles of the nets were not arbitrary. Aided by computer calculations, even if they failed to ensnare Tao Tai, they would still force it closer to Flame. At that moment, Flame had retracted its rifle and reached behind. The armor on its back unfolded and mechanical arms extended, presenting 2 long swords. Flame grasped the twin blades, swinging them in an intricate dance, sparks flying from the friction of the blades. Boom! Flames erupted from the sword tangs, enveloping the edges and causing them to glow a vibrant red. Inside the cabin, Zheng Shan exclaimed in excitement, "It's the Fire God Sword." This pair of swords was of heavy weapon caliber, with flames possessing adhesive properties that could inflict sustained damage upon the giant beast. Forged from specialized materials, the blades were resistant to high temperatures. Under the heat of the flames, they would not only withstand melting but would also become even sharper, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere mud. At this moment, on the screen, Tao Tai had been driven into a position not far from flame by the nets. The mech, resembling an ancient warrior, activated all its engines and lunged forward. The ground cracked beneath its weight, causing upheaval and toppling trees. Flame rushed towards Tao Tai, wielding the twin swords with the swiftness of the wind, unleashing a flurry of slashes. After blocking 4 or 5 strikes with its hands clasped over its head, Tao Tai suddenly inhaled deeply, causing the flames on flame swords to distort and veer off, transforming into 2 streams of fire that were sucked into its maw. Instantly, the flames on the fire god's sword extinguished, leaving only wisps of blue smoke. With its mouth still agape, Tao Tai expelled the flames it had just consumed, unleashing a torrid stream of fire that scorched Flame's head. Flame immediately retreated, creating distance to prevent the head armor from being damaged and allowing the flames to breach the control room. Seizing this opportunity, Tao Tai pivoted towards one of the mechs. That mech raised its rifle and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the fierce gunfire, Tao Tai dashed forward, slithering close to the ground before lunging at the mech's knee. Aiming to cripple its mobility, however, as its jaws clamped shut, a thunderous sound erupted, causing Tao Tai's head to jerk sideways as if struck by an unseen force, spewing forth a spray of blood and 2 broken tusks. Upon inspection, the mech's knee armor had opened, revealing a weapon akin to a pile driver retracting within. This device was engineered to counter the beast's bites, capable of delivering rapid, powerful impacts to Tao Tai's jaws. Its true name had long been forgotten, but it was commonly referred to as the siege hammer. After being sent flying by the siege hammer, Tao Tai was still reeling when Flame closed in from behind. The fire god's sword reignited, the brilliantly glowing blades radiating intense heat. Just as Tao Tai half-turned, Flame executed a cross/point. One blade swept horizontally across Tao Tai's midsection, effortlessly slicing through skin, flesh, and bone due to the heated edge. The other blade descended vertically from above, cleaving down the central axis and exiting through Tao Tai's groin. The combination of horizontal and vertical strikes formed a cross, a technique known as explosive flame cross. As Flame glided 100 meters away and halted, behind it, Tao Tai's body erupted in a fiery orange cross before being torn apart. Inside the cabin, the passengers erupted in cheers upon witnessing this spectacle. But at that moment, Luo Yan noticed that the high-tier giant beast had fully manifested in reality, crashing to the ground like a meteor, creating a towering plume of smoke and sending countless trees flying into the air. The arrival of reinforcements was just 5 seconds away. Suddenly, the wind began to howl. As the tempest raged, trees were uprooted, hurtling in every direction. Amidst the gale, a colossal figure ascended into the sky. The cabin screen panned upward, revealing a giant bird soaring aloft, resembling an owl with a human face. Its visage bore the likeness of a middle-aged man, complete with deep nasolabial folds, and it possessed 4 eyes and even ears. Its body was adorned with glossy black feathers that transitioned to crimson at the tips. Each wing bore a starkly contrasting eye, scanning the surroundings with an eerie gaze. Upon its appearance, moisture evaporated from the air, and it began to flap its wings, diving downward. As it flew, fine, pale red powder cascaded from the tips of its feathers, igniting spontaneously upon contact with the air. Thus, wherever the strange bird soared, waves of fire erupted, engulfing the forest and surging towards the 3 mechs. Flame immediately drove its swords into the ground, crouching down to minimize its exposed area. It then raised its arms, the armor expanding and forming a vibrant orange shield. The other 2 mechs also retrieved their shields from behind, positioning them in front. As the flames surged toward them, they washed over the 3 mechs. From the cabin screen, it appeared as though they were engulfed in a sea of orange-red torrents, on the verge of being swept away. The onslaught of flames left the 3 mechs struggling to maintain their footing. At that moment, the reinforcements finally arrived. 3 launch pods ascended from the ground, the pressure locks on the doors rotating to expel the gas within. But just then, the monstrous bird charged towards the first launch pod on the left. In the train cabin, The passengers gasped in horror as they witnessed the creature collide with the launch pod. Heavens, it's targeting the launch pod. No, did you notice? It first used flames to distract the other 3 mechs before crashing into the launch pod, ensuring Flame and the others couldn't intervene. Is this truly a giant beast? It's far too intelligent, the crowd buzzed with astonishment. Luo Yan recalled that during their time in the Forbidden Zone, Wei Fenghua had mentioned that mid-tier giant beasts had already developed a form of intelligence. Thus, it was hardly surprising that high-tier beasts would possess tactical understanding. If high-tier beasts were so formidable, one could only imagine the terror of those even more advanced, like the Overlord-level beast from the Forbidden Zone. Just then, another wave of gasps erupted. The strange bird was frantically tearing at the pod door, and before it could fully open, it thrust one wing through the gap. Then, the wing began to vibrate at a high frequency. Luo Yan immediately recalled the powder that had fallen from the wings earlier, igniting into searing flames, as expected. After a flurry of vigorous movements, a flash of fire burst from the launch pod, followed by a torrent of flames erupting from the crevice. The strange bird immediately ascended into the in the next instant. The launch pod expanded violently, the metal contorting. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the launch pod shattered. Flames engulfing the area, and a mech staggered out. Its exterior armor had melted and warped, with sparks leaping from various circuits, followed by a series of violent detonations that sent debris flying. The mech ultimately fell to one knee, motionless, leaving only a shadowy silhouette amidst the raging inferno. In the underground train cabin, the passengers were left breathless. Several young girls covered their mouths, tears brimming in their eyes. The scene was utterly horrific. The pilot inside the mech had not even been given a chance to escape, perishing in the control room's fiery embrace. Zheng Shan murmured, "Perhaps, when we become pilots, one day we too will meet such a fate." Luo Yan remained silent. It wasn't until the launch pod exploded that the doors of the other 2 pods finally opened, allowing the mechs to step outside. One of the mechs, agile in design, was primarily deep blue with sharp red accents. It was none other than Di Zheng's mount, Blue Blade. Zheng Shan recognized it too, exclaiming, "Captain D is personally leading the charge." As Blue Blade emerged, it raised a sniper rifle nearly as tall as the mech itself. The rifle, painted in black and blue, boasted a barrel extending 13 meters, with energy conduits running along both sides. That moment, the energy conduits illuminated and charged, causing the barrel to glow with deep blue patterns. Bang, bang, bang. The sniper rifle fired 3 consecutive shots in the sky. The strange bird had no time to react as its left wing was struck, exploding and sending feathers scattering. It lost its balance and plummeted. Inside the cabin, Zheng Shan excitedly pointed at the rifle Di Zheng was wielding, saying to Luo Yan, "That's Thunder, an electromagnetic sniper rifle specifically designed for giant beasts, capable of firing armor-piercing, high-explosive, and incendiary rounds, among other special projectiles. It's another heavy weapon." Luo Yan nodded slightly, his attention focused on Di Zheng's next move, on the screen, as the strange bird lost its balance and fell toward the ground. Di Zheng had already discarded the sniper rifle, lowering Blue Blade's center of gravity and leaning forward, grasping the hilt of a long sword at his left hip. Boom! The mech erupted in a burst of bright yellow light, the energy surging forth in a spectacular display. The impact was palpable, even through the screen. Luo Yan seemed to sense it all. "Kaiyuan wheel," he murmured, clearly aware that Di Zheng had employed the secret technique of Kai Po wheel to enhance his explosive power and offensive strength. Simultaneously, a tempest encircled Lanfeng, a tornado spiraling upwards with grand momentum. Zheng Shan cried out, "It's Swindwalk, Captain D's divine technique." Through his recent studies, Luo Yan had learned that Di Zheng's wind walk could augment speed and increase agility. The swifter one moved, the greater the striking force. Di Zheng's wind walk allowed for supersonic movement, making it conceivable how fearsome the attack would be when wielding a sword at such velocity. Moreover, he had invoked a secret technique. With a combination of divine technique and secret art, Di Zheng was poised to unleash his full might. On the screen, the monstrous bird appeared ready to plummet to the ground. Meanwhile, Lan Feng finally drew the long sword from his side. As the blade emerged from its sheath, it seemed to shimmer with electric energy. The engines of the mech roared to life, and with a powerful push against the ground, Lan Feng surged forward. Boom! A sharp explosion resonated, sending a visible shockwave rippling outward. Lan Feng burst forth from the center of the shockwave, moving with such speed that the motions of the mech were nearly imperceptible. Within the screen, Luo Yan only saw Lan Feng's figure blur before it vanished entirely, leaving behind only a blue streak akin to a flash of lightning, bisecting the screen. The camera swiftly shifted to focus on the monstrous bird. Where the streak of lightning intersected its form, the creature was immediately sent hurtling away, feathers and blood cascading through the AI art. As it struggled to stabilize in midair, a massive gash appeared in its abdomen, so large and deep that it seemed to threaten to cleave the beast in two. In that moment, blood and entrails poured forth from the wound. The creature desperately flapped its wings in an attempt to escape. But after several futile attempts, it uncontrollably plummeted to the ground, crashing into the distant forest and toppling trees in its wake. At that moment, spectators witnessed Lan Feng sheathing his sword and turning away. Under the radiant sunlight, the mech gleamed like a celestial being descending from the heavens. Thunderclap, a flash, Zheng Shan exclaimed, pointing at the screen. Did you see that, old Luo? That was Captain D's ultimate technique. Absolutely stunning. Though Luo Yan did not respond, his pupils dilated slightly, his chest heaving with excitement. He understood that thunderclap, a flash, was a derivative technique of the combat skill thunder, yet he had not anticipated its sheer brilliance and overwhelming power. With a single strike, it had slain a formidable beast. As he watched Dijang's mech on the screen, a fervent desire surged within Luo Yan. He yearned to master even more advanced derivative combat skills, to slay beasts upon the battlefield just as Dijang did. With a soft click, the overhead lights in the carriage flickered to life, indicating that the power had been restored. A voice echoed through the speakers. The threat has been neutralized. The Yinfu space is now closing, and power has been reinstated in the underground city. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. The light rail train will resume normal operation. Wishing everyone a pleasant Sunday. As the announcement concluded, the light rail train gradually set into motion. Outside the windows, the lights of the buildings in the underground city flickered back on, swiftly returning to their former splendor. Gazing at the holographic projection of the simulated dusk cast upon the dome of the underground city, a sense of tranquility enveloped the area. If not for the harrowing battle just witnessed on the screen, who could have imagined the chaos that had unfolded on the surface? Such events could occur at any moment as long as the Yinfu space remained open. Should a monstrous beast penetrate the depths, the current prosperity of the underground city could be extinguished in an instant, like a candle snuffed out by a breath. Chapter 43. If you won't buy, then leave. Upon returning to the academy and after dinner, Luo Yan did not head to his dormitory but instead made his way to the logistics department. He intended to exchange some credits for potions to expedite his training. With over 300 credits at his disposal, he found the Ningxin potion to be cost-effective but limited in its benefits for training. Luo Yan sought alternatives that might be more suitable, provided the exchange rate was not exorbitant. Especially after witnessing Dijang's battle today, an intense craving for power surged within him. In a tumultuous world, survival and thriving beyond others depended fundamentally on strength. As for credits, they could always be earned again after spending. Upon entering the logistics department, Luo Yan was greeted by shouts of discontent. What do you mean we can't exchange credits for items anymore? How can this be? It was allowed last semester. When did this rule change? How was I not informed? What about what my baby wants? Am I supposed to go buy it outside? The quality out there is nowhere near as good as ours. Buying credits? Fine. Just wait for me. I'll find someone to buy them. At the exchange window, a strikingly handsome young man turned to leave, but upon spotting Luo Yan, he snapped his fingers and exclaimed, "Aren't you that new student who took down Luo Baichen? What's your name again?" Luo Yan. Yes, that's it. Luo Yan glanced at him but chose to ignore him, instinctively making his way along the wall toward the exchange window. Don Tigo. My name is Yang Li Kai. My father is Yang Zhan. You know Yang Zhan, right? The self-proclaimed Yang Li Kai trailed after him. You certainly wouldn't be unaware of my father. He is the director of the construction bureau. Could you let me finish a sentence? He interjected, stepping ahead to block Luo Yan's path. Luo Yan lifted his gaze and briefly scrutinized his alabaster neck, particularly lingering on the carotid artery. Yang Li Kai felt a chill run down his neck but dismissed it. Continuing, I heard that after you returned from the Forbidden Zone, the Academy awarded you 300 credits. You can't possibly need all that. Just spare me some. I'll exchange labor credits for them. 100 labor credits for 1 credit. Be quick. Hand me your student card, and I'll process the transaction. Luo Yan studied him, pondering the source of his confidence in believing he could purchase credits from him. You want credits? Luo Yan began. Sure, but at a rate of 100 to 1. I won't sell. Yang Likai paused, then replied, fine. How about 200? That's my final offer. 10,000 labor credits for 1 credit. Interested? Luo Yan stated. Yang Likai's jaw dropped as he exclaimed, is this how you sell things? This is robbery. Luo Yan brushed past him. If you want to buy, then leave. Yang Likai's face shifted through shades of green and purple. Clenching his fists, he noticed the disinterested gaze of the security guard in the logistics department. With a huff, Yang Likai turned on his heel and departed. Meanwhile, Luo Yan had arrived at the exchange window, where a slightly older girl, seemingly a senior working part-time, greeted him with a smile. What would you like to exchange for, Junior? Before Luo Yan could respond, a man in his mid-20s, wearing tinted round glasses and holding a small abacus, ambled over in flip-flops and lazily patted the girl on the shoulder. Xiaoya, it's getting late. You should head back. Okay, Mr. Howding. The young girl stood up, winked at Luo Yan, and left the window. The man, known as Howding, sat down, placed the abacus on the table, and cheerfully asked, what can I assist you with, classmate? I'm looking for training resources that can enhance my training speed. Luo Yan replied succinctly, adjusting his glasses. The smiling man said, there are plenty of potions that can accelerate training speed, such as the Ningxin potion and the Yuan Shui potion, which are quite popular. I've tried the Ningxin potion. It's too slow. Luo Yan shook his head. And the Yuan Shui potion offers poor value for its price. Understood. The bespectacled man began to click the beads on the abacus. You need a potion that not only accelerates training and improves progress, but also offers good value. In that case, the Starfire potion should suit you perfectly. As the saying goes, a single spark can start a prairie fire. The Starfire potion maximizes the absorption speed of elemental energy and, importantly, helps eliminate impurities, purifying the elemental energy. In terms of efficiency, it offers the effect of 2 Ningxin potions and has a purifying effect that Ningxin lacks. Its price is reasonable at just 10 credits. However, since you're a well-known figure in the school, I appreciated your attitude towards Yang Zhan-sun just now. I'll give you a discount. You can have it for 8 credits. What do you say? Luo Yan quickly calculated. The Yuan Shui potion, which was only 20% more effective than the Ningxin potion, cost 5 credits. The Starfire potion, with double the efficiency of the Ningxin potion and an additional purifying effect, priced at 8 credits after the discount, was indeed a great deal. Luo Yan looked up and said, I'll take 10. Can we go any lower? The man chuckled. Didn't he expect you to be so shrewd? All right, I'll give you a bit more of a benefit. Let us settle on 75 credits, and that's as low as I can go. Deal. Luo Yan swiped his card, collected the potions, and left. After he departed, the man known as Howding grinned. See? Who dares to say no one is willing to try my new potions? This Luo classmate just did. Those fools, when they finally realize the efficacy of the Starfire elixir and come to me for it, they can forget about exchanging without a minimum of 20 credits. He picked up an abacus, humming a little tune, his slippers slapping against the floor as he walked with a swaying gait, leaving the exchange room. Upon returning to his dormitory, Luo Yan took a shower and prepared to cultivate. This weekend at the Zhang family residence, he had heeded Wei Fenghua's advice to focus on recuperation. After 2 days, he felt there was no major issue. Naturally, he was unwilling to squander time. He opened the window, facing the night sky. Luo Yan sat cross-legged, first doing some preparatory work to calm his mind. Then he took a vial of Starfire elixir. The elixir was a deep azure, with flickers of orange light occasionally shimmering within. Reminiscent of starlight, he brought the potion to his lips, inhaled deeply, and absorbed the elixir, then began his visualization practice. As the visualization technique commenced, Luo Yan distinctly felt an overwhelming surge of primordial energy flowing in from all directions, eagerly flooding into his body. Once these energies entered him, it was as if a flame ignited within Luo Yan. With a resounding boom, the influx of energy was completely set ablaze. During the burning process, the quantity of energy gradually decreased, yet the energy refined by the flames was far more pure than before. It rapidly filled Luo Yan's meridians, which were swiftly cleansed and tempered in just a quarter of an hour. This meridian had been fully refined. Luo Yan felt a surge of joy. This Starfire elixir was indeed remarkable. Its refining speed surpassed that of the tranquility elixir by a considerable margin. If he were to consume a vial of starfire elixir daily, he might shorten the time required to complete the initial 3 tiers of the observing mountains and seas training by a third. Chapter 44. Opening the ghost wheel on the same night. On Jiangnan Avenue, in the Luo residence in the study, Luo Tianyi and his eldest son, Luo Nanqing, were engaged in a game of Go. Luo Nanqing had his head bowed, eyelids drooping, hands resting on his knees. Breathing slowly, he maintained a humble posture, marked by respect rather than inferiority. Luo Tianyi picked up a piece, placing it down deliberately, and remarked with a calm smile. Nanqing, you have been learning Go for about 15 years. Haven Tiu. Only then did Luo Nanqing lift his head slightly, offering a faint smile. 15 years and 3 months. Luo Tianyi nodded. Indeed, at present, your demeanor, presence, and etiquette while playing are all commendable. What you lack is merely experience. Luo Nanqing understood that his father was referring to more than just the game itself. It's your turn, Luo Tianyi said with a smile. Luo Nanqing placed a piece defensively. Luo Tianyi narrowed his eyes slightly. A steady playing style isn't a bad thing. One must build a solid foundation. However, at times, you also need a touch of aggression, especially when the situation demands a life-or-death confrontation with your opponent. If you remain solely on the defensive, it is easy to lose your composure under their relentless pressure. Luo Tianyi raised his head, imparting wisdom. Such is the way of life. It applies even more to our endeavors. Luo Nanqing retreated slightly, resting his forehead on the ground. I have learned from you, father. A knock echoed through the room. Luo Tianyi raised a hand, prompting Luo Nanqing to sit up straight. Come in. Upon receiving permission from Luo Tianyi, the long-serving old steward of the Luo family entered. Sir, Chungkingan has arrived. Luo Nanqing displayed a contemplative expression. Luo Tianyi inquired nonchalantly. Chungkingan. Who is that? Luo Nanqing responded from his seated position. The director of the local security bureau in the Yongping district. Luo Tianyi glanced at him, satisfied with a smile. Earlier, he had intentionally tested his son. For individuals like them, even with numerous subordinates, it was crucial to remember each one. This approach ensured targeted actions and avoided chaos. Luo Tianyi picked up another piece. What does Chungkingan want? The old steward replied. He mentioned that he has recently encountered students from the 100 Battles Academy, including Luo Yan. The hand that was about to set down the game paused momentarily before Luo Tianyi placed the piece. Interesting. He looked at his son. You should meet him and handle it accordingly. Understood. Luo Nanqing stood and retreated from the study. Moments later, he returned. Chungkingan said that on Friday night, members of a giant beast smuggling group were apprehended in his district. To create confusion, they released parasitic creatures, but were eliminated by Luo Yan and his classmates in Shan. Subsequently, the smugglers took a woman hostage, but she was silenced. Currently, we have yet to determine the identity of that assassin. Luo Tianyi raised his head. Did Chungkingan say anything else? Luo Nanqing shook his head. No, he merely stated that he stopped by to visit you and share this information. Luo Tianyi chuckled. A district director who knows his place. He is a clever man. How do you plan to handle this? Luo Nanqing replied respectfully. I recall you mentioning, father, that you wish to elevate that classmate Luo. Therefore, I took the liberty of suggesting that Director Chun present a banner and offer a credit reward to the 2 students at an appropriate time. Luo Tianyi inquired. What reward? Luo Nanqing articulated clearly. Luo Yan will receive 10,000 credits, and the other student 1,000. Luo Tianyi nodded. That is acceptable. With comparisons, there will inevitably be some discontent. Those from less affluent backgrounds will be particularly envious. With envy, our classmate Luo Yan will not have a moment's peace. But that is still insufficient. We must find opportunities to make him a renowned figure in Guangling, someone whose name evokes a desire for retribution. Remember, our dealings with Luo Yan are merely ancillary. He is but a tool, a lever. Ultimately, we aim to unsettle Dijong. With a decisive move, Luo Tianyi placed his piece, sealing their strategy. On Monday afternoon, in the training hall, as Luo Yan entered, he spotted Dijong. Clad in training attire, Dijong's stern features bore no smile, yet his eyes glimmered with amusement, akin to autumn sunlight, clear and bright. Dijong handed a book to Luo Yan. This is from Old Wei. Luo Yan took it and discovered it was the Encyclopedia of Divine Treasures, a promise made by Wei Fenghua during their time in the Forbidden Ground. Dijong stated plainly. I am here today to fulfill my promise. I will impart to you the secret technique of opening the ghost wheel. Luo Yan's eyes brightened. filled with anticipation. Dijong first indicated several acupoints on his body, explaining the flow of primordial energy. Then elaborated. Unlike opening the primordial wheel, opening the ghost wheel does not enhance your immediate combat power. The term ghost implies emptiness, darkness, and depth in our daily activities. Whether sitting or lying down, all our pores remain open. When the pores are open, they naturally release our aura. Some giant beasts are highly sensitive to this aura. The opening the ghost wheel technique allows us to conceal our entire aura, but remember, you must not breathe during this process. Any breath will dissipate the aura. However, with practice, the duration of this breath holding will extend naturally. Furthermore, during opening the ghost wheel, the aura is suppressed within the body, including the primordial energy. Consequently, the primordial energy will be in a contracted state. When you conclude opening the ghost wheel and immediately transition to opening the primordial wheel, the contracted primordial energy will erupt explosively, resulting in a far greater outburst than merely using opening the primordial wheel, he cautioned. That said, this method will also consume more energy than simply using the opening the primordial wheel, so it should be applied judiciously. Luo Yan listened, entranced, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Once he collected his thoughts, he asked, do the opening sequences of other spirit wheels yield different effects when combined? Dijong, with a serious expression, nodded. Precisely. Additionally, secret techniques and divine treasures can be used in conjunction, and at times, they serve as conditions for activating certain combat skills. For instance, my thunder flash is a condition formed by the combination of a divine treasure and opening the primordial wheel. In the future, you too can delve into this realm to create your own unique combat skills or mysterious techniques. Thereafter, Dijong patiently guided Luo Yan through the nuances of this secret technique. As the afternoon passed, he declared, let us go eat. To Luo Yan's surprise, Dijong didn't leave after finishing the lesson. He patted Luo Yan's shoulder. I haven't had the cafeteria food in ages. I miss it. However, I lack credits, so you'll have to treat me. The cafeteria was free for students within the academy, but outside friends needed to purchase meals with credits. Naturally, Luo Yan agreed, and the two made their way to the cafeteria. Chapter 45. The Illusion of Prosperity. On Monday evening, the cafeteria buzzed with activity. As Luo Yan and Dijong entered, the lively atmosphere fell silent. Luo Yan walked through the cafeteria as if oblivious, while Dijong remained expressionless. One was indifferent to the gaze of the masses, while the other was stern and unyielding. Once they settled in a corner, the atmosphere began to return to normal. In another corner of the cafeteria, a pair of eyes observed Luo Yan intently. It turned out to be Yang Lixia, who had sought to purchase credits from Luo Yan the previous night. Brother Yang, isn't that Captain D? A boy beside Yang whispered. In a wonder he dared to disregard you. It seems he is quite close to Captain D, Yang Lixia replied. I had heard of it before, but I didn't believe that Captain D would care for a surface dweller. Now I do. Brother Yang, it's better for us to avoid provoking that kid. Seated across the table, a portly youth with a face riddled with acne declared, what is Commander D? Our brother Yang's father is the director of the construction bureau. Does Yang need to fear a mere surface wildling? Yang, shall we teach him a lesson? Just say the word, and I shall swiftly handle this matter for you. Yang Lixia, wearing an expression of disdain, replied, if you are to die, do so far away. I would rather not have your blood splattered upon me. The portly youth was taken aback. Yang Lixia picked up a piece of tender beef brisket with his chopsticks and nonchalantly remarked, in your spare time, perhaps you should read more. I have perused no less than 80 novels. And in nearly every one, the protagonist hails from humble beginnings, rising against all odds. Characters like me, who are supported by powerful officials, wealthy and handsome, are merely convenient experience bags. At times, I even serve as a resource or equipment bag, essentially a means to funnel resources to the protagonist. Do you not think that fellow is simply like a template for a main character? Since arriving at our academy, he has swiftly dealt with Luo Beichun. Such a ruthless individual is not someone I wish to provoke. Yesterday, I was merely angry. Anger aside, my life is paramount. Besides, I am delicate and precious. Why should I risk my life against a wildling? On the contrary, I prefer to observe further. The two lackeys whispered, observe what? Brother Yang? Yang Lixia chuckled lightly, observe his potential. I know my own limitations. I am destined for a life of mediocrity. However, if classmate Luo possesses true potential, I could invest in him. Should he soar to greatness in the future, I would then have a powerful ally. This is certainly more advantageous than squabbling with him. The two followers immediately showered him with flattery, which Yang Lixia accepted with a grin. On the other side of the cafeteria, Luo Yan, feeling a pinch of regret, spent 3 academic credits to order an extravagant feast. Zhang, showing no restraint, dove straight into the food. Observing this, Luo Yan, unwilling to be outdone, joined in the voracious consumption. The two exchanged no words, entirely focused on their meal. After a while, they polished off the entire spread. Zhang finally exhaled and remarked, "This is the flavor I've missed. Ever since I ceased teaching at the academy, I have not enjoyed a meal so satisfying," he continued, "by eliminating Luo Baichen. Whether you realize it or not, you have become entangled in the struggle between the two major factions of the underground city. Therefore, there are matters I must impart to you. The underground city is divided into 2 factions based on differing attitudes towards the behemoths. The conservative faction, led by Luo Tianyi, comprises prominent businessmen, entrepreneurs, and many older officials. They believe that surviving 3 years of beastly disasters indicates the safety of our city. They demand the disbandment of the surface exploration forces, wishing to cease further exploration and research of the behemoths to avoid provoking their attention and inviting calamity upon the underground city. Zhang succinctly explained. This ideology has also garnered support from the residents of the underground city. He continued, I can understand their perspective in times of peace, who wishes for war. Everyone desires a stable life, to safeguard their little homes. Luo Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, but that is impossible. T is as foolish as an ostrich burying its head in the sand when faced with danger. Zhang sighed softly. I too share this sentiment. Despite the current prosperity and revelry in the underground city, it seems humanity believes that as long as we remain hidden beneath the surface, we can enjoy eternal peace. However, this fade of prosperity and tranquility is merely 300 meters away from the behemoths. Should one discover the underground city, this place would immediately face annihilation. He spoke earnestly, thus, I advocate for active surface exploration, to regularly eliminate the behemoths and recover Yuan behemoth materials for research, and to enhance our combat capabilities. My ultimate goal is to drive away the behemoths, reclaim the surface, and restore our rightful homeland. We should live beneath the sun, not humiliate ourselves by cowering underground like rats for all eternity. Zhang's resolute words stirred a wave of emotions within Luo Yan. Yet he remained silent, offering no response or indication. After dinner, as Zhang prepared to leave, Luo Yan accompanied him to the academy's entrance and said, Commander D, I wish to inquire about something. Zhang turned back. Speak. Luo Yan, slightly anxious, asked, Do you know the current situation in Baoding City? Zhang regarded him for a moment and inquired, Do you have family there? Luo Yan nodded. Zhang replied, I will ask around and inform you next time. With that, he departed. Luo Yan took a deep breath before returning to his dormitory to wash up and practice. The following day, during the break between classes, the school broadcast suddenly announced, first-year students Luo Yan and Zingshan, please report to the principal's office. The announcement played 3 times in succession. Luo Yan was somewhat bewildered, while Zhang Shan was equally puzzled, unsure why he had been called out. After exchanging glances, they both rose and made their way to the principal's office. Moments later, in a second-year classroom, Yang Lixia was engrossed in a conversation with a girl. Ruo Han, what do you think of this latest model, a custom-made mech? I believe it suits you perfectly from every angle. The girl, tall and poised, stood by the window, her figure accentuated by the sunlight, exuding grace and elegance. Without even glancing at Yang Lixia, she retorted, Do you know how expensive a custom-made mech is? Even my father's company has to hold meetings to discuss such purchases. You speak so lightly of it. Yang Lixia, forcing a smile, replied, As long as Ruo Han likes it, I could pluck the moon from the sky for you. Just then, footsteps approached, and Yang Lixia's 2 lackeys hurried over. One, the acne-riddled youth, exclaimed, Boss Yang, come here for a moment. Chapter 46. Practical test. Yang Lixia, preoccupied with his goddess, felt a surge of irritation and snapped, What is it? Can't you see I'm busy? The portly youth whispered. It's about that student Luo Yan. What about Luo Yan? I don't have time for this right now. As Yang Lixia prepared to lose his temper, the girl at the window turned around. Luo Yan, the one mentioned in the school broadcast. What happened to him? Yang Lixia's demeanor shifted dramatically. Indeed, what happened? Did you not hear what classmate Lu Ruohan said? Speak up, the youth murmured before continuing. Zhang Hao and I went to the principal's office out of curiosity, and guess what? The Earth Protection Bureau presented 2 first-year students with commendation banners. They claimed these students acted heroically over the weekend, preventing a disaster. Consequently, the Bureau made 2 banners to honor them. Moreover, their SA reward, Zheng Shan received 1,000 work credits, while Luo Yan received a whopping 10,000 work credits. Yang Lixia scoffed, "What S10? 000 work credits? I spend more than that on pocket money each month. The Earth Protection Bureau is being rather stingy." The portly youth and another boy named Zhang Hao held a different view. As prospective mech engineers, they were entitled to 4th-tier benefits. Even if they did not become official engineers upon graduation, as long as they engaged in related work, they would earn 3,000 work credits monthly. However, as students, they were currently receiving only 1,000 work credits. Luo Yan had just secured nearly 10 months' worth of their rewards. Only someone like Yang Lixia, a privileged child, would remain unfazed. The others were envious beyond measure. Heroic deeds, Lu Ruohan's bright, autumn-like eyes sparkled. How intriguing! I wonder what they did to warrant such recognition and rewards from the Earth Protection Bureau. Upon hearing this, Yang Lixia pounded his chest and declared, "Ruohan, if you're interested, I'll investigate right away and have news for you by noon." He seized his 2 lackeys and exited the classroom. As they walked, Yang Lixia suddenly remarked, "Something feels off." "What seems off, boss?" Yang Lixia replied, "This development is rather peculiar. The antagonist's love interest becomes intrigued by the protagonist, thereby inciting the antagonist's murderous intent, only for the antagonist to provide the protagonist with experience points while the love interest is ultimately taken into the protagonist's harem. I have read this trope countless times. Now that Ruohan shows interest in that fellow named Luo, I see this unfolding just like a novel. If I were to act on my murderous intent, it would spell my doom." Zhang Hao and the other boy exchanged glances, sensing that Yang Lixia was becoming overly immersed in his role. "Boss, should we even pursue this information?" "Absolutely," Yang Lixia declared decisively. "Additionally, I must find a way to introduce some girls to classmate Luo. Once he finds someone special, Lu Ruohan's pride will prevent her from pursuing him any further." Zhang Hao and another individual immediately raised their thumbs in admiration. "It must be you, boss. Only you could devise such a solution, of course," Yang Li replied with a smug expression. Soon, the news of Luo Yan and Zheng Shan receiving rewards from the Bureau of Land and Resources spread throughout the academy. Just as Luo Tianyi had speculated, this incident sent ripples through the community. Some were envious, others indifferent, while a few were consumed by jealousy, particularly those who considered themselves quite capable yet had remained anonymous. They believed that Luo Yan had merely stumbled upon good fortune. Although they would not confront him immediately, the seeds of jealousy had been sown, awaiting the right moment to blossom. Time flew by. And before long, a month had passed. On this particular day, Luo Yan was training in the practice hall. After using the Starfire agent, a significant influx of elemental energy surged into his body, burning away impurities and rendering his previously mixed elemental energy much purer. Soon, the last meridian was refined. However, Luo Yan did not cease his practice of visualization. The effects of the Starfire agent were still in play, and elemental energy continued to flow in unceasingly. Before long, Luo Yan sensed a familiar obstruction, as if an invisible barrier within him was hindering the influx of energy. This was a sign of impending breakthrough. With renewed determination, he welcomed the elemental energy, gradually feeling it rise within him, battering against the intangible barrier. Time slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, Luo Yan felt a tremor throughout his body as that invisible barrier collapsed with a resounding crash, allowing the elemental energy to surge through without obstruction. At that moment, energy swirled around him, vaguely forming the ethereal silhouettes of towering mountains, albeit shrouded in mist. After a while, he finally opened his eyes, feeling the tumultuous energy within him, his body swelling with an exhilarating sense of boundless power. He glanced at the container of the potion on the floor, marveling at how effective the Starfire agent truly was. The speed of his cultivation far surpassed his expectations. Originally, he had anticipated it would take around 70 days to refine all the meridians and break through to the 3rd layer of visualization. To his surprise, he had achieved this in just 1 month, effectively having the time required. Of course, during this period, Luo Yan's credits had dwindled rapidly. After a month, he found himself with less than 50 credits remaining. He couldn't help but feel troubled. With such a meager amount, He could only purchase 6 bottles of the Starfire agent, which would not suffice for cultivating to the 4th layer. He resolved to consult Teacher Wei to inquire about any methods to earn credits. Reflecting on the past month, Luo Yan recalled that he had learned a new combat technique from Dijong, as well as 2 mystic arts, numbered 3 and 5, coupled with his recent breakthrough in visualization. He felt he had made significant progress. The following morning was meant to be a routine class for Xiao Shi, but upon entering the classroom, it was Wei Fenghua who appeared instead. Luo Yan instinctively sensed that something significant was about to unfold. After clearing his throat habitually, Wei Fenghua announced, "Everyone, having studied here for a while, the Academy has prepared a practical combat test for you all. Those who achieve outstanding results will be rewarded with credits." Luo Yan's spirits lifted. Just as he was fretting over his dwindling credits, an opportunity had presented itself. Wei Fenghua continued, "This time, we will conduct a mecha combat exercise. In other words, you will be piloting mechas for the test. However, mechas are limited. Only a select few among you will be granted access to them. Thus, you must compete for the right to use the mechas. Do not despair if you are unable to secure a mecha. You will be assigned to tactical groups or logistics. Remember, combat is never a solitary endeavor. However, since this practical test involves both 1st and 2nd year students, you will need to compete with the 2nd years for the mecha usage rights." Chapter 47. Opportunity competing with 2nd year students for mechas? In the classroom, a young man around 18 or 19 stood up in protest. "Teacher, this is utterly unfair. The 2nd year curriculum is far ahead of ours. Their elemental energy, combat skills, and mystic arts are all superior. How can we compete with them?" This young man bore a 10-centimeter scar on the right side of his face, giving him a somewhat menacing appearance. Luo Yan typically kept to himself in class, occasionally engaging in brief conversations with Zhang Shan and Li Bohang, but he had little interaction with the rest of his classmates. Nevertheless, after more than 2 months, he had managed to remember most of their names. The young man in question was named Lin Cheng, possessing the divine treasure superbody, iron armor, and exhibiting a particularly ferocious fighting style. Following Lin Cheng, a female student voiced her complaint. "Exactly. We'll be treated like ripe persimmons to be squeezed." This girl wore thick glasses. Luo Yan recalled her name was Li Ji, known for her loquaciousness. Once given the opportunity to speak, she rarely paused. Under the leadership of these 2 students, many others joined in protest. Wei Fenghua remained unfazed, allowing the students to express their grievances until they had exhausted their complaints before signaling for silence. Once the classroom regained its quietude, he addressed them. "The Academy has considered this issue. Therefore, during the competition, we will require 2nd year students to limit their elemental energy levels to the 2nd layer of the beginner stage. If any of you have yet to reach the 2nd layer, do not complain. Instead, reflect on your own abilities. Additionally, 2nd year students will be restricted from utilizing mystic arts rated above level 10. Other than that, no further limitations will be imposed. I understand that this may still seem insufficiently fair to you. However, when you are on the battlefield, can you demand fairness from your enemies? Furthermore, the 2nd year students have undergone the same challenges. This has been the case for every cohort. If anyone feels they cannot participate, they may withdraw, but such a decision will be recorded in your files." The students fell silent, no longer daring to voice their concerns. To withdraw would be noted in their records, effectively barring them from becoming mecha pilots even upon graduation, if they could not muster the courage to participate in a slightly unfair competition. How could they expect to engage in battle on the surface? Thus, the matter was settled. Wei Fenghua cleared his throat twice and continued, "There will be a total of 121st and 2nd year students combined. The Academy will provide 12 mechas, all of which are beginner models. We will conduct a computer lottery, grouping 10 students together to compete for each mecha. Those who advance will receive a reward of 100 credits. Students who perform exceptionally well during the practical test will have the opportunity to retain their mecha, meaning that even after graduation, the mecha will belong to you. Of course, the cost for maintenance and upgrades will be your responsibility. Though the Academy will provide some subsidies based on circumstances, however, they will not cover all expenses. Do not worry too much. Once you acquire a mecha, there will be plenty of sponsors eager to support you. Thus, as long as you can retain your mecha, you will at least have the funds for maintenance. Upgrade cost will depend on your luck." This was yet another bombshell. Competing for a mecha and receiving 100 credits for success was one thing, but the prospect of retaining the mecha earned during the practical test came as a surprise. Luo Yan's mind flashed to He Hao. His Black Thunder must have been obtained through a similar test. If that were the case, such opportunities must arise at least once during the first and second years. It was likely that there would be none in the third year. If students had not acquired a mecha during the first 2 years, it would indicate limited capability. At that point, students who had not obtained a mecha would likely have their career paths predetermined, as the academy would probably not offer any further chances. In other words, for the second-year students, this might be their final opportunity within the academy. Consequently, they would certainly strive earnestly, for if they did not fight now, they would have no more chances. Wei Fenghuo went on to explain various regulations and requirements for the competition, and the morning passed in this manner. After lunch, Luo Yan made his way directly to the logistics department. The competition was set to begin the following day, with 2 groups competing each day over a span of 6 days. The results of the computer lottery would be revealed tomorrow. After the competition, there would be 3 days for personnel adjustments, with the 10th day marking their departure to the surface for the practical test. Time was of the essence, and Luo Yan aimed to enhance his strength as much as possible before departure. Therefore, he headed to the logistics department to purchase Starfire agents. Many others shared his intentions, leading to a bustling scene in the logistics department where many second-year students were present. Upon seeing Luo Yan, their gazes sparkled with hostility. After all, among the first-year students, Luo Yan had already made a name for himself, whether through his fierce battle with Luo Beichen or as a recipient of the Bureau of Land and Resources commendation. Now, the number of students unaware of Luo Yan could be counted on one hand. Luo Yan habitually walked along the wall, ignoring the scrutinizing gazes, and discreetly queued up. When it was his turn, he quickly stated, "I would like to exchange for 5 bottles of Starfire agent." The staff member lifted their head, glanced at Luo Yan's student card, and replied, "Please wait a moment." They made a phone call, and shortly thereafter, a young man who had developed the Starfire agent emerged from a room, beckoning Luo Yan over. "Luo student, come here." Instantly, all eyes turned toward Luo Yan. He furrowed his brow but approached nonetheless, hearing whispers from the students as he navigated through the crowd. "Isn't that Professor Harrowing from the College of Potion Development? How could a mere freshman recognize such a prominent figure? Is this teacher particularly formidable? You may not be aware, but Professor Schur is a master in pharmacology. Practically every new drug developed at our school, and even in the entire city, is attributed to him. I've also heard that the vaccine for Chita was developed by him when he was still a student. Wow, if a freshman can get close to Professor Schur, won't they have a constant supply of potions in the future? You're overthinking it. Professor Schur is not the kind of person who generously offers potions for free. Moreover, he meticulously seeks out individuals to test his drugs each year. I heard that there was a student who, after consuming one of Professor Schur's new drugs, faced lifelong impotence. What a tragic fate! Listening to these remarks and gazing at the innocent smile on Harrowing's face, Luo Yan began to doubt whether the Xingho potion he had been using this month was, in fact, a new drug. Approaching the door, Harrowing swiftly pulled Luo Yan into his office without a word. Instinctively, Luo Yan seized his hand and twisted it behind his back. "Ouch, ouch, ouch, Luo, please let go. I am but a bookish scholar, unable to withstand such torment," Harrowing exclaimed, his voice rising in alarm. "P.S. Another day has passed. Dear friends, lend me your encouragement so I may endure longer." Chapter 48. The Child of Destiny. First update. Luo Yan ignored Harrowing's cries, responding in a cool tone, "Xingho potion is your newly developed drug." Yes, Harrowing replied eagerly, "but rest assured, this potion is quite safe. It may cause excessive heat in the body if overused, and it tends to incite certain urges." Luo Yan furrowed his brow. "What kind of urges?" Harrowing chuckled awkwardly. "You know, the male kind of urges. To enhance the potion's ability to refine elemental energy, I included sunflowers, which are known to have aphrodisiac properties, stimulating primal instincts." Luo Yan quietly exhaled in relief. At least it was an enhancement, not impotence. Should it be the latter? He glanced at Harrowing's neck. Fair and tender. If this is a new drug, it must be disclosed, Luo Yan warned. Harrowing quickly agreed. Only then did Luo Yan release his grip. Harrowing flexed his arm and grimaced. "Luo, your strength is quite formidable. So, what do you think of the Xingho potion? Its effects are impressive, aren't they?" Luo Yan nodded. "Aside from those rather peculiar side effects, the Xingho potion indeed yielded commendable results. I would like to exchange for a few more vials." Harrowing shrugged. "I've run out of materials. You've been rather eager in your exchanges this month." and I can't keep up with your demand. Since it's not yet mass-produced, the stock of materials is limited, and I'm currently out of stock. However, if you assist me in preparing a report, once I submit the results and receive approval from the principal, we can begin mass production, and you can exchange for it anytime. Luo Yan raised an eyebrow. What kind of assistance do you require? It's quite simple. I need to collect a sample of your blood and urine for analysis. Then, for the next few days, come to me every morning on an empty stomach for a few tests, Harrowing said, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Luo Yan pondered for a moment and replied, No problem, but in the future, the Xingho potion must be prioritized for me, and the exchange cost should be reduced. Agreed, Harrowing promptly affirmed. I will make sure that when you come to exchange, you'll only need to pay 7 credits. That can't be reduced further, otherwise I won't even cover costs. Additionally, whenever new drugs are available, if you're willing to help me with testing, you will receive discounts once they're mass-produced. Of course, I will ensure your safety. You won't face any significant issues, at least not life-threatening ones. Sometimes, I will need certain medicinal materials, and you can collect them during your missions. I will purchase them from you with credits. Purchasing with credits. This presents an additional avenue for earning credits. Luo Yan nodded, stating, during the testing of new drugs, you must also provide me with credits. Otherwise, I won't participate. Harrowing's expression momentarily froze before he chuckled awkwardly. All right, Luo, you call the shots. Now, regarding the testing credits for the Xingho potion, once the potion is mass-produced, I will provide you with 20 vials. How does that sound? Deal. Exiting the logistics department, Luo Yan recalled the cave in the mist canyon filled with gathering essence flowers. Alas, there was no way to extract those medicinal materials. Perhaps he should seek assistance from Captain D to handle the harvesting and transportation, allowing him to profit from it? Luo Yan shook his head. In that case, he would only earn credit for providing coordinates and information. How much could he possibly gain? Just then, the light before him dimmed. He looked up to find someone blocking his path. One of them looked familiar. It was Yang Lixia, who had previously sought to purchase his credits. Luo Yan instinctively glanced at his neck. Yang Lixia suddenly felt a chill at his throat. He touched his neck and smiled broadly. Luo, are you here to exchange for potions? I told you not to focus solely on your training. Life needs some variety. Come, let me treat you to a meal outside the school. I'll introduce you to a few lovely ladies to spice up your life. Luo Yan felt somewhat bewildered. A meal? Lovely ladies? Wasn't he here to cause trouble? What a pity. Luo Yan remained silent, sidestepping Yang Lixia. Luo, why are you leaving? Let's chat. I just want to be friends. Yang Lixia called out from behind. Not interested in lovely ladies? No worries. How about a sensual mature woman or a knowledgeable older lady? It's all up to you. Luo, in the blink of an eye, Luo Yan had already distanced himself. Yang Lixia shook his head and remarked, not interested in women? They only slow down my sword-drawing speed. A true protagonist, undoubtedly the child of destiny. Look at his stature. Everyone should learn from him. He placed his hand on Zhang Hao and the chubby fellow's shoulders. Our Luo seems empty-handed. It appears he hasn't found what he desires. Go, find out what he is looking to exchange. Whatever is available in Guangling City, I will spare no expense to procure it for him. Just one word. This friend of mine, I am determined to befriend. The next day, the computer lottery concluded, and the group list was released. Luo Yan was assigned to Group 7, meaning his competition would take place on the morning of the 4th day. Coincidentally, the mecha they would compete with was the silver mecha biome, which Luo Yan had previously operated. Upon reviewing the list, he noticed both classmates and second-year students. Among them, Yang Lixia. 3 days swiftly passed. During these 3 days, 6 matches had already taken place. Among them, Li Bohong successfully advanced, and even Zhang Shan had exceptionally good fortune, acquiring a mecha. On the morning of the 4th day, it was finally Luo Yan's turn. He arrived early at the competition venue, where a makeshift arena had been established. The competition would proceed in a free-for-all format. Anyone who fell off the stage, voluntarily surrendered, or lost consciousness would be deemed defeated. The last person standing on the stage would be declared the victor. Additionally, killing was prohibited, and the weapons used were all provided by the academy, consisting of unsharpened cold weapons. Entering the resting area, Luo Yan found it empty. He began to select from the alloy weapons on a nearby rack. Just as he picked up a blunt sword that closely resembled Lieshing in length and weight, he heard the sound of the door opening. He turned to see Yang Lixia walking in. Upon entering, Yang Lixia forced a smile. Luo, good morning. Then, He pulled out a box from his pocket and handed it to Luo Yan. This is the Xingho potion that Professor Shi expedited. He asked me to bring it to you. 20 vials. Enough for you for a while. Luo Yan was somewhat surprised. Didn't Shi Haoding say he was out of materials? How could he have so many potions ready so quickly? Yet, he refrained from questioning and accepted the box. Yang Lixia continued, when it's my turn to compete, I'll just surrender right away. I won't contest with you. However, you should be cautious of one person, Wu Taijun. Do you know who his uncle is, Wu Shimo? Luo Yan shook his head up. Wu Shimo was the minister of the city security department, overseeing all district security bureaus within our city. That's quite a high-ranking official. Yang Lixia lowered his voice. Since the group list was released, Wu Taijun has been threatening anyone who dares to compete against him, claiming he will eliminate them. If you face him, aim for his left side. That area has been injured during his recent training and has yet to heal. Luo Yan regarded this second-year student before him, increasingly finding him inscrutable. Chapter 49. Thunderous Revelation. Luo Yan certainly would not take Yang Lixia's words at face value. Who knows if he might be colluding with that Wu Taijun? Furthermore, after the competition, he would need to visit the logistics department to confirm the safety of the Xingho potion he now held. He couldn't afford to be careless or risk receiving a poison batch. At this moment, students participating in the competition began to arrive. Among them were 4 of Luo Yan's classmates, while the other 5, including Yang Lixia, were second-year students, 4 males and 1 female. As they entered, each cast a few glances at Luo Yan before proceeding to select their weapons. Yang Lixia approached Luo Yan, pointing to a tall, slender, fair-skinned student with medium-length hair and sharp facial features, that S. Wu Taijun. This fellow has already reached the 5th tier of the basic visualization technique, demonstrating a greater aptitude for arcane arts than for martial skills. Among our class, his mastery of the arcane arts ranks him among the top 3. However, this competition stipulates that only techniques ranked below number 10 are permissible, so you need not worry too much. The onset. Find a way to close the distance and engage him in close combat. His martial skills are rather lacking. The boy named Wu Taijun stared in astonishment at Yang Lixia and exclaimed, "What is your problem, Yang? Why reveal my secrets?" Yang Lixia chuckled and replied, "I do as I please. What can you do about it?" Indeed, Wu Taijun found himself at a loss, for Yang Lixia was the son of the director of the construction bureau. He could only huff in response, "You'll see what happens later." Luo Yan remained silent, yet felt that this exchange between the two was not mere theatrics, which only deepened the mystery. There was no reason for Yang Lixia, the director's son, to show such kindness towards him. What was his motive? Soon, the loudspeaker crackled to life. "Students participating in the competition, please make your way to the stage. The match will commence in 5 minutes. Latecomers will not be accommodated." The students began to leave the lounge in succession. Approaching the arena, suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, and a colossal figure appeared, a mech, the White Dragon. This mech, resembling a silver giant, strode toward the arena, its previously damaged parts from the battle with the Taotai now restored. The design of the White Dragon was sleek, being a basic model without external attachments. Its armament comprised only a rifle designed for combating colossal beasts and a chain blade concealed within the right wrist armor. Adorned in silver white, the engine's cooling vent on its chest was shaped like a V. When the engine activated, a blue light emanated from the vent, illuminating the shape. At that moment, Wei Fenghua announced from the platform, "This is the mech that previously served in the Surface Exploration Corps, now transferred to our academy for certain reasons. White Dragon, Xuanji, basic model, height, 81 meters, weight, 1,850 tons. Operating system, Jiaolong Generation 2, with a main engine Haichao and 2 auxiliary engines. This is the mech you will be competing for today. Good luck to all." As the competition commenced, Yang Lixia raised his hand at lightning speed, declaring, "I withdraw. I surrender." Instantly, silence enveloped the arena, both on and off the stage. Yang Lixia smiled and made a cheer-up gesture towards Luo Yan before swiftly jumping down from the platform and darting toward the audience. In the stands, his goddess, a girl named Lu Ruhan, leaned forward with her hands resting on the railing, chin propped up, gazing toward the stage. Upon his arrival, Yang Lixia promptly grabbed a drink and a fan from his 2 lackeys, Zhang Hao and the chubby one, and positioned himself beside his goddess. "Ruhan, it's hot. Have some refreshments," he urged. Without turning her head, Lu Ruhan replied, "The underground city has a constant temperature system. It remains at a steady 27 degrees during the day. How could it be hot? And let me reiterate, You are not my type. Don't waste your time on me. Young Lixia retorted with a grin. How can this be considered wasting time? If you ignore me, that is the true waste of time. If you want to eat, then at least have some fruit. The watermelon my dad sent yesterday is exceptionally sweet. He gestured, and Zhang Hao handed over a box of watermelon. Luo Yan, irritated, replied, Don't disturb me while I watch the match. Yang Lixia immediately mimed zipping his lips. Meanwhile, the students on the arena were not in a hurry to engage in battle. The first-year students cautiously observed their second-year counterparts. Among them, Wu Taijun surveyed the surroundings and proclaimed, Everyone, we have a celebrity among us today. Surely, you all know Luo Yan. Within just a month of enrollment, he has already claimed the life of Luo Bachan in the dead arena. Rumor has it that several other students' deaths are also linked to him. Not long ago, he was recognized as a model of bravery. Among us, I doubt anyone can match Luo Yan's prowess in a one-on-one confrontation. A second-year student interjected, Taijun, what are you getting at? Wu Tiejuan's gaze fixed on Luo Yan as he continued. What I mean is, if we all wish to have a chance at piloting the mech, we must first join forces to bring Luo Yan down. Once he is out of the picture, we can determine the victor among ourselves. What do you say? The second-year students nodded in agreement almost immediately, while the first-year students hesitated. Wu Taijun called out, First years, what is your stance? Ultimately, one boy shouted, I agree. He looked at Luo Yan, his eyes filled with determination. Luo Yan, don't take it personally. We also wish to pilot the mech and claim the rewards. You can't monopolize all the benefits, can you? Given your abilities, why not let us have this chance? Step down, will you? With one voice leading the charge, the others found their courage, echoing, You should let us have a turn. Step down, step down. Amidst this, Wu Taijun stealthily retreated, distancing himself from Luo Yan, before bellowing, Stop wasting time with him. Let us all attack together. Instantly, the students surged forward, either channeling their energy or forming seals to cast arcane techniques. Luo Yan stood alone, sword in hand, observing coldly. Then, with a surge of energy, he activated the Kayuan wheel. Boom! Luo Yan erupted in a burst of bright yellow light, rising like flames and vaguely forming the illusion of layered mountains. As he watched his approaching adversaries, he muttered to himself, Benefits and profits must be fought for, not handed out as charity. With a sweeping motion of his sword, the arena was met with the force of thunder. A dazzling display of lightning. This was a technique Luo Yan had recently mastered, known as thunderclap, 10,000 tons. The arena shattered into fragments, sending those who charged and cast spells tumbling down, unable to maintain their footing. A profound silence fell over the audience. The watermelon in Yang Lixia's hand tumbled to the ground, while Luo Yan, resting her chin on her hands, narrowed her eyes slightly. Wei Fenghua cleared his throat a couple of times, a smile creeping onto his lips. The competition arena had collapsed by 2/3 due to Luo Yan's single strike, effectively eliminating several students from the match. Chapter 50. Arcane Battle. Well done, old Luo, cheered Xing Shan from the audience, whistling and waving his flag in support. Old Luo has become even more formidable since the last time in the Forbidden Zone. He has sent everyone tumbling off the stage in one fell swoop. Haha, falling off the stage counts as a loss. What a decisive victory! Xing Shan was animated, chattering excitedly. Beside him, the tall and clean-faced Li Bohong adjusted his glasses and remarked, Not quite a victory yet. Look, there's still one left. Xing Shan paused, casting his gaze toward the stage. On the remaining third of the arena, apart from Luo Yan, he could see no one else. However, he soon noticed Luo Yan glancing toward the left side of the stage. Following his gaze, Xing Shan spotted a black rope tied around a steel beam at the edge of the arena. Suddenly, someone leaped into view. It was the second-year student, Wu Taijun. Earlier, he had reacted swiftly. Upon realizing the stage was about to collapse, he quickly formed seals and employed the first-tier arcane technique black rope. In a critical moment, he ensnared a steel beam, leveraging it to swing away, thus avoiding being thrown off the stage. Luo Yan narrowed his eyes, subtly activating his barrier-breaking eye. He observed Wu Tiejuan's bioluminescent aura, surrounded by vibrant red and bright yellow light. His vitality stood at 451, while his energy was at a uniform 120. The high vitality was attributable to Wu Tiejuan's visualization technique having reached the 5th tier, coupled with his body having undergone energy refinement. His energy level was at the 2nd tier. Each second-year student participating in the competition wore a wristband, a device that suppressed energy levels to a specific value to ensure fairness. Their energy had all been capped at the 120 mark, thus minimizing the gap with the first-year students. Luo Yan also wore such a device. Although he was a first-year student, he had achieved the 4th tier. His vitality was at 572, and if unrestrained, his energy would reach 196. Therefore, he too wore a suppression device, capping his energy at 120. After the earlier explosive display, his energy had dwindled to 70. However, thanks to the Guan Shan Hai, his energy would gradually recover. Now, only Wu Taijun remained on the stage. Luo Yan planted his feet firmly on the arena, launching himself like a rocket toward Wu Taijun. Wu Taijun gripped a metal staff, originally intending to exploit the advantage of the long weapon to wear Luo Yan down. Yet, having witnessed Luo Yan's explosive power, he had come to a stark realization. He could not best Luo Yan in martial skills. Nevertheless, he remained composed. As the saying goes, every trade has its master in class. The instructors had emphasized that both martial skills and arcane arts should be focused on one primary and one auxiliary skill. Attempting to master both would only lead to failure. Wu Taijun preferred not to engage in close combat, hence his focus on mastering arcane arts while learning a couple of martial techniques for emergencies. Yet now, to continue trying to deplete his opponent's south energy through close combat, only to rely on arcane arts for the decisive blow, would be sheer folly. Without hesitation, Wu Taijun hurled his staff to disrupt Luo Yan's advance, swiftly forming seals with his hands before shouting, "Illusionary wolf!" before him. Flickers of brilliant yellow light danced like dazzling stars, swiftly coalescing into an ethereal, intangible wolf beast in the audience. He Hao, whose features were chiseled and posture upright, embodying the essence of a rugged man, uttered a dismissive "t" at the sight. Level 10 Mysticism, Illusionary Wolf. It possesses autonomous combat capabilities, able to attack, defend, entangle, and maneuver. To defeat the practitioner, one must first eliminate this troublesome creature. This is precisely why I harbor a disdain for those who wield mysticism. They refuse to engage in direct combat, opting instead for underhanded tactics. Beside him, Sujio, chewing on candy, replied nonchalantly, "Do you think everyone is like you? With their heads stuffed with muscle, winning is what matters. Why must it always be a frontal confrontation?" He Hao bellowed, "A direct battle is the romance of manhood. You wouldn't understand." Sujio, unperturbed, blinked and retorted, "Of course, I don't understand. After all, I am a woman in the arena." Luo Yan had just tilted his head to evade Wu Taijun's long staff when he noticed an ethereal wolf beast, conjured from primordial energy, materializing before his opponent. As soon as the beast took shape, it emitted a silent howl and lunged at Luo Yan. With only 1/3 of the arena remaining, there was scarcely enough space for Luo Yan to sidestep the creature. And his speed was not particularly remarkable. How could 2 legs outpace 4? With a stoic expression, he charged directly towards the wolf beast, his alloy sword transforming into a streak of lightning, shimmering silver as it struck the illusionary wolf on the head. Typically, the illusionary wolf was not slow to react. It was difficult to hit with casual attacks. Yet now, with Luo Yan employing the combat technique Thunderclap, his strike landed effortlessly. The illusionary wolf was immediately cleaved down, its form blurring, signaling an imminent dispersal. Without missing a beat, Luo Yan surged towards Wu Taijun, his metal sword slicing through the air with a whoosh. Wu Taijun, at that moment, formed another seal. Waves of primordial energy rippled around him, coalescing into an invisible barrier that collided with Luo Yan's sword. The clash of energies reverberated across the arena, and although the invisible barrier showed signs of cracking, it did not shatter. Luo Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. He was familiar with this mysticism as well. Level 5 Mysticism, Void Barrier, specializing in defense. Just then, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, his gaze dropping to see the illusionary wolf had firmly clamped down on his left shoulder. This wolf beast, having endured a thunderclap, had not disintegrated. Truly, the power of level 10 mysticism was formidable. In the audience, Sujio remarked softly, "Your little friend is in trouble." Those adept in mysticism are also skilled strategists. Once a battle formation is established, it becomes like quicksand, gradually ensnaring the opponent. Now, with Wu Taijun employing Void Barrier for defense, your friend finds it difficult to break through and inflict harm. Moreover, The illusionary wolf is there to disrupt him. Next, he will likely employ level 3 mysticism for further control, followed by level 7 for the finishing blow. He Hao scoffed. He is not my friend. Yet, He Hao then stood up, shouting, "First-year students, take him down." In the arena, Luo Yan's eyes narrowed, a fierce glint flashing within them. He reversed his metal sword, driving it fiercely behind him. The sword pierced through the wolf's form, causing the illusionary wolf to finally disintegrate. However, as the wolf beast collapsed, ethereal chains, formed from primordial energy, ensnared his hands and feet. The chains rendered Luo Yan immobile. Information flashed in his mind. Level 3 mysticism. Binding chains. Immediately, a shrill whistle echoed across the arena. Luo Yan's body trembled violently, as if struck by invisible javelins, and blood began to appear in quick succession across his form, gradually expanding. Level 7 mysticism. Wind spears. Chapter 51. Seeking death. Old Luo. Observing Luo Yan ensnared by the primordial chains, unable to move, and enduring a barrage of wind spears from Wu Taijun, Zheng Shan couldn't help but rise in anxiety, nearly leaning over the railing. Li Bohong adjusted his glasses and said, "Don't be nervous. Luo hasn't lost yet." Only then did Zheng Shan notice that despite Luo Yan being covered in blood, creating a harrowing sight, the primordial energy around him surged, faintly revealing the illusion of towering mountains. Luo Yan still stood, his eyes glimmering with fierce determination, scanning for vital points on Wu Tiejuan's neck and chest, while also assessing areas like the knees and collarbone, places that could incapacitate without resulting in death. In the audience, Lu Ruhan, resting her chin on her hands, smiled knowingly, being immobilized by the binding chains and unable to move. Luo will not only have to endure the entirety of Wu Tiejuan's wind spears, but he cannot lessen the impact. He must bear it all, and yet, he hasn't fallen. He truly is resilient. Beside her, Yang Lixie suddenly felt an unsettling thought cross his mind, involuntarily scrutinizing Lu Ruhan a few more times. Fortunately, his goddess showed no sign of distraction or fluster, maintaining her usual composure. Yang Lixie felt a slight relief. In the arena, Luo Yan erupted with primordial energy, shattering the chains. After all, it was merely level 3 mysticism, far less resilient than the illusionary wolf. Luo Yan reactivated his barrier-breaking eye. Following the earlier exchange of mystical energies, Wu Tiejuan's primordial energy had dwindled to below 50, nearly on par with his OWN.AT this moment. Wu Taijun formed another seal behind his void barrier, conjuring another illusionary wolf. Despite this, Wu Tiejuan's energy had dropped to 24, indicating he could only use one more mysticism. Yet, it still posed a significant threat. Soon, the wolf beast lunged again, this time opting for a strategy of harassment rather than aggressive assault. Luo Yan speculated that Wu Taijun intended to pin him down with the illusionary wolf, subsequently employing further mysticism to determine the victor. Luo Yan's conjecture was not unfounded. However, Wu Tiejuan's strategy was even more cunning. He had yet to utilize divine concealment. His divine concealment was of the natural type, ignite, allowing all attacks to be imbued with searing flames. Wu Taijun had refrained from using it earlier, initially believing that the earlier burst of wind spears would suffice to secure victory over Luo Yan. Little did he expect Luo Yan's cultivation of gazing at mountains and seas would grant him unexpected resilience. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous. The next wind spears, now enhanced with the burning effect, would surely make this first-year student suffer immensely. Casting a sidelong glance at the nearby mech white dragon, Wu Taijun was consumed by a singular thought. I must claim this mech. At that moment, Luo Yan sidestepped the illusionary wolf's bite, seemingly agitated by the creature's interference. With a roar, he recklessly charged forward, raising his sword to strike. The illusionary wolf nimbly evaded and circled behind Luo Yan, sinking its teeth into his sleeve. A perfect opportunity. Wu Taijun activated divine concealment and formed seals with his hands. As he thrust his palms towards Luo Yan, a barrage of flaming wind spears soared forth like cannonballs. Level 15 mysticism. Cloud rending? Su Jiu straightened his posture, his countenance darkening. He Hao, on the other hand, swiftly vaulted over the railing and leaped down, intent on stopping Wu Taijun. The 15th arcane technique, Li Yan, possessed an explosive potency of great intensity, and following the explosion, it unleashed a torrent of elemental force that could scatter in all directions. Were Luo Yan to be caught in its grasp, it would be akin to being struck by a grenade at close range, followed by a barrage from a shotgun, a most gruesome fate. Moreover, Wu Taijun had invoked Sage Seeing, imbuing this arcane technique with searing flames, clearly intent on ending Luo Yan's life with ruthless intent. Alas, despite He Hao's quick reflexes, the distance to the arena was too great. He was already too late. With a resounding boom, before He Hao could reach the arena, a fiery cloud erupted above. Subsequently, streams of blazing elemental energy shot forth, startling the nearby spectators into gasps and evasive maneuvers. He Hao halted, his expression grim as he cast a furious glance at Wu Taijun, bellowing, "You second-year fool, are you seeking death?" At that moment, another voice rang out from the arena, echoing He Hao's words, "You are courting your own demise." Chapter 52. Counterattack. A figure suddenly shot forth from the flames and smoke of the arena. Luo Yan. The situation had unfolded unexpectedly, yet he had managed to cling to a hu nl-ing on his leg. He executed a powerful kick, launching the to intercept Wu Tiejuan's arcane technique. During the initial explosion, the was obliterated. Following this, Luo Yan instinctively curled his body, fortuitously evading the secondary damage resultant from his elemental energy still surged within him, and the effects of Kiunln had yet to dissipate. Luo Yan charged off the stage, his body riddled with burns and scars, yet his eyes remained cold and resolute, brimming with lethal intent, much like a wild wolf awakened to ferocity. Wu Taijun cast a glance at Luo Yan, momentarily daunted by the murderous glint in his crimson eyes, leaving him momentarily dazed. This was not surprising. As a second-year student, despite some experience in combat, he could not hope to match the deadly resolve of Luo Yan, who had fought fiercely for survival on the surface. Luo Yan wasted no time. He hurled his metal longsword with a whistling sound, its gleaming blade flashing like a bolt of lightning, arriving before Wu Taijun in an instant, at the brink of death. Wu Taijun roared and dodged rapidly. Though he evaded a fatal blow to his face, the blade grazed one of his eyes, causing him to shut it in pain in that split second as he closed his eyes. Luo Yan collided with him, delivering two powerful punches to Wu Tiejuan's chest and forehead. Wu Taijun staggered back repeatedly, yet Luo Yan stood motionless, utterly drained of all his elemental energy and physical strength, reliant solely on sheer willpower to remain upright. The entire venue fell into a hush. Moments later, Wu Taijun suddenly collapsed backward, his head striking the ground with a heavy thud. Upon impact, his body contorted grotesquely, as though his flesh and blood had lost their support, nearly losing all semblance of humanity. On the elevated platform, Wei Fenghua coughed twice before speaking softly, fractured bones. Indeed, Wu Taijun had suffered the effects of Suji twice. Every bone and internal organ had been shattered. Even with the most advanced technology and medical apparatuses, his life could not be salvaged. Only then did two teams of school medics enter the scene. One team approached Wu Taijun, performing a perfunctory examination before shaking their heads towards Wei Fenghua, indicating that he was beyond saving. Upon witnessing the doctor's gesture, Luo Yan exhaled in relief, though his vision darkened as he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself on a stretcher, being transported to the infirmary. Seemed he had only fainted for a few seconds. He watched Luo Yan being carried out of the venue. He Hao turned to leave, only to hear his partner Su Jia's voice from the audience above. "Oh dear, who was it that said Luo was not a friend? It seems someone is more anxious than anyone else." What on earth was happening? He Hao looked up to see Su Ju perched on the railing, her legs swinging back and forth. "Be quiet," He Hao retorted irritably. "That Wu is a sore loser, shameless and despicable. Resorting to lethal force at such a moment. If it had been someone else in the arena, I would have made him pay." Suju chuckled. "Too bad you missed your chance. However, your little friend might find himself in trouble for killing that Wu fellow. Aren't you worried?" He Hao replied brusquely. "Worry about what? Wu brought this upon himself. Even if he has an uncle in a high position, does he think he can just demand people from the school? Besides, this is no ordinary place. This is the 100 Battles Academy. It's a Mecha institute authorized by the Beast Strategy Bureau. Even the city of Guangling lacks the authority to meddle in the affairs of the academy, let alone him, a mere security minister." Suju winked at He Hao. "You're so naive. but I find that endearing, adorable. He waved his hand dismissively. Get lost with that. He disregarded his partner and turned to leave. Meanwhile, after Luo Yan was taken to the infirmary, he underwent surgery immediately. By the time he emerged from the operating room and was placed in a regular ward, it was already evening. The doctor, glancing at a tablet, informed him the surgery was a success. Essentially, if you rest for a few days, you should be able to get out of bed. Thankfully, you practice Guin Sh and Hi. And being at the 4th level of initiation grants you far greater resilience than others of your age. Otherwise, you would be bedridden for at least 10 days to half a month. Luo Yan nodded but inquired, "Can I still train?" The doctor firmly replied, "No, for the next 3 days, you must rest. You will undergo medicinal baths daily. No training, no getting up, and no leaving the bed." Luo Yan regarded the doctor's stern expression and ultimately acquiesced. After the doctor departed, Zhongshan and Li Bohong arrived. "Old Luo, are you all right?" Zhongshan pulled out a chair and sat down. Luo Yan shook his head. "I need to lie here for at least 3 days. Then consider it a rest," Zhongshan replied. "After all, the practical test will be in a few days. By the time you can get up, it will coincide with the departure date." Zhongshan continued. "That Wu is simply shameless. Even after losing, he still resorted to violence. Moreover, I've heard from the seniors that the technique he used was the 15th arcane technique. That's a lethal move capable of killing someone outright." Li Bohong smiled slightly, yet he did not anticipate that the left on the stage would instead save your life. Luo Yan turned to look at him. Li Bohong stated matter-of-factly, "I have deduced the scenario that unfolded. After much contemplation, I can think of no other means by which you could have survived under such an assault. Aside from utilizing the to block, Luo Yan couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect." Li Bohong's ability to accurately reconstruct the events demonstrated a remarkable depth of thought. Zhongshan added, "The Academy has been rather careless this time, assuming that suppressing everyone's elemental energy to the 2nd level of initiation would prevent any incidents. They didn't even leave a teacher to handle emergencies. If it weren't for old Luo's quick reflexes, we would have been visiting the morgue by now." Li Bohong chuckled. "We can't entirely blame the school. The competitions had been proceeding normally. Who would have anticipated that Wu Taijun would resort to such actions?" Zhongshan asked anxiously. "By the way, Bohong, didn't you mention that Wu has an influential uncle? He won't come looking for trouble with old Luo, will he?" Li Bohong's smile faded as he replied, "He definitely will. Even if his uncle does not intervene directly, he will send someone to the school. However, given the Academy's negligence that nearly cost Luo's life, along with Wu Tiejuan's initial transgression, the institution will surely protect Luo. Luo, you need not worry. Just focus on your recovery." Chapter 53. Majestic and formidable as night fell in the surface world. The subterranean city of Guangling saw the holographic panels of the sky dimming to darkness, followed by a starry brilliance as the moon ascended. The ventilation system ushered in a gentle evening breeze, allowing the city's residents to feel as if they were living above ground. The entrance of the 100 Battles Mecha Academy, lights illuminated, casting a soft glow upon the Academy's facade. That moment, 4 or 5 black sedans sped down the road in front of the Academy, halting at the entrance. The occupants did not exit the vehicles, but incessantly honked their horns, demanding that the school open its gates. An elderly man emerged from the gatehouse, waving his hand and calling out, "What's going on?" The lead black car rolled down its window, revealing a man who appeared to be a private assistant. Wearing sunglasses even in the dead of night, with an unfriendly tone, he commanded, "Open the door. We demand to see the principal." The old man, unperturbed, replied, "To see the principal. Do you have an appointment?" The assistant slammed his hand against the car door, saying, "Old man, do you know who's in the back? The Wu family. Our young master died without cause in your academy today. Mr. Wu demands an explanation from the principal. Don't make things difficult for yourself." The old man chuckled. "If I wanted an easy life, I wouldn't be here as a doorman. By the sounds of it, you didn't make an appointment. Without an appointment, you'll have to wait. I'll notify upstairs first. Whether the principal sees you or not remains to be seen." The assistant, filled with rage, addressed the driver. "Stop wasting time with that old man. Charge through the gate." The elderly gentleman leisurely pointed at the sign above the entrance. "This is the Academy of Battle Mechs. Let us see who dares to charge inside." With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and strolled into the gatehouse. The assistant found himself momentarily at a loss for what to do. Just then, the car's phone rang. He hurriedly answered, and a deep male voice on the other end intoned, "Calm yourself." The assistant nodded repeatedly in agreement. After a while, a lone electric scooter appeared on the dimly lit main road of the academy, making its way slowly. The academy's gates swung open, and several individuals disembarked from the scooter, making their way gracefully to the entrance. The leader among them, a man nearing his 40s, held a handkerchief to his mouth and coughed a couple of times before speaking. "I am Wei Fenghua, the director of the Academy's instructional department. If you have matters to discuss, please address them to me." As a few black sedans pulled up, their doors opened in succession, revealing a cadre of burly men in black suits, who surrounded a middle-aged couple like planets orbiting the sun. The man had a square jaw, thick brows, and large eyes that conveyed an imposing presence even in repose. The woman was adorned in luxurious attire, sparkling with jewels, exuding an air of affluence. "I am Wu Changqing, and Wu Taijun is my child." The leading man wasted no time, immediately posing a question to Wei. "Why has my child suddenly died after we entrusted him to your academy?" The woman beside him began to sob quietly at the mention of her child's fate. Instead of answering directly, Wei Fenghua countered, "Is this the reason for your visit?" Wu Changqing nodded vigorously. "Indeed." Wei Fenghua, suppressing a cough with his handkerchief, replied, "Very well. Although we have already issued a written notice, since the parents have come in person, allow me to reiterate. During today's competition, Wu Taijun was defeated and, unable to accept his loss, violated the academy's regulations and committed murder, which ultimately led to his own demise at the hands of another student. This is the cause of his death. The video recording of the match, along with the written notice, has already been sent to your family. If you did not receive it, I can arrange for another copy to be delivered." Anger surged in Wu Changqing's eyes. "I am aware of all this. There is no need for your efforts, Director Wei. But tell me, does that mean our child died in vain? Is a mere notice and a video recording enough to let this matter rest?" Wei Fenghua set down his handkerchief. "What do you believe should be done?" Wu Changqing responded solemnly. "Even if Taijun violated the rules and refused to accept defeat, it is still understandable. What young person is not filled with youthful vigor? He merely lost control for a moment. His crime hardly warrants death. Shouldn't the school be held accountable for delivering the perpetrator?" As his words fell, laughter erupted from behind Wei Fenghua. A girl remarked, Listen. This gentleman is quite eloquent. He conveniently omits the fact that Wu Taijun sought to kill first, yet fixates on blaming others for his son's death. Does the Wu family consider themselves so formidable? Are they permitted to commit murder while their son is not allowed to be killed?" Wu Changqing immediately retorted, "Who are you?" The girl, feigning fright, waved her hands. "I am merely a little girl. Surely, Mr. Wu would not hold it against me." Wu Changqing snorted. "Adults are speaking. Children should be silent." At that moment, Wei Fenghua coughed twice and interjected, "Sujiao, cease your antics and apologize to Mr. Wu." Without waiting for the girl to respond, he bypassed the incident and continued, "Mr. Wu, while Sujiao may be blunt, she does possess a point. Had Wu Taijun not acted first, this unfortunate event might have been avoided. As for the notion of a perpetrator, your words are exaggerated. There was no such perpetrator. It was merely a student acting in self-defense. Our academy would never surrender him to you." "It is late, Mr. Wu. Please take your leave." Having spoken, Wei Fenghua turned to depart, but before Wu Changqing could respond, his wife, Zhang Qianqian, rushed forward, exclaiming, "Wait, are you leaving just like that? Is there no law? You, the Academy of Battle Mechs, are shielding the murderer who killed my child. You are all complicit. You are all criminals. You are lower than dogs and pigs." Suddenly, she pulled an item from her bag and pointed it at Wei Fenghua, shrieking, "If you do not hand over the murderer today, this matter is far from over." It was unmistakably a handgun. Upon seeing the weapon, Wu Changqing realized the gravity of the situation. Just then, he was taken aback as the girl, Su Jiao, who had previously ridiculed him, appeared beside his wife. With a swift motion, she produced a black rope that ensnared Zhang Qianqian's hands, yanking both her and the gun downward, pointing the muzzle to the ground. Following this, a tall male student emerged from the academy, approaching menacingly, his tone laced with disdain. "Given this is your first offense, I shall spare your life with that." He raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap across Zhang Qianqian's face, causing one side of her visage to swell immediately. Wu Changqing's mouth fell agape in disbelief. He could hardly fathom the audacity of the Academy of Battle Mechs in publicly striking his wife. You? Wu Changqing trembled with rage. He considered himself fortunate to have an elder brother serving as the Minister of Security, and he merely sought the school to deliver the perpetrator. He believed that this request was not unreasonable. Yet, unexpectedly, the Academy not only refused to surrender the individual, but also assaulted his wife. With a surge of indignation, Wu Changqing raised his hand, resolved to retaliate. He was not one to back down easily. Several individuals from his entourage were skilled in visualization techniques. However, at that moment, a contingent of armed security personnel emerged from the academy, each wielding weapons. Wei Fenghua coughed twice and stated, "The Academy of Battle Mechs is a place of great significance. With autonomy and its own armed forces, should anyone dare to cause trouble, do not blame the bullets for being indiscriminate." Chapter 54. Escalation of conflict. Wu Changqing, a military enthusiast with a fair understanding of firearms, glanced at the Academy's security personnel, his expression turning increasingly grim. The security forces were equipped primarily with assault rifles, classified as bullpup designs, featuring integrated laser targeting systems that complemented their 1.5x optical sights. The design allowed for ambidextrous operation, making them convenient for combat use. Furthermore, these security personnel were also armed with grenade launchers. This was no mere school security. It resembled a battalion preparing for war. Wu Changqing could not comprehend why the Academy of Battle Mechs would treat him in such a manner, deploying militarized security forces. Could it be that his son's fate would be brushed aside? Unwilling to accept this, Wu Changqing ultimately refrained from striking and instead turned away, retrieving his mobile phone to call his brother, Wu Shimo. Wei Fenghua had no interest in lingering with Wu Changqing. After briefing the security chief, he departed with students like He Hao and Su Jiu. The Academy's security established a cordon outside the gates, clearly signaling that anyone who attempted to breach it would face armed resistance. The standoff persisted for a moment. Soon, headlights illuminated the road before the Academy, with even more vehicles arriving, this time affiliated with the Ministry of Security. Among them were several cars from the local district's Bureau of Security. A total of over a dozen vehicles arrived, and as the doors opened, a throng of individuals poured forth like a swarm of locusts. The personnel from the Ministry of Security donned bulletproof vests and tactical gear, helmets in place, brandishing assault rifles as if ready for battle. Seeing these Ministry of Security personnel, Wu Changqing exhaled in relief. His spirits lifted. He supported his wife, declaring, "My brother has lent us some aid. Tonight, I will ensure the Academy hands over the perpetrator." Rest assured, at that moment, the district's bureau chief approached, exchanging pleasantries with Wu Changqing before stepping up to the Academy gates with a beaming smile. "I am Qi Huaixing, the bureau chief for our school district. I kindly request that you inform the principal that a fatal incident has occurred at the Academy, and we need to conduct an investigation." The head of the Academy's security, hailing from an exploration battalion, immediately drew a tactical handgun, aiming it at the so-called bureau chief and sternly commanded, "Leave. The Academy of Battle Mechs is not under your jurisdiction." Qi Huaixing's face turned a mottled shade of green and purple. He had received a call from the Ministry of Security, instructing him to use the pretense of a fatal incident investigation to gain entry into the Academy to apprehend individuals. To his astonishment, even the Academy's security chief regarded him with disdain. His face darkening, he retorted, "The Academy is located in Guangling City. According to Chapter 7, Article 48 of the Urban Management Regulations, all order maintenance in public places falls under the jurisdiction of the district's Bureau of Security." The security chief, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "According to Chapter 5, Article 127 of the Urban Security Management Law, the Academy of Battle Mechs is directly governed by the Beast Strategy Office. The Academy possesses autonomy, self-governance, territorial rights, and the right to maintain order, along with its own armed forces. This regulation supersedes all other management statutes." Qi Huaixing was rendered speechless, repeatedly signaling to his deputy. The aide fumbled for a tablet, hastily searching through the so-called Urban Security Management Law. At that moment, Wu Changqing stepped forward, shoving Qi Huaixing aside, and turned his gaze to a man behind him, identified by the insignia of the Ministry of Security on his chest. The man cleared his throat and approached. "Although the Academy possesses the autonomy to manage its affairs, we now harbor suspicions that within your institution, there are surface smugglers whom our security department has been relentlessly pursuing. Here is our search warrant." The security department is authorized to access any building or location within Guangling to carry out its operations. We hope you will not complicate matters for us. This moment, the head of security spat on the ground and scoffed. When I was risking my life against colossal beasts on the surface. You security personnel were still sucking on your mother's milk. Don't try to intimidate me. Whether you have a search warrant or not, today you either leave, or you fight your way in. Choose. The affairs officer felt an immediate headache. Tonight, deploying so many field combat personnel was purely to create an imposing atmosphere. He had no intention of truly engaging in battle with the 100 Battles Academy. Seeing the head of security's aggressive stance, he involuntarily glanced at Wu Changqing, in a hushed tone. Wu Changqing remarked, "Charge in. Do you really think they would dare to fire? Once they do, it's no trivial matter. Would they go to such lengths for a single student?" The affairs officer hesitated, but Wu Changqing, suppressing his anger, retorted, "But whatever happens, I will take responsibility." Just then, the ground trembled. Suddenly, beams of light illuminated the academy, blinding Wu Changqing and others momentarily. They then beheld two mechas emerging from the school. Mechas, Wu Changqing shielded his eyes from the glaring light, unable to believe that the academy had deployed mechas. Point one was humanoid, entirely black and heavily built, particularly its robust arms, known as Black Thunder. The other resembled a giant wolf, striding with a majestic gait, identified as the demon machine Greedy Wolf. As the mechas approached the entrance, Black Thunder raised a formidable rifle designed for colossal beasts, while Greedy Wolf displayed its missiles. The barrels, all trained on Wu Changqing and his companions, rendered the affairs officer's face ashen. A single shot from that humanoid mecha's rifle would undoubtedly turn him into a mere pulp. That moment, the demon machine Greedy Wolf illuminated its eyes, projecting a holographic screen in midair. On the screen sat Pan Renfeng in the principal's office, stroking an old cat and not even glancing at the commotion outside the academy gates. "You all seem to be having quite the fun. Mr. Wu, aren't you just relying on your brother, the security minister? Without him, you're nothing. How is it that your child is a child and cannot die, while others' children are not worthy of the same consideration? That's simply unreasonable. In my school, all children are treated equally, regardless of their status outside. Once they enter the academy, they are merely students. If Wu Taijun is bold enough to kill, he must be prepared to face the consequences. Now that he is dead, you parents come here to stir trouble? I'm afraid Pan Renfeng doesn't deal in grand philosophies. I only understand that might makes right. If you still wish to speak of principles, do so with our students' mechas." Chapter 55. The fire of defiance extinguished Wu Changqing's complexion fluctuated, and he lost his composure. If it were merely the security team, he might have dared to confront them. However, now that they had brought out mechas, how could mere flesh and blood compete with these metallic constructs? The combat personnel of the security department were equally pale. No one had informed them they would be facing mechas. True instruments of slaughter. At this moment, a vast wave of dread began to swell within them, and many unconsciously took steps back, including the affairs officer. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the affairs officer proposed, "Mr. Wu, shall we just let this matter go for today?" If Wu Changqing remained obstinate, he would have no choice but to take his leave. He did not wish to risk his life unnecessarily. Wu Changqing clenched his hands tightly, his body trembling, his nails digging into his palms. He felt a deep sense of frustration. But what good was that? He lacked the means to summon a few mechas to assert his dominance. Beyond the Exploration Corps and the 100 Battles Academy, only a handful of individuals possessed mechas, and even they owned only one or two. Fine. Wu Changqing turned and declared, "Tonight, Wu shall accept defeat. However, this matter will not conclude here. We shall see." He initially believed that by taking a step back and acknowledging his misfortune, he had sufficiently lowered his stance. To his surprise, Pan Renfeng interjected, "Hold on, do you think our academy is a place where one can come and go as they please? If that were the case, who would ever regard our academy with any seriousness?" Wu Changqing halted, turning back in astonishment. "What do you want from us? You are not permitted to leave." Pan Renfeng pointed at the affairs officer. "You, call Wu Shimo. Yes, inform your minister. Tell that old fool not to shirk responsibility. Were it not for him supporting his brother, would you field personnel be foolish enough to come to our school and cause a ruckus? This situation requires that Wu himself come here to explain. If he fails to provide an adequate account, every one of you, yes, every single one, whether it be the district security chief or Wu Changqing, should prepare to be sent back to the surface. As for whether any other cities will take you in, that is no concern of mine. Sent back to the surface? How is that different from being exiled from the city? Wu Changqing sprang to his feet. A mere academy holds such power? Pan Renfeng remained silent, while the head of security chuckled coldly. According to Article 127 of the City Security Management Act, there are supplementary regulations. If any individual or group infringes upon the academy for improper reasons, it will be perceived as a threat to city safety, resulting in expulsion and return to the surface. Wu Changqing staggered back repeatedly, never having imagined that he would find himself in such a predicament after merely seeking an explanation for his son. His defiance dissipated, leaving him bewildered and at a loss for how to proceed. In the infirmary, Luo Yan awakened to the light of day. He was unaware that the previous night, the academy had detained Wu Changqing and his entourage on his behalf, only releasing them after Wu Shimo arrived with the city lord's secretary, who had spent considerable time in the principal's office. As a form of compensation, Wu Changqing agreed to provide the academy with a substantial research grant, allowing the matter to be laid to rest, for the time being. After having breakfast in his hospital room, Luo Yan noticed someone lurking outside the door. Once the nurse stepped out, the individual slipped in. It was surpassing from the drug development department, still dressed in his usual round-framed, tinted glasses, flip-flops on his feet, and a golden abacus in hand. With a cheerful demeanor, he said, "How is your health, Luo? I have developed a new drug that will significantly aid your recovery. You wouldn't want to join the practical tests in your current condition, would you?" Luo Yan replied earnestly. "The doctor said I would be able to get out of bed in a few days. Getting out of bed is one thing, being able to fight is another." Surpassing produced a vial of dark liquid resembling the ocean at night, with intermittent flashes of dark red light within. "This is a repair agent I've just developed. I haven't named it yet. I assure you, its effects are remarkable. It will help you rapidly heal your body and restore your vitality. Well, your injuries, that is. In any case, I promise it won't harm you. What do you say? Want to give it a try?" Luo Yan did not respond but inquired, "Yesterday, Yang Lixia gave me a box of spark agents, 20 vials, saying you sent them?" Surpassing nodded. "Indeed." Surprised, Luo Yan asked, "So it was true? But you said you were out of materials?" "Yes." Surpassing placed the vial of repair agent on the bedside. "But that brat Yang Lixia sent me a batch of materials, along with some other ingredients, for me to rush out those 20 vials of spark agents." I said, "Aren't you two friends?" Luo Yan was genuinely taken aback. Yang Lixia had actually sent materials to Surpassing just to expedite the production of 20 vials of spark agents for him. What was he up to? Just then, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Surpassing quickly said, "I must leave now. Remember to use that repair agent, it's very effective. After using it, let me know how you feel. I need to record it. The payment is 2 vials of spark agents." After he departed, Wei Fenghua entered. That was Surpassing from the development department, wasn't he? Wei Fenghua cleared his throat. "Why is he here? Do you know him?" Luo Yan nodded. Wei Fenghua chuckled. "You'd best not get too close to him. He's not a bad person, but those who do tend to find themselves in unfortunate situations." He placed a tablet on the bedside. "You need to rest and cannot attend classes for the next few days. I brought the materials regarding this practical test for you to review. Take a look when you can. In addition, your Mecha White Dragon has already been registered." "Registered?" Luo Yan looked at his mentor in confusion. Wei Fenghua coughed twice while holding a handkerchief to his mouth and said, "Every pilot of a mecha is required to leave a record in the archives of the underground city for the purpose of data tracking. Of course, this is merely a temporary registration for now. Once you possess a mecha that truly belongs to you, the Academy will assist you in creating an account in the mecha database of the underground city. From that moment on, you will be a genuine mecha master, just like He Hao and the others. After their graduation, the mechas they pilot will accompany them as they leave." Luo Yan nodded, grasping the general idea. He then inquired, "Teacher, you mentioned earlier that mechas can be upgraded. Is it possible to upgrade by long?" Wei Fenghua smiled slightly and replied, "Certainly." Luo Yan's eyes immediately lit up. "What aspects can be upgraded?" Chapter 56. A unique experience. Wei Fenghua chuckled and explained, "You should be aware that the levels of mechas, much like the visualization technique, are categorized into 3 tiers: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Beyond these 3 levels, there are the guardian and general tiers. Currently, the upgrades we can perform on mechas are somewhat limited. For the time being, starting from a beginner's body, we can upgrade it to at most the guardian tier." Luo Yan raised his eyebrows. that already provides quite a substantial scope for upgrades. Wei Fenghua pulled out a chair and sat down. He first retrieved a medicine box from his pocket and, after taking his medication, continued, generally speaking, the lower the level of the mecha, the greater the potential for upgrades. Take the beginner mecha as an example. Through enhancements to weapons, armor, energy cores, engines, and supercore matrices, the evaluation of the mecha can be improved. Typically, upgrading from a beginner to an intermediate mecha is the most straightforward. Modifying the external armor, replacing weapons with those of the heavy grade, or making adjustments to the energy core and engine can swiftly elevate it to an intermediate level. Additionally, possessing a supercore matrix is also a viable avenue. Luo Yan recalled information about the supercore matrix that had flashed through his mind. During Mecha Knowledge class, teacher Zhao Yidan had discussed this topic. The fur, scales, and armor of colossal beasts, once reclaimed, can be fashioned into the external armor of mechas. The horns, spines, claws, and teeth of these beasts can serve as foundational materials for weapons. As for the core of a colossal beast, resembling a heart yet existing in a half-crystalline, half-biological state, it constitutes a crucial component of the supercore matrix. The supercore matrix allows the mecha to inherit the attributes of the beast corresponding to its core. The matrix itself can be enhanced by embedding identical cores, and upon reaching level 6, it can activate special abilities. However, the nature of these abilities was not disclosed by Zhao Yidan, who merely stated that they are not accessible to first-year students. At this point, Wei Fenghua coughed twice and advised, if you wish to upgrade by long, I recommend you install a supercore matrix. Luo Yan was momentarily taken aback. He then heard Wei Fenghua continue, originally, to install a supercore matrix, one must first purchase at least one colossal beast core to set up the most basic supercore matrix. However, you have slain 3 colossal beasts, Tao Tai, Li Li, and Z. According to the regulations of the Colossal Beast Strategic Office, any individual who independently slays a colossal beast possesses the rights to its corresponding core. Therefore, you currently hold the rights to use the cores of those 3 colossal beasts. Whether you choose to use them yourself or sell them to the Colossal Beast Strategic Office is entirely up to you. Since you are still a student, Di Zhang has temporarily stored those 3 cores for you, intending to return them upon your graduation as your initial capital for becoming a mecha master. Luo Yan then realized that, unbeknownst to him, he had amassed his first fortune. However, I do not recommend you upgrade just yet. Wei Fenghua smiled. After all, you are not yet the master of Bai Long. You should consider such matters once you have claimed ownership of Bai Long. He stood up, seemingly preparing to leave. Luo Yan recalled another matter and called out to him, Teacher Wei, I wish to learn more about natural resonators. Natural resonators. Wei Fenghua nodded, then searched for paper and pen, writing down a set of account details and a password. The school's database contains information on this topic, sourced directly from the official archives of the Colossal Beast Strategic Office. You can log in using my account. As a natural resonator, it would be beneficial for you to familiarize yourself with relevant information. However, our understanding of natural resonators is quite limited, as you are not exactly commonplace. In any case, there are some documented examples that have been verified as true occurrences and could serve as references. After patting Luo Yan on the shoulder, Wei Fenghua departed. After resting for a moment, Luo Yan picked up his tablet and logged into the Academy's database using Wei Fenghua's account. He searched for information related to natural resonators. Just as Wei Fenghua had mentioned, the records of natural resonators in the archives were indeed sparse. Including Di Zhang, there had only been a handful of individuals who had emerged in the few decades since the creation of the first mecha. However, none of these natural resonators, including Di Zhang, had ever mentioned a phenomenon where they saw visions while resonating with their mechas. Luo Yan recalled vividly that whether he was resonating with Bai Long or piloting Hailai, he had witnessed certain images. In those visions, the mechas seemed to possess life, experiencing joy, sorrow, anger, and sadness. While it could be argued that the experiences with Bai Long might have been mere hallucinations, it seemed implausible for the same to occur while resonating with Hailai. But if they were not hallucinations, how could he explain those visions? This was precisely why Luo Yan sought to understand natural resonators. Initially, he believed he might find answers, but instead, he felt even more bewildered. After perusing the information, Luo Yan felt relieved that he had not hastily divulged his experiences of witnessing those visions during resonance with mechas to others. Such experiences might be unique to him alone, perhaps tied to certain secrets. If others were to discover this, he feared he might become a subject for their research. He did not wish to be a mere test subject. Before long, It was time to leave the underground city. Luo Yan drank the recovery potion given to him by surpassing and felt significantly rejuvenated. He was not only able to get out of bed, but also ready for battle. However, after consuming that potion, Luo Yan had experienced numerous amorous dreams, and his impulses in certain aspects were extraordinarily intense. Surpassing asserted that this phenomenon would persist for several days. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan nearly felt inclined to throttle him while simultaneously questioning the true purpose of the potion. Regardless, he was grateful to surpassing for the recovery potion, as it allowed him to participate in the practical combat test. Early that day, a convoy transporting 12 mechas, along with faculty and students from the academy, set forth from the institution in grand procession. Exiting the underground city of Guangling, they ascended to the surface via a designated highway. The students embarking on their second outing were all filled with excitement. Except for a select few, including Luo Yan, the majority of the students eagerly pressed their faces against the windows, gazing at the scenery outside. The dome of Guangling City was adorned with 3,600 holographic electronic panels, capable of simulating sunrises and sunsets throughout the 4 seasons. Nevertheless, it could never compare to the genuine beauty of the surface world. Moreover, due to the threat posed by colossal beasts, surface cities were gradually disappearing, and the natural ecology was reverting to a primitive state. Consequently, the environment above ground had become increasingly picturesque. However, this was not necessarily a positive development. Due to the presence of colossal beasts in the Yin realm, even outside the Forbidden Zone, flora and fauna were quietly undergoing mutations. If left unchecked, the ecological environment of this planet would undergo drastic changes, evolving into one that favored the survival of colossal beasts. Chapter 57. The Falcon Base. On the very day when Luo Yan and his companions departed, in Guangling City, during daylight hours, an inconspicuous car pulled up in front of a bar. This bar appeared modest in size and was situated in a secluded alley. The alley reeked of sewage, with rats merrily scurrying about. Luo Chongqing emerged from a dusty vehicle that seemed to belong to an ordinary citizen. Covering his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, looking at the dismal surroundings with distaste, he then turned to his assistant. "Are you certain that the individual you mentioned can resolve my troubles?" The assistant nodded vigorously. "I have inquired about many people, including several professionals. They all recommended Chijio. Furthermore, this person does not take on jobs casually. Recently, he seems to be in urgent need of money, which is why he agreed to accept your commission." Wu Chongqing nodded before following his assistant into the bar. Pushing open the heavy door, they entered a surprisingly dimly lit space. It was not yet the bar's operating hours. The tables and chairs had yet to be set up. Behind the bar, there was only one bartender polishing glasses. He glanced up at Wu Chongqing and his assistant, stating, "Sir, we are not yet open for business." The assistant stepped forward, lowering his voice. "We are looking for Chijio." "What Chijio? What turtle dove?" "We do not sell that here," the bartender replied without lifting his head, seemingly preoccupied with his never-ending tasks of cleaning glasses. The assistant did not engage in further conversation, instead producing a magnetic card, swiping it on a nearby card reader, and entering a series of numbers. "Wait a moment." The bartender swiftly intervened, promptly retrieving his magnetic card and connecting it to the card reader, before smilingly stating, "All set." The assistant, with an impassive expression, cast a glance his way and pressed the confirmation button. Instantly, the bartender's account received a credit. He took back his card, lightly kissed it, and then exited the counter, saying, "Follow me." Wu Chongqing, still holding a handkerchief to his mouth and nose, trailed behind the bartender along with the assistant, arriving at a game room. The bartender gently knocked on the door and announced, "Mr. Chijio, the guests have arrived." A voice from within responded with a non-committal hum. The bartender then pushed the door open. Inside the game room, no one was engaged in playing cards. Only a man clad in a dark red long coat stood with his back to the entrance, throwing a series of throwing knives. Each knife, without exception, found its mark embedded in the wall, which was punctuated by the presence of a large rat. On Jiangnan Avenue, at the Luo residence, Luo Tianyi had just returned from the company. Upon entering the house, his eldest son, Luo Nanxing, approached him. With a faint smile, Luo Tianyi inquired, "How did that matter progress?" Luo Nanxing nodded and replied, "I have already instructed someone to convey the intelligence regarding Chiju to the Wu family. I have just received news that Wu Chongqing has gone to meet Chiju." Luo Tianyi walked into his study, opened the wine cabinet, and poured himself a generous half glass of fine wine, taking a small sip and remarking, Excellent. If Qijio can eliminate Luo Tongxue, it would undoubtedly strike a blow to Dijang's faction. However, should Qijio fail, Wu Chongqing will find himself in a precarious situation, which could also implicate Wu Shimo. At that point, we will be able to draw closer ties with the Wu family. Wu Shimo, being the Minister of Security, will facilitate our endeavors significantly. After a brief pause, Luo Tianyi added softly, by the way. How is that matter proceeding? After departing from Guangling City, the convoy from the 100 Battles Academy traveled southwest for 3 days. On the afternoon of the 4th day, seated in the vehicle, Luo Yan could vaguely discern the outlines of tall buildings in the distance. That was a city, and also the location for this practical combat test, the number 9 Forbidden Zone, Gue Fa City. Forbidden zones are not necessarily confined to mountainous or forested environments. Their formation is determined by the presence of a sovereign-level behemoth. Wherever such a creature builds its nest, a forbidden zone will inevitably emerge. These zones can manifest in myriad forms: mountains, canyons, highlands, plains, basins, cities, oceans, deserts. The landscapes within these forbidden areas are diverse and eclectic. As Luo Yan gazed at the distant city silhouette, he recollected the information regarding the number 9 Forbidden Zone, Gue Fa City. This city is overrun with bizarre vegetation that resembles hair. These plants ensnare intruders and can parasitize living beings. Once successful in their parasitic endeavor, they gain the ability to manipulate their hosts. Consequently, within Gue Fa City, especially deep within the urban sprawl, one might discover traces of human and animal habitation. Yet, these are mere illusions. The humans and animals, including the rats and cockroaches in this city, have all been parasitized by Gue Fa, transforming them into puppets of the flora. This peculiar ecosystem is orchestrated by the master of Gue Fa City, a sovereign-level behemoth known as Donghu. The detailed profile is as follows. Codename, Donghu. Level, Sovereign Level 4. Type, Winged Insect. Characteristics, Shadow Manipulation, Puppet Control, Hair Weaving, Mind Reading, Soul Capturing. Weakness, Unknown. While there is currently no direct evidence, all personnel involved in the investigation of Gue Fa City share a common suspicion that the hair-like plants throughout the city are likely the beard-like tendrils of Donghu. At that moment, the vehicle jolted violently as it turned, veering away from Gue Fa City and heading towards a ground base situated 50 to 60 kilometers away. In the aftermath of the beastly catastrophe, the majority of cities have been reduced to ruins. The surviving humans either relocated to pre-established underground cities or, like Luo Yan, struggled to endure in the remnants of urban decay. Some, however, chose to establish homes near the forbidden zones, leading to the emergence of various ground bases. These bases are typically controlled by companies. A portion of the mechs discarded by various city-states and the beastly Strategic Bureau has found its way into the hands of these surface companies through various channels. By possessing mechs, these companies acquire the means to survive above ground. They establish bases and recruit employees who venture into the fringes of forbidden zones to gather medicinal herbs, recover parasitic creatures from behemoths, collect samples of flora and fauna, and document ecological changes within the zones. Usually, these bases collaborate with one or multiple cities, enabling a mutually beneficial arrangement where surface bases seek to obtain mech parts, weapons, potions, and even supercore matrices from the cities. While the cities gain rapid access to ecological data and samples from the forbidden zones, the Falcon base that the Academy's convoy is headed toward is under the control of Black Hawk Company, which boasts 3 mechs, 300 soldiers, and over 40 various types of armored vehicles. The owner of the company, Gao Rue, who is also the master of Falcon base, possesses combat capabilities at the elementary level 5. His subordinates are adept in visualization techniques, reaching approximately elementary level 3. This forms the foundation of the base. Chapter 58. The Veil of Danger unfolds. Students, please lend me your ears. In the swaying vehicle, Wei Fenghua's voice resonated. The director of education stood at the front of the carriage, holding a microphone, declaring, "We will be staying here for the night. Once we arrive at the base, you may explore freely, but try not to cause any trouble. Each surface base is populated by a diverse array of individuals. There are all sorts of people here on the surface." Falcon Base claims to have a cooperative relationship with our Guangling City, yet behind the scenes, no one knows which factions they truly serve. Unlike in the various cities, there is no order here. The only protection you have lies in the firearms you hold. Your safety is solely in your own hands. Soon, they arrived at Falcon Base. The 12 mech transport vehicles could not enter the base itself. Thus, after completing the necessary procedures, only a few vehicles carrying students proceeded into the base. Upon entering, Luo Yan observed numerous makeshift structures, constructed from a variety of materials. The most common were metal sheds, as they are easy to assemble and provide adequate shelter from the elements. Aside from the heat during the day, which made the interiors somewhat uncomfortable, they had few other drawbacks. Moreover, the layout of the base was almost entirely unplanned. Aside from a main road leading directly to the headquarters of Black Hawk Company, the other areas were haphazardly constructed, resulting in a convoluted arrangement. Before long, the school vehicles came to a stop in a square. In the square, soldiers from Black Hawk Company were engaged in training, divided into two teams. One group was jogging around the square, while the other practiced combat drills in the center. Although these soldiers lived on the surface, they were all robust and evidently well-fed. Based on Luo Yan's 3 years of experience living on the surface, he surmised that these soldiers likely had at least one decent meal of meat each day. And the quality of their food must be commendable to maintain such physiques. Behind the headquarters of Black Hawk Company, Luo Yan noticed a mech storage facility. Naturally, the warehouse was securely locked, leaving him unaware of the types of mechs this base possessed. At that moment, each student was handed a tattered cloak, either patched or riddled with holes, to wear before touring the base. Put these on unless you wish to announce your arrival as newcomers, Wei Fenghua instructed. The students, clad in camouflage combat uniforms and equipped with lightweight machine guns, would certainly attract attention if they entered the base in such attire. Without hesitation, Luo Yan donned the cloak, crouched down, and scooped up a handful of sand. He then rubbed it across his face and hair, transforming himself into a disheveled figure. With his crimson gaze, he appeared indistinguishable from the base residents. Wei Fenghua nodded approvingly. Recognizing that Luo Yan's experience on the surface was unmatched by his peers, observing Luo Yan, Zheng Shan mimicked him, quickly getting himself dirty. Li Bohong, too, removed his glasses and followed suit. Luo Yan glanced at him, somewhat surprised. While he expected Zheng Shan to do so, Li Bohong hailed from an esteemed family. His uncle was the current city lord, Lu Haoding, holding a status comparable to Luo Beichen and Wu Taijun among the elite. Noticing Luo Yan's scrutiny, Li Bohong chuckled. I intend to learn the art of survival on the surface from you, Luo classmate, during this trip. Luo Yan remained non-committal. Soon, Wei Fenghua busied himself, and Luo Yan and the other students dispersed throughout the base to broaden their horizons. While it was referred to as a base, it primarily consisted of the square housing Black Hawk Company's headquarters and the surrounding areas, resembling more of a refugee camp. The base lacked walls, merely surrounded by a ring of barbed wire, resulting in considerable dust and sand as they traversed the base. The ground was chaotic, with dust swirling everywhere, and debris and garbage carelessly strewn about, leaving the students from Guangling City feeling quite out of place. Even those like Zheng Shan, who came from humble beginnings, were accustomed to some level of order, as their neighborhoods maintained a standard of cleanliness. Here, however, the atmosphere was grimy and chaotic, filled with a motley assortment of base residents. As Wei Fenghua aptly described, a medley of individuals, including gaunt, ragged wanderers slumped against walls like the living dead. There are also towering mercenaries, adorned with tattoos, clad in tattered battle gear, and shouldering rifles, street vendors, peddling tricycles filled with assorted wares, incessantly shout as they weave through the alleys. Young women, disheveled and revealing, evidently engaged in some ancient trade, are also present. Yet, one striking detail persists. This place is populated by all manner of individuals. Save for children, not a single one in sight. Luo Yan likely understands the reason. During his time in Flower City, the year that marked the beginning of his journey, it was the children who perished most frequently. Following that year, Luo Yan became nearly desensitized to life and death. There are still numerous concealed shops here, Li Bohong remarked softly. Zheng Shan, bewildered, responded, Where? I haven't noticed any. Li Bohong adjusted his glasses and said, Look at those doors ajar, with comings and goings being frequent. They are almost all shops. Well, it's not to be excluded that some engage in flesh trade. Upon Li Bohong's suggestion, Zheng Shan finally observed this phenomenon. Indeed, as Li Bohong had indicated, there was a wooden shack ahead, its door slightly ajar. Just as someone entered, another emerged. The latter lowered their hat brim, walking in the shadows of the roadside, looking flustered. When Zheng Shan glanced at him, the individual immediately shot back a fierce glare. Beneath a tangled brow, Their eyes radiated a menacing light. Luo Yan returned the stare coldly, an aura of lethal intent emanating from him, compelling the stranger to lower their head and swiftly turn into a narrow alley. Luo Yan then cautioned, "Stay vigilant. Sometimes, an inadvertent glance can invite peril." Li Bohong retrieved a small notebook from his pocket, quickly jotting down Luo Yan's words, after wandering for a while and gaining a general understanding of the base. They were about to head back when a sudden commotion erupted ahead, accompanied by shouts. "Stop, you little thief! Don't run, damn it!" Luo Yan immediately sought refuge against the eaves of a nearby tin shack to avoid being mistaken for a target. Zhang Shan and Li Bohong, not wishing to attract trouble, mimicked Luo Yan and retreated to the shelter. A petite figure suddenly dashed out from the alley ahead, revealing a rather attractive girl. She sported short hair, her skin a sun-kissed hue, clad in a low-cut top that exposed her navel. Her waist, devoid of excess flesh, glistened with sweat, while her ultra-short denim shorts clung to her shapely rear, accentuating her long legs. Fully exposed in the AI art in a panic, she sprinted towards Luo Yan and his companions, glancing back as several pursuers charged after her. The girl's eyes darted around, searching desperately. Finally, her gaze landed on Luo Yan, and she shouted, "Catch this, we'll split up." She hurled a black backpack towards him. Instantly, the atmosphere around Luo Yan's closest companions, Zhang Shan and Li Bohong, plummeted in temperature, almost to the freezing point. That moment, the crimson in Luo Yan's eyes reflected the silhouette of the short-haired girl, revealing an unmistakable intent to kill. Chapter 59. The god of death. The girl's action was clearly a desperate bid to shift the pressure onto Luo Yan, diverting her pursuers. Yet, it inadvertently brought forth calamity upon him. For her, there was no sense of wrongdoing. Survival justified all means. If innocent lives were sacrificed in her wake, so be it. Her own survival was paramount. Over the past few years, she had resorted to such tactics numerous times, and her continued existence was testament to their effectiveness. Indeed, the figures pursuing her immediately turned their attention to Luo Yan. The most robust among them, with disheveled brows and a fierce gaze, his upper lip missing a chunk, bellowed, "Don't let her accomplices escape." As several men, fierce as beasts, charged towards Luo Yan, the short-haired girl, after tossing the backpack, pivoted to bolt into another alley. She intended to exploit the labyrinthine layout to elude her pursuers. However, at that moment, she felt a tightness around her neck. Glancing down, she noticed a black rope had inexplicably wrapped itself around her throat. This rope appeared insubstantial, slightly translucent, yet it constricted her neck with a chilling grip. The assailant behind her yanked it forcefully, pulling her back involuntarily. Turning around, she met a pair of glaring crimson eyes. Devoid of warmth or desire, only an icy despair. "Wait! Listen to me." The short-haired girl stammered, but her words were cut short as she caught sight of Luo Yan's cloak billowing in the shadows of the cloak. A blue light ignited. The onlookers merely caught a flicker before Luo Yan had already brushed past the girl. Then, they beheld him wielding a long sword, its blade adorned with intricate azure patterns. A droplet of blood fell from the sword's edge, and with a flick of Luo Yan's wrist, it splattered onto the ground, blooming like a crimson flower. The short-haired girl halted, her voice faltering, as she desperately clutched her neck. Unable to stem the flow of crimson seeping through her fingers, her pupils dilated, and in a dizzying moment, she glimpsed a cloaked figure silhouetted against the light, the red in those eyes striking terror into her heart. Thud in the silence of the alley. The sound of her body collapsing resonated loudly, as her hands, weakened, slipped away from her neck. It was only then that the onlookers realized her throat had been slit. Blood gushing forth like a fountain, a vibrant woman had, in an instant, become a warm corpse. Luo Yan wiped his sword, Star Splitter, on his cloak before sheathing it. He turned and strode past Li Bohong and Zhang Shan. Murmuring softly, it was then that the pursuers snapped out of their stupor. The man with the missing lip bellowed, "Stop! You think you can flee after committing murder?" Simultaneously, he felt a pang of anguish. If he had intended to kill her, that girl would have been dead long ago. It was her body he coveted, and now she had been slain by Luo Yan. Cursing under his breath, he thought, "What a heartless bastard! Such a waste of beauty." Amidst his curses, he grasped his rifle and advanced cautiously, while his companions spread out, forming a perimeter, Luo Hong hastily declared. "We don't know that woman. We are students from Guangling." The leader scoffed. "I don't care where you come from. When you encounter such matters, consider yourselves unlucky. Bind them up, break their legs, but leave them away to live for now." He continued, "I know you practice visualization techniques. However, no matter how fast you are, can you outpace our guns?" With that, the leader aimed at Luo Yan's legs, intending to cripple this formidable foe. A barrage of bullets swept across the ground, approaching Luo Yan, only to collide with an invisible wall, the bullets embedding themselves in the air, unable to move. Technique number 5, Void Wall. Not merely a single barrier, but two, with their backs to the leader. Luo Yan and Luo Hong silently formed seals beneath their cloaks, unleashing their techniques. "Fire! Open fire!" The leader roared, retreating instinctively, sensing the youth were not to be underestimated. Gunfire erupted, 7 or 8 rifles targeting Luo Yan and his companions. Yet all were thwarted by the 2 layers of void wall. Meanwhile, the innocent residents surrounding them were struck by stray bullets, cries of agony filling the air. After expending their ammunition, Luo Yan and his allies counterattacked. Zhang Shan activated his divine concealment, electrocute, employing technique number 1, Black Rope. The black rope, charged with high voltage, ensnared one man's neck, causing him to convulse and foam at the mouth. Luo Hong, raising his hands from within his cloak, brandished a pair of automatic pistols, delivering precise shots that perforated the heads of several assailants. Luo Yan disregarded the minor thugs, focusing instead on the leader with the lip defect. In a flash, star splitter shattered into countless fragments, resembling miniature shooting stars reflecting the morning light, cascading like a shower of luminescence as they whizzed past the leader's body. The rifle in the leader's hands, along with his arms, disintegrated, the remnants falling to the ground. With the aid of the magnetic absorption system, the sword fragments returned and reformed into a blade. "Wait, it's a misunderstanding. A mere misunderstanding," the leader shouted. His previous bravado vanished. Trembling, his heart racing, he watched Luo Yan, a figure resembling a god of death, approach him. "I'm with Night Falcon, the Black Hawk Company. That wench stole our giant beast induction agent, a crucial supply we had just acquired. Misled by her, I mistook you for her accomplices. Resulting in this unfortunate misunderstanding, I offer my apologies." Luo Yan stepped closer, his tone icy. "Night Falcon? From the Black Hawk Company? No, but we." Just as the captain had responded, he witnessed Luo Yan's sword swinging through the air. In the next moment, the sky came into view. The world around him spun in his eyes. Soon, he saw Luo Yan again, alongside a headless corpse lying before him. Chapter 60. Supremacy of Power. Luo Yan sheathed Starbreaker and approached the corpse of the woman. He rummaged through her belongings and ultimately discovered a black bottle, adorned with a silvery gray design. It depicted the image of a bird in flight, characterized by narrow, pointed wings, a short, broad beak, and an upper mandible that curled with serrated protrusions, distinctly resembling that of a falcon. Luo Yan stowed the bottle away and turned his attention to Luo Hong and Zhang Shan. The sudden turn of events had prompted them to respond swiftly, and they had largely retained the training they received at school. However, they were unlike Luo Yan. For them, this was their first experience with taking a life, particularly for Luo Hong, whose marksmanship was nothing short of divine. Receiving praise from instructors during shooting classes for his impeccable accuracy within range, in the heat of the moment, he acted instinctively, felling 6 opponents with a flurry of shots, each one striking true in the forehead, executing them with lethal precision. Yet now, he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, his complexion shifting between shades of green and white, and he turned to the corner to retch. Luo Yan stood nearby, waiting for the two to regain their composure before stating, "Let us depart." They left the alleyway, and as they walked, Luo Hong found himself questioning whether they had been a tad too ruthless. Leaving no survivors, Luo Yan continued his stride, indifferent, remarking, "In the surface world, if you do not exhibit cruelty, you will become prey. If you wish to endure a while longer, you must hone yourself into a chilling blade. If you do not kill, others will kill you. Only through sufficient bloodshed, inflicting pain upon them, can you cultivate deterrence, at the very least. Next time they will contemplate the consequences before striking." Zhang Shan cast a glance at Luo Yan's not particularly imposing figure. Suddenly understanding how this youth, akin to his own age, managed to survive in the surface world. Upon returning to the camp, Li Bohong reported the day's events to Wei Fenghua. After he finished, Wei Fenghua summoned all the students. Announcing the actions taken by Luo Yan and his companions, he then stated, Luo Yan and his team performed admirably. You have not experienced the catastrophe of beasts, nor have you lived on the surface. You still cling to the moral and ethical values shaped by your environment and education before the disaster. However, on the surface, 3 years after the catastrophe, those values have crumbled entirely. What now sustains social relations among people is force. It is power. As you traverse the surface, you must grasp the principle of supremacy of power. Only when you possess formidable strength can you earn respect. Only then can you engage and communicate with the outside world. Otherwise, you are merely the fish on the chopping block. The students listened intently, and among the second-year students, Yang Lixia inhaled sharply, whispering to his 2 companions, Did you hear? Classmate Luo went on a spree today, taking down several people at the base. What a display of dominance! I find myself starting to admire him. At that moment, Zhang Hao, seated beside him, nudged Yang Lixia gently. Boss, your goddess. Yang Lixia turned to see Lu Ruhan nearby. Her eyes sparkling, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she gazed at Luo Yan in the crowd. Yang Lixia despaired. It's over, it's over. With the teacher promoting him like this, my baby will only grow more interested in classmate Luo. Suddenly, a small stone flew in from nowhere, landing on Yang Lixia's shoulder. He looked up to see Wei Fenghua casting a glance in their direction. Yang Lixia quickly donned a smile, straightening up to feign attentiveness. Wei Fenghua cleared his throat a couple of times before continuing. Tomorrow, we will commence practical testing. You should already be familiar with the content, but I will reiterate it briefly to ensure that some students who spaced out during class have retained the information. He deliberately glanced at Yang Lixia, cleared his throat a few more times, and after sipping some water, stated, The testing location will be City of Deception, which is, of course, a peripheral area and relatively safe. I have already coordinated with Black Hawk Company to pause all their operations while we conduct our tests, so you need not worry about disturbances from base personnel. He continued to explain the team divisions. We have a total of 12 mechs. We will draw lots shortly to form groups of 3, dividing into 4 teams. Aside from the mech operators, other students will also draw lots to join the mech operators in a combined combat department. I must emphasize once more that mech combat is not a solitary endeavor but a collective effort. While mechs engage in frontline combat, tactical advisors, logistical support, and engineers for repairs are required in the rear. Thus, aside from the mech operators, other students will play roles as tactical advisors, logistics personnel, and maintenance staff within their respective teams. Do not underestimate the importance of these 3 roles. They are crucial in ensuring the mechs can operate at full capacity on the front lines. Therefore, in terms of scoring, I will not only evaluate the performance of each team's mechs, but also observe the contributions of other departments. Regarding reward distribution, we will employ the 73 distribution ratio that is utilized by the Surface Exploration Legion and even the Beast Strategy Office. This means that for every group, the 3 mech operators will receive 70 of the rewards, which will then be further allocated based on their performances, while the remaining 30 will be evenly distributed among the other members. Now, are there any questions? Wei Fenghua waited a moment, noting that there were no inquiries, before announcing the drawing of lots for team assignments. Soon, the mech operators groupings were established. Luo Yan, Li Bohong, and Zheng Shan were assigned to Group A of the first year. Alongside them, in Group B, were Lin Cheng, who bore a scar on his right cheek, Li Ji, who wore thick glasses, and Shin Yu, who was exceedingly low-key with an unremarkable appearance. For the second-year students, Group A consisted of Lu Ruhan, Zhao Ping, and Chen Dingsheng, while Group B included Xia Yun, Wang Lei, and Zhou Feng. Once the assignments for tactical advisors, logistics, and engineering personnel were completed, Wei Fenghua instructed the 4 teams to convene for operational meetings. Lacking any experience in such collaborative endeavors, Luo Yan felt disinclined to take charge and thus appointed Li Bohong to lead. As the students began to fervently discuss the upcoming test at the headquarters of Black Hawk Company. On the 5th floor, a middle-aged man stood beside a large window, gazing down at the flickering lights of the academy camp below. This man, with graying hair slicked back and a black eye patch covering his left eye, was clad in combat attire and military boots, a holster at his side containing a desert eagle. He held a goblet filled with red liquid, which swirled as he looked into it. The reflection in the glass revealed a weathered face with sharp features. He was Black Hawk, the master of this base. Chapter 61. Only the favor of the east wind remains. Gao Rui, just over 50, observed the flames illuminating the student camp below, draining his glass of red wine. The wine had been procured from the city of deception, a city he had known intimately, having spent much of his life there before it became a forbidden zone. It was this familiarity with the environment that allowed him to swiftly gather the first and most critical supplies, laying the foundation for Black Hawk Company even before the base took shape. Gao Rui gazed into the depths of the night, towards the tallest building in the city of deception, known as the Sky City, the city's landmark structure. One day, I shall sit atop that edifice, sipping wine. Gao Rui habitually set goals for himself, believing that one must have aspirations to avoid squandering time and letting life slip away. He often felt he lived with more clarity than others. Recently, he had taken on a grand undertaking. Others believed him mad, yet only he understood what he truly desired. Finishing the wine in his goblet, he approached his desk. In the office, apart from him, there were two others. One was a corpulent man resembling a mountain of flesh, his bald head covered in a multitude of tattoos. The other possessed a donkey-like visage, ugly and fierce, chewing on something indiscernible. These were Gao Rui's most capable aides, his two most competent action supervisors. The former was known only as Monk, for he delighted in preaching, especially to the deceased, perpetually reeking of alcohol, and relishing in meals devoid of meat. The latter was dubbed Donkey 4, a name that was clearly not his real one. But in the base, having a code name sufficed. Boss, Donkey 4 offered Gao Rui a cigarette and lit it for him. There was an incident at the base today. The Night Falcon members were slaughtered. The assailants were reportedly those students downstairs. Gao Rui raised an eyebrow. Oh, those sheltered flowers dare to kill? No wonder they have the audacity to venture to the surface and even into the forbidden zone for practical combat. At this moment, Monk spoke in a deep voice. Boss, the Night Falcon wants us to provide an explanation. They claim that if we do not hand over the murderer, they will seek another buyer for that shipment. Gao Rui let out a sound and remarked, Monk, how did you manage that? I imparted wisdom to them. They have now descended into hell to repent. The monk's eyes, which were squinted together due to the pressure of flesh, slightly opened, revealing a narrow slit. Within that gap, a sharp glint flashed like a blade. Gao Rui nodded in agreement. That is precisely how it should be done. Given the gravity of the matter, the Nighthawk's desire to hinder my progress at a crucial moment warrants their elimination. Donkey Lao Si lowered his voice further. Boss, the items from Guangling have arrived. Would you like to inspect them personally? Gao Rui replied nonchalantly, there's no need. After all these years, can I not place my trust in you? In any case, everything is in place, awaiting only the favorable wind. Donkey Lao Si exchanged glances with the monk, and both laughed, albeit with a veneer of amusement. The following day, the Academy's convoy split into 4 orderly teams as they departed from the base. Inside the vehicle, Luo Yan heard the base's announcement blaring forth. A notification was being issued. Effective immediately, all activities related to the Falcon base are suspended. Individuals or groups are prohibited from entering the Forbidden Zone for exploration for a duration of 1 week. Any violations will result in immediate expulsion, with a permanent ban on re-entry to the base. The announcement was repeated throughout the journey, even with the windows separating them. Luo Yan could hear the residents outside grumbling. Having lived on the surface, he understood their grievances. These individuals relied on the Forbidden Zone for their livelihoods, or else they would not have taken up residence in the Falcon base. Now, they were being asked to refrain from work for a week without any mention of compensation for their losses. It was no wonder they were disgruntled. In truth, the Academy's practical tests being conducted here had already provided compensation to the hunting seat base, but whether Black Hawk Company would distribute it was not the Academy's concern. Soon enough, the 4 teams had departed the base. Each convoy consisted of 3 mech transport vehicles, 1 armored command vehicle, 2 logistics supply vehicles, 2 mech maintenance vehicles, and 8 escort vehicles. Sitting in the vehicle carrying Bai Long, Luo Yan watched as several convoys gradually dispersed across the wilderness. He picked up the communicator and said, Teacher Wei mentioned that in this test, the 4 teams are competitors. The team with the highest score will receive an additional prize. Moreover, the test begins the moment we leave the base. So why shouldn't we attack the other convoys? As long as we incapacitate their mobility and sabotage their mechs, wouldn't our chances of securing first place increase? Voices from several tactical advisors crackled through the communicator. Luo student, your approach is rather wild. This is the Academy's test. Skill should be demonstrated within the Forbidden Zone, not used against our own. Only Luo Yan could conceive of such a strategy. However, a dissenting voice emerged in the communicator. I believe Luo student's suggestion merits consideration. It was Li Bohang's voice. We must carefully select which team to target. Instantly, the communication channel erupted in chaos. Li student, are you serious? We don't need to stoop so low. What honor is there in such a victory? Just as opinions remain divided, Zhang Shan's voice pierced through the channel. Look quickly, the second-year team. One of their mech transport vehicles is starting to deploy. Luo Yan swiftly glanced out the window and indeed saw that in a nearby second-year convoy. The compartment of one transport vehicle was opening. Realizing the situation, Luo Yan decisively leapt from his seat and dashed towards the mech storage bay, shedding his outer garment to reveal the pilot suit he had already donned beneath. As he placed the Bluetooth communicator in his ear, he heard chaos erupting in the communication channel. In a way, have the second years lost their minds? Are they really planning to deploy mechs at this time? Which team are they targeting? I think you're all overreacting. They must be experiencing a malfunction. The communication channel was a cacophony of confusion, clearly indicating that these students had yet to get into the right mindset. Luo Yan immediately roared into the channel with fierce intensity. Anyone who doesn't want to die, shut up. The channel fell silent at once. Luo Yan continued, I'm preparing to launch an attack. Bohang, Zhang Shan, you two stand by. As he spoke, Luo Yan had already entered the cockpit of Bai Long. He donned the helmet that sat beside him and, with the aid of the instruments, connected the mech's neural wires to the interface of his pilot suit. He then pressed the symbiosis button on the floating sensor, initiating a connection with the mech through the neural wires. Chapter 62. Orange Cat versus White Dragon in Class A of the second year. Yang Lixia sat in the armored command vehicle, scrutinizing various parameters displayed on the computer screen, taking a hearty bite of an apple. Beside him, a classmate acting as an advisor, wearing an earbud communicator, reported, Orange Cat is functioning normally and ready for activation. He then removed the communicator and quietly added, why does Lu student insist on renaming the original mech Xinguang to Orange Cat? I really can't comprehend her taste. Yang Lixia shot him a glance, saying, if you could understand, she wouldn't be my goddess. The thoughts of a goddess are as profound as the ocean. Even I cannot fathom them, let alone you. He then cheerfully addressed the communication channel. Lu student, who shall be our target for this assault? Lu Ruohan's sweet voice chimed in over the channel. Class A of the first year. Yang Lixia paused for a moment, then moved aside to speak on a private channel. Are you sure? ISNT that the team with Luo Yan? Lu Ruohan replied with a nasal then added, is there a problem? A flash of realization struck Yang Lixia. I understand now. I've been mistaken. The goddess has no interest in Luo student. Otherwise, why would she target Class A of the first year? Yang Lixia's heart soared, though he cautiously inquired, no issues, just that I had thought you were interested in Luo student. Lu Ruohan chuckled softly. I find this junior quite intriguing. Don't you think he is interesting? Hearing this, Yang Lixia's heart shattered with a sound akin to breaking glass. Then why attack Class A of the first year? ISNT your target Luo Yan? At that moment, a voice echoed from the armored vehicle. Orange Cat is on the move. Yang Lixia looked over to see on a large screen that the mech transport vehicle's compartment had fully opened. The bright yellow-painted mech tumbled out, its steel fingers, covered in a layer of nano armor, pressed into the ground to assist in stabilizing its balance. The mech then sprang forth like an agile orange cat, heading straight for Class A of the first year, whereby Long was located. Simultaneously, Yang Lixia heard Lu Ruohan's voice in his earpiece. It is precisely because I find him intriguing that I want to personally engage with him, to see what he is truly made of, whether he is worthy of my affection. Suddenly, Yang Lixia's mind erupted in a scream. No. In that fleeting moment, his composure nearly shattered. Various thoughts raced through his head. Lu student enjoys challenging new experiences. Perhaps her interest in Luo student is merely a fleeting fancy. Moreover, her mech piloting skills have always been top-notch. Luo student definitely cannot compete with her. If she defeats Luo student, she will surely lose interest in him. Wouldn't he that present me with an opportunity? No. Lu student has hardly any practical experience piloting mechs, while Luo student has taken down colossal beasts in the Forbidden Zone, 2 of them. In fact, Lu student cannot possibly be his match. What should I do? Yes, I must break up with Lu student now. As long as I act swiftly enough, sorrow shall not catch up to me. But what breakup? Lu student and I were never officially together. Yang Lixia clutched his head, ensnared in an endless quandary. Outside the armored vehicle, as Orange Cat charged towards Class A of the first year, it began to fire its rifle at the vehicle housing Bai Long, deliberately missing and only causing debris to erupt from the ground nearby. This was an unmistakable provocation. Consequently, Luo Yan made a decisive move. As Bai Long rolled down from the already open transport bay, it spun once on the ground before crouching. He observed the bright yellow mech charging towards him, its rifle deliberately aimed not at Bai Long's head but rather at its knee joint as it opened fire. Luo Yan maneuvered the mech to roll away, then locked onto the outskirts of Guafa City through the panoramic display. With the momentum from his roll, Bai Long turned and took off at a sprint toward that direction. The mech's strides were colossal, swiftly surpassing the convoy and racing ahead. In the control room, Li Bo Hang's voice came through the communicator. Luo student, we're coming to support you. Luo Yan replied with an impassive expression. No need, if you come to support, you may very well fall into their trap. Li Bo Hang reacted swiftly. You mean the second-year students plan to use one mech to entangle us, allowing the remaining two to seize the opportunity to hunt the colossal beasts and earn credits? Luo Yan acknowledged with a then added, from now on, do not contact me. After neutralizing that mecha, I shall rendezvous with you all at the designated location. Li Bo Hang straightforwardly replied, all right, Zheng Shan, not forgetting to offer his caution. Advised, Lao Luo, take care of yourself. Once the communication concluded, Luo Yan was wholly engrossed, maneuvering the mecha as it traversed the sprawling thickets and woodlands on the outskirts of the city. Just as he was about to collide with a building, Bai Long abruptly veered left. Rolling away. The exterior of the 7- or 8-story residential building, its walls adorned with moss and vines at approximately the 5th floor, suddenly erupted. This was due to the barrage of bullets from Jumao, comparable to artillery shells from a warship. Several projectiles penetrated the floors, shattering walls and obliterating rooms, finally bursting forth from the rear of the residential structure. They advanced straight ahead, severing several nearby houses in half, causing them to collapse in a cacophony, generating tons of debris on the ground. Taking refuge behind a large edifice, Luo Yan in the cockpit of Bai Long first utilized the breakthrough eye to survey the surroundings. Although each mecha was equipped with a behemoth radar that would alert them upon detecting the energy spectrum of a giant beast, its scanning range paled in comparison to Luo Yan's breakthrough eye. Confirming that no giant beasts lurked nearby through the panoramic viewport, he then focused his attention on the second-year mecha. At that moment, he received a communication request from the pilot of that mecha, yet Luo Yan chose not to respond. Raising his divine weapon, he locked onto his adversary's mecha through the unique vision of the breakthrough eye and fired at the main engine located in the opponent's chest. Bang! The resounding gunfire reverberated through the buildings, shattering the windows of the edifice before him. The bullets tore into the structure, walls, furniture, pillars. Everything was penetrated and obliterated as if made of paper. The projectiles swiftly exited the building, heading straight for the chest engine of Zhu Mao. Inside the cockpit of Zhu Huang, a girl clad in a form-fitting combat suit akin to a diving suit squinted her eyes slightly while chewing on something. How rude, however, I like it. Chapter 63. Mecha Warfare. A fierce battle. Even as the building erupted, Lu Ruhan had already maneuvered her mecha to pivot. Originally named Qingguang, it was renamed Zhu Mao by Lu Ruhan. The mecha's design was agile, belonging to the lighter category. Its movements were nimble, and its speed was swift, making it well-suited for female mecha pilots. Under Lu Ruhan's control, it evaded attacks while raising its rifle, running and shooting simultaneously. Bai Long mirrored this response. Both mechas refrained from recklessly approaching one another, maintaining a distance as they darted between buildings. The crossfire continuously shattered and toppled the structures around them. In the midst of their assaults, both pilots remained vigilant, evading incoming fire. In comparison, Zhu Mao's movements were evidently more agile and fluid. Despite being a natural resonator, Lu Ruhan had only undergone training for less than 3 months. Luo Yan's actions were visibly coarse. With many details poorly executed, his movements often too exaggerated, lacking finesse, he was acutely aware of his shortcomings. Thus, while operating the mecha, he utilized Guan Shan Hai to invigorate his energy, leveraging the sympathy system to amplify it, creating a layer of profound brilliance upon the surface of his armor. When bullets grazed the mecha, Bai Long's armor manifested rock-like patterns, swiftly absorbing the impact and leaving the exterior unscathed. Luo Yan patiently awaited the opportune moment. He knew his marksmanship was no match for Li Bohong's. It was utterly impossible to incapacitate the opposing mecha with a rifle. Moreover, Bai Long, being a novice model, was not equipped with additional ranged weaponry. Presumably, the opponent's mecha was similarly unarmed. Hence, Luo Yan bided his time for the enemy to exhaust their magazine. When their firepower was diminished, it would be the perfect moment for close-quarters combat. Soon enough, the magazine of Zhu Mao's rifle was empty, and the gun fell silent. The opportunity had arrived. A flicker of determination flashed in Luo Yan's eyes. Through the sympathy system, the mecha seemed to sense his resolve. The energy furnace roared to life, unleashing all engine power as Bai Long surged forward. The silver-white giant dashed past a nearby hotel, the windows reflecting a cascade of silver light. The mecha leapt across the roadway in front of the hotel. As it landed, the concrete surface, adorned with wild grass and flowers, immediately collapsed, sending shockwaves that propelled nearby wrecked vehicles into the air. Shattering the windows of surrounding buildings, with a powerful thrust, Bai Long soared into the air, raising its right hand as an alloy chain sword erupted from its wrist armor. From a commanding height, it locked onto its target. The chain sword transformed into a streak of electric light, trailing a dazzling arc, imbued with formidable kinetic energy, descending like a bolt of lightning. Combat technique, thunderclap. However, just as the chain sword reached above Zhu Mao, it was thwarted by an invisible barrier. Through the panoramic viewport, Luo Yan observed the opposing mecha, painted in bright yellow, forming hand seals with both arms. The spent rifle had long been discarded to some corner. Inside the cockpit of Zhu Mao, Lu Ruhan chuckled. Luo Yan's movements are so predictable, I knew he would wait for me to empty my magazine, then rush in for close combat. Anticipating this, Zhu Mao discarded its rifle immediately after expending its ammunition, and proceeded to form seals, employing the 5th-level arcane technique, Empty Barrier. Yet, while Empty Barrier successfully deflected Thunderclap, it was ultimately shattered by Bai Long's strike. After casting Empty Barrier, Lu Ruhan swiftly formed seals once more. This time, chains formed from condensed energy surged from the ground, binding Bai Long's limbs in a second control attempt. 3rd-level arcane technique, Binding Chains. Subsequently, Zhu Mao took a significant step back, creating distance, and while the mecha slid along the pavement, she formed seals for the 3rd time. Instantly, a spectral giant wolf, towering to the knees of the mecha, materialized. This was the 10th-level arcane technique, Phantom Wolf. Meanwhile, as Luo Yan found himself ensnared by the energy chains, he immediately wielded the chain sword to sever the bindings. However, at that moment, the Phantom Wolf lunged towards him. Furthermore, the pilot of the opposing mecha continued to form seals, indicating that she, like Wu Taijun, was an enthusiast of arcane techniques. Just as the Phantom Wolf leapt upon him, the ground beneath Bai Long quaked violently. Then, spiked stone pillars, thick at the base and sharp at the top, erupted from the earth. Though Luo Yan attempted to retreat, the stone pillars still grazed his legs, creating friction with the energy defense layer on his armor, dulling its radiant glow somewhat. This was the 11th-level arcane technique, Stone Spire. Although Bai Long was not pierced by the stone spire, the chaotic thicket of pillars ensnared it that moment. As Bai Long was grazed by the stone spire, the Phantom Wolf had already leapt onto the mecha. The Phantom Wolf clamped its jaws around the neck of the mecha, attempting to sever it. At this juncture, Zhu Mao refrained from further casting arcane techniques, instead opening the external armor of its arms. From the armor on both upper arms, a pair of orange short swords emerged, delivered by mechanical arms. Grasping the 2 short blades, Zhu Mao leaned forward, her upper body nearly parallel to the ground. This lightweight mecha moved with lightning speed, akin to a cheetah locking onto its prey, darting towards Bai Long, which was immobilized by the stone pillars and entangled by the Phantom Wolf. The series of arcane techniques had merely been a prelude. Lu Ruhan's decisive strike was also a close-quarters combat maneuver. However, when Zhu Mao was merely 10 meters from Bai Long, it suddenly halted and shifted sideways. Simultaneously, Bai Long unleashed a surge of energy. The visible energy radiance surged and swelled, stirring up dust and creating a formidable spectacle. Luo Yan had employed the secret technique, Kai Yuan Luan. At the moment of the eruption, Bai Long swung the chain sword, instantly unleashing a torrent of thunder that covered a vast fan-shaped area in front of the mecha. The Phantom Wolf, which had been perched on the mecha, the stone pillars ensnaring Bai Long's feet, and the moss-covered concrete surface, along with the rusted remnants of vehicles, all disintegrated in the dazzling electric light. Thunderclap, a technique that could only be used in the state of Kai Yuan Luan, wielded tremendous power, transforming an area over 500 meters in front of the mecha into a desolate wasteland. Even though Lu Ruhan had anticipated Luo Yan's explosive move and had already taken evasive action, she still found herself swept by the electric light. The exterior armor of Zhu Mao charred significantly, even shedding in places. Fortunately, it was merely a superficial wound, not hindering its ability to roll across the pavement, crash into a building, and burst forth from its. The building teetered on the brink of collapse. Zhu Mao seized the fleeting moment of Luo Yan's post-explosion vulnerability. Closing in on Bai Long, the two short swords traced a delicate silhouette reminiscent of gentle night rain, intertwining with Bai Long's frame. This was Lu Ruhan's combat technique, Night Rain. Chapter 64. Headbutt.in, the armored command vehicle of the second-year A-class. Upon witnessing Zhu Mao subduing Bai Long with a dazzling display of dual sword attacks on the large screen, Yang Lixia excitedly shouted, "Well done." The classmates in the vehicle were startled by his enthusiasm. Yang Lixia joyfully exclaimed. Embracing one of his classmates, Lu Ruhan is simply amazing. She set the stage with a series of arcane techniques, all for this moment of eruption. Moreover, she clearly predicted Luo Yan's strategy, taking evasive action beforehand. She has him completely under her control. The classmate he embraced was nearly breathless. Fortunately, Yang Lixia has released his grip, thus salvaging his life. The classmates in the vehicle gazed at him in silence, pondering how Lu Ruhan's victory seemed to delight him more than the main protagonist. Indeed, Yang Lixia was elated. If Luo Yan were to falter here, Lu Ruhan would undoubtedly lose interest in him, thereby presenting Yang Lixia with an opportunity. Contemplating this, he mused internally, "Classmate Luo, why not concede? Consider it a favor to me. Just allow yourself to be bested by Lu." On the outskirts of Guifa City, the white dragon mech pulsated with energy. In a mere instant, it endured countless assaults. The protective armor and the energy defense layer enveloping the mech were rapidly dissipating. Lu Ruhan's battle technique, Night Rain, adeptly dismantled physical and energy-based defenses with finesse. Once the defenses were breached, an unprotected mech would disintegrate under her twin swords in an instant. Yet at that moment, White Dragon advanced rather than retreating, braving the onslaught of Orange Cat. With arms outstretched, it enveloped Orange Cat tightly. Then, with a powerful heave, it lifted the lighter enemy mech off the ground. Inside the cockpit, under the influence of the symbiotic system, Lu Ruhan felt an overwhelming sense of aggression as Luo Yan gripped her from the front. Her heart raced wildly, and her mind went blank. At that instant, the panoramic display showed White Dragon's head tilting backward. The next second, the opposing mech's head loomed large in the view. Just then, Lu Ruhan's words trailed off as a deafening roar erupted in her ears. White Dragon had charged forward with a headbutt. The screen flickered, and Lu Ruhan was left dizzy from the impact. Again, White Dragon reared its head, delivering a second headbutt. The students in the armored vehicle were left speechless, witnessing White Dragon employing a brutish style akin to street brawling, delivering one headbutt after another to Orange Cat. After 5 or 6 blows, an alarm echoed within the armored vehicle point. One student glanced at the display and exclaimed, "The symbiotic system of Orange Cat has been severed. Lu's signal has gone offline. Has she lost consciousness?" Yang Lixia's mind buzzed, his spirit plummeting as he stared at the screen. There, White Dragon had ceased its assault, as Orange Cat's head had tilted to the side, indicating that its pilot had evidently succumbed to unconsciousness. "No?" Yang Lixia cried out in despair, as if facing the apocalypse. His classmates cast sidelong glances at him, then began to murmur among themselves. Yang's emotions are truly profound. Indeed, he is happier than anyone at Lu's victory, yet now more despondent than anyone at her defeat. This, too, is a form of enlightenment. But in the next moment, Yang Lixia lifted his head and began to chuckle, inexplicably exclaiming, "Wonderful, absolutely splendid." Unfazed by the bewildered gazes of his classmates, he fixated on one thought. Luo Yan's method of defeating Lu Ruhan was far too crude. Through this ordeal, Lu Ruhan would surely realize that she and Luo Yan inhabited entirely different realms, akin to parallel lines that would never intersect. Compared to Luo Yan, Yang Lixia's world was much closer to Luo Yan's. Wasn't this an opportunity? Haha, thank you, Luo Yan. Your method of vanquishing Lu is truly appreciated. Yang shall owe you a great debt of gratitude. In the city, Luo Yan released his grip, allowing the orange cat mech to collapse to the ground. However, he did not depart just yet. He meticulously severed the joints of orange cat with his chain sword, then proceeded to dismantle its external armor, treating the process with utmost care, as if disrobing a woman. Inside the cockpit, Luo Yan groaned back to consciousness, only to find Luo Yan busily attending to her mech. For a moment, she was taken aback, then noticed White Dragon standing upright, cradling an energy core, methodically unplugging the wires. Luo Yan's mind went blank. This cannot be Orange Cat's energy core, can it? What is he doing? Why is he taking my energy core? At that moment, with the energy core removed, the mech lost its power supply one by one. The instruments in the cockpit ceased functioning, and even the lights extinguished. After a brief interval, a red light flickered to life. This was the backup battery activating. However, it could only power the cockpit's door or facilitate an emergency escape by the mech technician, rendering it incapable of combat. Luo Yan had no choice but to disconnect the neural connectors, open the cockpit, and exit the mech. Standing atop its head, she watched as White Dragon, clutching Orange Cat's energy core, dashed away. Immediately, Luo Yan felt a wave of nausea upon witnessing Orange Cat's joints completely destroyed, rendering it incapacitated. That guy has gone too far. Sabotaging Orange Cat's joints, paralyzing its functions, and removing the energy core. He clearly has no intention of allowing me to participate in the actual battle. Instantly, the girl, having removed her helmet, huffed. He doesn't seem so intriguing after all. At the Falcon base, Wei Fenghua, who remained at the base, observed the entire battle between Luo Yan and Luo Yan through drone footage. He coughed twice, glancing at the nearly disassembled orange cat, allowing a barely perceptible smile to surface. Then, he turned to the panel of judges behind him. Esteemed colleagues, what are your thoughts on the performances of both combatants? A middle-aged man, possessing scant hair yet stubbornly covering his forehead with a few strands, replied. Lu, as a second-year student, maintained excellent control over the battle's rhythm. She evidently grasped Luo Yan's combat style, excelling in close-quarter encounters throughout the initial, mid, and final phases. Her performance was commendable. However, alas, she ultimately faltered due to a lack of experience. In a mere second or two, failing to incapacitate her target's mobility, she should have retreated to regroup. Yet, driven by her desire to win, she fell prey to Luo's opportunism, resulting in a victory achieved through brute force. In my view, both students are exceptional. Hardly had he finished speaking when someone scoffed, "Exceptional? That Luo Yan. Was that fighting? It resembled a street brawl. I've never heard of a mech pilot deciding victory with headbutts." The dissenting voice belonged to Huang Yong, a first-year mentor who had once instructed Luo Beichen. Bearing the grudge of Luo's defeat and death, he could no longer contain his frustrations upon hearing a colleague praise Luo Yan. The middle-aged teacher, with his sparse hair, shot Huang Yong a glance and retorted, "What of headbutts? Regardless of the color of the cat, a good cat is one that catches mice. Teacher Huang, as educators, we ought to harbor fewer biases against our students. We should evaluate them from a standpoint of fairness and impartiality to maintain objectivity." Someone nodded in agreement. Teacher Xie Guangyao is right. Every novel tactic, before its inception, is often unprecedented, is it not? I believe Luo Yan demonstrates keen adaptability and quick thinking. He is a promising mech pilot. Other teachers echoed this sentiment. Seeing this, Huang Yong snorted. Paths that diverge cannot conjoin. With that, he stormed away. The teacher named Xie scoffed. Huang's temperament is far too extreme. Someone whispered. He is not just extreme. When he is petty, he is even less tolerable than a woman. Wei Fenghua cleared his throat, redirecting everyone's focus to him. The director stated, since everyone believes Luo Yan performed admirably, shall we commend him in Class A of the first year? The teachers nodded in agreement. Consequently, on a large screen not far from them, Class A of the first year silently ascended a rank, temporarily securing the top position among the teams. Exiting the tent, Huang Yong continued to grumble. Suddenly, sensing something, he looked up to find a substantial figure blocking his path. The Black Hawk Company supervisor, known as Monk, squinted his eyes into slits. A smile forming on his chubby face. Teacher Huang, do you have a moment? Our boss would like to invite you to dinner. The temporary assembly point for Class A of the second year. The incapacitated orange cat was being hauled back. The maintenance personnel surveyed the disassembled mech, shaking their heads in dismay. Though replacement joint components were available in the repair vehicle, a rush could result in a rough fix by evening. The most critical issue lay in the energy core that Luo Yan had taken. Without the energy core, Orange Cat was merely a heap of scrap metal. The repair vehicle had no spare energy cores. Meanwhile, young Lixia observed his goddess descending from the mech transport vehicle, her expression dark. Though outwardly composed, her restlessness was evident in her small gestures. Knowing her well, young Lixia sensed Lu Ruhan was quite irritable at the moment. In light of this, he felt a sense of relief wash over him, as if the storm had passed. Once again, he silently expressed gratitude for Luo Yan's destructive intervention. He then jogged over, offering her a drink rich in various trace elements. Lu, you've worked hard. Lu Ruhan glanced at him, accepted the drink without hesitation, and expressed her thanks. Hearing her utter the word thank you made young Lixia's heart bloom with joy. He had known Lu Ruhan for nearly 2 years. Each time he presented her with a gift, regardless of its value, he had faced numerous rejections. As for the word thank you, this was an unprecedented occurrence. This led young Lixia to increasingly believe that the goddess must have discovered his merits. Finally moved by his sincerity, which was why her attitude began to shift. At that moment, the other 2 mech engineers arrived. The crew cut Chen Dingsheng, without even approaching, shouted loudly, Lu, what on earth happened? You've even let someone dismantle the energy furnace. Now Orange Cat is essentially rendered useless, and we haven't even begun testing yet, leaving our team short a mech. Tell me, what shall we do next? Young Lixia immediately sprang to her defense, pointing at the crew cut and exclaimed, Chen, are you even a man? How can 2 mechs not undergo testing? What, when we hit the battlefield, are you saying we can't afford for our friendly mechs to malfunction? If you lack even this minimal coping ability, I suggest you reconsider your career as a mech engineer. It's quite embarrassing. Chen Dingsheng, instantly infuriated, pointed at young Lixia and shouted, You aren't even a mech engineer. Why are you interfering? The good-natured Zhao Ping stepped in, saying, We're all classmates here. Let's not get angry, let's discuss this calmly. Young Lixia still wanted to retort sarcastically, but suddenly, the goddess strode forward. She bowed deeply to both Chen Dingsheng and Zhao Ping, saying, I sincerely apologize. This time, I was indeed too reckless. I thought I could easily manage my opponent without considering the consequences, which has put our team in a passive position. Young Lixia was left dumbfounded. The goddess had actually apologized? Surely he hadn't misjudged her? Such a proud individual, and yet she was apologizing? Not only that, but to someone as inconsequential as Chen Dingsheng. Not just young Lixia, but both Chen Dingsheng and Zhao Ping were equally stunned. For they understood that Lu Ruhan was not an ordinary girl. Her family background placed her on the same level as privileged individuals like young Lixia and Wu Taijun. Who would have thought that someone so elevated would willingly admit fault? For a moment, Chen Dingsheng was rendered speechless. Lu Ruhan lifted her head and said, The Black Hawk base might have an energy furnace. I will contact my instructor to see if she can assist us in procuring one. I will cover the expenses myself and will do my utmost to rectify my mistake, ensuring I do not hold the team back. All right. Chen Dingsheng found it difficult to protest further. Seizing the opportunity, young Lixia said, Lu, you should rest. Leave this matter to me. Without waiting for a response, he produced a specialized communication device to contact his mentor and began operating it. A gust of wind arose. Just moments ago, the sun had been shining brightly, but suddenly, the weather shifted from clear to overcast. The sky darkened, with clouds becoming increasingly gray and heavy, casting a somber atmosphere over the land. As this gloom spread through the city, Luo Yan piloted the mech white dragon towards the assembly point. Traversing through the strange city, he gazed through the panoramic window and beheld a scene of crumbling ruins. The level of destruction here far surpassed that of his encounter with Orange Cat. The buildings were reduced to mere frameworks, and the roads lay buried beneath debris. Among the wreckage of cars and piles of rubble, beneath slanted streetlights, skeletal remains were visible. The ground, car wreckage, and walls bore traces of black stains, akin to the remnants of coagulated blood. How much blood must have been shed to stain the city in such a manner? Besides these dilapidated sites, the most striking were the clusters of long, dense black hair. These dark tresses clung together, entwined around lamp posts, cascading from treetops, and spilling out from buildings and doorways, draping over wires and towers. When the wind blew, the strands would flutter, creating waves of black that appeared to rise and fall. Chapter 66. Sudden windfall. Observing those eerie strands of hair, Luo Yan did not linger and quickened his pace. Shortly thereafter, he reunited with Li Bohong and the others. White Dragon knelt on one knee in an open area, placing the energy furnace he had seized from Orange Cat onto the ground. Watching Luo Yan claim an energy furnace, the entire team, including Li Bohong, was left dumbfounded. Who would have thought that Luo Yan not only defeated Orange Cat but also dismantled and took away the energy furnace from their mech? It was clear he had no intention of allowing them to participate in the testing. Exiting the mech cockpit and stepping onto the ground, Li Bohong said, "A second-year student is looking for you." Luo Yan cast a questioning glance. "It's Yang Lixia. He said he wanted to discuss something with you." Li Bohong tossed him a communication device. "He's online now." The image of Yang Lixia flashed through Luo Yan's mind. Hesitating for a moment, he nonetheless answered the call, curious to hear what Yang had to say. However, as soon as he spoke, Yang Lixia's voice erupted from the device. "Idol, you're back? I couldn't reach your mech, so I had to contact your teammate. Can we discuss something?" Luo Yan replied flatly. "Discuss what?" Yang Lixia got straight to the point. "You took the energy furnace from our mech, right? Is it with you?" Luo Yan glanced at the energy furnace not far away, withholding his response. Yang Lixia continued, "You definitely haven't lost it, right? Here's the thing. I want to buy it back." "Buy it back?" Luo Yan momentarily struggled to follow Yang Lixia's line of thought. Yang Lixia chuckled awkwardly. "My goddess, cough, Lu Ruhan, is unwilling to give up on the testing just like that. She wants to procure an energy furnace from Black Hawk Company. I just contacted the base, and they do indeed have a model that is somewhat usable, but its performance is inferior to the one you have. So, I'd like to propose a deal to buy it back from you. The old model energy furnace they have is priced at 350,000 contribution points or equivalent materials. I was hoping you could sell yours to me for 500,000. After all, having an extra energy furnace is of no use to you, right? You might as well sell it for some profit. Don't you think? 500,000 contribution points. A flash of intrigue sparked in Luo Yan's crimson eyes. He recalled what Wei Fenghua had said. If one performed well in this testing, mech engineers could retain the mechs they piloted. However, maintenance and upgrade costs would need to be covered mostly by themselves, with only some assistance from the school. Although Wei Fenghua had also mentioned that students able to retain their mechs would attract attention, leading to sponsorships that would alleviate maintenance costs, upgrade expenses would still pose a headache. Moreover, Luo Yan was not particularly fond of being sponsored, as it diminished his autonomy. Hearing Yang Lixia offer 500,000 for the energy furnace, Luo Yan felt tempted. Just as Yang had said, having an extra energy furnace was of little use to him. After the testing, he would likely have to return it anyway. It would be better to cash in now. Furthermore, the testing period lasted a week. Once he bought back the energy furnace, he could seize another. Realizing this, Luo Yan picked up the communication device and replied, "All right, but the price needs to be adjusted slightly. 700,000 contribution points seems more reasonable." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before Yang Lixia agreed. "Fine, 700,000 it is. I also want to befriend you, Luo, so 700,000 it shall be. How shall we proceed with the transaction?" Luo Yan pondered for a moment and said, "You send the payment first. Once I receive the contribution points, you can provide me with a coordinate, and I will have someone deliver the energy furnace to you." "All right," Yang Lixia readily consented. Soon after, 700,000 contribution points were credited to Luo Yan's student card. And with the previous rewards from the Bureau of Land, he now had a total of 710,000 contribution points. Following that, he received the coordinates sent by Yang Lixia. Luo Yan enlisted 2 classmates, paying each 1,000 contribution points to deliver the energy furnace to the designated location. After completing these arrangements, Li Bohong and Zheng Shan approached him. "Luo, I think we should establish a camp before hunting the giant beasts. What do you think?" Luo Yan nodded. The instructor in the tactical class had mentioned that when entering restricted zones for combat, it was necessary to set up a camp first. After all, personnel from the tactical class, logistics department, and maintenance department could not move with the mechs in the restricted area. They needed a fixed, secure location to operate. Luo Yan asked, "What are your thoughts?" Li Bohong pulled out a tablet that displayed a map of Strange City. This city was originally a prefecture-level city with a resident population of about 5 million. Boasting complete urban infrastructure, an airport and high-speed rail station were conveniently located in the suburbs. Look here, Li Bohong pointed to a location on the screen. The high-speed rail station in the suburbs is not far from where we are now. It connects to the city via a single expressway, which is advantageous for defense. Additionally, since the high-speed rail station is located in the suburbs, on the edge of the restricted area, we can quickly retreat if attacked. Furthermore, the waiting hall at the high-speed rail station can serve multiple purposes. It can function as a command center, a supply depot, and a place for personnel to rest. What do you think? Luo Yan nodded in agreement. Li Bohong had thoroughly considered the details, and he found no reason to oppose the idea. Let's head to the high-speed rail station now. Upon arriving at the high-speed railway station, the sky began to rain. The downpour was not heavy. However, distant dark clouds occasionally flickered with lightning, suggesting an impending deluge. Once bustling with life, the high-speed railway station now lay in eerie silence, marked by an unsettling presence of skeletal remains. Devoid of flesh and blood, it appeared that during the cataclysmic event known as the Great Beast Calamity, a multitude of individuals had surged towards the station, resulting in numerous casualties. Evidence of the devastation wrought by the colossal beasts was apparent. With several high-speed trains twisted and toppled, their compartments resembling grim mountains of bones. One particular carriage had been violently dismantled and discarded in the station's entrance plaza, while a convoy's lead vehicle pushed aside the bodies. Carriages and other obstacles, clearing the way. In the mech carrier, Luo Yan's crimson eyes glimmered with silver flecks. The station's entrance plaza, waiting hall, and all that lay within his field of vision transformed under the influence of Luo Yan's barrier vision, revealing only skeletal outlines. It was in this altered perception that he quickly discerned clusters of gray luminescence flickering on the third and fourth floors of the waiting hall. The shapes of these lights, upon closer inspection, bore no resemblance to human forms. Chapter 67. Color-winged mites. Luo Yan activated his communicator, addressing the public channel. There are parasitic beasts on the third and fourth floors of the waiting hall. Zhang Shan's voice echoed in response. This cursed place harbors parasitic beasts? What could they be hiding here for? While Luo Yan was uncertain of the parasite's intentions, he recognized the necessity of extermination. Otherwise, the location would be rendered unsuitable for use as a camp. Although it would be expedient to bombard the waiting hall with gunfire from their mechs, such actions would lead to the hall's destruction and attract unwanted attention, potentially revealing their camp's location to the beasts or rival teams. Thus, only one course of action remained. Luo Yan spoke into the communicator again. Li Bohong, let us each lead a team to cleanse those 2 floors of parasites. Understood, Li Bohong agreed. Moments later, Luo Yan and Li Bohong each led a team of students into the waiting hall, while Zhang Shan activated his mech as a precaution. Inside the waiting hall, the dim light and absence of power created an atmosphere of profound desolation. The hall's infrastructure lay in ruins, from the large screens displaying train information to the seating for weary travelers, all reduced to mere debris. Countless skeletal remains littered the ground, each one a grim reminder of the past. At the ticket counters, bones piled high, while newspapers, magazines, suitcases, clothing, toiletries, cosmetics, phones, laptops, and tablets lay scattered across the floor, creating a chaotic scene steeped in decay. Having lived on the surface for 3 years, Luo Yan was somewhat accustomed to the sight. However, the other students, including Li Bohong, were visibly shaken by the multitude of corpses. A few students even covered their mouths, retching at the overwhelming sight. Fortunately, the bodies had long since decayed, their flesh completely rotted away. Otherwise, the atmosphere would have been not only oppressive but also suffused with nauseating odors. The 2 teams cautiously navigated through the remains, striving to make no noise that might attract the attention of the parasites above. With barrier vision activated, Luo Yan remained vigilant of the parasitic swarms. Suddenly, one student accidentally stepped on a soda can, the sound echoing through the stillness of the hall. Fortunately, a thunderclap occurred simultaneously outside, masking the noise just in time. Luo Yan shot a sharp glance at the student, who shrank back, avoiding eye contact. Be careful, Luo Yan warned him, signaling to split from Li Bohong's team. The 2 groups ascended via different staircases. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Luo Yan led his team deeper into the hall, soon spotting small, dog-sized parasites clinging to pillars, human remains, and walls, seemingly motionless. They possessed pointed heads and rounded abdomens, adorned with smooth carapaces and 3 pairs of limbs at the front. Their wings, delicate as gossamer, slightly unfurled in a kaleidoscope of colors. Were it not for the grayish glow indicating life in Luo Yan's vision, accompanied by a halo of blood essence, he might have mistaken them for lifeless creatures. Every so often, the parasites would rotate their heads 180 degrees, revealing human faces upon their heads. These, however, were not the commonly encountered facial mites of Flower City, but rather the color-winged mites typically found on feather beasts. At that moment, Li Bohong's voice crackled through the communicator. Everyone be cautious. These are color-winged mites. They fly swiftly and release colored powder during flight, which is a neurotoxin that immobilizes living beings without killing them. However, you will subsequently become their food, which they can preserve for a long time. Color-winged mites are afraid of fire and can be dealt with using flames. However, if too much powder is released, it may trigger a dust explosion. A dust explosion? Luo Yan glanced around, quickly spotting a row of sealed windows. He and Li Bohong devised a straightforward battle plan. While awaiting Li Bohong's team to position themselves, Luo Yan marked the quantity and location of the parasites on this floor using barrier vision and shared the information with his team. Soon, Li Bohong's forces were ready. The two leaders counted down together, and simultaneously, gunfire erupted on the 3rd and 4th floors. The extermination of the parasites commenced. As the battle began, 2 snipers from Luo Yan's team, guided by the intel he provided, swiftly eliminated several distant parasites. The few color-winged mites clinging to pillars or resting on corpses had no time to react before their heads exploded, their remains obliterated along with their hosts. The nearby students targeted closer parasites, employing rapid-fire techniques to reduce them to mere pulp. Luo Yan, however, aimed for the windows on this floor. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding gunfire shattered the windows. A fierce wind swept in from outside, ensuring a steady airflow to reduce the likelihood of a dust explosion. As humans took the initiative and eliminated a portion of the parasites, the remaining color-winged mites took to the air. True to Li Bohong's warning, these creatures were incredibly swift, making their movements nearly imperceptible to Luo Yan, who could only catch fleeting glimpses of their blurred forms. As they soared, the color-winged mites scattered vibrant powder, weaving a dazzling, dreamlike mist through the air. Yet, this was a deadly toxic fog. Fortunately, Luo Yan and his team were prepared. Upon hearing the sound of the parasite's wings, 2 students formed hand seals, invoking the 5th arcane technique, air barrier. Consequently, an invisible wall appeared before Luo Yan's team, effectively sealing off the toxic powder outside. This allowed the students within the barrier to fire at will at the swarming parasites. Despite their rapid flight, the color-winged mites could not evade the crossfire, swiftly falling one by one. Just as the 3rd floor's parasites were nearing extermination, a sudden exclamation from Li Bohong pierced Luo Yan's ears. Not good, they're flying into the ventilation shaft. In the next instant, a grate from the ventilation shaft above Luo Yan's team collapsed, and a buzzing sound erupted as color-winged mites poured out, swiftly targeting the students below. Chapter 68. The battle plan against the Guhua bird. One student turned just in time to see the color-winged mites descending upon him. He clearly witnessed the colorful powder being scattered, the layered folds of the insects' bodies, and the 3 pairs of bristly limbs reaching for him as he attempted to evade. A sudden paralysis gripped his body, leaving him helpless as a color-winged mite latched onto his face, prying open his mouth and forcing a certain organ deep into his throat, descending into his stomach. Panic surged through the student as his heart raced and his eyes bulged, as if they might pop from their sockets. Junlin! Zheng Junlin is being attacked by the parasite. The other students cried out in alarm, unsure of how to respond. Firing their weapons was out of the question, as they lacked the confidence to strike the creature without harming their classmate. In that moment, a shadow darted past them. It was Luo Yan. He dashed past the student named Zheng Junlin, leaving a trail of brilliant blue light in his wake. The star splitter sliced through the rounded abdomen of the flying insect, eviscerating it and spilling its innards like a waterfall. At the same time, Luo Yan deftly extracted a worm-like organ from Zheng Junlin's mouth, injecting him with an antidote. Stay calm, Luo Yan urged, before swiftly cleaving another approaching parasite in half. At that moment, a frail student screamed, breaking from the group in a desperate bid to flee. Luo Yan, upon witnessing this, raised his rifle and fired a volley of bullets at his feet, causing the student to pale in terror and collapse to the ground. Luo Yan's crimson eyes glinted with murderous intent. Desertion in battle is punishable by death. No one doubted that Luo Yan was not jesting. After all, just yesterday, he took a life within the Falcon base. Not long ago, individuals such as Wu Taijun and Luo Beichen also fell victim to his hands. The students firmly believed that when Luo Yan set his sights on a target, he would not blink an eye before carrying out the deed. Redirecting his firearm, Luo Yan unleashed a barrage upon the swarming pests. A fierce skirmish ensued, ultimately concluding before the rain intensified. The two teams eradicated nearly 50 color-winged pests occupying both upper and lower tiers, except for Zhang Junlin and two other students who succumbed to poison. The rest emerged largely unscathed. Once the parasites were dealt with, the students proceeded to the waiting hall, where, under the direction of Li Bohang, they divided into several teams to clear the bodies from the hall's first floor, making space for the command center, supply depot, maintenance workshop, and rest area. The torrential rain persisted for over an hour before subsiding. Once it ceased, the engineering team sprang into action. They buried objects resembling oil barrels along the highway connecting the high-speed rail station to the city. These oil barrels served as anti-monster landmines, detonating only when a giant beast stepped on them. Other vehicles, being lighter, would not trigger the mines. However, should a mecha transport vehicle pass through, the mine sensor would need to be deactivated first. While the engineering team set up the minefield and established defensive perimeters, Luo Yan, Zhang Shan, Li Bohang, and members of the tactical group convened for an impromptu meeting in the already established command center. The screen in the command center displayed an image of the color-winged pest. A student serving as a tactical advisor remarked, "According to the records, the color-winged pest is a parasite found on the feathered bug-type beast known as the Gu Huanyao." After thorough discussion, our tactical group unanimously believes there must be a Gu Huanyao in the vicinity. However, considering the activity radius of the Gu Huanyao, the so-called vicinity may encompass an alarmingly vast area. Li Bohang nodded in agreement, stating, due to their behavioral traits, the activity radius of feathered bug-type beasts is usually larger than that of other types. Taking the master of this forbidden land, Dang Hu, as an example, technically, the entire Guifa city falls within its range of activity. A short-haired girl twirled a ballpoint pen between her fingers and added, "The Gu Huanyao as mentioned in Xianzhongji.it is said to fly by night and hide by day, resembling a ghostly entity. It is clothed in feathers, shedding its plumage as a woman. Known as the Heavenly Emperor's Maiden, the Night-Wandering Woman, the Star Fisher, and the Hidden Flying Bird, the giant beast Gu Huanyao shares similar habits. It prowls at night and has a predilection for human children as its prey. Records indicate numerous instances of Gu Huanyao preying on human children during the beastly calamity. Perhaps we could exploit this trait to lure it to our designated battlefield." Luo Yan's mind flashed with an image of Tao Tai. He lifted his head and said, "Infant cries." A male advisor nodded. "I was thinking the same. We could play recordings of children's cries at the specified battlefield to lure the Gu Huanyao towards us." The short-haired girl interjected, "To successfully hunt it, we must meet one more condition." She halted her pen and emphatically tapped it on the table. "We must incapacitate the Gu Huanyao's ability to fly." The girl's gaze swept over Luo Yan, Zhang Shan, and Li Bohang in succession. "After all, we do not possess mechas capable of air combat." Luo Yan replied solemnly, "When the Gu Huanyao appears, Li Bohang and Zhang Shan will restrain it with black rope, then I will sever its wings." Speaking of wings, an advisor raised his hand and cautioned, "Fellow mecha pilots, be vigilant. The Gu Huanyao possesses hidden wings. It can manipulate the feathers on its body to form hidden wings at will. While hidden wings cannot facilitate long-distance flight, escaping the battlefield is certainly feasible." Each detail was scrutinized, and every question addressed. By evening, the battle plan against the Gu Huanyao was finalized. The departure time was set for 10 o'clock that night. With ample time before their departure, Luo Yan retrieved a portion of battlefield rations. Upon opening the packaging, he discovered the contents to be quite substantial. This battlefield ration consisted of 565 grams of staple bread, accompanied by 455 grams of canned meat, 230 grams of dehydrated vegetables, and 140 milliliters of milk. Naturally, not everyone's battlefield rations were as generous. This was a special supply for mecha pilots. Luo Yan first sipped the milk, then bit into the bread, which had a rich grain flavor but was somewhat dry in texture. He followed with a mouthful of seasoned, dehydrated vegetables. That moment, he noticed a figure moving in the corner of his eye. Zhang Shan took a seat and glanced at Luo Yan, saying, Lao Luo, you remain so composed. I'm so anxious that I can't eat. Luo Yan nonchalantly chewed on some canned meat, ensuring he had sufficient energy for the impending battle. Zhang Shan chuckled, albeit somewhat strained, gazing at his hands as he confessed, I understand the reasoning, but this is my first time piloting a mecha in combat. I fear I might hold you and Bohang back. Unlike you, who have earned your mecha piloting rights through strength, I merely happened upon good fortune. The group I competed with was not particularly skilled in combat. I'm just the tallest of the short ones. Chapter 69. Pressure. Zhang Shan rambled on, yet Luo Yan remained silent, finishing his meal before rising. Zhang Shan paused, then realized he had shared too much of his grievances. Luo Yan was under no obligation to listen to his lamentations. The fact that he dismissed him outright was already quite generous. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zhang Shan lowered his head, reflecting on how Luo Yan had traversed challenges, slaying giant beasts and seizing mechas. Every step had been fraught with difficulty. Just recently, during his duel with Wu Taijun, he had nearly lost his life. Had Luo Yan uttered a word of hardship, his own pressures seemed trivial in comparison. Yet he sought solace in venting to others. Compared to Luo Yan, he felt woefully inadequate. Surely, Luo Yan would look down upon him now. How could he still dare to claim he wanted to be friends? At that moment, Zhang Shan heard a slightly hoarse voice say, Eat something. Huh. Zhang Shan looked up to see Luo Yan walking toward the rest area. When I'm feeling pressured, I eat, he added. Eating when under pressure. Could it be that Luo Yan also experienced pressure? Suddenly, Zhang Shan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Even a figure like Luo Yan, a harbinger of death, could feel pressure. It was entirely normal for him to feel the same. Thank you, Lao Luo, Zhang Shan exclaimed, then pulled out his battlefield rations and began to devour them ravenously. Luo Yan retreated into his tent, retrieving a bottle of starfire potion to begin his cultivation. The fourth level of Guanshan High focuses on refining the bones. The human body comprises 206 bones, and one must refine each bone to complete this fourth level. With the aid of the starfire potion, as Luo Yan operated Guanshan High, the elemental energy in the air surged into his body. A thunderous sound resonated within him as an invisible flame ignited, refining the elemental energy entering his body, rendering it increasingly pure. The purified elemental energy, when used to refine the body, yielded superior results. Presently, a strand of elemental energy, transformed by the ethereal flame, manifested as a pure and flawless golden light, continuously infusing one of the bones in Luo Yan's arm. The human arm consists of 30 bones. And at this moment, Luo Yan was refining one of the humerus bones. Once the pure elemental energy penetrated the humerus, it swiftly coursed through the skeletal structure, dispersing into every cell. After nearly 2 hours of refinement, the humerus began to exhibit a rocky texture, emanating a sense of solidity and weight. Following the commencement of the fourth level's cultivation, Luo Yan's weight gradually increased with the completion of each bone's refinement. This change stemmed from the structural transformation of his bones post-refinement. They became denser and heavier, gradually fortifying Luo Yan's physique. Achieving a body of heavy bones was emblematic of the successful culmination of the fourth level in Guanshan High. After refining the humerus, Luo Yan chose not to continue his cultivation. The departure time was approaching. 89 o'clock. 3 mecha transport vehicles departed from the high-speed rail station, navigating through the already deactivated anti-monster minefield and into the city. The night of the Forbidden Land was shrouded in darkness. To avoid detection by the giants, the transport vehicles did not even turn on their headlights. Sitting within the transport vehicle, Luo Yan gazed out the window. The city appeared as a colossal beast lying in wait beneath the earth. In this eerily silent night, distant roars of giants reverberated, echoing through the Forbidden Land and between the buildings. Tonight, with the moon obscured and stars dimmed, the winds howled, a fitting backdrop for slaughter. The voice of the tactical advisor resonated through the communication device, cutting through the brewing bloodlust in Luo Yan's eyes. The combat location was a sports arena in the city, not far from the high-speed rail station. Upon arrival, they would play the pre-recorded sounds of infants crying. This constituted the first phase of the operation. The tactical advisor reiterated the previously discussed combat plan. In his mind, Luo Yan recounted the information regarding the Gu Huan Yao. Codename: Gu Huan Yao. Level: Intermediate Level 1. Type: Feathered Bug. Characteristics: Sonic Boom, Steel Claws, Wing Blades, Chaotic Spirit. Weakness located in the abdomen. Luo Yan murmured. The weakness is in the abdomen. At that moment, they arrived at the battlefield. The three transport vehicles halted near several entrances of the sports arena, their compartments opening to allow the mechas to emerge. Luo Yan sat in the cockpit, securing himself with a safety belt before activating the auxiliary system, allowing the neurons to connect to the driver. He engaged the command console and initiated the sound sensing system. With each of Luo Yan's actions, the various functions of the mech were sequentially activated. Finally, utilizing the empathy system, he established a neural link with the mech. Once the synchronization rate reached 100, Luo Yan felt a gentle tremor in his body. Having completed the empathy with Bai Long, a thought flickered in his mind, and the engine embedded in the chest of Bai Long emitted a ghostly blue glow as the mech descended from the compartment. Standing tall, through the panoramic windows of the cockpit, Luo Yan immediately took in the entirety of the stadium. The structure had suffered significant damage, with severe collapses, yet fortunately, the athletic field remained largely intact. Luo Yan glanced at the other two mechs. Lai Bo Heng piloted the mech Yoxia, which had a camouflage paint job, rendering it highly concealable. Yoxia boasted a peculiar design. Although it was humanoid, it possessed 3 arms. Luo Yan was curious about what it would be like for Li Bo Heng to operate this mech. The primary weapons of Yoxia were firearms, a Shenwei rifle and a sniper rifle named Longxiang, capable of condensing elemental energy into bullets. Additionally, there were 3 tactical daggers. Next, Luo Yan observed a heavily armored, hulking mech adorned with high-explosive grenades on either side of its chest. The mech bore a massive shield on its back, marked with numerous scratches and the Buddhist swastika symbol. This was Zhang Shan's mech, Jingang. Beyond its imposing shield, Jingang was equipped with an exceptionally heavy Fumo staff. It was an outdated model, retired by the Surface Exploration Legion, yet it boasted a history of slaying colossal beasts and protecting comrades on the battlefield. With all 3 mechs in position, Luo Yan and his team took cover in the shadows of the buildings outside the stadium, adhering to their previous plan. Suddenly, the sound of an infant's cries echoed from within the stadium. The cries were not loud, but in the stillness of the night, they carried far. Consequently, from a building 3 kilometers away, 2 crimson flames erupted in the darkness, igniting. Moments later, a massive shadow emerged from a section of the building's exterior that had nearly completely collapsed. It unfurled 2 pairs of exaggerated wings, creating a gust of wind that caused the strands of black hair outside to sway like seaweed. With a whoosh, the shadow soared into the night sky. Chapter 70. The second phase of combat begins. A sudden gust of wind swept in from nowhere, dispersing the thick clouds and revealing the moon in the night sky. The moonlight illuminated the form of the shadow. A creature emerged in the moonlight. A bird's head, a human body, 4 wings, and 2 claws. A guhua bird. This flying beast had the face of a young woman embedded in its magpie-like head. The visage was youthful, featuring exquisite features and rosy lips, yet the woman had her eyes closed, seemingly in slumber. Her body, reminiscent of a human female, was similarly endowed with ample bosoms and a flat abdomen. The creature was covered in dark, deep green feathers, the densest along its 4 wings and sparser on its abdomen. The guhua bird tilted its head, listening intently, and after a moment, it flapped its 4 wings and flew towards the stadium. In the blink of an eye, it hovered above the stadium. However, it did not immediately enter. The guhua bird circled warily in the sky, scanning the area. During this time, the eyes of the woman's face opened, glowing red like 2 quiet flames. This allowed the guhua bird to perceive everything on the ground, from towering buildings to tiny caterpillars, with meticulous clarity. Yet, since it was observing from above, it failed to notice the 3 mechs concealed beneath various objects. Thus, the guhua bird assumed there was nothing amiss on the ground, suddenly converging its wings and diving swiftly toward the earth, targeting the athletic field. This predatory dive, akin to an osprey hunting, was instinctual for it. Such actions allowed for rapid target acquisition and a swift return to the sky, avoiding encounters with terrestrial foes. Just as the guhua bird was about to strike the athletic field, the voice of a tactical advisor crackled through the earpieces of Luo Yan and his companions. It has taken the bait. Commence action. The second phase of combat begins. In an instant, the 3 mechs surged forth from their hiding places, racing toward the stadium. Jingang and Yoxia were already forming seals, while Luo Yan released the chain blade concealed within the mech's wrist. Simultaneously, he channeled his elemental energy, activating Kaiyuan Wheel. On the athletic field, the Guhua bird had already swooped down, rapidly aiming to peck at a baby carriage. The impact was akin to a pile driver, causing the entire stadium to tremble lightly. The baby carriage shattered, and along with it, a tablet resting within it, the tablet disintegrated. The sound of the infant's cries abruptly ceased. A look of surprise flashed across the Guhua bird's human-like face. Strikingly human in its expression. Just as it prepared to take flight, two thick, dark ropes shot through the air, ensnaring its legs from either side. From one direction, the camouflaged Yoshidefli leaped over the stadium wall and entered the athletic field, while the heavily armored Jing'an crashed through the wall with brute force. Both mechs employed the first-level arcane technique, black ropes, successfully binding the Guhua bird's legs. The startled Guhua bird attempted to take off, but with two mechs, each weighing nearly 2,000 tons, clinging to its legs, it was unable to ascend, that moment, behind the Guhua bird, Bai Long soared into the sky. The mech's energy furnace roared to life, every engine rumbling in unison. The blue light on Bai Long's chest shimmered, and its silver-white body resembled a divine dragon descending from the heavens, landing atop the Guhua bird. With its feet pressing down on the Guhua bird, it slammed the creature into the ground, embedding it deep into the grass of the athletic field. Without hesitation, Luo Yan remained calm, controlling the mech as he swung the chain blade, executing the combat technique, thunderclap. With a single strike, he severed one of the Guhua bird's wings at the root. The Guhua bird emitted a piercing shriek, and the visible sound waves rippled outward, causing all windows and structures within the stadium to shatter simultaneously. In an instant, Luo Yan, Li Bo Hang, and Zheng Shan felt a deafening roar in their ears, a sharp pain coursing through them. Blood trickled from their ears, yet they were still shielded by the mech's protection. Had they been exposed on the athletic field without any defenses, they might have perished instantly. This was the Guhua bird sound blast. Gritting his teeth, Luo Yan endured the ringing in his ears, blood still flowing. He unleashed another combat technique, severing the remaining two wings of the Guhua bird. The enormous wings crashed heavily to the ground, scattering countless scullerwing mites from the feathers, which took to the air, dispersing a cloud of toxic powder that enveloped the area in a dazzling mist. The Guhua bird itself was unperturbed by these toxins. On the contrary, the colorful mist provided it with protection. At that moment, with only one wing remaining, the Guhua bird suddenly compressed the feathers on that wing, arranging them densely. Simultaneously, a metallic sheen glimmered along the feathers, as if they had instantly hardened like steel. The Guhua bird violently flapped its wing, sweeping horizontally. Luo Yan inhaled deeply, nearly leaping from his seat. Bai Long shared his empathy, responding almost instantaneously to the command to leap. Nevertheless, the tip of the wing grazed the mech's chest, causing the mech's surface to ignite with a golden glow of elemental energy before erupting in a shower of sparks. Although the energy defense layer mitigated the blow, Bai Long's armor still sustained a gash, revealing the inner engine and numerous circuits. Following the sound blast, the Guhua bird unleashed its feather blade. It forced Luo Yan backward and then swiftly employed the feather blade to cut the two black ropes entangling its legs. With a powerful upward motion, the feathers from the three severed wings rose, detaching and flying towards the Guhua bird, forming three skeletal-less hidden wings at the sight of its severed wing. It was preparing to flee. They had to stop it. In the command center of the high-speed rail station, watching the scene unfold on the screens, the tactical advisors erupted in excitement. In the athletic field, Bai Long, Jin Gang, and Yushal sprang into action. Luo Yan piloted the mech, charging forward to lock onto the remaining wing of the Guhua bird. The Guhua bird turned its head, facing Bai Long, and unleashed another sound blast. The visible sound waves formed a shockwave that enveloped Bai Long. The panoramic window of the mech instantly cracked in several places. Luo Yan felt his ears explode with pain, blood flowing anew, yet he showed no intention of retreating. Elemental energy surged within him as he activated Guan Shan Hai. Amplified by the mech, a series of hazy, towering mountain illusions materialized around Bai Long, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. With determination, Bai Long surged through the sound blast. In the command center, witnessing the spectacle, the tactical advisors could no longer remain seated. They stood, shouting, "Charge! Charge! Push forward!" In the next moment, Bai Long burst forth from the swirling sound waves, swinging the chain blade, transforming it into a dazzling arc of electric energy. The Guhua bird, too, fought back fiercely. The feathers of its remaining wing aligned tightly, forming a blade, and sharply descended upon by Long. Chapter 71. Seizing the advantage, in an instant, Luo Yan's gaze grew vacant, as if he were staring into the distance. In his crimson eyes, flecks of silver white appeared, reminiscent of stars dotting a scarlet moon, barrier-breaking eye. In Luo Yan's vision, the feathered blade cleaved by the bird of prey summoned a myriad of ever-shifting numbers in the surrounding air: power, speed, angle, sharpness. These figures, each representing distinct meanings, flooded Luo Yan's vision with an overwhelming surge of information. Causing a sharp pain in his eyes, a slight trickle of crimson oozed from the corners of both eyes. At that moment, the information suddenly coalesced into a singular form. Simultaneously, the speed of the feathered blade as it descended became excruciatingly slow, akin to that of a snail. Concurrently, phantoms began to emerge, outlining the trajectory of the feathered blade, and granting Luo Yan a vague premonition that this strike would sever the engine of the mech, potentially destroying the main engine in the process. Furthermore, Luo Yan felt an unusual sensation, as if the eye of breakthrough was on the verge of a breakthrough. Yet, a certain catalyst was still lacking. In the next instant, the speed of the feathered blade resumed its normal pace, and the phantoms along with the trajectory dissipated. However, having experienced this prior, Luo Yan was sufficiently prepared to make adjustments. He redirected the mech by 30 degrees, allowing the feathered blade to graze past the engine rather than striking it directly, driving the tip of the bird of prey's wing into the left shoulder of the mech. Inside the cockpit, Luo Yan let out a muffled grunt. The existence of the sympathetic system made him acutely aware of the weight settling into his left shoulder, a sharp pain coursing through him, as if his arm were about to be severed. At that moment, a glimmer of resolve flashed in his crimson eyes. The chain blade surged forth, electric energy crackling as the remaining wing of the bird of prey was severed at the base. Dark crimson blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering into the air. The bird of prey let out a wretched cry, unable to maintain its balance, its ascendant form plummeting once more. Destroy its hidden wings. Li Bohong's voice resonated through the public channel. The ranger hefted the remarkably long sniper rifle, Dragon's Wrath, with both arms, while the third arm, positioned behind, brandished the divine might rifle, aiming at the left and right hidden wings of the bird of prey. Fire! The rapid fire of the rifle intertwined with the thunderous report of the sniper rifle, creating a powerful symphony. One of the bird of prey's hidden wings, composed of countless feathers, was shattered, sending feathers scattering, while the other was obliterated by a shot from Dragon's Wrath. Only one wing remained. Watch me! Within the cockpit, Zhang Shan bellowed, prompting Titan to whirl its arm, holding the demon-subduing staff with remarkable speed. Supported by specialized components, Titan's arm spun like the rotor of a helicopter, sweeping across the last hidden wing of the bird of prey. Instantly, a flurry of inky feathers filled the air. The bird of prey, stripped of all its wings, crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust that sent blades of grass and feathers swirling. In the temporary command center of the high-speed railway station's waiting hall, witnessing this spectacle, the students acting as strategists erupted into cheers. The destruction of the bird of prey's wings, including its hidden wings, paralyzed its ability to fly, marking the success of the second phase of the operation. Next came the third and final phase of combat. Let us go. You can do it. The encouragement from their classmates echoed in the headsets of Luo Yan and his companions. The other two felt their lips curl upward, revealing smiles, while Luo Yan remained indifferent, his gaze fixed on the fallen bird of prey. The battle was not yet over. At that moment, the bird of prey on the ground suddenly leaped into the air. Then, a series of dark blue rings emerged around the eyes of the woman's face, constantly rotating. As these rings spun, Luo Yan felt a sudden heaviness in his head. His thoughts became jumbled, as one idea surfaced only to be swiftly eclipsed by another, making it difficult for him to concentrate. This was the bird of prey's other ability, chaos of the mind. Seizing upon Luo Yan's mental disarray, the bird of prey lunged at him, filled with a fierce hatred for the white dragon mech he piloted. Intent on dismantling this steel giant into its components, it possessed the capability to do so, for its elongated claws were capable of easily tearing through steel. Old Luo, Xingshan, closest to Luo Yan, shouted, urging Titan to charge forward. As it ran, Titan removed the massive shield from its back, raising it high above its head. Emblazoned with the character for 10,000, just in the nick of time, Titan positioned itself in front of the white dragon. Inside the cockpit, Luo Yan had just shaken off the effects of the chaos of the mind when he spotted Titan's silhouette outside the panoramic window. Suddenly, the bird of prey descended from the sky, its numerous claws striking the shield atop Titan with sparks flying in all directions. Luo Yan's breath hitched. From this angle, had Titan not provided timely cover, the bird of prey's claws might have already been wreaking havoc inside the cockpit of the white dragon, rendering him nothing more than shredded remnants. Meanwhile, Ranger unleashed a barrage of fire with its 3 arms, employing both the sniper rifle dragon's wrath and the divine might rifle against the bird of prey. Sensing the threat, the bird of prey lowered its head, evading a headshot from Ranger. Simultaneously, it fluffed its feathers, each one hardening to a steel-like toughness to withstand Ranger's assault. Titan swung its arms, using the massive shield to push the bird of prey to the right. As the creature staggered, the white dragon suddenly darted out from behind Titan, lowering its center of gravity and sliding across the ground, carving deep furrows into the track field. With a press of its left hand on the ground, all engines roared to life. A dazzling blue light erupted from the chest of the mech, and with tremendous power, the white dragon surged toward the bird of prey, its right hand's chain blades crackling with electricity as it slashed past the colossal beast. The bird of prey emitted a deafening shriek. Though its abdomen had already sprouted steel feathers, they were sparse compared to other areas. Consequently, the steel feathers snapped, exposing its belly, which split open with a sizzling sound. Blood gushed forth, and internal organs spilled out, rising in hot smoke due to the intense heat. The entire track field was suddenly saturated with a nauseating stench of blood. On the other side, propelled by inertia, the white dragon glided past the bird of prey, sliding over 400 meters before coming to a halt just before crashing into the sports hall. Yet, the bird of prey was not dead. Despite its entrails having spilled out, it charged toward the exterior of the sports hall, seeking to escape. Libohong calmly maneuvered Ranger, crouching low to the ground, steadily elevating the sniper rifle dragon's wrath. With the aid of the computer, he aimed to lock onto the bird of prey's head. Now that the creature was severely wounded, it could not immediately reinforce its feathers with steel, creating the perfect opportunity for a headshot. Just as the bird of prey was about to leap over the sports hall's wall, Libohong successfully completed his lock-on. However, before he could pull the trigger, the bird of prey's head suddenly erupted. From the shattered remnants of its skull and brain matter, a streak of red light burst forth, streaking across the track field and passing before the white dragon, ultimately crashing into the sports hall behind the mech. The building was instantly torn apart, creating a massive breach that traversed its structure. Inside the cockpit, witnessing the faint trajectory of the projectile through the panoramic window, Luo Yan's expression turned icy with sudden realization. Clearly, another team had fired from the shadows, seizing the kill. Chapter 72. The blade strays from its course. During this practical combat test, the Academy stipulated that slaying a giant beast would reward each team with 1,000 academic credits for a lower-tier beast and 2,000 credits for a mid-tier beast. Additionally, during the test, the judges would grant extra credits based on each team's performance. For instance, Luo Yan's prior victory over the Orange Cat earned him an additional 200 credits from the judges. Individual rewards would contribute to the group's overall assessment, which is why Group A was temporarily in the lead. Regarding the assessment of giant beast kills, the Academy's rules stated that the one delivering the fatal blow, causing the beast's energy spectrum to vanish, would be deemed the slayer. Now, in the command center of the high-speed railway station's waiting hall, the students playing the role of strategists fell silent, their mouths agape as they stared at the screen showing the bird of prey's head shattering, and the energy spectrum representing the giant beast disappearing from the corner of the screen. Shortly thereafter, the judges announced the scoring information. Class B student Li Zi has slain the mid-tier giant beast, the bird of prey. The entire team is awarded 2,000 credits. Class B is currently in the lead. Fellow students from other teams, please continue to strive. Instantly, the command center erupted in chaos. This is unfair. Are you kidding me? They blatantly stole our kill, and the teachers rewarded them with points. There's a conspiracy. Class B, you're utterly shameless, hiding behind us to take the kill and claim the glory. Soon, some students filed a complaint to the judges. The judges quickly responded, stating that the credit awards previously given would not be altered. In an instant, the students of Group A were filled with indignation. On the sports field, Zhang Shan opened the public channel, unleashing a torrent of expletives aimed at Group B, utilizing the art of cursing to its fullest extent. Meanwhile, on the other end, Li Zi, who had claimed the kill, responded on the public channel, Zhang, how can your 36-degree mouth utter such words? Isn't there a rule against stealing kills? Since there's no rule, then I've done nothing wrong. Besides, look, the judges also affirmed the original ruling. What does that imply? It suggests that the teachers believe I acted correctly. I know you're unhappy. It must be quite frustrating for 3 grown men to have their spoils taken by a woman. But you're all men. Can't you be a bit more magnanimous? Don't nitpick over trivial matters with a little girl like me, right? Zhang Shan's face turned red with anger, his neck straining as he shouted, is this a trivial matter? We prepared for ages to hunt this giant beast, only to have you silently steal it away. If it were you, would you be magnanimous and not hold grudges? Li Zi chuckled softly and replied, I wouldn't. But I am a woman, aren't I? Isn't pettiness not exclusive to women? At that moment, the voice of Luo Yan echoed through the public channel, enough with the noise. Subsequently, he switched to the group channel and said, next, Li Bohang and Zhang Shan, you two continue to hunt the giant beasts. I will keep an eye on Group B. Li Bohang immediately grasped Luo Yan's implication. He intended to retaliate in kind, to seize the kills from Group B. Zhang Shan also understood that no amount of taunts would take down that bunch from Group B, and could only sulkily deactivate the public channel. In the command center of Class A, Year 2, Yang Lixia exclaimed, this batch of newcomers is truly remarkable. They steal others' accomplishments and expect not to be held accountable, and she even laid it all out for them. Lu Ruohan, sipping water beside him, smiled and said, what she said isn't entirely wrong. The Academy doesn't prohibit stealing achievements from other groups. We learned that the hard way in our first year, naively believing in fair competition. However, this thievery of credit also depends on the target. If it were an easy mark, so be it. But why did she choose to target Class A? Our classmate Luo is certainly not one to let a woman off easily. I foresee Group B will have a tough time ahead. Upon hearing the goddess speak, Yang Lixia seized the moment, grinning widely as he inquired, Ruohan, what do you think Luo will do? Lu Ruohan stood up and said, if it were me, I would simply reciprocate as they treated me. Yang Lixia's eyes sparkled. Are you saying Luo will stake out Group B to steal their kills? Lu Ruohan replied, it's getting late. I must rest. Tomorrow, I shall hunt that Churu. Yang Lixia immediately jumped up. Wait, I brought mosquito repellent spray. Let me spritz your tent to ensure you have a peaceful night's sleep. On the other side of the city, in the camp of Year 1, Group B, cheers erupted. Long live Li Zi, you're incredible indeed, haha. Our group has soared to first place. Let us see who dares to underestimate us now. Amidst the accolades from her classmates, Li Zi remained grounded. The girl, with an unremarkable appearance, pushed her thick glasses up and remarked, our class has too many talents. There's no need to mention Luo. He is the most renowned among the newcomers, even recognized by the seniors. Others include Li Bohang, whose marksmanship is divine, skilled in planning and command, particularly the latter, which teachers hold in high regard. Then there's Lin Wei, knowledgeable and talented. I've heard she has even studied the script of that world. Recently, she was recruited by the city's archaeological team to help translate a batch of newly unearthed steels. Otherwise, among us mecha pilots, who knows who she would outshine, Li Zi sighed. Although I loathe engaging in such despicable acts, if I do not make a mark and leave an impression on the instructors, it may be challenging to rise above. The other 2 mecha pilots, Lin Chang and Xin Yu, nodded in agreement. Both were not particularly gifted students, and to stand out, they indeed needed to take unconventional paths. The slightly built Xin Yu expressed concern. If it weren't for our camp being near the gymnasium, and if we hadn't heard the baby's cries and ventured out to scout, we wouldn't have had the chance to claim the credit from Class A, but now, we've certainly made an enemy of them. Others may be unaware, but Luo will not let this slide. I bet he will target our group next. Lin Qing scoffed. So what? One person alone can't take down our entire team, can he? Unless that group does nothing but focus solely on us. I don't think we need to worry too much. Chapter 73. The 2 parties. Li Zi removed her glasses and wiped the lenses with her sleeve. It's unlikely that Class A will unite against us. I believe Luo Yan is more likely to act alone. Lin Sheng, with a scarred cheek, boomed. Whoever comes, it doesn't matter. I will take action. If Luo wants to engage me in close combat, I will gladly oblige. His divine artifact, iron armor, is well suited for close combat, coupled with Lin Cheng's proficiency in combat techniques, having cultivated his visualization technique to the initial 3rd level. His words were not without merit. Liz shook her head. No. I am better suited to deal with Luo. You are our primary force in hunting the giant beasts, while I merely provide support and cover. I'll handle Luo. It won't significantly impact our entire team. However, without you, it will be difficult to slay the giant beasts. Clearly, a single Guehua bird will not garner the attention of the instructors. We must continue to strive. Shunyu nodded. Li is right. We cannot forsake the hunt for giant beasts for the sake of dealing with Luo alone. That would be akin to losing a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. Lin Cheng ceased to insist. Fine then. Your brains are sharper than mine. I'll follow your lead. Morning arrived, and Luo Yan was up early. After washing up, he ate while perusing the profiles of the 3 mecha pilots from Year 1. Group B on his tablet. Lin Cheng, male, visualization technique, initial 3rd level, divine artifact, iron armor, proficient in close combat, mastering more than 2 combat techniques, relying on iron armor to turn every opponent hoping for a prolonged battle into a nightmare. Shunyu, male, visualization technique, initial 2nd level, divine artifact, nature, wind mastery, proficient in various esoteric techniques, which, when combined with his divine artifact, allows for swift execution and mid-course direction changes, often catching opponents off guard. Liz, female, visualization technique, initial 2nd level, divine artifact, super sense, eagle eye, particularly adept in marksmanship, especially in conjunction with her divine artifact, enabling ultra-long-range sniping. After reviewing the profiles, Luo Yan's gaze fell upon the girl with thick glasses. This girl had never made a notably strong impression in class. Apart from being somewhat talkative, Luo had little memory of her. Yet last night, it was precisely this unassuming individual who had seized the Guehua bird right before him. Indeed, the less conspicuous one often merits greater attention. Luo Yan spoke in a voice audible to himself and took out a small notebook, writing down the name Li Zi. Footsteps approached, and Luo Yan tucked away the notebook as Li Bohang approached. I've thought it over. After last night, Group B will undoubtedly be wary of us. However, they cannot all remain silent and on guard against us. Therefore, the likelihood of Li Zi stepping out to specifically monitor us is quite high, as she is not skilled in direct combat. The same applies to Shen. In their team, only Lin Cheng is capable of direct confrontation. Hence, Lin Cheng must remain with the group. Given Li Zi's eagle eye, she is most suitable for surveillance. It is possible that our every move is already under her watchful eye. Luo Yan raised his head. Does the Academy's map indicate where the tallest buildings are located? Li Bohang handed him his tablet. I've already marked them for you. If Li intends to surveil us, she will definitely choose high ground as her battlefield. This way, surveillance or sniping would be much more convenient, since practical tests can only occur on the fringes of forbidden areas. Narrowing down the options, I believe Li Zi could only appear in 3 locations: the landmark building of Guehua City, the television tower to the south, the Ferris wheel in the amusement park to the northwest, and the Pearl Tower to the east. Geographically, the amusement park is the closest to our camp and the most convenient for monitoring. Additionally, since Group B's camp is likely not far from the gymnasium, that is how Li Zi discovered us and seized the giant beast. Thus, she could be lying in ambush along the essential path to our camp. Therefore, the television tower is the optimal location. Luo Yan nodded. Li Bohang's deductions were meticulous, not only identifying where Li Zi might be, but also deducing the 2 most probable locations. Luo Yan pondered and pointed at the television tower. She is here. The Ferris wheel at the amusement park is too conspicuous and too close to the high-speed rail station camp. Not to mention, whether Li Zi knows that Class A's camp is over here. Based solely on her character analysis, I don't believe she possesses the courage to stray too far from her own group and engage alone. The television tower is not far from Group B's camp. It offers both offensive and defensive capabilities, making it an ideal location. Without further ado, Luo Yan swiftly devoured his food and set off alone, departing the camp in the vehicle carrying the White Dragon. In Guehua City, atop the television tower, the wind howled as Li Zi lay on the ground, her hair whipping wildly. Yet behind the glasses, her eyes sparkled with clarity. Behind the television building, the mecha she piloted, Yueying, knelt partially on the ground. The Yueying was adorned in a sleek black and white paint scheme, its lines smooth and devoid of sharp angles, designed for speed during movement. Theo achieved this velocity, Yueying sacrificed the thickness of its armor for wind shields and was equipped solely with the sniper rifle by Luo, eschewing any additional weaponry. For Li Zi, a master of sniping, engaging in close combat would signify her defeat. Thus, she opted to relinquish all other weapons and shields, embracing rapid mobility and ultra-long-range sniping as her trump card. Classmate Li Bohong possessed exceptional analytical skills. He would undoubtedly deduce from the events of last night that RB Group's encampment was situated near the sports complex. If classmate Luo sought vengeance against us, he would surely head straight for our camp. This building, the tallest in the vicinity, provided an ideal vantage point for my eagle-eye ability. Come forth, classmate Luo, I await you here. Let us settle this once and for all. Li Zi's eyes narrowed like those of a predator, a manifestation of her hidden prowess. Activating her supersensory ability, Eagle Eye, her visual range expanded to an extraordinary 36 kilometers, far exceeding that of an average person. She could effortlessly adjust her focus, allowing her to discern even the minutest details from kilometers away. Under such heightened perception, not even a mecha, let alone a mere fly, could evade Li Zi's scrutiny. As time ticked by, not long after, a mecha transport vehicle emerged at the end of a road leading to B Group's encampment. Liz exhaled softly. As expected of classmate Luo, he had no intention of hiding. He was coming in unceremoniously and directly. Chapter 74. A crushing defeat without hesitation, Li Zi sprang to the edge of the rooftop and flipped over the side. A mere meter drop landed her atop the mecha's head. She swiftly entered the control room, glancing at the slogan affixed to the command platform. Victory is certain. Taking a deep breath, she rallied herself, raising a fist. Victory is certain. What followed was a flurry of operations. Soon, her signal was online, and the mecha activated. Yueying stood upright, towering over the television building. Liz utilized the building as a shooting platform, positioning the sniper rifle Bailu atop it. With eagle eye engaged, aided by the computer, she quickly locked onto the moving mecha transport vehicle in the distance. Initially, she aimed at the transport's fuel tank but swiftly redirected her aim. Her intent was merely to hinder Luo Yan's advance, not to take a life. The practical test forbade lethal force. Violators would not only be disqualified but held accountable. Moreover, Li Zi had witnessed the grim fates of those who harbored murderous intent towards Luo Yan. She had no desire to join the ranks of the deceased. Come forth, classmate Luo. Please, just stop right there. In front of the command console, Li Zi locked onto the transport vehicle. Fire! The sniper rifle Bailu jolted violently, unleashing a searing tongue of flame as the bullet sped forth, spinning rapidly, creating a whirlwind that sent the television building, the road, the trees, and everything else whirling past beneath its eye in the blink of an eye. It struck the transport vehicle. A blue projectile embedded itself in the vehicle's body, releasing a pulse of electromagnetic energy. Li Zi had used a pulse round, intended to incapacitate the mecha within the vehicle without causing fatalities. Had she aimed to destroy, that shot would have obliterated the transport. Now, the entire vehicle skidded sideways, its tires blown, gliding along the road for several hundred meters before crashing into a building, finally coming to a halt in the cockpit of Yueying. Li Zi breathed a sigh of relief, ready to observe closely when suddenly a constricting sensation gripped her limbs. Through the panoramic viewport, she beheld the limbs of Yueying ensnared by chains rising from the ground. Technique number 3. Binding chains. Upon seeing the chains on her mecha, Li Zi's mind buzzed with alarm. Simultaneously, the walls of the television station crumbled, and a dark shape charged through. Turning her head, she saw a silver mecha draped in a waterproof covering, barreling towards her amidst the scattering debris. It was unmistakably Luo Yan's mecha. Bailong. The waterproof covering concealing Bailong was adorned with an abundance of leaves and wild grass, creating a vibrant camouflage amidst the city's lush vegetation. Liz's scalp tingled with realization. Luo Yan and the mecha had not been inside that transport. They had evidently employed the covering as a disguise, approaching the television station from another direction. Yet, such a towering mecha could hardly remain concealed, even with camouflage. Could it be that the mecha advanced by crawling along the ground? Indeed, Li Zi's intuition was correct. After departing the encampment, Luo Yan piloted the mecha away from the transport, draping the hastily prepared waterproof covering over it. By adopting a crawling posture and using the city's structures and foliage for concealment. He circumvented to the rear of the television station. To avoid detection by Li Zi, Luo Yan had prudently employed the secret technique, opening the ghost wheel, allowing Bailong to stealthily approach. Then, as Li Zi miscalculated, he first immobilized Wang with a mystical technique before transitioning from opening the ghost wheel to opening the yuan wheel, unleashing a full-throttle assault. In this state, Bailong matched Wang in speed, its engines roaring to life, releasing waves of scorching heat as it surged forward. With an unyielding ferocity, Bailong lunged at Wang, its momentum seemingly penetrating the panoramic viewport, sending shivers of dread through Li Zi in the cockpit. Thus, Wang had no time to react before Bailong crashed into the television building. The black and white mecha's upper half became embedded within the structure, the violent collision reverberating through the shared sensory system, causing Li Zi's body to tremble uncontrollably. Suddenly, a crushing pressure gripped the back of her head. Bailong had seized Wang by the head, lifting it, extracting it from the building, and then smashing it down. Bang! Wang's head crashed into the building, fracturing the rooftop and sending a shower of debris and steel rebar flying, striking the mecha and producing a cacophony of impacts. Li Zi was left dazed and disoriented from the blow, only to witness the scenes outside the panoramic viewport whirl rapidly as fragments of rubble and steel whizzed by. Bailong, gripping Wang's head, violently pushed it against the building, repeatedly colliding the mecha's head against the structure. Luo Yan relentlessly targeted the head, leaving Li Zi unable to retaliate or even call for a halt. Dazed and overwhelmed by a severe sense of vertigo, she ultimately succumbed, expelling the remnants of her breakfast from her helmet. She could hardly fathom how Luo Yan had located her, nor could she grasp the mercilessness of his assault, showing no leniency simply because she was a girl. In truth, Luo Yan had already shown restraint. Had Li Zi aimed for the transport's fuel tank, that fateful shot, Wang's head would have been pierced through in an instant, far from the current gentleness. After merely incapacitating her, without resorting to the chain sword, Bailong flung Wang's head from the building's opposite side and seized one of its arms, executing a powerful throw that sent the black and white mecha crashing headfirst into the ground. Li Zi was rendered completely unconscious. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Li Zi felt a tremor coursing through her body, awakening her from her stupor. She instinctively moaned. It was no wonder, as her head throbbed as if ready to explode. After a few seconds, she opened her eyes, first glimpsing the cockpit, followed by Luo Yan. She believed she had been captured in Bailong's cockpit. Suddenly, she noticed the slogan "Victory is certain" affixed to the command platform. Realization struck her. This was Wang's control console. Luo Yan had commandeered her mecha and was now piloting Wang. But that was impossible. Each mecha recorded the pilot's brainwaves and locked onto them to prevent unauthorized control, but now Luo Yan was indeed manipulating her mecha? How had he accomplished this? What were his intentions? Where did he plan to take Wang? In a flash, a strong, dreadful premonition gripped Li Zi. Chapter 75. The Darkness of Human Nature at the Falcon Base. The mecha transport vehicle was used to distract attention while he maneuvered his mecha stealthily. Classmate Luo Yan's experience was quite remarkable. I now understand how he has survived on the surface. The balding teacher, Xie Guangyao, chuckled. Most importantly, he seems to have foreknowledge of classmate Li's surveillance location. Another teacher remarked, without such insight, he could never have devised such a strategy. Xie Guangyao nodded repeatedly. He possesses both courage and cunning. Wei Fenghua cleared his throat and said, the one who pinpointed Li Zi's location was likely classmate Li Bohong. His meticulous mind could have deduced from last night's interception that the B Group encampment was near the sports complex. Regardless, the counteroffensive launched by Class A this morning was executed splendidly. At this juncture, Xie Guangyao remarked, look, Luo classmate is about to enter the cockpit of Yan. On the large screen, Bailong was parked beside Li Zi's mecha. Luo Yan approached the cockpit of Yan, activating the emergency switch to open the hatch and swiftly climbed inside. The teachers exchanged glances. It appeared that Li Zi was currently in a state of unconsciousness. One teacher hesitantly suggested, Luo classmate wouldn't he be harboring intentions of revenge? Would he? As for the nature of that revenge, it would undoubtedly be of a rather immoral kind. Xie Guangyao's gaze darkened slightly as he said, Luo classmate excels in many respects, but there is a troubling aspect. His murderous intent is rather pronounced. Of course, this is not a grave issue. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. However, perhaps we have overlooked another matter, morality and character. After all, he hails from the surface, Having lived there for 3 years, we all know that after the first year of the beastly catastrophe, order on the surface was utterly lost in such an environment. The darker impulses of humanity can run rampant. Murder, robbery, and even the degradation of women have become commonplace. Has Luo classmate also become distorted? This we cannot ascertain. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Wei Fenghua. Wei Fenghua, the mentor of Luo Yan, should have defended his student at this moment, but instead, he merely stated, "Display the surveillance footage from Yan's cockpit." Soon, the screen revealed the interior of the mecha's cockpit. It showed Luo Yan entering, disconnecting the neural connectors from Li Zi, severing her complete link to the mecha. He then moved Li Zi aside, removed her helmet, and bound her hands and feet with rope. Luo Yan's method of binding was rather peculiar. He tied her limbs behind her, leaving her body fully exposed to his view. Yet, after completing these actions, Luo Yan did not even glance at Li Zi, instead jumping directly into the pilot's seat, fastening his seatbelt, and placing his hands on the control panel before closing his eyes. This scene elicited a slight sigh of relief from the teachers. It seemed that Luo Yan's entrance into the cockpit of Yan was not intended to insult Li Zi, but rather to pilot the mecha. Could it be? Xie Guangyao suddenly realized Luo Yan's intentions, a smile creeping onto his face. That moment, a security guard from the academy walked in, announcing, "Teachers, Heiying Company has delivered breakfast." Xie Guangyao called out, "Please bring it in." However, Wei Fenghua interjected, "Wait." He turned to the guard, saying, "Tell the people from Heiying Company that we have already eaten, and we appreciate their thoughtfulness." He then looked at everyone and added, "Let us stick to the food we brought." Xie Guangyao nodded in agreement. Indeed, one should harbor no ill intentions, yet remain vigilant. This is the surface, a place where anything can happen. In the outskirts of Guifa City, amidst the sounds of gunfire and thundering explosions, a massive shadow dashed between buildings, racing towards a shopping mall. "Hurry, Shin classmate, intercept it. Otherwise, the nine-tailed sheep is going to escape." What nine-tailed sheep? It has a name, Yanyu. That name is rather convoluted. Nine-tailed sheep is much simpler to remember. In the communication channel, the strategists from Year 1, Group B chimed in one by one. The beast referred to as the nine-tailed sheep indeed boasted 9 long, slender tails. However, do not underestimate those tails. They could strike targets with the force of a whip. A single lash could dent the exterior armor of a mecha, while a blow to a tree or building would easily cause them to break or collapse. The overall appearance of this colossal creature resembled that of a goat, possessing 4 ears that made it exceedingly sensitive to sound. Additionally, the pair of eyes on its back granted it an astonishing field of vision, rendering ambushes futile. That morning, after Li Zi set off, Lin Shang and Shen Yu departed according to their predetermined plan. The day before, they had traced the beast's whereabouts through clues such as droppings. Today, they set a trap to lure out the nine-tailed sheep. Subsequently, Lin Shang and Shen Yu coordinated their efforts to gradually corner the beast. Now, the creature was limping, one of its horns broken, its back eyes bloodied, and several of its tails severed. If they exerted just a bit more effort, they could slay this lower-tier beast. At this moment, Shen Yu piloted a jet-black mecha, forming hand seals to conjure an invisible, solid barrier in front of the nine-tailed sheep. Third-level technique. Void wall. The nine-tailed sheep, blinded in the back, relied solely on sound and scent to perceive its surroundings, utterly oblivious to the rising void wall. It charged forward, crashing into the barrier, which shattered upon impact. Nevertheless, the shockwave from the invisible wall sent the nine-tailed sheep tumbling. Behind it, a dark red mecha surged forward, each arm wielding a blade. With a powerful leap, it landed atop the nine-tailed sheep. Lin Sheng bellowed from the cockpit as the dual blades penetrated the beast's body, piercing through. An immense surge of blood erupted forth, flooding the nearby ground like a torrential flood. The nine-tailed sheep let out a deafening roar. Upon hearing this cry, both Lin Chang and Shen Yu felt a shiver run down their spines, as though they had been cast back to their childhood, thrown into a pitch-black room devoid of light. This was the beast's ability, fear. It had previously relied on this power to escape from danger time and again. Now, it used this very ability to plunge Lin Cheng into an indescribable terror. With a mighty kick from its powerful hind legs, the nine-tailed sheep sent Lin Cheng's mecha staggering backward. It then leapt away, disregarding the blades still embedded in its body, and bolted in a frenzied escape. Quickly, Kill it. Don't let it get away. The voices of strategists and the communication device snapped Lin Chung back to reality, urging him to pursue the prey. Just then, the nine-tailed sheep's head suddenly exploded, followed by a sound akin to cannon fire resonating in the nearby buildings. Chapter 76. The Battlefield. As they beheld the nine-tailed sheep's head bursting forth like a firework, both Lin Chung in the cockpit and the students in the command center fell into a stunned silence. Soon, everyone turned to gaze in the direction of the booming sound, spotting a black and white painted mecha, Luo Yan, crouching between two buildings in a residential area less than a kilometer from the battlefield. The mecha was holding a sniper rifle, Bailu, its snowy barrel gleaming in the sunlight, emitting wisps of smoke from its muzzle. Upon seeing Luo Yan, Lin Chung let out a sigh of relief and spoke over the public channel. Li Zi, when did you return? You startled me. I thought we had lost our kill to someone else. Did you take out the members of Group A? I didn't expect you to be quite capable. In another mecha, however, Shin Yu furrowed his brow. If Li Zi had come to join the fray, why hadn't she informed them in advance? Moreover, she typically maintained a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers from her prey. Yet now, she was firing within less than a kilometer range? Suddenly, Shin Yu realized something and urgently called out on the public channel, "Be careful, that could." Before he could finish, Yuan pivoted its gun towards Lin Cheng's mecha and fired. Bang! With a thunderous roar, Lin Cheng's mecha was sent soaring into the air before crashing to the ground and skidding for quite a distance. Embedded in the chest of the mecha was a blue projectile. The next moment, the projectile emitted an electromagnetic pulse, causing Lin Cheng's mecha to convulse uncontrollably, its circuits paralyzed. Inside the cockpit, the lights dimmed, instruments flashed erratically, and sparks erupted. Finally, the mecha ceased all motion. The symbiotic system provided no warning of disconnection. It simply shut down. Lin Chung, bewildered, removed his helmet and roared, "Li Zi, have you lost your mind? Why are you using an electromagnetic pulse on me?" Of course, with the mecha's systems incapacitated and communications severed, no one could hear his cries. In the Year 2, Group B Command Center, the students acting as strategists fell silent, staring at the screen displaying the motionless dark red mecha on the ground. They all shouted in unison, "What is Li Zi doing? Why is she pointing her weapon at her own team? Is there a malfunction? Can someone contact her? She didn't respond to our communication request." At that moment, someone exclaimed, "Look on the large screen." Yuan once again turned its gun, this time aiming at Shen Yu's mecha. However, Shen Yu was prepared. He formed seals to conjure the void wall and decisively withdrew from the battlefield. Yuan did not pursue but instead approached Lin Cheng's mecha, which was now immobilized. Lin Cheng had exited the cockpit and, upon seeing Yuan approach, bellowed, "Li Zi, come out and clarify this." Yet, Li Zi offered no response. Yuan merely lowered its gun, aiming at the left arm joint of Lin Cheng's mecha. Bang! The deafening gunshot pierced Lin Cheng's ears, and the resulting shockwave nearly knocked him off his feet. He stood there, dumbfounded, as Yuan blew apart the joint of his mecha. The exterior armor shattered, and parts scattered across the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Yuan fired 3 successive shots, exploding several other joint sections of the mecha before drawing a dagger and crouching down to begin prying open the armored chest of the mecha. This moment, Lin Chung could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Li Zi, for the love of all that is holy, stop. Have you lost your mind? Why are you trying to dismantle my mecha?" Clang! A panel of the external armor flew off and crashed nearby, smashing several cars flat. The rain swallow paid no heed whatsoever. Before long, Lin Chung witnessed the rain swallow dismantling the energy core of the mech, severing the connecting wires with a dagger before turning away. Standing atop the mech, Lin Chung felt as if he had been transformed into a stone statue. When the wind blew, he suddenly felt a chill, particularly in his heart, which felt utterly frigid. Inside the command center of Class B, the students sat despondently, utterly at a loss for words, failing to comprehend the situation. That moment, an announcement from the judging panel appeared on their large screen. Class A, Luo Yan, has slain the lower-tier beast, Yuan, awarding the entire team 1,000 academic credits. Class A, Luo Yan, has seized the Class B mech rain swallow, awarding the individual 1,200 academic credits, which will be included in the team score. Class A currently leads. Other teams, please continue to strive. What does this mean? Why did Li Ji blow off the head of the nine-tailed sheep yet get credits awarded to Class A? This cannot be. Was it not Li Ji who piloted the rain swallow? But instead Luo Yan from Class A? The command center of Class B erupted in chaos. Just then, Shen Yu's voice echoed on the public channel. This was the only explanation. I had this thought earlier. And now the announcement from the judging panel only confirmed my suspicion. A male student shook his head and said, Luo Yan actually stole the rain swallow. This is simply surreal. Wait a moment. Even if he did seize the rain swallow, the one firing the shots was still our team's mech. Therefore, this beast should rightfully count as our kill. Exactly. This is unfair. We must lodge a complaint. Soon, Class B submitted an appeal to the judging panel. However, this request was swiftly dismissed. The judging panel maintained that while it was the rain swallow that killed the beast, it was Luo Yan who piloted it. Thus, the original decision stood. Gazing at the announcement, the students of Class B felt utterly disheartened. At this moment, Lin Cheng returned. He picked up the communicator and contacted the judging panel at the base. This is Wei Fenghua. A response came swiftly through the communicator. Lin Cheng shouted, Teacher Wei, I want to file a complaint against that Luo fellow. He has already won, yet he damaged my mech and stole my energy core. How am I supposed to fight next? Wei Fenghua replied in a calm tone. What do you believe the judging panel should do? Without hesitation, Lin Cheng stated, Make Luo Yan return my energy core. Have him repair my mech. Wei Fenghua continued to inquire, Is that all? Lin Cheng pondered for a moment. He took Li Ji's mech. He should return that to us as well, right? Wei Fenghua asked, Is that everything? Lin Cheng affirmed with a sound, Yes, that's it. Wei Fenghua coughed lightly twice before saying, Lin Cheng, when you step onto the battlefield in the future, if your mech is damaged and your energy core stolen, should we also help you retrieve it? Lin Cheng was momentarily stunned, then retorted, But teacher, this is not the battlefield. This is merely a test, isn't it? Wei Fenghua replied, Indeed, it is a test. But this is a real combat test. Do you not understand the meaning of real combat? Let me tell you, from the moment you left the base, you have already been on the battlefield. Chapter 77. A heavy blow. From the moment you left the base, you have already been on the battlefield. This statement from Wei Fenghua not only sent a shiver through Lin Cheng, but it also caused a jolt of realization among the students in the command center, including Lin Cheng himself. Many of them had yet to fully adjust their mindsets, still viewing this as merely a test conducted outside of school. But now, Wei Fenghua made it clear to them. Since they were on the battlefield, losing a mech or having an energy core taken, even dying in battle, was a trivial matter. Understanding what the students were thinking, Wei Fenghua coughed a few more times and added, Of course, my colleagues and I will do our utmost to ensure your safety. After all, the primary goal of this test is to allow you to experience the feeling of combat on the battlefield in advance, not to truly send you out to die. However, you must remember, even with us present, accidents can still occur. Therefore, you must remain vigilant, adjust your mindset and thinking, and not treat this test as a game. Finally, Lin Cheng asked, Teacher, what should we do next? We only have one mech left. Wei Fenghua replied, Then it is up to you to find a way. We cannot have the judging panel intervene for you. That would be akin to a child fighting and then seeking an adult's help after losing. Lin Cheng felt a flush of shame rise to his face as he stammered, I didn't mean it that way. Wei Fenghua coughed once more and said, The energy core and mech have been taken. You can retrieve them. You may also contact Class A for advice on how they handle the situation. That is all I can say. The rest is up to you. Ending the communication, Lin Cheng lifted his head and looked around at his classmates. Sighing, let us contact the second-year students and see how they dealt with such a situation. In Class A, Luo Yan emerged from the mech cockpit. Yesterday, Yang Lixia had spent 700,000 work credits to redeem the energy core of the Orange Cat. The engineering department had worked through the night to reinstall and debug the energy core. Thus, today, the three mech set out together, successfully slaying the beast crew and earning 2,000 credits. They were now tied in score with Class B, trailing behind the leading Class A by 400 credits. Upon entering the command center, Luo Yan overheard her classmates discussing something. Shortly after, Yang Lixia hurried over, brimming with excitement. Lu, guess what happened this morning? Without further ado, he continued, Last night, Class B robbed one of Class A's kills. This morning, Luo not only returned the favor by stealing a beast from Class B, but he also took one of their mechs and the energy core from another. Luo Yan was momentarily taken aback, particularly upon hearing that Luo Yan had yet again taken someone else's energy core. Her mouth involuntarily twitched. Was this guy addicted to stealing energy cores? Nevertheless, her mood lightened considerably. See, I am not the only one who had my energy core stolen. At that moment, a student approached and handed a communicator to Yang Lixia. There's a first-year student looking for you. Yang Lixia took it, somewhat irritated at being interrupted while chatting with his goddess. Who is it? Is this Senior Yang Lixia? I am Shen Yu from the first year. I would like to ask how you managed to reclaim the energy core that Luo Yan took. Upon hearing this, Yang Lixia immediately brightened, realizing he was being consulted. This made him feel quite important. He cheerfully replied, "It's simple. I used 700,000 work credits to buy it back from him. In the command center of Class B." Shen Yu suddenly felt as if his soul had left his body, standing there in a daze. Lin Cheng furrowed his brow and asked, "So, what did the second year say?" Shen Yu snapped back to reality, put down the communicator, and replied to his classmates. Senior Yang said he paid out of his own pocket and used work credits to redeem the energy core from Luo. He spent 700,000. The entire command center fell silent as a graveyard. After a while, Lin Cheng finally exclaimed, "How much?" 700,000. He didn't even try to steal it. How could I possibly have 700,000 to redeem the energy core? Shen Yu smiled wryly. I fear reclaiming the rain swallow will cost even more. Lin Cheng buried his head in his hands. If I can't even get the energy core back, how can I possibly retrieve the rain swallow? What should we do? Should we go steal it back? Shen Yu looked troubled. We're left with only one mech. Thud. Leji collapsed onto the soft grass. She stood up and gazed at Luo Yan, who was perched on the shoulder of her mech, rain swallow. That figure seemed so unattainable. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Luo, even if you want to return the mech to me, at least take me back to the camp. What if I encounter a beast while you leave me here?" Luo Yan paid her no mind. In his understanding, he had only stolen the mech and had not harmed her, which was already generous enough. As for how she would return, he was indifferent. Back in the cockpit, Luo Yan piloted the rain swallow straight to the high-speed rail station camp. During the return journey, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. He recalled how, in the past, every time he found food and medicine amidst the ruins on the surface, his heart felt as it did now, fulfilled, joyful, and happy. Today, not only had he avenged a past grievance, but he also acquired an energy core and seized a mech. An energy core could sell for 700,000 work credits. As for the mech, that would surely amount to a rather enticing figure. The thought of another influx of credits into his account, even someone as stoic as him felt a surge of exhilaration. He even contemplated having Class B redeem the rain swallow for him, only to steal it again? Or perhaps several times? Moments later, at the high-speed rail station camp, Li Bohong and others had already received the news early on. Yet when they saw the black and white painted rain swallow appear in their sights, they still felt a sense of unreality. In the practical test of seizing the mech, it seems that only someone like Luo Yan, a born resonator, could accomplish such a feat before long. Luo Yan exited the cockpit, preparing to return to the television building to retrieve the white dragon. As well at that moment, Li Bohong approached and inquired, "Luo, what do you intend to do with the energy furnace and the mech?" Luo Yan replied emphatically, "Sell them." Li Bohong adjusted his glasses with a smile and remarked, "I suspected you would say that. However, have you considered that among the students in Class A of the second year, Yang Li has a father who is the director of the construction bureau, and Lu Ruhan comes from a wealthy family? Therefore, they can easily redeem the energy furnace. Yet, to my knowledge, the students in Class B of the first year come from rather modest backgrounds. They might not even be able to afford the energy furnace, let alone the mech." Luo Yan abruptly raised his head, having never contemplated this aspect before, and was instantly struck by a profound sense of dismay. Chapter 78. Shadows in the Clouds at the Falcon Base. Due to a prohibition issued by the Black Hawk Company, exploration of the forbidden zones has been halted for a week. This has resulted in a significant number of personnel being stranded at the base over the past couple of days. To prevent the residents from clashing due to their inability to enter the forbidden areas, the Black Hawk Company erected a temporary arena at the center of the base. Each day, fearless individuals enter the arena to combat various mutated beasts, vying for substantial rewards. Meanwhile, the young women at the base have been experiencing an unprecedented surge in business over the last 2 days. The most popular among them reportedly did not leave her bed yesterday and, it is said, was rushed to emergency care in the middle of the night. Although the Black Hawk Company has made efforts to maintain morale, a palpable atmosphere of oppression still pervades the entire base. as if an explosion could occur at any moment. And this was only the second day. On this particular afternoon, an outsider arrived at the base, clad in a dark red long trench coat with its collar raised. Underneath, he wore black leather attire. .17 throwing knives, their blades a deep indigo and evidently coated with poison, were fastened to his belt, while an astonishingly powerful handgun dangled from the other side, its grip adorned with a red dove motif. The man's face was concealed by a plain white mask, devoid of any patterns or carved features, save for holes for breathing and vision. He approached a row of makeshift quarters constructed from wooden shanties. In front of the building lay two glossy-coated fierce dogs. Upon catching the scent of the newcomer, both dogs growled menacingly. The man halted, swiftly drew a motion from his waist, and two beams of blue light shot forth, piercing the eyes of one of the large dogs. Within 3 seconds, the two ferocious canines lay dead, foam escaping their mouths. The voice erupted from within the quarters. "You bastard! You've killed my guard dogs. Are you planning to stay here and be my dog?" The response was another throwing knife, which struck the man squarely in the forehead. The speaker's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend that this masked figure had so easily dispatched him. Inside the quarters, a series of tables revealed that it served as the base's dining hall. The patrons, witnessing the boss's sudden demise, scrambled to flee in panic, even the waitstaff neglecting to demand payment. The man in the dark red trench coat took a seat at an empty table, ordering a meal and a bottle of clean water. He then produced a small box and placed it on the table. Beckoning to the trembling waiter, the waiter hesitated, fearful of approaching, but saw the man push the box forward, urging, "Hurry up, I'm famished." Only then did the waiter take the box, opening it to find several anti-inflammatory pills. In this current climate, the formerly accepted currency had become worthless, and various forms of hard currency had emerged, with medication being one of them. Although the box contained only 3 pills, it was more than sufficient to cover the cost of the meal. After pocketing the pills, the waiter glanced at the lifeless form of the boss, his initial shock gradually giving way to an inexplicable glee. He quickly called over 2 homeless men, offering them a bun in exchange for disposing of the boss and the 2 dogs' remains. The 2 vagrants worked swiftly, and in no time, the bodies were nowhere to be found. Throughout the process, no one inquired, not even the Black Hawk Company, which ostensibly maintained order at the base. This was the reality of the surface. Order was dictated by might, and truth lay within the range of fire. After the meal, the man in the long trench coat grasped the waiter's hand and asked, "Recently, have you had any outsiders here?" The waiter nodded immediately. "Yes, a couple of days ago, some individuals claiming to be from the city arrived. They even committed murder at the base." The Black Hawk Company didn't dare utter a word. "They're acting quite arrogantly." The man in the trench coat pressed further, "Are those people still at the base?" The waiter shook his head. "Only some older individuals remain. The young ones have all departed for the Forbidden Zone." Because of this, the Black Hawk Company issued a prohibition, forbidding exploration for an entire week. They might as well be asking everyone to starve. The man then released his grip and tossed the waiter another anti-inflammatory pill, saying, "Keep your mouth shut." The waiter, recalling the sight of the boss's corpse, quickly responded, "What did you say, sir? I didn't quite catch that." The man nodded in satisfaction and began to eat. After finishing his meal, he departed the base, leaving no one aware of his destination, in the Eerie City. Within Class B of the second year, the command center was abuzz with excitement as the students, acting as strategists, shouted fervently, "Hurry, Zhou Feng, attack from the middle route. Try to keep the Gujiao occupied. Don't let it escape. Wang Lei, remain where you are, just in case. Xia Yun, don't just watch. Assist Zhou Feng in crippling that creature's wings." A male student shook his head and remarked, "The giant beasts in this forbidden zone are mostly of the feather worm variety. It's utterly bothersome. One careless move, and we could lose what we've worked hard for. Everyone, we must exert ourselves. Among the 4 teams, we are currently in last place. Not to mention the A class, even the 2 first-year teams are ranking ahead of us. Indeed, Zhou Feng, you all need to step up your game. We're in the second year now. If those little brats end up looking down on us, where will we put our old faces?" Amidst the ruins of a residential area, the buildings were entwined with countless vines, and large clumps of hair, resembling seaweed, tangled around the structures, streetlights, and vehicles. Numerous skeletal remains were ensnared within the strands of black hair, and as the long hair swayed in the wind, the bones seemed to perform a macabre puppet show. Enacting various movements, suddenly, a loud crash resounded as a shadowy figure collided with a high-rise, causing it to crumble into debris. From the falling rubble, a giant bird, resembling a sculpture, struggled to rise. Its feathers were chestnut brown, with exaggeratedly large wings, and the most peculiar feature was a long horn protruding from its head. This colossal bird, known as the gujiao, bore one wing that was ragged and tattered, seemingly unable to fulfill its original purpose. A segment of the horn had shattered, blood gushing forth in a vibrant REDIT staggered to its feet, emitting a cry akin to that of an infant. That moment, fireballs erupted from its body, struck by a barrage of missiles, causing its feathers to scatter and ignite as they fell. The gujiao let out a mournful wail, its remaining wing barely allowing it to flee in a disheveled manner. Now, Wang Lei, take it down! The command center erupted with excitement as several strategists shouted. Wang Lei, who had been lying in ambush nearby, immediately maneuvered his mech to attempt a decisive blow against the gujiao. However, at that moment, a deep rumble resonated from above, as if a fighter jet soared overhead. The strategists in the command center gasped in astonishment. On the large screen, they saw a shadow concealed by the clouds rolling across the sky. The clouds stirred, and something descended from within them. Black lines, each ending in a figure. P.S. I've written 18,000 words in a day and am feeling a bit fatigued. Normal updates will resume tomorrow. Chapter 79. The mutation. What on earth is that? Is it human? It can't be. Can we adjust the image? Quickly, make the image clearer. The strategists in the second-year Class B command center were in a state of shock. Soon, the large screen displayed a clearer image, revealing that from the clouds above, numerous strands of hair intertwined to form ropes, each suspending a human figure. There were elderly individuals, children, men, and women. Unlike the skeletal remains scattered throughout the city, these suspended humans appeared very much alive, their forms robust, and their complexions rosy. The elderly wore dignified attire, while the children donned charming outfits. The men were clad in suits, and the ladies wore elegant dresses. Some displayed gentle expressions, others were handsome and radiant, some were clever and endearing, while others were delicate and beautiful. These suspended individuals swayed in the wind, akin to kites unable to control their fate. Yet, amid the tempest, they engaged in various activities. The elderly read newspapers, the children played soccer, the men worked, and the women applied makeup. However, their movements were devoid of the props they mimed. No newspapers, no soccer balls, no computers, and no cosmetics. From the large screen, it appeared as though the students were witnessing a theatrical performance, albeit one staged high in the air, which inevitably sent chills down their spines. Before long, the shadow behind the clouds vanished, as if it had ascended to a higher altitude. Consequently, the ropes that hung from the clouds, along with the individuals they supported, disappeared into the mist, when the screen displayed nothing but emptiness. The students regained their composure and began to murmur among themselves. However, at that moment, someone exclaimed, "What about the gujiao?" Originally, while they were distracted by the dark shadow in the clouds, the injured gujiao seized the opportunity to flee the battlefield. However, it was wounded and unable to fly, resorting instead to a desperate dash across the ground. Wang Lei, a second-year student, exclaimed, "I'll chase after it." His mech was positioned closest to the gujiao. Instantly, the mech's engine roared to life, its power fully unleashed, as it pursued the bird-like creature racing across the ground like a mighty rooster. At that moment, an alarm blared from the command center. Wang Lei had reached the edge of the safe zone. Immediately, voices from the communication device echoed, "Wang Lei, stop chasing. If you go any further, you'll leave the safe area. Come back." Wang Lei glanced at the distance between himself and the giant bird. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "It's fine, as long as I don't go too deep. That creature is severely injured. If another team snatches it away, wouldn't that be a grave injustice?" On the screen, a window appeared, revealing Xia Yun, a fellow mech pilot. "Wang Lei, don't do anything foolish. If we lose the giant beast, so be it. There are plenty of beasts in the Forbidden Zone. Just stop chasing." Yet Wang Lei didn't even spare a glance at his classmate. "Lose it and let it go? Xia Yun, you speak so lightly of it. Your family is well off. Even if you can't become a mech pilot, you can return to inherit your family business. What about me? My father had a stroke last year, and my mother's health is frail, I have a younger sister to support. If I can't become a mech pilot, will we starve? Moreover, currently with 4 teams, our group is at the bottom of the rankings. If I don't fight now, when will I? With a loud shout, Wang Lei maneuvered his mech into a park. Crossing into the unsafe zone, this moment, Wei Fenghua's voice resonated from the command center. Wang Lei, immediately cease all actions. Before Wei Fenghua could finish, Wang Lei severed the communication, acting on his own accord. Once he exited the park, the Gu Jiao seemed to lack strength, coming to a halt. Wang Lei, witnessing this, filled with joy, drew a long knife from his mech and leaped mightily. Landing heavily, he stepped upon the Gu Jiao's head. The knife inverted, its tip facing downward, plunging into the creature. A swift strike pierced its belly. Yet, the Gu Jiao did not succumb. On the contrary, it struggled fiercely, using its broken horn to ram against Wang Lei's mech. Sparks flew as the mech was jolted. Under the influence of the symbiosis system, Wang Lei felt a constricting sensation in his chest, though the combat suit dulled the pain response. Otherwise, he feared he might faint from the agony. With a mighty roar, he grasped the Gu Jiao's neck, withdrawing the long knife and sweeping it violently, sending a flash of cold light through the air. Where the cold light passed, the Gu Jiao's head and neck were completely severed. The mech rose, holding the wide-eyed head of the giant bird aloft, as if to prove something to the world. Alas, there were no spectators here. That moment, the radar in the cockpit indicated the energy spectrum of the Gu Jiao had vanished. I did it. Wang Lei closed his eyes, a smile gradually spreading across his face. I did it. I have slain the giant beast. He erupted into laughter, his spirits high, unmindful of the sudden silence that enveloped the forbidden zone. Even the intermittent roars of beasts faded into nothingness. Then, at high noon, the light within the forbidden zone swiftly dimmed, rendering the outlines of all things vague and ambiguous, while intensifying the shadows in the cockpit. Wang Lei finally composed himself, lifting the Gu Jiao's head, ready to return. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse in the panoramic window. Deep within the forbidden zone, shadows flickered. Appeared a group of people was approaching. Wang Lei checked the radar, but found no signs of life. A chill ran down his spine. Without a second thought, he decisively directed the mech toward the safe zone in the panoramic window. The surrounding light rapidly darkened. As if night had arrived prematurely, Wang Lei couldn't help but glance skeptically at the time displayed on the command center. It read that there were still 10 minutes until 1 p.m. Just then, the mech jolted, staggering precariously. Wang Lei looked down to see a tangle of black hair ensnared on the mech's right foot. It must have tripped him. That moment, the mass of black hair seemed to possess a life and consciousness of its own. Writhing like a serpent, entangling around the mech's foot, Wang Lei reached for his long knife to sever the strands, but suddenly found his arm immobilized. Turning to look, he saw dozens of strands of black hair coiling around the mech's arm. Emerging from nearby trees, lamp posts, and building windows, ensnaring the mech. Wang Lei's heart raced. Disregarding everything, he discarded the Gu Jiao's head and grabbed his rifle, firing at the clusters of hair entwined around his arm. After only a few shots, he felt a tightening around his neck. It turned out that several clusters of hair had also wrapped around the mech's neck. Simultaneously, these strands dispersed, with individual strands relentlessly probing into the mech's seams, gradually infiltrating its interior. Chapter 80. The Cruelty? Warning, warning. The mech has encountered an unknown invasion. Please take immediate action. The cockpit erupted in alarms. Wang Lei frantically activated the expulsion system. Instantly, the mech's interior expelled bursts of superheated gas, forcing the encroaching strands out and causing them to curl and char. Just as Wang Lei breathed a sigh of relief, the lights in the cockpit flickered, and amid the alternating brightness, he vaguely saw a multitude of shadows beneath the mech. Countless figures, appearing from nowhere, crowded together, brushing past the mech's feet. That moment, due to the dim environment, Wang Lei had activated the mech's external lights. Through the panoramic window, illuminated by the lights, he could see those figures. They seemed to be the former residents of the city, clad in a variety of attire. Some in business suits, others as students, workers, or children. However, they were all indistinct, shrouded in an invisible mist. Suddenly, they all halted, ceasing their forward movement. Then, in the next instant, they all turned to gaze at the mech. through the panoramic window. Their eyes met Wang Lei's. A chill ran down his spine. A wave of cold surged from his heels to the nape of his neck. Every hair on his body stood on end. What is this? Instinctively, Wang Lei tried to leave, but the mech did not respond to his commands. At that moment, the symbiosis system emitted a warning. An anomalous signal is attempting to log in. An anomalous signal? Wang Lei looked at the system, which displayed that another unknown signal was commandeering system resources, seemingly trying to displace Wang Lei's brainwave signal. His mind went blank. The teachers had never mentioned such circumstances at school. He was utterly at a loss for how to proceed. Fortunately, Wang Lei remembered that teachers had also stated that if the symbiosis system malfunctioned, one could initiate the emergency restart program. He immediately reached out to activate this program. But at that moment, his hand froze mid-air. A pitch-black hand gripped his wrist tightly. Wang Lei let out a shriek, turning to see a figure had appeared beside him, clad in a mech pilot-esque combat suit and helmet. The figure was obscured, as if enveloped in mist. When Wang Lei turned to face it, the figure also looked back at him. Within the helmet, Wang Lei recognized a familiar face. His own. The cockpit lights continued to flicker. Wang Lei remained unaware that his own shadow had vanished without him noticing. At the high-speed railway station, in the waiting hall, Zheng Shan spotted Luo Yan sitting alone in a corner. Sunlight fell upon him, casting a solitary shadow on the ground. Holding a piece of bread, he had yet to take a bite. Zheng Shan had never seen Luo Yan so listless. Just as he was about to approach, someone pulled him back. Turning around, he saw it was Li Bohang. Li Bohang shook his head, offering a small smile. Now is probably not the best time to disturb him. He has just suffered a significant blow. Zheng Shan was taken aback. He can be affected too? What kind of blow? I just informed him of a harsh reality. Li Bohang pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. The mech and energy core he seized this morning probably won to be redeemed by Team B. Zheng Shan remained silent. Just then, a student rushed out from the command center, exclaiming, Luo Yan, Li Bohang. Zheng Shan, come quickly. The judges have an important announcement. The student called out several times before Luo Yan turned back. Moments later, on the large screen in the command center, Wei Fenghua appeared with a grave expression. We have just lost contact with Wang Lei from Team B. This footage was captured by a drone. Please take a look. The scene shifted to that of the city, where bizarre black hair surged forth from the depths, wildly spreading outward. It engulfed skyscrapers, highways, streetlights, vehicles, and trees. Amongst it all, Wang Lei's mech was first ensnared by some strands of hair, then struggled in resistance. Ultimately, the mech was gradually entangled and dragged away into the depths of the city. The playback ended, leaving the entire command center in a profound silence. The students are still unable to comprehend why Wang Lei's mecha was pulled away by those peculiar strands of hair. Luo Yan's gaze shifted momentarily, as if he had recalled something, yet he remained silent. Li Bohang sighed softly, remarking that Senior Wang Lei had ventured beyond the safety zone. The image of Wei Fenghua reappeared. Indeed, Wang Lei had disregarded warnings and left the safety zone, encountering bizarre incidents outside its confines. Preliminary suspicions suggest that this may be connected to the activities of Deng Hu, yet, as before, we lack substantial evidence. However, one thing is certain. Once one crosses the safety zone, one may encounter unpredictable dangers. Wang Lei is a prime example of this. It is hoped that all will take heed. This concludes the important information the committee wishes to convey. The communication ended, leaving a somber atmosphere in the command center. Although few here knew Wang Lei personally, the sudden disappearance of a vibrant life still evoked a sense of lament. Zheng Shan furrowed his brow and asked, Is the teacher not planning to organize a rescue? Luo Yan did not respond to this inquiry, lowering his gaze as he exited the tent. Li Bohang sighed softly. For now, we have merely lost a mecha and a student. If a rescue is organized, it could lead to greater sacrifices, as cruel as it may sound. The truth is that Senior Wang Lei lacks the value of rescue. Zheng Shan felt a jolt within. This naive youth, untouched by the harshness of disaster, still clung to the belief that life is priceless. Now, with Li Bohang's remark about lack of rescue value, he profoundly sensed the cruelty of the surface world. At that moment, as they prepared to leave the command center, the communication device chimed, Is Luo Yan there? We wish to speak with him. Moments later, a communication device was handed to Luo Yan. He raised his head to glance at Li Bohang. It was from Class B, likely wishing to discuss the redemption of the mecha and energy core. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan's eyes initially lit up, but then he appeared somewhat disheartened. Finally, he addressed the intercom. The energy core is 700,000. The Mecha 5 million. Package them together for 5.5 million. Without waiting for a response, he returned the communication device to Li Bohong and then earnestly inquired about which students from the other three groups came from affluent families. As Luo Yan spoke these words, far away in the campsite of Class A, Yang Lixia inexplicably shivered. Chapter 81. Paying for innocence in Class B. The energy core is priced at 700,000 and the Mecha at 5 million. Together, they amount to 5.5 million. Lin Cheng's facial muscles twitched incessantly. This is an exorbitant demand. It is all the fault of that Yang from Class 2, who set a precedent. Now, we find ourselves in a bind. Wondering where to procure millions of merit points to redeem the energy core and Mecha. The already returned Li Ji felt dejected. The excitement from having seized the heads of Class A had vanished without a trace. She had anticipated retribution, but she never expected it to arrive so swiftly and ferociously. Not only had their team been ambushed by Luo Yan, but he had also seized Lin Cheng's energy core and her Mecha. They had suffered a grave loss. The ordinarily unremarkable Shen Yu chuckled ruefully. What if we arranged to meet with Luo Yan? We could offer him 2,000 merit points for the items he possesses. Regarding merit points, I had consulted with the teacher, who explained that merit points are merely a consideration for evaluation by the committee. The allocation of merit points is at our discretion, as long as the entire team agrees. Lin Chang turned to the other students. What do you all think? A male student sighed. If we only have Shen Yu's Mecha, we will be left with little to accomplish. If we can use 2,000 merit points to reclaim your energy core and Swallowtail, I believe it is worth it. The other students nodded in agreement. At this moment, Li Ji sighed. You all should brace yourselves. Luo Yan does not strike me as someone easy to negotiate with. His worldview and values differ from ours. Therefore, it is best not to be overly idealistic. Shen Yu chuckled wryly. In any case, let's contact Class A first. Moments later, Li Bohong found Luo Yan. Class B wishes to speak with you. They intend to use merit points to purchase the items you have. Luo Yan was jotting down a few names in his notebook. Lu Ruhan, Yang Lixia, Xiaowai Yun. Li Bohong indicated that among the other three teams, these three students came from well-off families. The rest were rather average. Now, hearing that Class B wishes to use merit points to buy items, Luo Yan felt a flicker of interest. Although merit points are not equivalent to labor points, they can be exchanged for quite a number of things at school, making them relatively valuable. He stood up. What time? Where? At 2 in the afternoon. INSCAF overrun by wildgrass. When Luo Yan and Xing Shan entered, they found Shen Yu and Li Ji from Class B already present. Shen Yu believed Lin Cheng was too impulsive and might jeopardize their situation, which is why he hadn't brought him along. As for Li Ji, she was a defeated subordinate of Luo Yan. Bringing her along implied a sense of weakness. Upon seeing Luo Yan, Shen Yu smiled. Good afternoon, Luo Yan. Before he could finish his sentence, Luo Yan interjected, 2,000 merit points for the energy core plus her complete set of combat gear. He gestured toward Li Ji. Luo Yan had thought this through prior to arriving. The 2,000 merit points were equivalent to a maximum of 400,000 labor points. Class B's desire to buy back the energy core and Mecha was impossible. In fact, he was reluctant to part with even the energy core. However, if he included Li Ji's combat gear, it would barely equate to that amount. The requirements for empathy with the primary Mecha are quite low. Unless one is exceedingly unfortunate, it is generally feasible to achieve empathy and pilot the Mecha. Hence, the school arranged for 12 primary Mechas for students to compete for, utilizing a random draw system. Because regardless of the victor, they could typically achieve empathy. However, to accomplish this, a combat suit is required. The neurons must connect to the drive of the combat suit to activate the empathy system. Furthermore, each Mecha records the pilot's brainwaves. Only through the device on the combat helmet of the combat suit can the previous records be formatted and new brainwaves recorded. Luo Yan's desire for Li Ji's complete set of combat gear stemmed from the need to erase prior brainwave records, allowing someone from his team to pilot Swallowtail. This would not only bolster Class A's combat power, but also facilitate Luo Yan's forthcoming endeavors. Upon hearing Luo Yan's demand for the full combat gear, Shen Yu surmised his intentions and furrowed his brow. Luo Yan, we have all known each other for some time. Can't we negotiate? It is said that one should always leave a line for future encounters. 2,000 merit points for the energy core and Mecha is already our greatest concession. Wait, don't go. Luo Yan had no desire to engage in further conversation. It was either meet his demands or confront him on the battlefield. The notion of leaving a line for future encounters may have worked in the past, but now it was a mere joke. Why leaving a line for someone? One only opens the door for them to turn around and stab you in the back. He had experienced this before and did not wish to relive it. Each scar on his body was a price paid for his naivety. At this moment, Li Ji decisively stated, "We agree. 2,000 merit points for the energy core and the full combat gear." Xin Yu looked at his classmates in astonishment. Li Ji adjusted her thick glasses. "Trust me, if we do not agree now, once he steps out that door, we will be left with only one mecha. At least now we have two." Luo Yan turned back, somewhat surprised. This girl actually understood him. Thus, the matter was settled. Luo Yan gained an additional 2,000 merit points, but this was a personal transaction and would not count towards evaluation scores. He handed over the full combat gear and retrieved the energy core. Upon returning to their campsite, Xin Yu and the others were greeted by guests. Xia Yun and Zhou Feng from Class 2 had arrived. "We wish to form an alliance with you." In the command center, Xia Yun cut to the chase, stating their intent directly. The other second-year student added, "You must be aware of the misfortune that befell Wang Lei. We are deeply regretful, but the tests must continue. We are also aware of your situation. You currently have only 2 mechas left. This puts us as the weakest among the 4 teams. Therefore, why not join forces? As long as we slay the giant beast, regardless of who delivers the final blow, we shall share the spoils equally. Moreover, if we join forces, we will have 4 mechas, which will certainly enhance our efficiency in hunting the giant beasts. What do you think?" Lin Qing nodded. "I see no issue with this. What are your thoughts?" Xin Yu, being more cautious, replied, "It sounds good, but regarding the distribution of merit points, I think we should consult the teacher first. If they agree, we will join forces." He had 2 purposes in doing so. First, to verify the feasibility of merit point distribution with the committee. Second, to indirectly have the committee serve as a witness to avoid any disputes over merit point allocation later. Chapter 82. Yang Lixia's pocket evening fell. The golden rays of the setting sun cascaded down, painting everything in hues of amber. The towering buildings, sky bridges, highways, automobiles, and trees, all suffused with a golden hue, cast elongated shadows. Were it not for the bizarre strands of hair entangled in the streetlights and dangling from the windows, obscuring the road beneath, the current scene would indeed be a feast for the eyes. Within the cockpit, Du Heng glanced at Luo Yan, who stood beside him. The mech Du Heng piloted, the Swallow, had been seized by Luo Yan from Group B after receiving the complete set of combat gear for Li Zi. And upon the recommendation of Li Bohang, this mech was ultimately entrusted to Du Heng, who had performed commendably in the piloting simulation class. Once Li Zi's neural wave recordings were purged and replaced with Du Heng's, Luo Yan instructed him to take the Swallow for a ride to the vicinity of the battlefield for Class A of the second year. Du Heng was unaware of Luo Yan's intentions, but refrained from inquiring. Presently, Luo Yan was the darling of the team, having commandeered colossal beasts and mechs alike, even seizing 2 energy cores. The very Swallow he now piloted was also among his conquests. Thus, whatever Luo Yan requested, he complied without hesitation. Soon, the panoramic view displayed distant explosions illuminating the skyline, faint sounds echoing from that direction. Class A of the second year was engaged in combat there. "This will suffice," Luo Yan continued. "You should conceal yourself for now. We will follow once they return." Du Heng, suddenly enlightened, queried, "Brother Yan, are you planning to raid their lair?" However, he quickly reconsidered. To raid the second year's stronghold, several mechs would typically need to be deployed. Luo Yan offered no response. After a brief wait, 3 mechs appeared on the return path in the panoramic display. "Activate the radar cloaking system," Luo Yan commanded. Du Heng replied, "I activated it before we set off." Luo Yan nodded in approval. Although this was Du Heng's inaugural experience piloting a mech, he exhibited commendable skill, indicative of his diligent study in the piloting course and solid foundational knowledge. "Keep pace." Luo Yan instructed. No need to tail them too closely. Just ensure you don't lose sight of them. Du Heng nodded, confident in his abilities. The Swallow, being a lightweight model, was agile and compact, facilitating concealment and stealth. Indeed, as Du Heng maneuvered the mech close to the second year's encampment, he remained undetected. "All right, we part ways here. When you receive my signal, return to the camp immediately. Remember to take a longer route to avoid being followed." Luo Yan ordered, not waiting for Du Heng's response before opening the cockpit door. Du Heng controlled the mech to lower Luo Yan gently to the ground. Upon touching down, Luo Yan swiftly darted towards the second-year encampment, not forgetting to activate the shadow wheel to mask his presence while simultaneously engaging the barrier eye to survey his surroundings, evading encounters with colossal beasts or swarms of parasites. Thus, he successfully approached the vicinity of the second-year camp, hiding behind a non-anomalous tree, observing the encampment. The mechs of the second year had returned, assuming a kneeling posture to avoid drawing attention from any lurking beasts, while also facilitating inspection and maintenance by the repair crew. Luo Yan zeroed in on the bright yellow-orange cat. Through the vision provided by the barrier eye, he clearly saw the pilot of the orange cat vacate their seat, evidently disconnecting from the neural synchronization system and preparing to leave. Seizing the moment, Luo Yan closed his eyes and initiated a neural synchronization with the orange cat. With practice comes mastery. Soon, he discerned the rhythmic sound of a heartbeat, accompanied by a pulsating sensation akin to a heartbeat. Suddenly, he was jolted, eyes wide open, witnessing a landscape of mountains rapidly receding before him. He was in motion, accompanied by a gentle breeze. He moved nimbly, occasionally crouching before launching forth like a rocket. As he crested a mountain peak, he beheld a vast lake, at the center of which coiled a gigantic white serpent. Descending rapidly, he drew forth two sharp short swords from behind his waist. The serpent, sensing his approach, raised its head, flicking its tongue and emitting a roar. Within the enormous pupils of the serpent, a figure was reflected, a woman, her raven hair cascading like clouds, her features striking. Luo Yan was momentarily shaken. Was this him? In an instant, the woman and the serpent's forms intertwined, their movements colliding, and with a decisive stroke, one serpent head was obliterated. The vision abruptly ceased. Returning to reality, Luo Yan heard the startled cries of the second-year students. What is happening? The orange cat's synchronization system has been accessed by another signal. Lu, get out quickly. At that moment, the orange cat abruptly pivoted, transitioning from a kneeling position to a crouch, then explosively launching forth in an instant. The mech transformed into a blaze of orange light, vanishing from the encampment. Observing the mech's sudden surge, Yang Lixia, who had intended to hand a drink to Lu Ruohan, dropped it in shock. The other students gasped, "Isn't that Lu's typical maneuver? But does the orange cat possess such explosive power?" Yang Lixia finally regained his composure, grabbing hold of a classmate. "Did you just say the orange cat's synchronization system was accessed by another signal?" The classmate nodded, displaying a tablet that confirmed the information. This? Yang Lixia's lips twitched. It was over. It must be Luo. He was a natural resonator, capable of connecting to the synchronization system without the aid of combat gear. Instinctively, Yang Lixia patted his pocket. Recalling that retrieving the energy core had cost 700,000, how much would a mech be worth? At that moment, two other mech pilots from Class A rushed out, heading towards the mech, preparing to pilot it for a rescue. Meanwhile, as Luo Yan controlled the orange cat to burst from the base, he issued a retreat command to Du Heng via the communicator before leaping down from the tree. The orange cat passed by him, and with a swift motion, he leapt into its palm, fingers curling protectively around him to prevent a fall. Luo Yan, now nestled in the mech's palm, continued to manipulate it through their synchronization. The orange cat sped through the forbidden zone, nimbly weaving between buildings, its velocity and agility far surpassing those exhibited by Lu Ruohan during her piloting. In the cockpit, Lu Ruohan huddled in a corner, using the confined space to secure herself. Through the panoramic display, she observed the orange cat distancing itself from the encampment, eventually halting by a dry canal. Lu Ruohan hurriedly sprang to her feet, rushing towards the command platform, intent on rebooting the synchronization system to force the invading signal offline. However, at that moment, she saw the mech raise its hand and place it on its shoulder. From within the palm, Luo Yan leapt onto the mech's shoulder, evidently intending to enter the cockpit. Lu Ruohan abruptly turned her gaze towards the cockpit door. Chapter 83. Defiance of Orders. Luo Yan stood at the threshold of the cockpit. Through the barrier eye, he noticed Lu Ruohan poised for confrontation. Luo Yan placed his hand on the hilt of the Starbreaker, having observed Lu Ruohan reaching for her sidearm. Yet, her hand quickly retreated, positioning itself defensively instead. Only then did Luo Yan release the grip he had on the sword's hilt and manually open the cockpit door. The moment the door swung open, He activated observing the sea, enveloping himself in a radiant yellow glow that coalesced into a hazy, layered illusion of mountains, emanating an air of subtle grandeur. Luo Yan forcefully thrust himself into the cockpit, where he was met with Lu Ruohan's pre-calculated punch aimed at his ribcage. Lu Ruohan had intended to use this strike to push Luo Yan away, but he appeared oblivious. Undeterred, his right hand lunged forward, violently grasping for Lu Ruohan's throat. Having lived in the underground city, she had never encountered the brutal realities of the surface. She could hardly fathom that Luo Yan's fighting style would be so ferocious. Panic surged within her, prompting an instinctive evasion of his grasp. Thus ensued a fierce exchange between them in the cockpit for several rounds. Luo Yan's attacks were merciless and wild, showing no signs of restraint, while Lu Ruohan, agile and balanced, executed astonishing maneuvers in a matter of moments. They alternated between offense and defense at lightning speed. Many times, Luo Yan relied on his superior physical capabilities to absorb Lu Ruohan's strikes while seizing opportunities to counterattack, gradually forcing her towards the cockpit door. In the midst of their combat, Luo Yan bellowed, delivering a punch straight to Lu Ruohan's chest, devoid of any consideration. Lu Ruohan's face flushed. It was her first experience of such aggressive actions from a male counterpart. Memories of their initial confrontation resurfaced when her mech was forcefully embraced by the white dragon. Her emotions became entangled, and in her moment of distraction, she failed to notice Luo Yan's subtle kick approaching her. By the time she reacted, Luo Yan had transitioned from a kick to a powerful strike, landing squarely in her abdomen. The force erupted, propelling Lu Ruohan out of the cockpit, causing her to plummet from the mech. A startled cry escaped her lips, but it was abruptly cut short as she felt something catch her from behind. Regaining her senses, she realized the mech had caught her in its hand. Lu Ruohan lifted her head to see Luo Yan standing at the doorway, calmly stating, "It's even now." Also, the mech costs 5 million. Lu Ruohan was momentarily stunned before comprehending that Luo Yan was avenging her previous provocation. He had seized the mech, demanding 5 million to reclaim it. Instantly, a wave of confusion washed over her. She struggled to discern whether Luo Yan had intentionally come seeking revenge, or if revenge was merely a pretext for his true objective, extorting money. The hatch sealed shut. Luo Yan took his seat at the controls, fastening his safety belt. It was then that he observed 2 mechas from the second year approaching. Consequently, he gently placed Lu Ruohan on the ground, for she was a weighty client valued at 5 million merit points. Naturally, Luo Yan wished for her safety. Thus, upon seeing the second-year students arrive, he decided to leave. After setting down Lu Ruohan, Orange Cat turned and swiftly navigated through the buildings. Vanishing into the golden glow of the setting sun, he could hear the sound of the mechas rushing and felt the tremors beneath his feet. Lu Ruohan suddenly realized that Luo Yan was not as indifferent as she had thought. At the very least, he waited for his companion to arrive before placing her down. Had it not been for this, alone and unaccompanied, she might have easily become a target for the lurking beasts or swarms of parasites. With this thought, her mood improved slightly. At the high-speed train station camp, when Li Bohong and the others saw Orange Cat entering the camp, they were all taken aback. That very morning, Luo Yan had seized a swallow mecha. And by evening, he had acquired Orange Cat as well. 5 mechas lined up in a row, a sight both grand and imposing. Inside the cockpit, just as Luo Yan descended from the mecha, Li Bohong approached him with a communicator. "Yang Lixia is looking for you." Luo Yan nodded and took the device. On the communicator, Yang Lixia's voice trembled slightly. "Luo, why have you come to snatch things from us again? Can you please stop fixating solely on our group? Look at the other two, especially Class 2B. You haven't even touched them yet. How about changing your target?" Luo Yan remained silent. Yang Lixia sighed. "Look, we at least had some dealings before. Could you cut us a break this time? 500,000 is simply too much." Only then did Luo Yan respond. "For 180,000, can you make it a bit less, Luo?" All right, for 180,000. "But that's still a significant sum. You'll need to give us some time. We'll call you tomorrow morning." Luo Yan nodded, just like last time. "Once the money is in the account, the mecha will be returned to you." After ending the communication, Luo Yan returned the device to Li Bohong, who then gave him a thumbs up, stating, "We found traces of another beast. Let us convene after dinner." "Shall we?" Luo Yan nodded. After all, practical testing was the priority, as the sun finally dipped below the horizon. the camp at the high-speed train station illuminated with a few scattered lights. However, the number of lights was limited, making it difficult to see the camp's glow from a distance. Yet, in the amusement park to the northwest, a man standing atop the Ferris wheel could clearly see the camp's lights. This man wore a dark red long coat over black leather attire and sported a white mask, appearing ghostly as he stood in one of the Ferris wheel-esque cabins, raising a pair of binoculars to survey the camp. Soon, Luo Yan came into view through the lenses. The man lowered the binoculars and pulled out a photograph. In the image was a young man with black hair and red eyes. Indeed, it was Luo Yan. The following day, after an additional 480,000 merit points were credited to Luo Yan's student card, he promptly crossed Lu Ruhan's name off his list. Subsequently, he focused his efforts on the testing. 3 days swiftly passed, during which 4 teams achieved various successes within the forbidden area. At present, Luo Yan's Class 1A was temporarily in the lead, but Lu Ruhan's team was closely trailing, poised to overtake them at any moment. Ever since Luo Yan had taken 550,000 merit points from them, Lu Ruhan's team had refrained from retaliation. Despite their wealth, they could not withstand Luo Yan's relentless snatching. If he were to seize from them once or twice more, they would be unable to pay the ransom. Thus, they devoted their energy solely to the testing as for Lin Cheng and Xia Yun's teams. Their collaboration had indeed yielded some improvement. The 4 mechas acted in unison, achieving success multiple times. However, since the merit points for slaying beasts had to be shared between the 2 teams, their ranking remained behind. Another day passed. Lin Cheng piloted his mecha, returning to the camp with his companions when suddenly, his radar began to flicker. It had detected unregistered life forms. Without hesitation, Lin Cheng steered toward the source of the life signals. Moments later, within a large building, he spotted several figures. "Whoever is inside, come out immediately, or I will open fire." Lin Cheng's voice echoed throughout the building via the Mecha's external speakers. "Do not shoot. We are coming out." Figures soon appeared at the windows, not fellow students, but rather residents from the Falcon base. They could no longer contain themselves and had defied the prohibition to venture into the forbidden area for exploration. Chapter 84. The unexpected arrival. Lin Cheng magnified the panoramic view on a screen, clearly revealing the individuals at the windows. Among them were tattooed mercenaries, laborers carrying heavy loads, and a bespectacled figure who seemed to be either a guide or an expert in a specific field. This motley crew constituted an exploration team, the fundamental structure for any surface base entering the forbidden area. Lin Cheng spoke through the Mecha's external speakers. "The Black Hawk Company has prohibited exploration. How can you still knowingly defy this order?" A mercenary with a scorpion tattoo on his arm replied. "It's been 5 days. We haven't worked in 5 days. Young master, you're not from the surface. You wouldn't understand what 5 days without work means for us. We have wives and children to support, and we are sheltered by the base, yet we have to pay rent every month. The base hasn't waived our rent just because we stopped working. Furthermore, we must spend money on food, clothing, and other necessities. We can't endure this any longer. If we don't take the risk, we'll starve." Lin Cheng felt somewhat bewildered. Though his family was ordinary, life in the city ensured that as long as one was willing to work, survival was feasible. The mercenary's words felt foreign to him, leaving him unsure of how to respond. Finally, he said, "It's dangerous for you to explore while we are fighting here. You should leave quickly." The mercenary nodded. "All right, we'll leave now." Lin Cheng did not immediately return to the camp. He remained vigilant in case a beast should suddenly appear. Once the explorers departed, he returned to the base and reported the incident to the evaluation committee, the Falcon base, upon receiving the news. Wei Fenghua immediately contacted the Black Hawk Company. A prompt reply followed. "Director Wei, we regret hearing such news. However, there is very little our company can do in this matter. We cannot restrict the actions of base residents. Of course, if they violate the prohibition, then whatever happens to them in the forbidden area is their own business. Your school need not be held responsible." After hearing Gao Rui's response from the Black Hawk Company, Wei Fenghua could only inform the students that testing would continue, as the academy had no obligation to protect those who willingly ventured into danger. Yet, neither Wei Fenghua nor Lin Cheng was aware that within the building where those explorers had lingered, in some concealed corners, they had seemingly left behind several items. These were black bottles adorned with silver-gray bird patterns. The bird depicted had narrow, pointed wings and a short, wide beak, characteristic of a falcon. The bottles appeared to be inadequately sealed, emitting a hissing sound as gas escaped, which rapidly dissipated into the AI art. As the sun set, Lin Cheng strolled around the camp after dinner. He exhaled, rubbing his hands together, feeling that the forbidden area was colder than in the previous days. Senior Xia Yun just contacted us, Shin Yu's voice called from behind. Lin Cheng turned to see the moonlight illuminating his somewhat fierce face. Shin Yu continued. Senior Xia Yun believes that with only 2 days remaining in the test, no matter how many lower-tier beasts we hunt, we won't catch up to the scores of the other 2 teams. He suggests we target mid-tier beasts instead. Each mid-tier beast can yield 2,000 merit points, which is equivalent to slaying 2 lower-tier beasts. Moreover, while lower-tier beasts are the most numerous in the forbidden area, they are not abundant enough for point farming. In recent days, Lin Cheng and Xia Yun's teams collaborated, focusing on easily slain lower-tier beasts to quickly boost their rankings. However, this is merely the edge of the forbidden area, and beasts are already scarce. Even among lower-tier beasts, they have essentially been wiped out. To pursue lower-tier beasts now would likely require venturing into unsafe zones. Lin Cheng pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed, we discovered traces of a Chu Ru. Tomorrow, before he could finish, an alarm suddenly blared throughout the camp. Then, a staff member rushed out from the command center, calling urgently, Lin Cheng, Shin Yu, we have a situation. A beast is approaching. A feather insect has already triggered our aerial net alarm. Radar shows at least 7 beasts converging towards us. Lin Cheng was taken aback. How could there be so many beasts? Were they emerging from the depths of the forbidden area? He then shouted, all personnel, retreat immediately. Evacuate immediately. Although their encampment had implemented some defensive measures, how could they possibly withstand the onslaught of 8 colossal beasts? As he shouted, he sprinted alongside Shunyu towards the mecha. In no time, Lin Cheng entered the cockpit of the mecha, swiftly activating the various instruments and bringing the machine to life. He then engaged the giant beast radar. Instantly, the radar illuminated, revealing 8 spectral signals advancing toward their camp. 5 of these signals were blue, while the remaining 3 were orange. 5 lower-tier beasts and 3 mid-tier ones. Lin Cheng gasped in disbelief. That moment, a section of road in the distance erupted in flames. Casting the silhouette of a goat against the night sky, it was a 9-tailed sheep. More fire blazed forth as the explosion shattered the tranquil darkness. The detonation of the anti-beast landmines was astounding, and the continuous explosions indicated that colossal beasts had indeed breached the minefield. Simultaneously, the high-altitude warning network blared incessantly. A resonant howl echoed through the sky, and within the panoramic display, Lin Cheng beheld a creature resembling a bird but possessing distinctly feminine characteristics. Hurtling toward them. It was, unmistakably, the mid-tier giant beast Gu Huanyao they had previously slain at the hands of Class A. That day, it had taken the combined efforts of Luo Yan and their 3 mechas to defeat just one. Now, in Class B's encampment, only 2 mechas remained. How could they contend with such a multitude of beasts? Run quickly, Lin Cheng bellowed. I will cover you. Make haste. Shenyu maneuvered the mecha to clear a path for their classmates. He contacted the judging panel to report the dire situation. The crisis struck so suddenly that Class B had no time to salvage anything, forcing them to abandon vast amounts of supplies. One vehicle after another sped out of the encampment, plunging into the vast darkness under the guidance of Shun Yu's mecha. Behind them, Lin Cheng operated his dark red mecha, raising his rifle and opening fire.